But one of the things that I am very comfortable with, and hopefully our fan base has seen, was how the players came together and really rallied around our coaches and our coaching staff. And so we're going to be moving forward with David Adelman as our head coach, moving forward for next season and beyond. I think that the way the group really rallied around him, and not only a different voice but a different style of communication, was fantastic to see. And so we're really excited about him. Like I said, on the front office stuff, I want to take my time a little bit more. Ben Tenzer's done an unbelievable job over the last 6 weeks getting things reorganized to a place, along with the rest of our staff. But I want to be, Ben's been with us for a very long time. I want to solicit his opinion. Tommy Balchitis is in our front office. I want to solicit his opinion because these guys have seen the ups and downs through thick and thin over the last 10 plus years. And then I'm also going to be soliciting some outside opinions. So there's going to be an extensive process from a front office standpoint.
That is Josh Kroenke, who spoke to the media yesterday, and I was surprised. I didn't think we were going to get some sort of announcement like that. I thought that was just going to be a, sort of state of the Nuggets type of thing, and instead we get the, I think it's surprising news that David Adelman's the head coach. And here's why I think it's surprising. I was very much in the camp that you at least consult with whoever is going to be GM first before making a move like this. Now, the complication in it all is that Adelman's contract is up soon and that he could go and sign somewhere else if given the opportunity. But do I really think that that'd be a threat if you were going to offer him this job? No. I don't know. It's tough. But so you got two texts right out of the gates this morning, both wanting me to start with the Rockies' worst 50-game start in MLB history. Trust me, we'll get there. But on this front, I think that Josh Kroenke had a lot of very interesting things to say yesterday. But right out of the gates with this kind of changes the tenor of what you want to discuss. And there seemed to be a little bit of a theme. And I'm mildly concerned by this. That a lot of things are coming from the internal as far as improvements. Like the David Adelman hire was an internal hire. He said something similar towards the GM sort of thing, which is, I usually hire internally. Now I'm going to look outside, but we have good candidates inside the organization already and blah, blah, blah. He also said it about, I think, the players and how to get better and how to get more depth. So we'll run through a couple of these in just a few minutes, but the overall point here is, if you were looking for an off-season of massive change, I don't know if that's coming. And the question is it necessary or not? And here's what I mean. You can think of this in two different ways, and it's probably somewhere in the middle. But you can think of this as the Nuggets just took a 68-win team in the second round to a Game 7. A team that, by the way, if you're watching this series that they're playing in now, is absolutely throttling the Minnesota Timberwolves. Like, game not even close in either one. So you can look at that and convince yourself of that, of maybe the Nuggets were closer than we thought. Or you can look at it another way, that this just wasn't good enough. You know, he said again in this press conference, because it is an important detail, that whenever you have Jokic, you should be aspiring for a championship. That's just it. Should be. And in the case of the Nuggets, they are in a window with Jokic right now where they can be, championship contention every year for the next, I don't know, however long Jokic wants to play, really.
I don't believe in windows.
But here's what he said. He heard Jokic loud and clear on the depth point. And I think this is going to be 2B here in LA, because I want to get Kroenke's full thoughts on this. Jokic, and he's referencing here, he was asked about Jokic after Game 7 and the loss to OKC, said you look around the NBA, I'm paraphrasing, but just teams have a lot more firepower because they're deeper, and their starters aren't as taxed as others. Here's Kroenke's response.
That's a great question, multifaceted, and I hope I don't dumb down the answer too much, but I'll say there's an urgency to improve the team and the organization everywhere, whether that's via trade, via draft. Right now, I think that, having a cohesive organization from coaching staff to front office is our main goal. I think that, first of all, I heard Jokic's comments loud and clear. I think that I was thinking that before those words came out of his mouth. Just in how the playoffs have, if you're watching the games, you can see yourself, as well as watching our games, you can see where we leaned on a lot of guys for a lot of minutes in big-time moments. And that has a cumulative effect that, when you're playing 7-game series, that can wear you down.
It can. But that's why you need the depth. The question is how to get there. And it wasn't asked in the way that I think I would have asked it. Or I guess it was asked just differently. Because the way that I would have put it is, well, how do you get depth? How do you get it? Do you have to play guys on the roster in spite of at times it not being your best option? Or what? Because you have 15 guys on their bench. Because the bench part, you only get experience by playing. Now, this is always what I think is funny about jobs when they require X amount of years of experience. But if those are entry-level jobs, then how do you get them? It's like in radio when you see, hey, this host position is open, must have at least 5 years of on-air experience. Well, how do I do that if every job requires that? And that's kind of what it feels like to be part of the Nuggets bench right now. You want to be a rotational player? Well, we need you to play at least 5 years in the NBA. Well, how do I get the playing time? So here's a follow-up to it from Kroenke. Go ahead.
Our roster, a lot of it was put together under different rules. And, we have extended guys, under this current CBA has tweaks to the new rules, especially at the top, kind of top end in the tax bracket with your first and second aprons, which, I know created a lot of dialogue around KCP last summer. But, I think that what I see around the league is a lot of successful teams that have developed their benches. I don't think that teams are able to go out, especially competitive teams that are making a push in the playoffs. The rules don't allow certain exceptions to exist anymore in the same way they did previously for you to go out and get a veteran player and kind of a plug-and-play bench type player.
So cut that right there. Because with that, if you aren't allowed to do that through these new rules, and I think we all can agree on something, the Nuggets did get kind of screwed by this. When you're building a team around one set of rules and then the rules drastically change, it's not something that you can just on the fly go out and fix. But how do you do it? That's the main theme for me. Adelman being the coach is something that was not unexpected. So, because I was not surprised by that, that's not the big thing. I'll tell you what the big thing is. It's two more clips that I want to run for you. How do you get the development of the young guys? Because he said that David Adelman and I think previously Michael Malone, they were all concerned about just winning. It's the job of the head coach. And you know what the easiest way to win is? Is to play Jokic 38 minutes and to play Jamal 39 minutes and to play Christian Brown 39 minutes and to do that. But once you get to the postseason and you don't trust more than 7 guys on your roster, then you run into trouble. Like, well, what happens if one gets hurt? Well, the response this year was, I guess we forced them to play through, not force them, but them playing through injury is our best option. But here's what he asked if that was on the head coach. Is that on Adelman or whoever the head coach is to develop the players? Well, here's what Kroenke said.
Balancing the development of a younger player, giving him minutes, letting him play through mistakes with winning. And that's a very difficult thing that, I think every coach struggles with, and it's something that DA, myself, and our front office are really going to have to put our heads together about, because letting guys play through mistakes is a big part of development, and that doesn't necessarily match up with trying to contend every night. So how do we strike that balance to achieve our maximum ability come mid-April? I think that's the main goal of the organization is how do we strike the balance between developing players, winning games, getting where we need to be come next April to be hitting on all cylinders with a rotation of perhaps 8-9 guys that can really give us minutes and know their roles and hold them accountable in that.
So this takes me to the theme today. Because I got one more clip I'm going to play. I'm going to save it. After listening to all, I think it was 27 minutes of that Josh Kroenke press conference, I came away with one felt like sort of overarching revelation that's going to point the direction of where they're going this offseason. Because it is one of the more unique offseasons the Nuggets have had in a while. The Nuggets have been knocking on the doorstep of championships. They've won a championship. They've been close last year. All this different stuff. I mean, we thought and he mentioned as much, in 2021, that's where their window truly opened up. They made the trade for Aaron Gordon. They had those 10 games where everything looked like, dude, this team could absolutely win this year. And then Jamal's knee blows up, and the next couple years are just thrown out the window. But since then, you've always been in a mode of like, if you don't win the championship, then it's disappointing. So this felt, I would say, the farthest away. Just this year with your lack of depth. So the question is how to fix it. And we've gone through the complications of, because of these new CBA rules and blah, blah, blah. It's going to be really hard to fix externally without making a huge move. So that's the big question of the offseason. Josh Kroenke was kind of asked about this. And we'll play it for you in just a couple minutes. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. By the way, first of all, welcome back, Nelly. Second of all, what's going on here? I get in here today, and I got broken bits of microphone everywhere. There's a mic stand in front of me. There's probably DMac's coffee cup. I mean, these guys, they live like heathens.
Well, don't ask me, Brett. Did you ever watch the TV show Hogan's Heroes?
I never did.
Well, there's one of the guys in the war camp. I can't remember his name. I think it's Commander Clink, but he always goes, "I know nothing. I see nothing."
Yeah.
That's me, dude. I was sick for 2 days.
No, I understand.
Don't ask me why the mic's broken.
No. I'm not asking you why. What I want you to say is those people are heathens.
Gotcha. That is correct.
That's it. You guys are just dirty, dirty people. Anyway, the theme, at least for me, the theme of yesterday was that, at least from what it sounded like, most of the things that they viewed as problems last year with the Nuggets will be fixed internally. Now, again, I think that David Adelman being promoted from within, the difference is he did a good job. He was given an opportunity in the postseason, one in which, something Kroenke mentioned yesterday, he thought if he didn't make the move with Malone that the team was heading for a play-in and probably would have ended right there. And I don't disagree. But how do you fix what is going to be the more difficult thing, which is depth? And this is what Kroenke said to close out the press conference.
I mean, I think it's definitely a big part of our pitch, and it has been for a few years. It's not like we broadcast that out, but yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, if you're a certain type of player with a certain type of skill set, I think, if you come play next to Yoke, you're going to look pretty good. And that pretty good might result in you getting paid pretty high. And so there have been a few of those. And it's part of our pitch. And it's also going to be part of our pitch to some of our young guys with certain roles as they're growing and developing. Playing next to that guy is a privilege. But we also have wonderful players throughout our roster. And I'm going to be challenging them, as a whole and individually this summer, because we have, from what I saw, over the last couple of weeks, those guys should be hungrier than ever, because they should see it right in front of their face how close we can come if we're all moving in unison and playing our game. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that actually answers your question at all. And if not, please follow up. But yeah, I mean, I think that, we're looking at everything right now, and it's exciting for me, for sure.
So, I heard a lot of fixing the things internally, which I don't know where he falls on this. It's the one thing I'm still kind of unsure about was Calvin Booth let go because Calvin Booth did a poor job as a GM? Or was Calvin Booth let go because Calvin Booth couldn't get along with Michael Malone? I don't think Michael Malone was fired for being a bad coach. I think Michael Malone was fired because there was some internal pettiness stuff that wasn't helping anything.
I think Calvin Booth was fired for being a bad GM, and Michael Malone was fired for not being a team player. Because right now, the Nuggets, anytime we talk about Nuggets moves, we say that they are completely strapped against the cap. They have no ability to trade or do anything. They're the only NBA team that doesn't have a draft pick this year. Yeah, I think there's a lot of blood on Calvin Booth's hands. And then Michael Malone got because he wouldn't play ball with his GM. His GM was saying, I'm getting you these young guys. I'm building a core for the future. And Michael Malone said, forget about it. Get bent. That's why he's gone.
I think that that's totally reasonable. Also, what I would tell you is this. The mistakes that were made by Calvin Booth are pretty obvious and out there already. Like the Reggie Jackson trade where you attach 3 second-round picks on just a salary dump is not good enough. But Calvin Booth's, the way you would judge him is by the players he's drafted. You can't judge him for being cap-strapped because a lot of that stuff happened, honestly, under Conley. You can't blame Booth for, I think, going out and getting a Dario Saric. I think that was more of an organizational decision. There's a lot of hands on that. And so if you can only draft him or you can only judge him on his draft picks, well, then you're judging him on Strother and Peyton Watson and Christian Brown and Jalen Pickett and Hunter Tyson. And obviously to Zeke Naji, who he gave an extension to. But that's 6 guys I just mentioned. Christian Brown plays, and he's good, right? Peyton Watson plays, and he's pretty good. Julian Strother plays, and he's still kind of up in the air. And the other guys we don't know about. And so when Josh Kroenke says something like challenging talented players on this roster this offseason, he's not talking about Jokic. He's talking about those guys. That question was kind of surrounding Russell Westbrook, by the way, of why guys aren't like Westbrook where they want to come here and play with Nikola Jokic. Westbrook's another one. You want to talk about playing through mistakes. God, that guy could play through every mistake you could make in the book. But he had experience and nobody really cared. At least the coaches didn't. So that's where you find yourself in, to me, a very unique position. I don't know if the help's coming from outside the house. I think could be coming from the inside. And that even includes GM. And so there is a concern here. And if you guys got some, please send them in. Because I think I know what the concern is, and I kind of share it. If this ends up being, Nelly, that in a couple of days what we get is David Adelman's the head coach. They hire a GM from inside the organization already. They just promote from within. And then their offseason answer to building more depth around the roster is challenging guys like Jalen Pickett and Zeke Naji or whatever. Well, the concern is, are you really trying to do anything different? Or is it just more of the same? And I would totally understand the people that have some sort of feeling that way. When I said this last week, this had nothing to do with David Adelman, the head coach. Because if you ask me these questions in succession, do I think David Adelman is a good coach? Yes, I do. Do I think David Adelman did enough to win the job as the Nuggets' permanent head coach? Yes, I do. Do I think David Adelman has a totally different personality from Michael Malone where that would not be a concern with him? Internal strife. Of course. He seems like he's very easy to get along with. And so the conclusion you would come to is, so why wouldn't you want him as head coach? And I would tell you, it's not that I don't. But part of me just thinks if you're going to change, then change. You know what I mean?
That's actually a perfect segue to something I want to ask you, because you said that. You said that if you're gonna really make a run at this thing and make some wholesale changes, then why would you just promote from the inside? No disrespect to David Adelman. If you're gonna go
like
for
I said,
it,
I think that David Adelman is totally worthy of a head coaching gig.
Right. So let's go back a couple weeks when Bud Black was fired. You brought up a pop culture reference. What did you say?
I said no half measures.
No more half measures, Walter.
You said that was firing Bud Black was a half measure, that it didn't really get to the core of the issue, and no more.
Well,
half
because
measures.
they didn't put the GM with it. That's why.
Right. So I'm wondering, is hiring from, even considering everything that David Adelman did, is hiring from within before you even have a GM. Picking a head coach from within your organization before you have a GM picked, is that a half measure?
I don't know. I in general don't think it's wise to hire a coach before a GM. Now, it's not that. Again, this can still be totally successful. But I just want to make sure that coaches and GMs are on the same page. And usually when you make a change like this, you have a GM that has a philosophy towards how to win, and then a coach that fits that same mindset, and then you put them together. So you're sort of like backfilling a position and retrofitting a GM for what the coach wants to do. But I'll tell you this. Adelman, as far as he did do things differently from like a schematic standpoint, he ran a little bit more zone on defense, but as far as rotations, it wasn't different. Now, it was the playoffs. It's a little bit different than the regular season, and maybe in the regular season, he's got more leash to kind of let younger guys play or whatever. But if people have concerns about that, I get it, is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, if you think, hey, you shouldn't hire a coach before a GM, I'd be like, I generally agree with that. I think they were concerned that David Adelman was going to be without a contract and able to talk to anybody, and that freaked them out because they wanted him. So there's something to be said about that, too. But that's tough. And I just think that a lot of the things that you're going to see this offseason, if you were expecting an offseason of massive change, you aren't getting that. And I don't even know if that's the right choice, by the way. But there's some out there that are like, new coach, new GM, get rid of Jamal, get rid of MPJ, revamp the roster, do this, do that, only start over with AG and Jokic and Christian Brown. And the guys who think that way, that's not the offseason you're getting. Just not. So again, that's where I thought yesterday there were some really revealing things about how this offseason is going to go. They're going to acquire some like new things, okay? Because they're going to have to. They have guys on expiring contracts, so you have to bring in others. And you don't have draft picks, so it's got to come from somewhere. But again, the big stuff, if you're looking for a massive move, I just don't know if that's on the horizon. Now, to be fair, they haven't hired a GM yet. Maybe there's some GM that has a very different way of thinking than where Kroenke is, at least as of right now. But it feels, this is the overall message. We need to change some things, but I still have a lot of belief within this program. That's kind of what I heard yesterday. And again, you want to make a comparison, guys. We all feel like Minnesota's a pretty good basketball team, don't we? They're getting torched by OKC. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. The Nuggets were competitive. Now, maybe Minnesota can turn this around when they go at home. I don't know how. Because they are being mauled on defense by OKC. Mauled. So 303. 504-0925. By the way, Nelly, speaking of Nuggets coaches, do you have the audio that I sent you on Michael Malone yesterday as he's doing his ESPN stuff again? He's talking about the OKC and Minnesota game. So he's trying to make amends with Nuggets fans because he felt the heat from the things that he said after game one, you know, and this is specifically towards that's why SGA is the MVP thing. A lot of people thought it was a veiled shot. I was kind of in the middle. I'm just like, he probably knew he won the MVP already, but at the same time, it's like, you could just say something along the lines of this, which is, that's why he's one of the best players in the world. And so when he was on the set yesterday with ESPN, he had an aside when he was on the set talking about that very subject and that very comment. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, Elon's letting me down. My DMs won't load, Brett.
Elon!
I know you slid into my DMs, and I can't even reward you for it. I apologize. I will get this loaded as soon as I can.
Hold, please. Okay, yeah, I did send it to you. Okay, so it's Elon's fault. Blame Elon for not having the audio. So we'll get to it after the break. I also want to talk about the Rocks. And I don't know how to explain to you guys how difficult it is to have 8 wins through 50 games for a baseball team. And I can't, there's really not a comparison I can give you. I've been racking my brain all yesterday and this morning trying to think of somehow, some way giving you a proper perspective of how hard it is to be this bad. I almost think to a certain extent it's harder to be 8-42 than it is to be 42-8. Like if you told me the Dodgers were 42-8, I'd be like, yeah, they're really, really, really good. But not being able to win 10 games in 50 tries is one of the most, like, just insanely awful runs, I think, in any sport ever. By the nature of baseball, and we'll get to this in a second, you do this every day. When you go to work 5 days a week, do you feel the same level of productivity every single day? And the answer is, of course not. But you aren't playing an opponent when you're going to work. So I'll explain all this in just a second. We'll get the audio from Mike Malone. All that coming your way next. Stick around. Okay, now I think we have the Malone audio. So Michael Malone, again, he's doing the...
Not so fast, Brett. We're celebrating the worst baseball team in recorded history right now. Get on the Vanga bus, boy.
Okay, we can do that too. The Rocks being 8-42. I mean, I honestly don't know which one's harder, to go 8-42 or to go 42-8. And here's why. Baseball is such a weirdly, how do I want to put this? It's just such a grind. And it's more mental than anything else. Like, I always say this to people that they don't want to hear it. They want to say baseball guys are wusses and whatever. Okay, fine. But if you had to go to work for 162 days out of like 190 some, you'd be a little worn out too. Mentally, physically, constantly jumping on planes, going back and forth, blah, blah, blah. Get to the park, 9 o'clock in the morning, you leave at 11 o'clock at night, like all this different stuff. It's just a lot. And it's every day. And by the nature of it being like that, you lose games all the time. You lose. Good teams lose. Teams that are clearly better than other teams lose. The fact that the Rockies can't do that, can't find a team on like, you know what, they're just off today. It's crazy. And when I say no half measures, they fire Bud Black, and then they don't fire the GM yet. Maybe they will. Don't fire the GM yet. You have to reevaluate everything. And here's a big thing of what I'm talking about, Nelly. Dick Monfort, before the season started, I think everybody kind of knew that this season wasn't going to be great. Even me, Mr. Optimism about the Rockies, I just said, I don't think they're losing 100 games. Well, clearly they are. But Dick Monfort said this. He thinks this could be the best defensive team in the history of the Rockies organization. I want to ask you a question real quick, Nelly. Do you know who leads the league in errors this season?
Oh, I'm going to guess the Colorado Rockies?
They do. Do you know by how many?
1
5.
million.
They have 45 errors on the season. The second worst team in that category has 40. If you're top 15 in the league or top half in the MLB, you have 25 or less. Even the thing you thought you might, the only thing you might be good at this year, you're the worst at. You have to rethink everything.
Brett, one thing that Kaz always likes to say with Nuggets games, and I think he even said it during the playoffs. I played the call on our show. Mm-hmm. He says that in an 82-game season, there are some nights where you cannot do anything right.
Right.
And then there are some nights where you can't do anything wrong.
Right.
And it's just based on pure sample size. Excuse me. Wow.
It's all right. It's all right. He's getting over his sickness. You gotta let the guy roll.
I'm choking harder than the Rockies every single day. But anyway, the point is, that's an 82-game sample size.
Yeah.
Rockies have twice that. And yet, based on pure statistics, they don't have any games where they do anything right. That is incredible. Just by purely rolling the dice 162 times,
yeah, I'm trying.
Something should happen.
Even the games that they have won, the very few, it's been like final scores 14-12 against their last win was against Arizona. They won 14-12. I'm like, is that something that you feel like is you could be proud of it? Like
on my birthday, I went to Coors Field. It's okay. we got the tickets for free through my girlfriend's work. We didn't give any money to all the people who were saying you should boycott Coors. I didn't spend any money there.
Yeah, for the boycott Coors people, by the way, all I saw, not yesterday, or yes, it was from yesterday's game. I looked at the people in that stadium yesterday, Nelly. I looked at them. Behind home plate for about 7-8 straight rows. You know, the shot that you get from the pitcher to the hitter, the one that you see on TV, were Phillies jerseys. That's what they were.
So
you can't stop that.
You can't stop that. But it was opening weekend when they played the Sacramento Athletics of Las Vegas via Oakland. On my birthday, we went to the game where the Rockies won 12-5, I want to say. Mm-hmm. And they had a really productive 8th inning. I think it was one of those ones where you don't hit any dingers, but you just keep getting singles and doubles and just clearing the bases. They had like a 5 or 6 run 8th inning. That was early April. The farther and farther we get away from that game, I genuinely can't believe I was lucky enough to witness that.
Yeah.
That was the exception of all exceptions this season.
Yeah. Look, 1 of 8, 8 games out of 50. We're almost a third of the way through the season. Almost. So we got, 3 games left before a third of the way through? No, 4 games left. 4. And guess what? To get to that, you now have a 3-game set against the Yankees. Good luck. In the meantime, have this audio from Mike Malone. Mike Malone trying to make amends, by the way, for what was said a couple of days ago when he said, that's why Shea's the MVP. And everybody kind of took that. I was a little sensitive to it. I didn't like it. I think there's a million different ways you could say that, and I think he knew that, but he didn't. So then he got a lot of heat from people in Denver, and he said this yesterday when he was with ESPN.
Yeah, I agree with that. When Nikola won the first of his 3 MVPs, and I did vote for him again this year if I had a vote, want to make sure the people in Denver know that, because right now I'm getting a lot of heat back home.
Welcome to TV, Michael.
Yeah, no doubt, but it does legitimize the performance that you had, but he was such a business mindset, mental approach.
Yep.
It meant nothing to him. He was solely focused on the team goal of winning a championship, not the individual accolade.
So that was him sort of making sure, walking back, that, by the way, he said, I voted for Jokic, and then he said, if I had a vote. Coaches don't vote for MVP, do they? So
No,
I think
that'd definitely be a conflict of interest.
He just misspoke, I'm assuming. Okay. He said, if I had a vote, I would have voted for Jokic. Got it? Tell you what, though, man. I've never seen a team, we've seen great teams in the NBA before. We've seen teams that can swarm, play good defense. The Bad Boy Pistons did that. The second iteration of them did that back in the, mid-2000s with Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace and Tayshaun Prince and Rip Hamilton and Chauncey and all those different guys. I don't think I've seen a team frustrate their opponents like OKC does in so many different ways. I think Jaden McDaniels said after the game that he wanted to, fight SGA. Oh, we have this? Okay, yeah. Let's hear that. Jaden McDaniels, please.
On the flagrant with Shea, was there just a little frustration boiling over, or what kind of happened?
I just wanted to foul him for. I wasn't even mad. I just had fouls to use.
I wanted to foul him for real, is what he said.
I wanted to foul him for real. I had fouls to use. I appreciate the mindset, but I have never quite seen a team that frustrates its opponent like Oklahoma City does. And it's in a number of different ways. It's the physical nature in which they play defense, and you combine that with a couple of soft calls that go the other way. Again, if you're an OKC fan listening to this show, I'm not saying that you guys are winning by foul baiting or anything like that. But it's the reason why teams get frustrated is there's a very physical brand that I respect of defense that is played by OKC. And then you'll see your superstar get a touch foul, and you'll wonder what the hell's going on. That's what frustrates these teams. But my goodness gracious. You feel almost helpless at times. And OKC, I think they're winning it all. But never quite seen it like that. A team that's this frustrating to their opponent. So we'll get to that in just a second. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
But one of the things that I am very comfortable with, and hopefully our fan base has seen, was how the players came together and really rallied around our coaches and our coaching staff. And so we're going to be moving forward with David Adelman as our head coach, moving forward for next season and beyond. I think that the way the group really rallied around him, and not only a different voice but a different style of communication, was fantastic to see. And so we're really excited about him. Like I said, on the front office stuff, I want to take my time a little bit more. Ben Tenzer's done an unbelievable job over the last 6 weeks getting things reorganized to a place, along with the rest of our staff. But Ben's been with us for a very long time. I want to solicit his opinion. Tommy Balchitis is in our front office. I want to solicit his opinion because these guys have seen the ups and downs through thick and thin over the last 10-plus years. And then I'm also going to be soliciting some outside opinion. So there's going to be an extensive process from a front office standpoint.
I wasn't expecting that to start the press conference. Now, it's not that I'm surprised by the announcement that Adelman's got the permanent job. I just didn't think it'd be announced yesterday. And there's a sort of a common theme that I noticed over and over again in the, 27 minutes of the press conference with Josh Kroenke yesterday. But, Vic, you were there. What stood out the most to you?
Well, a couple things. Number one, no surprise that Adelman would be the guy. I pretty much hinted as much leading up to this announcement that contract was coming up and they had to make a decision soon. And it came down to this. Do you open it up to a bevy of other choices? Do you open it up to other coaches that are available? Do you go to a retread coach who's perhaps out there? Or do you go to a young, bright mind? Well, in my humble opinion, I mean, there aren't many young, bright minds like David Adelman. He's one of them. Yeah. So why not go with the one you know rather than the one you don't? And the decision was right there in front of them. And I think if you ask anybody, for the Nuggets to take this OKC team to 7 games, now that we're seeing what OKC can do, I mean, goodness, right? I mean, they're making Minnesota look stupid.
Yeah, I am shocked at how impotent Minnesota looks in the series.
I thought about this a lot, not only after the game last night, but I parked in the parking lot today. What the heck is going on, man? My car again covered with pollen, and I just washed it. So there you go. It's in my system.
Gotcha.
I thought to myself, you know what? We're going to look back on this probably and go, the damn Nuggets were the second best team in the West, or the second best team in the league. The way that Oklahoma City, Vic, is smoking these other teams. You saw what they did in round 1 against Memphis.
Yeah.
You see what they're doing to a Timberwolves team that obviously stylistic-wise, matchup-wise, gives the Nuggets fits. Dude, they're smoking them. They're absolutely smoking. They're frustrating them. They're smoking them. We may look back on this, and I think we probably will, and go, damn, the Nuggets are better than we thought they were.
You know what my takeaway is, just after watching 2 games of this Minnesota series? The Nuggets took their best shot better than what Minnie does. Minnie gets flustered, frustrated, irritated, annoyed to the point where they don't look the same. The Nuggets are mature enough to collect themselves. Now, 2 games got away from them in that 7-game series, but they won 3 and they could have easily won 4. They could have easily won that series, right? We know this, right? Mm-hmm. The Nuggets they seem more mature, better equipped to handle that avalanche of defense that OKC brings upon every other team. That's what I notice, that the Nuggets are right there. You know what else I notice? Here's what I notice, boys. The Denver Nuggets have the best starting 5 in the NBA.
I think they do. I really do, Vic. It's about...
when healthy.
Yeah, it's about getting guys off the bench that are going to be able to sustain...
But there's no doubt about what I just said. Even after that OKC series, the Denver starting 5 outrated OKC starting 5. The Denver starting 5 is the best starting 5, clutch and regular season in the NBA. They got to find some help when they come off that starting 5.
This takes me to what I kind of had as the theme of that press conference yesterday.
By the way, this new microphone thing, you sound different.
Sorry.
What do you mean, new microphone thing?
One of the Later shows has snapped off the microphone from my mic stand attached to the table, so now I got one that's just I can carry if I want to. I have broken bits.
Snapped it off. Who did it?
I
Who?
I don't
snapped
know.
off. Broken bits and pieces are everywhere on here. I got a coffee cup that's been here for 5 days. I don't know whose that is. All this stuff's in front of me.
I want to know who did it.
I have a filthy work environment, and none of it's my fault.
Nelly, what's the word on the street? Who broke the mic?
I haven't been on the street for 2 days. I don't know what the word is.
That's right.
Can you
You've been
get the
holed
word
up.
out.
I would guess. I mean, they have a history of mic issues. I would guess PhD.
100% that show broke that mic.
So here's the issue that I have. Now, anytime I put something on the table, you know it. Hear that? Anyway.
100%. That show is the filthiest show on our air. They break things. Would you agree?
Well, yeah.
They blow up toilets repeatedly.
We know it's
Filth.
not Kreckman and Lindahl because Nick Kreckman is a bigger germaphobe than Howie Mandel, so it
no,
can't
I
be
would
that.
never contend it's that show. That show's the opposite of that.
Okay.
It's definitely our afternoon show.
So listen. The theme that I took yesterday, and this is kind of what you're talking about, Vic, because Kroenke mentioned we didn't lose Game 7 in Game 7. We lost Game 7 in Games 4 and 5. He also said that game could have been 4-0 OKC's way, or it could have been 4-1 our way. And so it's really hard to judge, well, how close are you? Because that's what he was asked. But whenever he's asked about, the coach has already answered, it's Adelman. When he was asked about the GM and what's going to happen with that, when he was asked about the players and how to get this roster deeper, there was one theme that I kind of heard repeated. A lot of it sounded internal.
Well,
A lot of it's, yeah, we can play it.
The very last comment, and
Yeah.
Ryan Blackburn asked the question about, they're up against it, the cap, obviously the aprons, and they don't have any draft picks. So what do you possibly do personnel-wise? And I think the last answer out of his mouth revealed a lot about what their plans are going to be. And listen to it and you tell me what you hear.
No, I mean, I think it's definitely a big part of our pitch, and it has been for a few years. It's not like we broadcast that out, but yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, if you're a certain type of player with a certain type of skill set, I think, if you come play next to Yoke, you're going to look pretty good. And that pretty good might result in you getting paid pretty high. And so there have been a few of those. And it's part of our pitch. And it's also going to be part of our pitch to some of our young guys with certain roles as they're growing and developing. Playing next to that guy is a privilege, but we also have wonderful players throughout our roster. And I'm going to be challenging them, as a whole and individually this summer, because we have, from what I saw, over the last couple of weeks, those guys should be hungrier than ever, because they should see it right in front of their face, how close we can come if we're all moving in unison and playing our game.
Yeah, cut it right there, Nelly, because that's kind of the theme here.
That's not. There's one more answer he gave after that. That's
Okay.
not the one.
Well,
There's one more
no,
after that. That's the one that's revealing. Do you have the one after that?
I mean, there's no after that. That is the last one.
That's not, because I was there.
There's a few more seconds left in the cut.
All right, go
Did
ahead.
you say
Play
at the
the
end
few
of that
more
answer?
seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that actually answers your question at all. And if not, please follow up. But yeah, I mean, I think that we're looking at everything right now, and it's exciting for me for sure.
That is
The
literally-
follow-up. The follow-up.
That's the last thing that we have. It's the last
Well, then
thing
you
that I
guys didn't
heard.
record it.
We have every cut on here. We did record
Well, that's
it.
not. He just said follow-up, and there was a follow-up. I'm just being honest here.
Okay, we'll try and find it on YouTube then. That's the one thing that I heard, though.
Yeah.
That, again, when he says challenging guys this offseason, he's not talking about Christian Brown.
Yeah.
He's not talking about Jamal. He's talking about Pickett. He's talking about Strauber.
Sure.
He's talking about Watson. He's talking about them.
I would challenge some other guys as well. I think that you need to hit the ground running in October for training camp. I think that when this team, when you look back, I don't want to compare leagues. This team needs to hit the ground running in October for training camp. hit the ground running for the regular season.
What does that mean? What do you mean hit?
Everybody in tip-top shape.
You're talking
everybody
about Jamal
focused
needs,
and ready to go.
Jamal needs to be ready when the season starts.
Everybody's pulling the rope at the same time, not starts and fits and stops.
Yeah, but Moj, they didn't lose Game 7 at OKC because Jamal wasn't playing well in October.
Understood. I want the whole gamut this year. I want top seed, or I want home court. I want all this stuff. That's all I'm saying.
I want to go back to,
and it's not even about placement. It's more about the mentality that you're going to show up to the gym with. All of that stuff will take care of itself if you have that, hey, we are on a mission to go get it.
I want to go back to the topic at hand, and that is, where are the answers? You know, a lot of Nuggets fans picture this massive trade that's going to happen, that's going to fill the bench with depth and perhaps add another offensive player. And after hearing that press conference, my takeaway is that ain't happening.
That's exactly what I thought.
That's my takeaway.
If you were one of the people that was like, okay, keep Joker, keep AG, keep Christian Brown, get a new coach, get a new GM, find all new other players, like that's not the offseason that you're going to get.
Barring something crazy that happens in the next few months, barring like a change of heart or somebody demanding a trade, I don't know, I think your starting five remains the same. It doesn't change at all. And I believe that you've got 4 roster spots that'll come open, 4 roster spots where they can bring in new talent. And the rest of it's going to come inside the roster that exists. And he's asking for those players to improve their game. All right, now, Deron Holmes, we haven't seen his game. He's going to bring something. I said this yesterday. I think next year, I wouldn't be surprised one bit if Zeke Naji is your backup 4 from day one, and they play him every game. And there's no in and out, yo-yo, no, every game. You're in the rotation.
I agree
backup
with you.
4.
Yep.
Let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
Vic, like I said before, with all due respect to what's his face?
What are we talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Garth Brooks. If the Thunder rolls, okay?
Yep.
And let's say they win a title, and they're frustrating the snot
probably will
out of Minnesota. They'll probably frustrate the snot out of whoever comes out of the East. I don't know that Josh Kroenke's wrong at all, because I think that we're going to look back on it, I think, Vic, and say, you know what? Even with these issues and even with the bench and so on and so forth, that team gave the Oklahoma City, the champions, the most grief, period, end of story. I mean, you could make that argument. Now, you want to improve. You definitely want to do things, but I'm saying that they're probably pretty close to being up there.
But I have to ask you a question, and Nuggets fans have to ask themselves this question. Do they not want to make a change in the starting 5? And I mean a change when, like, trade a contract, like MPJ. Do they not want to do that because they're too close to MPJ, or because they don't think they'll get the value in return that we think they will get?
How about a little of both? Or how about, you know what? They're too close to actually getting over the hump again and winning with this starting 5 that you talked about.
So the talent is still there. They just need some tweaking.
Well, we'll see what the right decisions are, Vic. I mean, we won't know until after next season.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think we as fans totally overestimate the return you can get. Totally.
Oh, I'm sure.
We're thinking, okay, you got this contract, you got this player, go get player B, go get player A, go get that guy. It's not how it works. That's not how it works. Demand has to be there. And I think if they could get that player, they would. I don't think they can.
I think it's a huge part of it.
I'll give you an example.
Here's
I heard this.
Can I just tell you real quick that I think Porter in particular, like specifically him, is not somebody that if you trade him, you will get something better.
Well, I'll give you a classic example. Somebody brought this up to me yesterday. Why don't they just trade MPJ for Kevin Durant? Because Phoenix ain't doing that. That's why.
I am going to mention Luka. No dumb trade requests anymore.
Now, do you guys agree with my point there?
Yes. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. You would have to be able to attach draft capital on it, which you don't have. See, that's the other thing, too. When we talk about, hey, do you think that they'd take this guy on an expiring deal and a salary dump? And I go, teams do that if you attach picks.
And there are 10 other teams that will provide more value than you can.
Exactly right.
Value going out versus value coming in. No one is going to pull a Nico and do you a favor.
I think with Porter in particular, if you made a trade to send him somewhere, the value you'd get in return would not be equal to what Porter already gives you.
And it would lead to a lot of questions. You better get some shooting in return. Now, there are some possibilities to help this bench, and I'll get into that. I know we have to go to a break.
Yep.
I think there are very good possibilities to help the second unit become better.
Okay, so the idea, Vic, is it's not going to stay stagnant. At least rest your laurels on that. It can't. It's not going to stay stagnant.
It can't. So, by the way, we have the audio that Vic was looking for. We'll get to that in just a second as well. Stick around.
Yeah, sorry to send you through that wild goose chase, but that was the key.
Circus Sports available right now and in the middle of the postseasons of the NBA, the NHL, middle of baseball, and the middle of golf. There's no better time than right now to jump on with the Circus Sports book. So download the app right now. You will not regret it. It is the best odds in the game. No doubt, no question about it. You download the app, you can find out for yourself. Whether it's live odds, game props, they have it all at the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, before we get to this audio and another thought here with what Josh Kroenke said yesterday. So we have these Elich season passes that we're going to give away today. Eliches, sorry. I was trying to pull up this read. So we get a pair of season passes to Eliches. So these are like $80 prizes that we're giving away,
or more,
including free parking, free shows, fireworks, drive-in movies, Fright Fest, all the different stuff that Eliches does, right?
Come on, man. Really?
Here's how you're going to get them.
Jill. Hey, Jill. Hook us up.
Here's how you're getting them.
All right.
You're going to use the voice of the people, and you're just going to give us a sound like you're on a roller coaster. And the best person who sounds like they're on a roller coaster is going to win these tickets. Yeah, so that sound. That's what I want to hear. I want you to hit that voice of the people, that microphone button on the Altitude Sports Radio app.
So it's on the app, right? I'm on it right here.
There.
So
yes.
You hit the bottom of it.
Hit the button.
Like I'll give you an example. So do you hold this button down? I've never used this. Do you hold it down?
Well, first you just tap the microphone, and then it opens a separate interface there.
Oh, here it is. Hi, this is the microphone. This is the voice of the people. I'm going to send this to Nelly to test it. This is the voice of the people.
Make the sound.
Yeah, I'm going to do one too. I'll do one. You ready? Here, let me turn them off. Let me do one.
I just sent it to you.
Let me do one. Oh! Oh God! Whew.
First
that
of all,
was a fun ride.
First of all, I don't do roller coasters.
I think that would look. If you did it like Moser, that would have been probably near the top. Yeah.
Okay,
I
Nelly,
won't ride a roller coaster.
I just
last roller coaster I rode was a Wildcat back in the day. I won't do it.
I just sent you mine. Hey, by the way, I just drove by Lakeside last week, dude.
All right, turn off the O'Reilly's.
Oh, sorry, we're on. We're on. Okay, we're on. We're definitely on. I just drove by Lakeside, Vic. Breaks my heart.
Why? Still there.
I know, but
still popping. Chipmunk is still there.
I know, but it's. I don't know, bro.
Okay, dude, my tummy doesn't allow for roller coasters. I don't know how you guys do it, man. My stomach, just even looking at it, makes me sick.
So that's how you can win a pair of season passes.
Ellie, did you get it?
Yep, I got both of yours. So if you give me a second, we'll get the side-by-side comparison of your entries.
Okay.
Well, Vic didn't. Actually, maybe that is Vic.
That is my entry. That's me on a roller coaster.
That is Vic on a roller coaster. I'm talking on the microphone. I'm talking. Anyways, we'll get to that in a little bit. Going back to the Kroenke stuff. Before you get all invested in Moser's roller coaster sounds, Nelly, can we hear the last thing from Josh Kroenke about what you do with limited resources in the offseason?
No, I think to answer your question maybe a little more pointed, I think a lot of our answers are internal right now. With where we are from a roster standpoint, we have guys locked into contracts. We're going into a coaching transition. And to be frank, that's a huge change. Huge change. I know that we've already had DA as our coach for 6 weeks or so, but he didn't really get a chance to really implement any of his own ideas because of the time frame and then the time crunch with the playoffs fast approaching. So DA's philosophy, how he might use these guys slightly differently. There's going to be a lot of big changes throughout our organization already, and I think that these players are already going to be excited about what they experienced the last few weeks and what that might hold for them individually going forward.
I think you've already seen the value of David Adelman in just one playoff run, and I'll give you an example. The Nuggets did something to Oklahoma City that I'm looking at the television screen watching Minnesota saying, what are you guys doing? It's not going to work that way. What are you doing? Do what Adelman did. Adelman employed that zone on several occasions to try to funnel SGA to the middle of the court and glue him up a little bit, at least contain him and not let him take over a game. And Minnesota refuses to do that. They continue to just play him one-on-one, thinking that they've got the personnel to hold him off, and they don't. Nobody can.
Yeah.
So I've already seen Adelman's practice at play. Now, what Josh Kroenke's saying there is maybe if he allows Adelman to get his hands on some of these other players with a full training camp, maybe they'll develop. Maybe. I don't know.
But when he says it almost that easily, a lot of the answers are internal. I mean, The only translation there is we're going to have to play some of these guys next year that we did not play, right? That's what that means.
Well, and it also means there are going to be some changes to who plays. First of all, again, there are 4 roster spots that I assume will come up. I don't know for sure, all right? There are 4 roster spots. Vlatko, I'm not sure what his status is. DeAndre Jordan, I'm not sure what his status is. Dario Saric, he's got an option.
Well, you know what his status is. He's not going to be, if he's on the roster, it's a mistake.
Who?
I don't see him being on the
Saric.
roster either way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be on. And Russell Westbrook, who I think we could all say outplayed his $3 million contract.
I would agree with that.
Yes.
I would
Outplayed.
agree. The thing is, you had to give him, you had no choice but to also give him
Yes.
major minutes, even when it was not so good.
Let's start there. I'm glad we're here because now we're in the offseason. Now we can really chomp on each of these players. Russell Westbrook, let's say he opts out. Let's say that he believes there's value out there that someone is going to give him another 2-year deal at more than the $3 million. If you're the Denver Nuggets, do you pursue Russell Westbrook?
I think so. I mean, for whatever people feel about Russell Westbrook, he is capable of giving you minutes. And you're looking for depth. Like, here's the crazy thing. You know you can't spend a lot of money.
Uh-huh.
And then people want Westbrook out, who was like the only guy that was giving you 25 minutes a night off the bench. So where the hell is that coming from now? I think it would be dumb to let him walk.
Moser, what's your answer? Because I've got an answer now. Wait on mine.
I would say, yeah, I'd pursue him, Vic. I think
Okay, I say no, you let him go, and Jalen Pickett's going to be your backup point guard.
Well, you say that, but is he going to provide the same kind of energy and the same kind of frenetic pace? Jalen Pickett's not that kind of guy. At least he's not right now. Maybe he can be.
Well, I have a plan.
Okay, time out. Okay, well, stop with your plan for a second. Part of why I say yes is because I don't know about Jalen Pickett. I don't know about hardly any of these guys. Even with Peyton Watson, whom I like an awful lot, and who can swat and so on. Are you playing him the minutes you're playing him because you want to or because you have to? That's the question that I have. Is he just your one of your only options off the bench, so he gets those minutes because he has to, or do you say, you know what, let's get P. Watt in this game and let's get some things going here and that kind of thing? Vic, I don't have an answer for that. Hopefully you do, Mr. I got a plan.
Well, can I just follow up on that, Vic? What's the harm in having him on the roster? He makes nothing. What's the harm?
The harm is I think that the team operates differently with that second unit with him in there. And I'm not trying to take away from him. I thought he was a net positive. I really do. I just have a plan, and he's not part of my plan.
Okay. Go ahead, plan man.
Yeah, plan. You got this plan.
Here's my second unit for the Nuggets next year. First unit stays the same based on what we just heard there. I don't think they're making any wild trades, all right? So the starting 5 is the same. It's intact. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
All right.
I would assume.
Second unit. Here's what it's going to look like next year, in my humble estimation. Pickett's going to be your backup point guard. Deron Holmes is going to be your backup 5. You're big, right? I think Zeke Naji is going to be your backup 4. I think Peyton Watson is going to get in there, maybe even play some 3. And that leaves Strother and then question mark. Strother's going to get some time too. The question mark is you could use one of these exceptions that you have remaining. The money that you're paying right now, Dario Saric, money that
but
you
if he
paid
opts
Russell
in,
Westbrook.
then
I'm
you
sorry?
don't have it.
If he opts in.
If he, which he will.
Well, my assumption is they buy him out and then he goes signs with the European team.
Right.
That's my assumption.
If you do a buyout, do you still have an exception?
I don't know. I don't know those rules. You know, that's where we have to bring Jake Coyne in for that.
I don't know if you do. I don't know if you magically get another one by buying out a contract.
You may be stuck with it. Who knows? But this is my my answer to the questions. There are shooters to be had on the open market. The question is, can you get enough offense from the second unit? Is there enough offense to be had? Yeah, Marlo brought this up yesterday while we were sitting there after that press conference. A guy like Jordan Clarkson. A guy like who's just instant offense. Who's the guy for the Cavs that you guys brought up? Their backup guard that seems to be getting a lot of run.
So, Vic.
For the Cavs?
Yes, for Cleveland.
We just talked about him yesterday. What's his face?
I'll find it in a second.
Ty Jerome.
Jerome.
There are guys out there
the
that can provide offense, that you can bring off the bench for your offense. See, the one thing that Russell gave you is he gave you offense and energy and everything. He gave you all of that wrapped into one, and that's a wonderful thing to have come off your bench.
But Vic, go back to your guys. Go back there. So the first, well, not the first three guys, the first two guys that you just put out there, and whether you want to or not, you're going to give them minutes because you're going to.
Holmes is playing.
Well, there's no doubt about he's playing, but how effective is he going to be?
I have no idea.
Good, I mean, we don't even know how good he can be.
No, everybody keeps asking, how's Jaron Holmes coming? We have no idea.
Well, he showed promise in the very, very limited minutes he got at the
he played one
in Vegas. Right, exactly. But outside of that, you have absolutely no idea. Do you really know about Jalen Pickett? No. You have no idea. I mean, you think you do, and you have some feeling about it.
You're about to find out.
Well, part of me also says, you know what? Hell yeah. Just play these guys. Let's truly find out, especially in the first couple of months of the season, what do we got? What do we got?
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing here.
What do we got? I don't know what we got, but let's find out what we got.
Not only are you playing it, and here's going to be my method to this.
Well, here's my prediction, too. My
you're
prediction.
Playing, and if you play terribly, it doesn't matter. Next game, you're playing again.
Yeah.
And again, and again, and again.
But you're going to have a couple of these guys flame. They're not going to be able to handle it. A couple of these guys are probably going to be able to handle it.
100%.
But you got to find out.
And by the All-Star break, you will know. And you may have no one who can play. You may have 4 or 5 who can. But we don't know.
This is the scary part. It sounds as if nothing's going to happen. You know, that's what it sounds like. Now, this is why I've been talking about this for a year. How do we not have answers to these already? Because then you hit an off season, and now here's what you just did, Vic. All the guys that were on the bench this year that didn't play, you're like, they have to play next year because we need to what? We need to find out by at least the All-Star break if they can play or not. Well, God, wouldn't that have been nice to know 2 years ago, this year, something? Because now you're risking that for another year, and what if the answer's no? Then you did nothing and didn't improve anything on the hope that things might be different. Like, that's the stuff I don't get, and I hate right now.
So, again, there are 4 roster spots available. You can improve the back of your roster. You can go get a Bruce Brown now.
But
you can go get him.
I don't think you can if the starting five's the same because you don't have the money.
Yes, you can. You're going to have Dario Saric's money. You're going to have Russell Westbrook's money. You're going to have DeAndre Jordan's money. You're going to have Vlatko's money.
That's 4
yes,
for
you
1.
Can.
Okay, that's 4 for 1 then.
But those are all vet minimum contracts.
What do you think Bruce Brown's going to make here? I mean, more than a vet minimum. He's going to make you're looking at about $10 million.
Here's what I don't understand, though. Maybe we just need to get Jake Coyne.
I guess you can pool all that money.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can just take all of that money and give it to somebody. Because
how much under the salary cap are you?
You're in the first apron.
The only reason you signed Westbrook was because he was a vet minimum contract. That's the only way you could get him. If he was $1 over that, you couldn't sign him last year. According to the rule book, you couldn't. He had to be a vet minimum. I don't think you just get to have you pool that money together, then you can give it to one guy.
Right,
you can't do
that.
it.
You can't pull 4 contracts.
So when we're talking about Jordan Clarkson's and Bruce Brown's, I don't think you can do that if the rosters stay the same.
Well, I'm just telling you, what do you think Bruce Brown's going to make on the open market? I think he's of more value to the Nuggets at a lesser rate. What do you think he's going to make on the open market?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either, and it's because he was worth $23 million a year, and then 3 teams said no thank you.
So what do you think he's worth?
I think if he got 10, then that's a hell of a gift for him. I think that's the max.
I think he is in the Nuggets ballpark is what I'm saying. He is in the Nuggets ballpark.
He could be.
He is not going to be too expensive for the Nuggets. It depends now how the market works out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, you're not going to be able to get some of these other free agents that are going to demand more. I understand what you're saying. You can't pool those monies together. You can't.
Well, they had this situation last year This is before Jamal's extension kicked in, by the way. And the most they could spend was, what is Sarge, 5.2? With an exception? And if you're buying him out, I don't think you get the exception back and you can use that on somebody else.
Yeah,
so I don't know this works.
Let me get some elephant in the room out of the way here. Otherwise, I will not be able to live with myself. Vic, I'm not going to excuse make for Jamal Murray. That's $60 million a year because I don't care about the actual total dollars. I care about what he does to the cap. He's got to be better. He's got to be in shape. He's got to be on the floor. He's got to want it. He's got to want to win again. He's such an important component of this team.
He makes $46 million next year.
He's and soon to make what, 60?
No, 46, 50, 53, 57.
Okay, 57. That's pretty close to 60 in my book. I round up, Brett.
That's the last year of his contract,
Fine.
but whatever.
I'm going to need him, Vic. I'm going to need him to be a leader. I'm going to need him to be serious all the time. Serious. I'm going to need him to focus on basketball.
I'm not friends with any of the players.
Neither am I, obviously.
Yeah,
but I'm just.
There's a reason.
This is my observation.
There's a reason we do that because you can't get friendly with players, especially if this is your job. Your job is to be critical at times and to be congratulatory, and you have to remain an arm's length.
I am flying to Serbia today to meet up with Joe.
I know you are. So I'm not friendly with the players. I like them. They're professionals. We get along fine. But I 100% agree with what you just said, and I think most Nuggets fans see it that way. Jamal needs to be better. Do you know of the top 20 highest paid guards in the NBA? I've got the stat right here. And they know what I know. I don't need to tell you this. They know what I know. Jamal Murray currently, let me be very accurate with this because I want to make sure. Here we go. The top 20 highest paid guards in the NBA, Jamal Murray is the only one who has not made an All-Star team. He's the only one. It's not at least an all-star team, an all-defensive team,
and
something.
Vic, I'm not even saying that it's his fault because the West is stacked with killer guards. Stacked.
And when I say highest paid, I say top cap hits for guards in the NBA 2025-26. Murray is 15th.
But just because you're not named to the All-Star team because the West is stacked doesn't mean you can't play at an All-Star level.
No. What it means for Jamal, you have to play at an All-Star level in the playoffs because that's what you've shown us before.
That's what he got paid for. He got paid for what happened 2 years ago.
I don't care if he makes that silly little exhibition game in February. I don't care about that.
That means nothing to me.
I don't care
in
about
fact,
that.
It's better for the team's cap situation if he doesn't. Have you seen what SGA is going to make after winning an MVP?
Insane.
I don't care about that. I care about whether or not you play in April and May at that level. And fair to say, this year he did not.
No.
And
last year he did.
I think he has, I think he's aware of that. I think he has to be more attentive to that. And he has to, you got to care more. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. We'll get back to this in a second.
Hi, this is the microphone. This is the voice of the people. I'm going to send this to Nelly to test it. This is the voice of the people.
Oh, God.
That sounds great.
That was a fun ride.
Moser, that was so good. If you guys can match that, by the way, we got a pair of season passes to Elitch's that we're giving away this morning. And the way you win them, go to the Voice of the People and just give us your best sound like you're on a roller coaster. The best one is going to win a pair of season passes. So there you go. And you got to beat Moser because Moser set the bar pretty high. So do that. By the way, speaking of stats, I got one that's going to hurt. It's going to hurt you. We'll get to it next. So I got a stat that's either going to make you mad, sad, or maybe just feeling different about it. I don't know. But it officially happened. The Rockies have the worst 50-game start in the history of the MLB. They lost again yesterday 2-0 to the Phillies. They are 8-42 on the year.
Huge, yeah.
And their reward for being 8-42 is to have the New York Yankees come to town. And so that is going to start today. Reminder, Bo Nix is going to throw out the first pitch at the game tonight. I asked a question. I just want to see what you guys think on this. Do you think it's easier for a baseball team to go 8-42 or 42-8 through the first 50 games?
135 years since the worst start in Major League history.
Vic, you're a glass cock aficionado.
135.
Jack Glasscock, the old shortstop.
You're a glass cock historian.
The worst start
was Jack
in
Glasscock
135 years of baseball.
Was Jack Glasscock still in the league when the 1895 Louisville Colonels went 7-43 to start the season?
I would say that Jack Glasscock at that time, me being an historian of the Glasscock family, I would say that was probably a year after he retired as a major league player.
Guys, that was his final year at age 37.
So the last year, Jack Glasscock's final hurrah came in the 1895 season when the Louisville Colonels started 7-43.
Now
so let me.
He
bring
played
this
for the
home.
Louisville Colonels, by the way.
Let me bring.
Was
this
he
home.
part of that crap team?
He at least for a portion of the season.
Oh
he
my
had split
God.
that season between the Louisville Colonels and the Washington Senators.
Let me tell you what history is and how you could feel history, not only just read it. Now you could feel it.
Don't say Louisville. You say Louisville.
So Jack Glasscock, the one and only, played
Pebbly
the shortstop position without
Jack.
a glove.
Our boy Pebbly Jack without a glove.
He played without a glove.
Well, for
the
a
last
while he
time
did.
a team.
He finally could afford one.
All right, so listen to this. The last time a baseball team got off to this kind of start, the last time it got off to this kind of horrid start, we had players playing the game without gloves.
At least a couple. Here's the thing. And I'll tell you what is, I think, almost the most bothersome thing about this. We've been watching this train go off the tracks for, 50 straight games. I've mentioned this before, that in baseball, it's very difficult to be this bad or to be that good. Like if you inverted it and you made it 42-8, it's really hard to do that because I know people call baseball guys wusses and whatever. But Moj, it's every day. It's every day. You get to the ballpark at 10 o'clock in the morning. You leave at 11 o'clock at night. You're doing that 162 nights out of like 195 in that time frame. Imagine just going to work every day for virtually 190 straight days. It takes a mental sort of
even if you
fatigue.
Imagine going to work every day like we do.
Do you work every Saturday and Sunday?
Pretty much during the season. Both Moser and I do.
So do I. Yeah.
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 You mean going to work every day like we do?
There is.
Oh my God.
Okay, first of all, you guys don't do it every single day. Like I said, for the
I've worked more than a Major League Baseball player.
Okay, fine. Then you guys are superstars.
Well,
then you guys would understand this.
I know where you're going with this. You're making it. You're giving them a built-in excuse as if, oh my God, you're working so hard.
Can I finish the thing before you talk about how difficult this is for you? Can I just make the point real quick?
It's not about me. It's about the people listening out there who are working their asses off in other jobs.
Why are you making this about that? Why can't I just finish the point?
All right, go ahead, finish it. Sorry, my apologies.
There's a mental fatigue to it. And here's what I'm getting at.
There's a mental fatigue for digging ditches every day.
Okay. So to finish the point,
the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Are there some days, Vic, at work that you don't have it as much as other days because of that?
Yes.
That's the point. That's what I'm trying to get to. Meaning, it's really hard through 50 games of an MLB season for a team who's even way worse than their opponent to lose 42 times in 50 days just because of that. Because baseball's just weird that way, that you do it every day. Some days you have it, some days you don't. Some days you're not feeling it, whatever. That's the only point I'm trying to make. And that they've won 8 games out of 50 in the middle of that is insane. But here's the worst part. We kind of knew that this team was not going to be good. Me, being the optimist for the Rockies, said, here's what I said. I don't think they're losing 100 games. That's as optimistic as a Rockies fan as you could have been before the season started.
Hey, Bretsky, do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to spring training?
This is what I'm telling you.
I want you. No, I want a full. I want to be the priest. I want a full confessional. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I tried to be optimistic about Rockies baseball, and Mose kept beating me down and trying to talk it out of me. And yet, no, I fought through and called Mose all kinds of names and every name in the book. I made fun of his dead mother and all kinds of things. And Father, I am sorry for that.
I didn't call you names. And by the way, I've admitted my fault and my wrong multiple times, including right now, which I just did.
Well, you're not doing it with enough humility. You're fighting it.
Again, may I get to the point?
This is taking a long time.
Well, because you guys are interrupting every 2 seconds.
I don't like the way you built it up.
Yeah, if you got a point in there, then go ahead and spill it.
I don't even want to do the point anymore. I'm done with the point. No points. You don't get a point.
That segment was what the Rockies deserved. That was as bad as an 8-win Rockies team. Jeez.
It would take 10 seconds, but I keep having Vic yelling about other people have jobs. I'm like, I know. Hang on. No, not hang on.
Please,
hey, Mo,
please.
Even me being the optimistic idiot before the season started, you need to admit you're wrong. I just admitted I was wrong.
God, you guys, you three are a worse rotation than the Rockies bullpen. What was that?
Here's the point.
Okay.
It better be good, I swear
Dick
to God.
Monfort said one thing about this team. One thing before the season started. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, he said we're going to kick ass defensively.
This has the potential to be the greatest Rockies defense in franchise history. Do you know who leads the league in errors and has set an MLB record for errors through 50 games this season?
They were
the
leading,
Colorado Rockies did.
They were leading 2 weeks ago. I would assume that they probably still have the number one spot.
Why did it take you so long to get to that point?
I'm done speaking.
See, this is what it means. You're like Moser. Just lead story. Lead with it. Don't try to be all dramatic, setting it up.
Actually, I kind of liked your drama. I just think you need to have more humility for just being so wrong about a month and a half, about 2 months ago. That's all.
I'm done speaking.
Guys, I've said this before.
I think your story was. I think your story was great. I think your point was excellent. Even the one thing that they thought they could be decent at, or maybe even good at, they can't even do that.
Moj, it doesn't matter.
And not only can they not do it, they're the worst in the bigs.
If the Rockies were 18-31 right now, rather than what are they? 8-41. What are they?
8-42.
8-40. Let's say they were just closer to 500. You're still in last place.
Understood.
You're still in last place. It doesn't matter. You might as well chase history. You might as well chase the ghost of Pebbly Jack.
Dude.
It gives me a reason to be, and I mean this with all sincerity, and I'm not trying to be mean. I'm attached because of the history chase. Otherwise, I wouldn't be attached. I'd be unattached. I'm now attached. I'm paying attention.
By the way,
I'm kind of with you, actually.
You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
I'm paying attention. I have one eye on them because of the history chase.
DJ LeMahieu's still on the Yankees, by the way. He's not playing much. He's not hitting very well. Here comes Aaron Judge, dude. You ready for this? Hitting .396 with a slugging percentage of .743 and 16 jacks. What?
Do you think Aaron Judge can hit one to Arvada?
I think
he's
probably
going to try.
Let's see.
He's certainly going to try this weekend.
If he pulls the ball, he's going to hit it to
Commerce City. Thornton. Probably Thornton.
No, North Glen actually first.
Yeah.
He'll hit it to North Glen first.
Okay. So if he goes center field, it would be Westminster Arvada. If he goes Oppo, it would be Wheat Ridge, North Denver.
No, dude, if he goes center field, he's hitting it to Commerce City.
God.
Oh no, I got it right now in my brain.
Geography fights
no. If he goes center field, that sucker's gonna.
Dude, center field goes right up where I-25 turns north. He's gonna hit it to the Merchandise Mart.
That's North Glen Thornton. That's North Glen, Thornton,
Well,
Westminster.
but North Glen is also left field, bro. That side of the west side of 25.
You going to argue Denver City map with me? Is that what we're doing here? All right, go ahead and give me a center. Give me a home plate view if you're hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
Okay, Nelly, now, okay, here's center field. Okay, now.
Okay,
Squeeze
now
it out. Look, if he hits a direct center field, you're going right to the I-25.
Oh, now you're going right. If he hits it to direct center field, he's in Westminster. No, he's in Westminster.
Westminster's way over here, you dumbass.
Westminster goes all the way to 25. Do you know where the Ranch Country Club is over there? That's still Westminster.
That is not Westminster.
Yes, it is.
That is Thornton.
That is still in Westminster.
No matter what direction the ball goes, the ball's going to go far if Aaron Judge puts a bat on it.
Dude, he could hit. I'm not kidding you. I'm looking here. Could it get to the plat? Probably not. On a roll, it might.
Here's a question I have when we come back. The Nuggets
could he bunt one to could he bunt one to low high?
The Nuggets very clearly played a tougher, at least through 2 games, tougher series than Minnesota's putting up against OKC. But does that change perspective at all for you? Because Josh Kroenke talked about that yesterday. We'll get to it next.
How close do we think we were? That's a great question, and one that I've asked myself about 10 different ways, in every way I can think of. We took the Oklahoma City Thunder, who is playing some of the best basketball in the league, if not the best right now, to 7 games, which, is great. We took a great team to 7 games. That series could have been 4-0 the other way. That series could have been 4-1 us. I don't think we lost Game 7 during Game 7. I thought we lost Game 7 during Games 4 and 5. These series are very fragile things, and they come down to little moments in time and, certain actions over the course of a few minute span in games. And so while I think we were close in some ways, I don't think it would have been I don't think it was a 4-0 sweep for Oklahoma City, and I don't think it was a 4-1, and that's where the series wound up. So
it's a little bit of Josh Kroenke yesterday. If you look at what's happened in this postseason for the OKC Thunder, they swept the Grizzlies in the first round. And in a lot of those games, the ones in Memphis were pretty close, but the 2 that they played in OKC were just, demolishing of Memphis. I think that first game, wasn't that game 1 like 82-35 or something like that? They played the Nuggets in the second round, and it's back and forth. And there's one thing I could say about the Nuggets. They made OKC look mortal. Because they look pretty immortal in these other series against Minnesota and Memphis so far.
Well, Memphis, Vic, wasn't even – they should have just forfeited the entire series. They were never even in it.
Did anybody expect Minnesota to look like this by the way?
No. I will say this. I think Oklahoma City will go on to win the NBA title. I think they're the best team left. I think that their defense is quite suffocating, and it takes over games. It's like a boa constrictor. It just tightens its grip. And when the third quarters come around, you think you're close, and then by the end of that third quarter, the game's over. Same thing happened yesterday. It worked on every team except the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets, in 5 of those 7 games, were right there. They won 3 of them. They could have won 5 of them. The Denver Nuggets. And I will say this, okay? Because a lot was made about when the Nuggets won the title. Oh, who'd they beat, right? Who'd they beat? The Oklahoma City Thunder, an historic team with an historic season, have already hit more hurdles on their way to their title than the Nuggets did. Consider this. When the Denver Nuggets won their title, going 16-4 in the playoffs, right? They never once trailed an NBA playoff series. Never once. Never.
Yeah.
OKC's trailed twice in one series against the Nuggets. Twice.
Yep. I've never quite seen, and I got audio from Jaden McDaniels after this game, by the way.
Oh, was he mad?
Well, look, man, Vic mentioned it earlier. The Nuggets, I think this is the right word that you use. They're more mature in how that game was being played, physicality-wise, a whole bunch of different stuff. OKC is incredibly frustrating. And it's a combo of how physically they play on defense and daring the refs to make a call with some touch fouls. When you're playing defense, it probably frustrates you. But Jaden McDaniels said this after the game.
On the flagrant with Shea, was there just a little frustration boiling over? Or what kind of happened?
I just wanted to foul him I wasn't even mad. It just had fouls to use.
He was tired of the flopping, so he said, here's a real foul.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to have trouble with this. Jaden McDaniels and Jaden Daniels I'm going to mix those up over and over again. It's not fair.
Mike McDaniel,
like Ty Law and Ty Lawson?
Yeah.
It starts to bleed together. I agree with you. I will say this, though. Vic, if you've got Minnesota frustrated in the head, that's half the battle.
Yeah.
If they're mentally frustrated at what you do, and again, Brett, I agree with you. What Oklahoma City does is incredibly frustrating. Maybe the Nuggets are just the best in the league at putting that out of their minds and focusing on the task at hand because it will drive you insane. Yeah. But if Minnesota can't get it out of their heads, they're going to get swept.
I think you have to credit, and guys, and I'm not just saying that because he was named the head coach yesterday, but the Nuggets during the regular season, how was their defense during the regular season? How was
horrible?
Stinky.
Horrible, right? How was it in the postseason?
Pretty good.
It was good.
It was good because they got creative and inventive. in that series against Oklahoma City, they did what you can only do. They employed a lot of zone. That's the only way you can prevent SGA from probing the key. The only way. And how about a credit to Christian Brown, who had to deal with James Harden in the first round and then SGA in the second round. And everybody, you're going to get cooked by SGA eventually. Everybody gets. But I think Christian Brown did a much better job than whatever the hell Minnesota's trotting out there.
Yeah.
Much better job.
That leads to another question, and it's kind of what Kroenke was hinting at there, does that make you believe that, hey, maybe we are closer than what the feeling was exiting that, when you watch these games being played? Like, maybe it does. Does it give you a little bit more of a boost of confidence in your starting five as currently constituted? Maybe it does. I don't know.
But I don't think anybody's ever questioned the Nuggets starting five.
Ooh, Vic, you've seen the amount of texts from people, Twitch comments, whatever. Jamal Murray, gotta go. Michael Porter Jr., gotta go.
I think that's a byproduct. When you have no bench, right? When you have no help off the bench, all it does is it puts more pressure on the starting five. Does. And the expectations grow even that much more. Like, no starting five in the NBA feels as much pressure as the Nuggets starting five. Look at Oklahoma City starting five. Do you think you think there's pressure on those guys like there is on the Nuggets starting five?
No. But Vic,
of course not.
Would you say that Christian Brown's insertion into the starting lineup was a success?
Yes, it was. And all that KCP talk. Would I have loved to have KCP on this roster? You're damn right. Was it the right move at the time? You're darn right.
That being said, what it did do, and I agree with you, I think he's still part of the best starting five in the league. But what that did do,
hurt your bench.
It hurt your bench. He's not.
You didn't replace him on the bench.
Yeah, CB, you did not. CB is not able to come off the bench and provide what he provides, and then it's a trickle down effect all the 100%. Way through. So
see, you had a KCP and you replaced him. You always had in the background a CB. Well, they got CB and nobody in the background.
Well, let's find another CB. Let's find somebody who can do that kind of thing.
Hey, listen, as much as we love KCP, and I would have valued him on this team, I think, you know what? I think KCP defensively, if you added him to the mix, I think the Nuggets win that series against OKC.
They might.
However, his season as a whole in Orlando wasn't good.
No, Vic, let me get back to this, though. Josh Kroenke yesterday talked about being able to sell this organization to potential players. When you look at it, how much do you think guys who would be looking at a veteran minimum or somewhere around there but have some game and so on, because he's not incorrect. When you look at Brucey B and you look at KCP and you look at other guys who have come through here playing with Nikola Jokic, he's gotten some guys paid the way Peyton Manning did, right?
Moser, I'll stop you right there.
Is that even a possibility?
So you're looking for guys who are looking at an opportunity in Denver, maybe 1 or 2 years as a bridge deal to make them more money elsewhere.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. There are 2 people, and correct me if I'm wrong here. There are 2 players currently on the Nuggets roster who took less than market value to play here. Only 2. Only 2. One is Aaron Gordon, who could have had a much more massive extension and decided to be team friendly when he reworked his deal.
He also has a ring to show for it.
Okay, but he took less money than he could have gotten on the open market, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
The other person that took less money to come here is Russell Westbrook.
That's correct.
There are 2 people on this team that took less money, which is why I don't play that game about, well, home team. You know what? Go get your money. Go get your money.
Was Russ, what is less than market value, I guess, for him? Like, he played on 2 teams. I don't know what his value was last year in the offseason. Because remember, the end of the Clippers and Lakers runs for him were not great.
I think he could have made more money elsewhere than the veteran minimum. That's just my That's my hypothesis.
Maybe
right. There are 2 people, and there's not a line. What I'm saying is, Moj, we got to pump the brakes on that. There aren't a line of people out there going, "Oh, get me to Denver for that."
Well, how about this then? How about if you don't have very many options, but you would like to increase your portfolio, play with the big fella, and that will help you do it so you can get just that much more?
100%, I could see that.
Okay.
See, you're so right, though, about like Brucey B. Brucey B made big bank coming to Denver.
Certainly did.
Big bank. KCP?
The KCP, yeah.
Big bank coming to Denver. So you're saying go out and get a guy for 1 or 2 years who want a bank, whose numbers, because, so are you saying then that people give numbers artificially because they get to play with the big fella? So what does that say about the starting five here?
Do you think they could use a shrinking 5'10.5" shooting guard?
No, but you just hit on something. What does that say about the guys who are here? If you're indicating to me that you're making money playing with the big fella, so are the other four making money playing with the big fella?
Of course.
Well, yes. Would Jamal Murray get that extension? Well, maybe he would. Maybe he would. Christian Brown is due for a massive raise in his next contract. Massive raise.
Hey, man, how good really was Wes Welker? How good was Julian Edelman? How good was Jordy Nelson in Green Bay? Like, you don't really know
Julius
the answer.
Thomas.
Well, that one we do know because we watched what happened when he left.
Yeah.
The other guys I'm talking about, Wes Welker played for 2 quarterbacks. Who were they?
Tom Brady and Peyton Manning.
Pretty good quarterbacks to hit your wagon to. And
Pretty good.
if he was out and he was on the open market and he went to Miami, I don't know what Wes Welker is. I have no idea. But that's the thing. Like, same thing applies to this starting five. I mean, is this the best version of Aaron Gordon? Is this version of him better than what he was in Orlando? Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not forget Jeremy Grant. Thank you for reminding me. Jeremy
Grant
got paid.
See, Jeremy Grant got paid.
Yeah. People leave here and get paid. So maybe that's the selling point. You're exactly right, Moser. I didn't think of it that way.
Well, Josh Kroenke's the one who said it. I mean, I
you're
think
right.
he's correct.
That's a great selling point. The selling point isn't, hey, come here, win a ring. Because everybody wants to win a ring. But you know what everybody wants more than a ring?
They want their money.
Exactly.
See,
right.
but all those guys that we talked about that got paid somewhere else, these weren't minimum players to start with. I mean, KCP was worth some money.
They were already making some
and Jeremy
bread,
Grant was worth some money, and Bruce Brown was worth some money already. And so how do you get that level of player considering your contract situation now? Like, that's the difficulty. So even if you could use that as a selling point, the guys that you want to sell that to might be out of your market already.
And it's a major gamble on those guys. If I'm those guys and I'm saying to myself, God, all right, I'll go give it my all. But what if I get hurt?
Are you guys into, just quickly, by the way, the social media stuff?
Am I into the social media stuff?
Here's what I mean. You know when somebody, like, deletes something from their Twitter bio or adds something to it or something? Do you like that sort of stuff in the offseason? Players like, oh, this guy deleted all the pictures of his Trailblazers stuff or whatever.
Yes, I think there's something to be said for that.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Well, Bruce Brown had 2 things on his Instagram yesterday. One was him wearing an Avs hat, and that was preceded by him tweeting, or I guess putting on his Instagram story, the ESPN article of Adelman being hired.
A song is in my head right now, Vic.
Brett.
Can I sing it?
Brett,
Mm-hmm.
listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me.
Yeah?
I have it on really good authority, and the authority is Bruce Brown. He wants to come home.
Yeah, dude, he showed up courtside in a cowboy hat for the playoffs.
Listen, everybody. He wants to play here. However, the market will dictate where he goes. As badly as he wants to play here, if there's a team that doubles the value, that's where he's going.
Here's what I'm getting, though, Vic. Like, if he's doing all of that, I would assume they've probably had a discussion about, hey, what would it take to get you here? And if that money wasn't enough, then I don't think he'd bother doing this.
Well,
is that fair?
I think what's happening is he's going to wait till the market opens, all right? And teams are going to be spending money, and there will be a team out there that's going to suck. That's going to say, "Hey, Brucey, $15 million, you want it?" And he's going to have to compare that to whatever the Nuggets can offer, which is not going to be $15 million. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to have to make that decision at this juncture in his life. He's going to have to make that decision.
Yeah.
But I guarantee there will be a team out there that will have money available to sign a Bruce Brown. So,
yeah.
and that's what you're contending with. You want him, he wants you. What do you have to offer him? Not much.
Right. What were you going to sing?
I was going to save it. Nelly was going to get it for when we came back.
Well, I don't think we're going to continue the Bruce Brown thing after this. So, I do love this song.
Let me feel it. Feel it down deep inside. Oh, you love this, Brett. You know you do.
Wait, who is this again?
Player.
This is Player, Holmes. Right. Come on, man. What's this song called?
Baby Come Back?
Brucey Come Back.
Brucey Come Back.
All my money going out on the town.
It's a very good song, though.
Doing everything just to get you off of my mind. Then comes back where I started.
So the mid-level exception for an NBA
I couldn't forget
team.
Bruce. What? Vic, hush your mouth. Brucey, come back.
I got some numbers.
You can blame all could see.
Oh, I got some numbers.
There was something in everything about you. Brucey, come back. You can blame it all on KCP. He was wrong, and I just can't live.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
I have the exact numbers they can offer Bruce Brown right in front of me.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Reminder to you guys, if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets, season passes to Elitch's, go to your Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Use the voice of the people and give us your best sound of being on a roller coaster. That's all I want to hear.
Ain't nobody beating mine.
I want to hear you like you're on a roller coaster. The best one is getting these season passes. Brucey, come back.
Oh my God, I'm gonna piss my pants! Oh my God! Oh my
This is me and my boys on a roller coaster.
Pure guts! They got nothing but guts! Every guy with 3 big old cow hearts, 2 pancreases, and 5 stomachs. Guts all over the place. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Those were all like amazingly good. The two that stood out to me, the guy who said he was going to pee his pants was a really good one. What was the dual one? There were 2 voices. That one was amazing.
Yeah, it sounded like a family in a
I
car.
want to hear those 2 again, Nelly. Give me those 2. Those are my leaders in the clubhouse.
I thought the Moser rendition was great too. The guts.
Actually, here's another one that I liked that did not make the compilation, but check it out.
All right, here we go. Let's ride this roller coaster.
Is this Jesse?
What's the name of this thing? Mind Eraser? Ha! More like mild nap chaser. Let's go, huh? Oh, here we go. We're climbing. Wow, we're getting pretty high. You look nervous, sweetheart. What's your name? Oh, that's a beautiful name. I like that tank top. That's a good color on you. Wow, we're getting really high. Hey, look over there, Coors Field. Yeah, the Rockies, they're actually winning. Okay, here we go. Oh, God! Oh, God! Mommy! I want my mommy! Oh,
Okay,
God! Oh, my lap belt is coming undone! Oh, God!
I like that one.
That's pretty good.
I like that one. I like the conversation
What's your name?
before the descent.
What's your name, sweetheart? That's a nice tank top you have on.
Sweetheart, that's a nice tank top.
The guy sounds like he's from the Bronx too. I mean, what's he?
Yeah, what's your
That's
name, sweetheart? It's a nice
awesome.
tank top you got on there.
That's
Yeah,
really good. Whoever
Hey,
that
what's
is,
up,
good
Toots?
job.
All right, hang on. I want to hear these other 2 again. Do it again.
Oh my God, I'm gonna piss my pants! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I love that. I think this last one is like legit. It actually sounds like. Let's hear that one, Nelly. That's impressive.
That one sounded the most realistic, but I'm sorry, dude having a conversation with the lady in the tank top is number 1 in my clubhouse.
Here's another one. I think this is a blueprint. If people need to ditch work, then Jordan has a good blueprint for you.
Before you play this real quick from Jordan, listener Jordan, this is, if you're just tuning in and wondering what the hell is going on here, we're giving away season passes to Elitch's, and the way you win them is by going on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app and just make it sound like you're on a roller coaster. And whether that's just screaming or you say, hey, Toots, it's a nice little tank top there. You're getting pretty high up here. Whatever it is. All right, let's hear Jordan.
Hey, boss, this is Jordan. Just want to call in and tell you I'm really not feeling good today. I just got a fever, headache, sore throat. I just not feeling good today. See, boss, not feeling good at all.
You guys are creative.
That's pretty good.
You really are.
That's really pretty good.
You're creative.
Good job,
people.
Jordan.
All right, so Nelly, just keep some of the leaders in the clubhouse for the end of the show, and then we'll keep them coming in. By the way, more.
Hey, a couple of things as we continue on.
Wait, I want to hear Vic. Vic was talking about the Bruce Brown thing. I want to hear how this works.
Behind the roller coaster. Hey, Vic, he's talking about Bruce Brown.
Well, it's still in regards to the Nuggets too.
Tank top
nice
looks
little
good
fishing
on you,
shirt you got on over
thanks,
there. That's
appreciate
all right.
that.
Hey,
Yeah.
Vic.
Let me tell you why this is
Hit
going
me
to
with
be
that sweet
extremely
information that you got there, huh?
And I'm not resigned to this, but I'm going to tell you whatever they're going to do going forward in contracts, it's going to be so difficult. Number one, the mid-level exception. The mid-level exception, which affords a team to sign a player, a free agent, at a certain number. There are two exceptions. One is the non-taxpayer exception. Kids, what are the Denver Nuggets? Are they a taxpayer or a non-taxpayer?
They are a taxpayer.
Yes, they are. They are in the first apron, and they're going to stay there. And there's no getting out of the first apron unless they traded one of their big ones. I don't even know if that gets them out of the first apron, to be honest with you. So they are a taxpayer. Let me show you the difference between mid-level exceptions in the taxpayer and non-taxpayer brackets. This is the amount you can spend on a free agent next year. If you're a non-taxpayer, you get $13.5 million to spend on a player.
Pretty good.
If you're a taxpayer, you get $5.5 million.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
That was Dario last year.
So exactly right. Now, do the Nuggets even have that to spend? They have to get out of this Dario Saric deal to spend it. They're still in it. He's going to pick up that player option.
Well, that's
so
what
they're still in it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think by buying out his contract you get one of those again. I think that, I don't know.
You can, but it's a tricky buyout because there's a team in Europe that's probably going to want to sign him, and he's going to have to come to terms with them first before you buy him out. There's a lot of levers that need to be pulled before you have that money show up. So not only do the Nuggets not have the funds that most teams have available to them, they don't know when they can get to those funds. Do you see what they're chasing here?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're 28-year-old Bruce Brown, look, he may want to come home. This is where the reality hits, Vic, and I'm glad you clarified it. He's only 28 years old, and he may want to come home, but he's got to get while he can, period. There's no guarantee of a long NBA career. You've got to get all you can while you can, and I would not blame him whatsoever for chasing more bag. Now, Vic, maybe he's the kind of guy that says, you know what? They paid me pretty damn good. Obviously, they got me paid, talking about the Nuggets. They got me paid pretty damn good. You know what? I'm set for life. I want to win again, and I want to be back home with my guys.
That's not happening. Nobody's walking away from guaranteed $5.5 million.
Well, $5.5. He probably will get more than that on the open market.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Dario Saric.
No. I'm talking about Brucey B.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about Brucey B.
No,
I'm saying that's not happening.
No, if there's a team out there that's offering 13.5 versus 5.5,
well, yeah,
let's not be dumb.
He'd be dumb not to take it. Agreed, because you got to get while you can. Period. End of story.
$8 million difference. Listen, I love you, Brucey B, but I would consider you insane if you walked away from.
Let's go back to Nazem Kadri real quick. Do you think Nazem Kadri to this day wishes he was a Colorado Avalanche?
For the right price, sure.
Probably, yeah. That's the point. They couldn't pay him. He had to take the deal from Calgary. He had to. He would be insane not to.
Yeah.
At 7 years and $7 per. He would be out of his mind not to. So that's the way it works.
By the way, Moser,
I'll tell you the biz just quickly. I mean, we say that you aren't going to take less money. There's someone who did it last year, and it wasn't just, a haircut. It was a giant seeding of money that he was owed. You know what I'm talking about? In the NBA last year. He took $113 million less over the life of the contract.
That was
Jalen Brunson did that last year.
Jalen Brunson.
To keep his team together. $113 million he left on the table.
Again, Aaron Gordon left money on the table when he re-signed his deal.
Yeah.
Well, so did Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar.
Yeah, a lot of guys leave money on the table.
I mean, let's not be dumb about it.
Now, he's still making $156, but has anybody left $113 million on the table before?
No, but I think he'll be able to make that up.
Luka lost that much in getting traded.
Yeah, without that Supermax.
Speaking of you delved into hockey there, Moj. I think Florida can beat Dallas.
I think Florida can beat anybody.
Yeah.
I think right now you could combine Dallas and Edmonton.
Good Lord, dude.
I'm teasing. But Florida is, I told you yesterday, what did I say yesterday, Brad?
Yeah.
I said Florida was really good.
I said they've gone into beast mode.
Yeah.
Once they finally rectified themselves in the middle of that Toronto series, and they go in and they just pasted them in Game 7. I mean, they blew Game 6. They pasted them in Game 7. Actually, I'm sorry, they won, pasted them in Game 7. And then they went into Carolina Game 1. Carolina's got no shot. I mean, this will probably be a sweep. They're going back to they got a 2-0 lead going back to Florida, dude, and they are killing them. The only question is, you see Sebastian Aho knee Sam Reinhart last night?
Yep.
Reinhart left the game, did not return. I don't know what his availability is going to be. That's tough because he's a key player for them, but they are on all cylinders right now.
Have you seen Carolina's record in Eastern Conference Finals games? They haven't won one since like 2000.
I think they've lost
14 straight.
Yeah, 14 straight Eastern Conference Finals games.
14 consecutively?
Look, I think they're a really well-coached team. They've got some terrific players. They're just not deep enough to go. They're just not. They can always get there. They can never get over the hump because they're just not that team.
Would you like to repeat what I showed you, what Marchand said to Gossespierre on the bench yesterday?
Well, he called him fat, and then he said some things before that were not quite so nice.
There's a lot of F's and S's and C's.
Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff in there.
Yeah.
Vic, did you see last night that Marchand cross-checked Gossespierre in the back? Took the penalty on purpose. I mean, he just wouldn't plowed him.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm telling you, Florida plays with an attitude, dude.
They're fun. They are truly fun to watch. I'm in on Florida again.
Was that
Go
a
ahead.
response
Go back
to the slap shot to the face?
Yep.
Yeah, of course it was.
Carolina's, dude, they're so intimidated. They're so frustrated. They're so everything to right now. They're going to get swept. If they win a game in this series, I will be surprised. And then Florida's going to chill out and wait for whomever comes out of this series.
By the way, before we get to a break, because we're giving away a pair of season passes to Ilitch's.
And that includes everything, right? That includes parking and all the
parking
fun,
and all the
good
fun stuff, fireworks, all the different things that they do, drive-in movies, all of it. All of it.
What about an icy?
I think you still have to pay for
that. You
that.
got to pay for your own corn dogs and whatnot.
Yep. But he said we got one more good one. Here, let's listen.
See if you guys get the reference. Clearly, Jake has been tuned in for a while.
This is Jake. I'm on a roller coaster. I'm on a roller coaster. It's going up, up, up. And then we're going to go down. Come on. Down. Yeah. Touchdown. Roller coaster. Come on. Get it. Come on. Roller coaster. Touchdown. Come on.
Is that Jesse?
No.
What?
If you remember, I know exactly what he's talking about.
I know what that is.
After
It's a touchdown. We live in a world of HD TV, instant replay, rewind, watch it again, magnify it. My goodness. That's a touchdown. Toenail. Touchdown. Come on. Touchdown. Baltimore. What a play. Touchdown. Stop it. Touchdown.
That was like 2 years ago.
No, that was the first game of this season.
Was it this year? This past
that
year?
was Vic's analysis of the Ravens and Chiefs game from the night before.
That was actually really good, Jake. Nice job.
That was deep. He dug deep for that.
Texture says, I don't want to hear nut job screaming goodbye. Well, I'm sorry to break this to you. It was going to be the backup name of the show.
Nut job screaming.
The show could have been called Nut Job Screaming.
I love it when those of you who text us that you're leaving the show or going, like, do you think your text is going to make us change? Do you think that delivery of that text is going to do anything to affect our show? I'm just asking.
Wait, what nut job was screaming? Is it me?
No, all of the nut jobs.
But
on the
does that texter
those
that texter think? And I'm glad I'm not on the text line because that would be my retort. Did you think the work you put in to deliver that text would do anything to alter our approach to this program?
What's it from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka? No, please, stop, come back, please.
That's what he said.
Vic, I always like to say, it's not an airport. There's no need to announce your departure.
Good one, Nelly.
Can we all just scream on the way to break?
3, 2, 1.
Touchdown.
I hate you. Goodbye.
Quickly, name one of the most reliable auto brands on planet Earth. And then say Mazda. That's right, Mazda. Year after year after year, voted one of the most reliable brands. Look it up, you'll know. And right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, they've got an unreal selection of Mazda cars, SUVs, every possible style, all the colors, all the options, all right there at Silterhar. They are ready to make deals for you on the Mazda, so get a new ride for the spring and the summertime. Greg Larson and his crew are going to take care of you, and the value on your trade is going to be the best you can possibly find. The prices are outstanding. So shop online right now at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. And then this weekend, do yourself a favor. Get on up to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and see exactly what I'm talking about. You are going to be blown away with every Mazda in captivity at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, so you know how the NFL just doesn't care about anything that you might hold near and dear to your heart? They're taking over Christmas. They're taking over everything. And we all kind of thought like the NFL.
It's almost like, hey, Roger Goodell saying this. Hey, Brett, what's the baby Jamal Kill's birthday?
June 4th.
We're gonna have a game on June 4th, and it's gonna be the Lions. It's like they're just invading your life.
Well, there was always like people thought there was this unspoken agreement between them and college football because they're the feeder system to the NFL. That hey, we aren't going to step on their toes, and then they started playing some Saturdays.
Yeah, well, there was supposed to be an unwritten agreement between college football and high school football. Can't play college football on Friday nights. And then they started playing college football on Friday nights.
Well, then they started playing college football on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays and sometimes Sundays and well, the NFL is just like, I really don't care anymore.
I really don't give a
The college football playoff is, especially with this expanded thing, is something that got a whole bunch of ratings last year and is making college football a whole lot of money. And the NFL was just like, don't care. I'm putting my games right up against yours. Like they're playing football games on Saturday in the exact windows that the college football playoff is starting.
Do you like the move that college football made yesterday, agreeing the college football playoff
absolutely,
now will no longer
absolutely love it.
Will no longer be the top 4 seeds. Will no longer be necessarily conference winners, conference tournament winners. It's the best 4 teams according to their poll, and that's it. So if you win the Big Ten conference, the SEC conference, you're not necessarily one of those top 4. If you're the Big 12 conference winner, you're not necessarily one of those 4 anymore.
Yeah, if the Big 12 conference winner is, let's say, ranked 5th overall, you don't get a bye. Period. End of story.
Was that a problem last year? I mean, the one that people had beef with was Arizona State, and they put up a huge fight in that game.
I think it was more a nod to the Big Ten and the SEC that if you have 2 teams that are really good and one did not win your conference playoff game, you're going to have a chance to still be top.
Here's what happened.
I think that's the way it should be, though. I do. I think that's the way it should be.
Here's what happened, and they can do this. The Big Ten and the SEC have what I call a pimp hand. And they will walk up to the people in charge in college football.
Is that what you call it?
And they have to do this. All they have to do is this. Just feign like they're about to give a backhand in their face. They go, all right.
It's also a nod to Notre Dame. Notre Dame doesn't have to win a conference championship game. They're not in the conference.
Correct.
They can be a top 4 seed.
Yeah. The ACC, I think they're looking at. They're going, hey,
well,
ACC.
you can say whatever you want, but until they get a better deal. Hey, here's my retort to everybody who blames, and I agree. I think Notre Dame should be in a conference. I'm going to, but they make so much money not being in one. Make them an offer. Make me an offer.
Okay.
Until you can arrive at my offer, I ain't going to listen to you.
Okay. The ACC even recognizes, look, we may have our champion be the 7th-ranked team in the country, and they think they're okay with it. I mean, it's the way it may not benefit them, but it's the best way to do it for college football overall. That's what I think.
Yeah. So, by the way, here's the games that are going up against the college football playoff games. Eagles and Commanders. That could be a pretty big game at that portion of the
hold on a
season.
second. Let me wrap my head around this.
Hey, hold on. I remember we had this conflict last year. We had NFL football the same day as college football playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the college football. It depends on what your appetite
That's
is.
what I'm going to probably do as well.
I watch the college football 100%, and it's not even close. The games mean more.
Okay,
well, Eagles Commanders at that point of the season could matter a lot, but I understand your point. I get
not
it.
For me. I watch college football. A college football playoff game? Nah, it's not even close.
The other is Packers and Bears.
That probably will not garner my attention. Probably will not. But that Eagles Commanders game, I mean, listen, if that's to win the damn division, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That would be huge.
I just, I know the NFL can do what they want, right? I think you should be actually at least a little bit nice towards college football.
That's your feeder program, and it's free.
And it's free.
Yeah,
you don't pay a cent for it.
Exactly.
You should acquiesce a little bit to them.
To be honest with you, I think the NFL are a bunch of a-holes for doing that.
I agree. I don't think they should.
Yeah, but they're just maximizing anything they possibly can for them.
Doesn't change my opinion.
I know, I understand, but I'm just saying they're the big dog on the block, and they don't have to acquiesce to anybody.
But what I'm saying, though, Moj, you have a free minor league system you don't pay a cent for.
So what? It's not going to – I mean, no matter what you do, it's not going to change.
Okay, I get that, but hang on. The NFL draft is one of the biggest television shows of the year.
And it's all compliments of a free developmental system.
And it's because the college football, your free minor league system is so popular that it feeds right into it. I just think it would be dumb for you to start challenging them on things, is all I'm saying.
And every time the NFL has tried to foster its own and cultivate its own developmental league, right, they've been part owners. That stuff doesn't work. It never works. Nobody cares about these alternate leagues. Quit trying. Is there still a league out there? Are they still playing one of these leagues?
Right now.
The UFL is going on right now.
Have you? Do you watch that?
I've watched just a little bit of it. Tiny bit of it.
0 seconds of the UFL is
what I like best about the UFL, Vic, is I like their...
If you say uniforms?
I like that these guys compete hard because they want to go to the NFL.
Guys, this we know to be true.
I like the uniforms.
As far as television ratings are concerned, the most popular sport in the United States of America is the National Football League. The second most popular sport in the United States of America is college football.
Yeah,
that is correct. And when you get down into it, when you really get down to the thickness of the thick of college football, a lot of those fans are fans of college football and not necessarily have an NFL team.
It's a different. You know what it is?
I would say
for
most
all the
probably
changes
do,
that college football has undergone.
Most
with
probably
NIL,
do, but their number one loyalty is to their college.
Yeah.
All the changes that college football has undergone, and I think more to come, and it's almost getting ridiculous. It's still much different than the NFL because you're attached to a university, and it's when you think about it, it's so weird, right? You're attached to a university of higher learning, like your fandom is attached to that place, that area. It's not attached to a city. It's not attached to a state. An institution of higher learning.
It's a campus. Yeah. No, I get it. But
and that model doesn't exist anywhere. Think about college football. That model of sport doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. They're not doing this in Europe or in South America. They don't have universities where they draw millions upon millions to go watch their athletic teams play.
Not at all.
Only in the United States does that happen.
Correct. Hey, could you put that water down any harder?
Bro, I'm putting it down at the same...
Do it again.
Look, watch how soft this is. Watch.
Why is that so loud?
Because I have
he's on
the
a mic
stand.
stand.
The mic stand is on the table, so anytime I hit the table,
show me. I can't see. Show me. Oh,
this.
I got you. Oh, and we come to find out that Nate Kreckman indeed was the
Kreckman.
culprit. He broke the microphone. What the hell's Nate doing with that mic?
How do you even break it? How does that even? How's it possible?
Get him on the air, Nelly. Get him on the air.
I'm going to put this water down. I'm going to put this water down. And Moshe, I want you to tell the people how softly I put this down and listen to how loud it comes through. Watch. I mean, I barely put it on the table.
That is really crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, he just set. I don't know that you could set it down as a human any softer than that.
I'm going to try and do no sound.
All right, ready? Here we go.
Oh, I did
nice
it.
job.
I did it. I did it.
This is
Thank
like
you.
Olympic diving. You
Yeah,
did
it is.
You made the smallest
Yeah,
splash.
it is.
Tell me if you hear this.
Yeah,
Yes.
you and your fidget spinner. Yeah, we know.
There's a couple of different things. I mean, you having a fidget spinner, by the way, it's one of the more shocking things in the world. For I don't do cartoons, guys. Got a fidget spinner.
I got it in Rome. It's got the Colosseum, the Vatican City on it, Spanish Steps.
Did you get it from one of those guys on the street? Seriously?
Of course.
Why does that make a difference?
Well, I got this in Rome too. It makes.
I don't watch cartoons, but it was in Italian.
Hey, buenos dias.
Where you
Spin your
get
fidget.
your collectibles makes a difference.
What was the name of the place in Rome that we were on? What was the name of that bar?
Sabaros.
Giuseppe's House of Booze? I mean, seriously, what was the name of the place?
Wait, honestly, do they have a chain pizza place? Because I know McDonald's are everywhere. Do they have a chain pizza place in Italy? Like a Little Caesars. Does that exist? Or a Domino's? Or a Pizza Hut?
Not that I saw. That and it doesn't work.
Not that I saw.
They did try it, though? They tried it?
Don't be stupid.
Why am I not?
Hey,
what do you mean?
Look at me. Don't be stupid.
I did.
What's stupid about that?
We do a lot of fun little games on this show. Don't be stupid.
What is that?
Okay?
Wait, I'm asking genuinely. Did they do it?
Hey, don't be stupid.
Yeah, don't be stupid. I will say this, Brett. In St. Mary-Glise, you know what they have there? They have this place.
Water?
They do. They have this place called Gang of Pizza. And you know what Gang of Pizza is? It is a kiosk where you go and it sits in a parking lot next to a gas station. And you go and you put money in and you order a pizza and it cooks the pizza and spits it out to you.
I don't like that.
I don't trust it.
Yeah, I don't trust that at all.
Brett,
Very popular. It's very popular.
They still have Papa John's out there, and Shaq still is a spokesperson.
Really?
But it's called Papa Giuseppe's.
So here, I looked this up. Domino's used to be in Rome.
Right.
But they have since closed.
Yeah.
But used to be.
Yeah, but you're not going to Rome for Domino's,
Well, no
bro.
kidding. That's why I was like, that's what I was wondering. Maybe the Domino's is better there. You know, what if
the one thing I noticed though, when you come back, Mose, you tasted like pizza in Europe and in Italy. You eat the pizza, and hell, I ate just pizza and wine for a month, and I lost 2 pounds. Okay,
Yeah.
I lost 2
The
pounds.
ingredients are so pure.
Yes.
And
So
fresh.
when you come back here,
I lose weight in Europe. I'm not even
the
kidding
first
you.
thing I did when I came back home last year when we went is I said, I'm going to go have a pizza, and I'm not going to tell you where I ate it, at one of the more renowned pizza places. I just want to have a pizza and see if I could taste the difference. I wanted to vomit.
Because
it's just not the same.
Just because I know you guys are wondering, there are no Panda Expresses in China. I looked.
No.
All right. So a lot more to get to, especially with this Kroenke press conference. If you missed something, I think there was a theme of what he was talking about for 27 minutes yesterday, and we'll get to it next.
I want to be the one that feeds.
Yeah. Not bringing that back again.
Copy.
Got some audio from Michael Malone doing some more microphone work yesterday. I don't know. Is he a reporter? What is he? What do you call him?
Microphone work?
What do you call him? What is
rabbit?
An analyst? I don't know what Malone is. He was on
He's an
ESPN.
analyst. He's a coach analyst,
He
guest
had
analyst.
It looked like he had a new suit and new shoes on last night.
Well, we'll get to the audio of this in a second because he wants to make amends with Denver after they got very mad at him a couple days ago. So we'll get to that in a second. Just quickly on the Kroenke press conference stuff, and I know it's the audio that you searched out at the very end, Nelly. If we could just hear that one more time about what the offseason looks like. Because there's one thing that, if there's a theme to the press conference, a word, it seemed to be internal, was a lot of the used vernacular and how to fix things. So let's hear it.
No, I think to answer your question maybe a little more pointed, I think a lot of our answers are internal right now. With where we are from a roster standpoint, we have guys locked into contracts. We're going into a coaching transition. And to be frank, that's a huge change. Huge change. I know that we've already had DA as our coach for 6 weeks or so, but he didn't really get a chance to really implement any of his own ideas because of the time frame and the time crunch with the playoffs fast approaching. So DA's philosophy, how he might use these guys slightly differently. There's going to be a lot of big changes throughout our organization already, and I think that these players are already going to be excited about what they experienced the last few weeks. And what that might hold for them individually going forward.
A lot of it is internal. You make an internal hire with David Adelman rising up to the head coach. GM is still up in the air, but he did not rule out an internal promotion at that spot. And then when it comes to, how do we fix the roster? He said a couple of different ways, or a couple of different times, that we're going to look at the guys that are on the roster. We got good players. I'm going to challenge them in the offseason. A lot of that going on. So if you're expecting an offseason of big moves and wild changes and huge trades, it's not happening.
I understand that fans want what they want. I understand they want to win. There's always something new and exciting that is the unknown that you want to go get. But one of the most important things I took out of that news conference yesterday was that Josh Kroenke came out and said, look, nobody understands the responsibility and nobody feels pressure more than I do in the Nikola Jokic years. Correct?
Yes.
I want to finish that thought momentarily. In a moment, I should say. Apparently, we have a guest that has jumped on the program.
Well, he was checking to make sure that his microphone was working. I did the same this morning. Hi, Nate. Do we got him, Nelly? We don't hear Nate yet. Hang on.
We'll bring him up when we can.
There we go. You got me now?
Yep, got you
there
now.
There we are.
Nate,
there we are.
Did you eat the microphone that was in the studio?
Dude, it snapped. I moved it yesterday because you're supposed to be able to move a microphone that's on an arm that moves the microphone, and it suddenly was in my hand and no longer attached to the arm, which I think really what you guys should be praising me for today is that Andy and I were very quickly able to rig up a This Old House style solution to the problem.
You took it from the other side that somebody also broke. That's all you did. You didn't do anything historic. You just went around the corner, took that microphone on, and put it on this one.
I'm sorry, but I believe we didn't skip a beat on our wildly successful #1 in the USA radio show, the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and we very quickly found a solution. And then we continued the program live on air, I might add. Mark Moser.
Did the microphone snap much like maybe you did upon hearing that the Nuggets were pretty much handcuffed and there's not going to be any massive moves? Was that your reaction? Seriously, what was your reaction when you just heard what we heard? And it doesn't sound like they're going to do anything.
No, it really doesn't. It sounds like they're looking at their salary table and they're just like, well, nobody's going to want to trade for Michael Porter anyway, so what is the point of blowing this all
Carl.
up?
See, I think that's what you just said there. I don't think they'd be averse to making a move. I just don't think I think they know that no one's going to play.
But they don't have the I don't know if they even want to, Krecker, but they don't have the really the ability to do it, because who's going to take on that salary? You don't have assets to give with the salary. You see what I'm saying? And by the way, we all agree that it's the best starting five in the NBA. At least I think that that's what it is. Personally,
did you look at? By the way, did you guys, and we were looking at this yesterday, like just the numbers in the Thunder series, like that starting five destroyed OKC's.
They had a better rating.
Five.
Yep,
and,
they had a better rating.
And Krecker, when it's all said and done, when you see Oklahoma City just plowing their way through these teams, Memphis was a joke. It looks like Minnesota's a joke. I mean, they're absolutely destroying them. We may be done with this when OKC wins the whole damn thing and say, you know what, the only team that gave them anything was the Nuggets, and they took them to 7. Okay, that being said, that being said, Nate, why would fans be disappointed if you do stay internal? I mean, we could look back on this and say, you know what, they're very close. Not that they don't need to do anything, because they do. They need to shore up that damn bench, and they need to find out if guys can play or cannot play, and hopefully Duran is a player and he's healthy. And so, I mean, all these things are hoping
Long
things.
question.
Jesus criminy, please stop the question.
My point is, why would anybody be disappointed if they do stay internal and
it's still going
and find the answers there?
I yesterday heard Vic Lombardi giving his opinions on the PhD show yesterday, and Vic said something, and I cited this on our show yesterday that I thought was very good. And this is the part that makes both brains and microphones break. Is Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji, okay? It sounds good on October 1st to be like, we're going to stick with our guys. They're going to grow. We're going to make this second unit gel, and this thing is really going to work. Like, how's David Adelman going to be feeling about that on December 1st? How is David Adelman going to be feeling about another round of, you know, we'll be looking at like on-off Jokic splits, and it'll be like, oh, they're 20 points worse when he is off the court. And it's like, let's keep running Zeke out there, though. Let's stick with this. That's the part of it where, like, it sounds good to say right now, you just got to develop a bench. These guys just got to play. Sure. It's also possible that they just stink.
Yeah, it's possible.
It is.
But we don't really
and
know.
And kind of likely.
But Nate, this is what drives me nuts. How do I not know that yet? How is that not something I know definitively already?
Exactly.
All right. So, and Vic made this good point, okay?
Jeez, you guys right here. I can make these points too, Nate.
You were crushing it. You were crushing it yesterday, but I agreed with you.
Hello, little Kreckman, by the way.
Jalen Pickett. Yeah. Sammy, say what's up, dude.
Hey.
There he is. So, Jalen Pickett. Last year at this time when we were talking about Jalen Pickett, or I guess not at this time, but after Summer League, seriously, Andy and I were like, that's not an NBA player. This guy, this is bad. This guy doesn't belong in the league. I think he looks like he belongs in the league. Now, I don't know if he belongs as like a true reserve NBA point guard that can eat up 20 to 22 minutes on a given night, but he looks like an NBA player right now. So there is always the possibility, like, guys do get better. I don't know if Zeke can get better, but guys do get better.
Sure.
And some guys fall off, like Dario did. He just fell off. I thought he'd be a great... Yeah. Listen, I was pounding the table for Dario Saric, and he just completely fell off the face of the earth. And I don't think there's any rescuing that. But, I posed it this way yesterday. How many people out there listening, raise your hand, thought that Jalen Pickett was not an NBA player in December? Everybody did.
Yeah.
And then a couple months later, wait. This guy can hit threes? He hits a couple, he gets confidence, right? Wait, I can do this. And then that Sacramento game comes around. They don't win that Sacramento game without Jalen Pickett, if you remember. So confidence does weird things to young players. It turns them into something that we may have seen but weren't sure. I don't know if that works for everybody on this roster, but I still believe that guy can play as a backup point guard in this league.
Yeah, you gotta get it with Watson, big time with Watson. Strother, I think, is a dude. Strother just has to stay healthy for a full year.
Yep.
But that's an NBA player. He's a second unit guy, but that's an NBA player. I think you have something right there. It's not an ideal solution. There's also, this is the other part, starting five, as good as it is, they're not going to play 1 through 82 next year. So somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's going to miss a month. They always do in the NBA. Who's ready to step in and actually help that group out? This is where they got to get creative. And I don't think that they need to kick the idea out of bed of trading Michael Porter. They have to canvass the league the best that they possibly can. And if you can get two serviceable NBA players in exchange for Michael Porter, you got to make a move like that.
And that's go back to yesterday. I don't think that's the time and place, like to say, hey, and we're trading one of our. Why would you say it?
Sure.
Right.
Why would you put them on alert? Why would you do that to them? You don't say it, but you're thinking about it in the background.
Hey,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, Nate, just real quick before we let you go, I made this comparison, and we're going to find out on the Broncos part of this, I think, this year. But the question last year about running the football, is it he didn't trust the guys in the backfield or he just didn't want to run the football? It feels the same thing with the bench guys, doesn't it? Are they not good enough, or do you just not want to do it? And what do you think that is right now with the Nuggets as we sit here today?
It's that you would have to lose a lot of games, or you have to be very open to losing what are otherwise winnable games by playing those guys. But guys, Jokic played a career high 37 minutes a game last year. Mm-hmm. He can't do that, and it does two things. It wears him down in season. It's also gonna shrink that prime if you keep doing that with him.
Well, I look at it as Josh Kroenke and everybody associated with that team realizes the responsibility they have with Nikola Jokic in his prime. And I think they're going to do what they think is best. Now, that may not be correct, but they haven't given me any reason not to really kind of trust them with the moves that they've made, Nate. I mean, the window is still open. You're not going to win every dang year. And as far as that bench is concerned, we simply do not know. So until we know, I'm open to really anything at this point.
Yeah, we got a lot of ideas, but let's be open to being wrong about it. Honestly,
I'll leave it with this: when Nate was first contacted by our fine producer about coming on the show, Nate's response to us making allegations he broke the microphone. This was Nate's response.
I
didn't break the microphone. The microphone broke. There's a difference. That's much like saying, I didn't rob the bank was robbed. There's a difference.
Disagree, because the bank is not a piece of equipment that has to have utility, that has to hold up to the rigors of the kind of takes 100% correct,
Those hot takes coming in,
and quite frankly, sexy, that are getting spewed directly into that microphone. And you know what? That microphone couldn't hold up to me. That was the problem.
I think that Vic actually missed the best part. Like, if you wanted to know who Nate Kreckman was, this sequence of 3 texts is exactly. So it's what Vic said. I didn't break the microphone broke, there's a difference. But then he said, but sure, I'll hop on Zoom in a few minutes. Gotta get the Wordle first. So I hope you enjoyed that Wordle before you hopped on with us.
I did, and I won't spoil it for anybody, but I got it in 3 today.
Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6.
Should have gotten it in 2, by the way, and I got hosed. But sometimes, hey, you know what? Just like playoff basketball, you know what they say? That's basketball. You know what they say? That's Wordle.
What time is your Dungeons and Dragons appointment?
Appointment?
Appointment, yeah.
Did I need to go on the website and schedule it out months in advance like it's my doctor?
You tell me.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 to 6. Or as Berto would call it, Lindahl and Kreckman. Either one is fine with me.
What the hell is Wordle again? What is that? Is that like Scrabble?
It's a cartoon, Vic. You wouldn't like it. Bye, Nate.
See
Nate
you,
Kreckman, every day, 3 to 6, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Oh, ah, ah, oh my God, dude! Ah! Whoa! Whoa!
Roller coaster from a middle schooler's point of view. Dude, roller coasters aren't even cool. Like, this isn't even a big deal. Oh God, let me off, mommy! Dude, that wasn't even scary.
Wee! Wee! Wee!
Alan Roach here, doing a roller coaster for 92.5 Altitude Radio. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are headed up the roller coaster. Oh, down, loop-de-loop, to left. Oh, cut right, corkscrew. Welcome to Denver. My little dinghy. Okay, we have reached our destination.
Some of these are getting weird.
Well, they're trying to one-up everybody else. That's what happens. I mean, you guys opened this up by, hey there, Toots, we're going up the nice little tank top you got on over there. Oh, here we go.
That's still my favorite.
All right.
You gotta. It's sort of. You got a nice little tank top there. That's sort of filthy, man.
Can you imagine?
I mean, it's sort of misogynistic, is it not? Hey, baby.
The plethora of female listeners. If I was next to you, and I said, "Hey there, sweetheart, this nice little tank top you got on,"
She would think you're an absolute perv.
I would think so.
Yes.
Yeah, let's hear that again. Go ahead.
All right, here we go. Let's ride this roller coaster, huh? What's the name of this thing? Mind eraser? Ha! More like mild nap chaser. Let's go, huh? Oh, here we go. We're climbing. Wow, we're getting pretty high. You look nervous, sweetheart. What's your name? Oh, that's a beautiful name. I like that tank top. That's a good color on you.
Okay.
Wow, we're getting really high.
Stop. The more that's pervy, right? That's like you're riding with some random teenage. I gotta assume it's not a mom. Who knows?
I don't know. I don't know. I love it though. I also love how he said, "Yeah, we're still getting pretty high up here. I can see Coors Field. The Rockies are in the lead. Okay, cool.
Rockies
wow,
actually
we're really high. Hey, look over there, Coors Field. Yeah, the Rockies, they're actually winning. Okay, here we go. Oh, God! Mommy! I want my mommy!
I like it. I like that one too. I mean, it's certainly in one of the tops. We'll see at the end of the show.
Well, we've had. I sat there last night saying, "All right, tomorrow on the program, how am I going to feel about the end of the week where everything is dead?"
I've had a great time.
Absolutely. Well, no, it's been.
Not that I wanted anybody to lose, obviously, but I've had a good time.
Yeah, but I'm saying, look, the Avs are done. They've been done. The Nuggets are done. It's been almost a week. It'll be a week by the time we get back. Over a week. Rockies are 8-42, and the Yankees are coming to town. It's almost indescribable what's going to happen at Coors Field this weekend. It's going to be packed.
Mm-hmm.
I bet there are a lot of people going, listening to us
they'll be
right
sold
now.
Out?
Yeah, I do. I think they probably will be, just because you want to see Aaron Judge hit it into the river. I mean, that's about it, right?
We determined though
it's going to be a beautiful weekend in Denver. Beautiful, at least for a little bit.
If he pulls the ball, it's Commerce City. It's
no.
Thornton.
If he pulls the ball, it's North Denver. It's.
Wait.
We're not doing this.
He's hitting it towards I-70.
No.
If he
Is he a righty or?
He's a righty.
He's a righty.
Okay, so pulling the ball means he's going to right field. Oh wait, no, I'm lefty. I'm looking at it from the other side of the glass.
Oh no, it's the other side of the room.
You're right. It's this
Lord.
side here. You're right. I'm looking at it from this side.
Nelly, do not. No, take it off. Take it off. Do not allow them to do this again. Hey. Texture asked this question. I think it's a good one. Now, a lot of people, I think, feel the way the texture does. And this applies to both the Avs and the Nuggets, by the way. But he says this. How was it so bad that Josh Kroenke had to fire both the GM and the head coach with 3 games left and then just promote from within? Were they not part of the problem? Hiring a coach without a legit search before the GM is asking for the same type of situation as Malone and Booth. The GM had no say in the coach. The coach was not hired by the GM. Now, I do think it's a fair question. You fire your head coach and GM with 3 games left in the regular season, and then you say, you know what? I think all of our answers are inside the organization already, whether that's the roster, whether that's the GM, whether that's the coach, and we don't know about GM yet, but the coach certainly has been answered. When the Avs season ended, what'd they say? It was basically, you know what? We're doing what we've been doing. And some people disagreed. I think in the Avs case, it's a little bit different because you just got matched up with a team that was really good in the first round, win 7 games, couldn't hold on to it. But in both cases, they're basically telling you, we still think this is pretty close to good enough with a couple tweaks.
Because it is.
You think are both of them the same situation, though, is what I'm asking, the Avs and the Nuggets?
They're not the same situation, no, because
one was a product of dysfunction.
That is correct. Right. And I think that the last 3 games of the regular season and the postseason, because they didn't have enough depth and they were injured, I think it proves it to you, or at least should give you a pretty darn good idea that this team is still pretty dang, talk about the Nuggets, pretty dang good. We're going to look back. I believe we're going to look back when this is all said and done, say, you know what? The Nuggets gave the Thunder the hardest damn test they could possibly get this postseason. That's one.
I think they will.
Yes.
I don't think that's assumed. I think they will.
Number 2, I don't know what would happen in the Stanley Cup final. I don't know. But if the Avs get by Dallas, I think they get there. I think they beat Winnipeg. I think they beat Edmonton.
It's always a dangerous game to play.
No, it is.
But
I'm
it's
just
not that I disagree. I don't disagree with you.
I'm just telling you what my feeling is, what my thought is.
Yeah.
They're very, very close. I mean, they really are close, dude.
So the translation here, at least let me go to the Nuggets real quick.
That's why the heartbreak is so, it's more significant than if you didn't have enough. You had enough. That's why.
Here's what happened. Do you think the Nuggets go to the finals if they get past Game 7 of OKC?
I don't know. It's still a question mark.
Yeah, because Minnesota's a problem matchup.
I don't think they do, especially with AG's injury.
If AG's out, I don't think they do.
I agree. But and also just Minnesota's matchup, the stylistic thing is not ideal for the Denver Nuggets.
Isn't it weird how Minnesota doesn't seem to match up with OKC, but Denver had a better matchup opportunity with OKC, but couldn't match up with Minnesota? It's just weird how that all works.
Yeah.
Again, the difference I see between Minnesota versus Denver in this particular matchup, Denver was more mature in the way they handled OKC. They were more methodical. Okay, they're going to make their run. We're going to do some things. Plus, they have the best player on the planet at the end of the day that you can lean on.
Mm-hmm. But it's what Kreckman was talking about earlier is absolutely right. Whether they find the roster fixes inside or outside the organization, it's pretty absurd that, especially after last year, guys, we ended the season when they lost in that Game 7 to Minnesota, and we talked about, gosh, they looked a little bit tired. They looked fatigued. They played a lot of minutes. And this year, they put up the most minutes per game of their careers. Yeah. That's pretty wild.
Let me address a text.
And it wasn't like, hey, 34.1 minutes per game to 34.2. It was by like a couple of minutes on average.
So they're going to have to fix that, whether it comes from the bench they currently have or guys who are on the roster or not. And there are going to be new players on this team next year, so be assured of that. The 8485. We're not cool with it when the Rockies hire from within and don't like the product. Pot and kettle deal here. The big difference, 8485, is that the Nuggets and the Avalanche have won.
Yeah.
And they kick ass every year.
I can't believe you're making that comp.
They're not on pace to match 1895 Jack Glasscock. Okay? We're not talking about 135 years of suckitude. We're talking about teams that won and that are this close still. You can't always win. Does it suck? You bet 8-4, 8-5. It sucks. But if you're even remotely in any way, shape, or form comparing what's going on at Ball Arena to what's going on at Coors Field, say it, Vic.
Whoa.
You're stupid?
You're a moron!
Yeah.
Okay, I've had my share.
Don't call me that.
I will say this, though.
8-4, 8-5. You can't compare the two, bud.
Not to defend
him. You can't
him.
do it. It's completely different.
Not to defend him, because I disagree with his take. But in general, like, this is what I said about Adelman. You remember when we were having this discussion before he was the permanent hire? And, Vic, you asked me, like, it was 3 questions in succession. Did David Adelman do a good job? Yes. Did he do a good enough job to keep this as the permanent head coach? Yes. Is his personality much different from Michael Malone, where the concerns that Malone had at the end of his tenure would not happen with Adelman?
Yes.
But if you wanted change, then all of that can be true, and you can still be like, I think I wanted something else.
But he already,
just for the sake of a new sort of era.
It was already said yesterday in the news conference that he can't even implement his own stuff yet. You're right onto the postseason. You got to go with what the guys know.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Not
let me
at
put
all.
some people at ease too about this. I've heard a lot of complaints. Oh well, why would you hire a head coach before the GM? You're undercutting the GM. That's a dumb move. Why would you do that? Well, if you're going to bring in a GM who wants to do everything his way, wants to hire his own coach, then you got the wrong GM in this situation. That's not the way this organization operates. That's not their operational agreement. That's not who they are. You're not going out to get Pat Riley. That's not what this is. This is a shared space. It really is. This is the way they operate their organization. And I have no issues with the GM coming in and saying, okay, so there's my coach. Great. I'll get along with him. And my coach, Adelman gets along with anybody.
Well, you're right about this, Vic. Josh Kroenke is not the type that's going to hand somebody the keys and back off. No. He said yesterday, I need to be more involved, is what he said.
Yeah. Can we address something before we say goodbye? Because a lot was made after game 1, Michael Malone calling Shea the MVP. And at the time, I came on the air the next day, and I didn't think there was that big a deal. I thought it was assumed he knew he'd be the MVP, and everybody sort of got, oh, my God, I can't believe he said it. Well, yesterday on the pregame show, ESPN pregame show, here's what Michael Malone had to say about his Shea comments game 1.
Yeah, I agree with that. When Nikola won the first of his 3 MVPs, and I did vote for him again this year if I had a vote. Want to make sure the people in Denver know that because right now I'm getting a lot of heat back home.
Welcome to TV, Michael.
Yeah, no doubt. But it does legitimize the performance that you had. But he was such a business mindset, mental approach. Yeah, it meant nothing to him. He was solely focused on
he just wanted people to understand that what we, at the time, and what I understood, it was assumed Shea would win the MVP.
Yeah.
It's not him lobbying for Shea to win the MVP.
But he could have worded it differently.
Okay. But it wasn't him going,
well, did he say,
here's the MVP. I mean, it was, the assumption was he was going to win it. We all knew this.
Okay. But he sold it pretty damn hard. You can see what or
okay, did that walk back make you feel better though?
Yeah, a little bit. To me, it makes me feel like it was more of a rookie mistake than anything else. And what about the fans?
The fans thing is still bothersome.
Do the fans now, Michael.
By the way, I'm just so I have this clear. Coaches don't vote on this stuff, right?
No, they don't.
No, it's just media members and rights holders.
Gotcha.
Hey, last thing on this, guys. The owners own the team. It's their team. They can do whatever they want with their team. They don't always make the right decisions at all. But I trust this ownership group enough and seeing what they've done and the money they've spent and where they've gone to try to win that I think they deserve the benefit of the doubt, number one. And number two, Josh Kroenke said it yesterday for everyone to hear. The responsibility felt inside that with the owners on down to maximize what you got with both teams and the cores that you have. They're not stupid people. They understand that these things come around once in a blue moon, man. And for a guy like Nikola Jokic, maybe once in a lifetime. They know the task at hand. They know the responsibility. They know that you got to get while the getting's good right now. It's their team. You can do whatever you want. But for crying out loud, keep giving them the opportunity to do that. And in 10 years, if it doesn't happen, then we can look back and pick everything apart.
They have always erred, by the way, on the side of patience rather than making hasty decisions.
Yeah, they're not knee-jerk reactor people.
And the last
at all.
The last time they were really criticized for doing this, just as a reminder, last time they were criticized for being too patient was in 2021 with the Avs and in 2022 with the Nuggets, right?
Correct.
And the years after both of those resulted in championships for both of those teams.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Well, one thing I've learned about pro sports, you can control your entity. You can control your team, your roster, your potential. What you cannot control is what the rest of the league does. And the problem with the Nuggets, per se, they happen to live in a division that is the single best division in basketball right now, with 3 teams that are capable of winning a championship, one that's going to win one this year. They are in the best division, the most competitive division, the most talent-laden division. It's a Western Conference division. There is no way around that. That's what sucks.
Nelly, you said you got one more on the way to break?
Yeah, these 2 roller coaster submissions came in back-to-back, and there was a common theme among the 2.
What was that roller coaster called? The Russell Westbrook Experience. Don't know if I like it.
Here's my version of a roller coaster. Murray inbounds to Joker. Yes, 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 yes. Joker kicks it back to Murray. Yes, 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 yes. Murray swings it out to Westbrook. Corner 3. No, 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 no. Yes!
They are themed.
Creative.
Did you hear somebody had a big old V8 cruising by? Did you hear that?
No.
To Murray. Yes, 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 yes. Murray.
Not once would I have picked that out. All right. Got drunk takes coming up. We'll give away these pair of season passes to Elitch's next.
We're sitting here toward the end of May. Did you make a New Year's resolution? Did you keep it? Get yourself better, improve your health? You feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns off, working out, not seeing the gains you used to? Maybe your libido's down a little bit. Well, maybe the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you with that resolution and help you get back to being you, because you might be suffering from low testosterone. You hear me talk about it all the time. Early to mid-30s, guys lose 2 to 3% production every single year. It's gradual, and all of a sudden you're just not the same as you used to be. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple yes or no answers. If you think you might have low T, get fixed. Schedule an appointment. It's super simple. It's really helped me. I absolutely love it. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, wake up feeling refreshed and not crazy. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, they've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. 5 locations, Colorado Springs, all the way up to Fort Collins, so call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, final segment of the week. Off on Monday. It is Memorial Day. Remember what Memorial Day is all about, please? People confuse Veterans Day with Memorial Day. Veterans Day is for all who have served.
Yes.
Memorial Day is for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for your country. Now, if you have a family member who served or you served, thank you very, very much. That's Veterans Day. Memorial Day is for those who never came home and made the ultimate sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just keep that in mind. There's a difference between the two. I always see it mixed up every Memorial Day.
Right.
And obviously it's a thing for me. Number two, Vic, are you going to watch the Indy 500 this year?
No.
There used to be a time, man, when the Indy 500 Memorial Day weekend was the biggest thing.
It was.
It's not that way anymore, bro. Not at all.
In the 80s and 90s, I never missed it, and I'm not sure why it went away. I don't know. I mean, I've never attended. I wish I could, because I heard it's a great.
I've been invited on a couple of occasions and could not go, which is unfortunate, but I've been invited. I think it would still be, they call it what, the greatest spectacle in racing?
Mm-hmm.
I think it would still be really cool to be there. I've been to the Speedway. I've been on the track. I've just never been to a race there.
Let's test Brett, you and I right now, because I know Moser will know the answer. Name one driver.
Stenhouse.
That's NASCAR.
That's NASCAR.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
I'll go with
Jean-Claude Pierre.
Outhouse.
Allmendinger.
He's not in it, no.
He's from Denver, isn't he?
He lived up north, I think, in Lyons for a
Let
while.
me tell you something right now. If racing were a subject on Jeopardy, I'd have a better shot at the authors.
Cool story, bro.
IndyCar racers or 16th century French poets?
I think the French poets would be a better lane for me.
I think that's.
Is there another Foyt?
No, he still owns a team though. But
Andretti.
There is an Andretti in it. Yes,
there is
an Andretti. Yes.
How many freaking Andrettis are there?
Marco is Michael's son. That's Mario's grandson. He's in it. Yeah. There's a lot of names that you probably wouldn't recognize unless you're an IndyCar fan, because those names are all gone. You know, Johnny Rutherford and Gordon John, all those guys, right? Rick Mears, all those guys are all long gone. It's just when the split happened, I'm going to get into it. There was a split back in the late 90s, and the rest is history. So, but there's a lot of, but still, I mean, these cars are going 230 miles an hour around Indy.
Great documentary. Is it called The Two Lions? Who's the Indy racer that won and then passed away tragically in an accident, and now his sons race? The documentary is about what his sons have done since he passed. What is the name of that racer? Somebody will come up with it for me. No one has just yet.
I choose 16th century French poets.
Okay. Not Dan.
I saw the documentary. I can't remember his name.
Not Dan Weldon.
Yeah, Dan Weldon.
Well, Dan Weldon was young when he passed away, though. That was some years ago.
He had two kids, two boys.
Two little guys?
Yeah, two boys.
They must have been little guys.
They did a documentary on it, and his boys have picked up racing. It's a wonderful show if you have a chance to watch it.
The death of Dan Weldon is one of the most horrific crashes in the history of the sport.
Sure was.
It's horrible.
He switched teams.
Yeah. Anyway, enough of that. But anyway, the Indy 500 is Sunday. It's fun just to see the green flag wave and see 33 cars go screaming around there, is it not?
What?
I don't know. I'll check it out. I'll be checking it out.
It's gonna make. Does the green flag mean go?
That's what it means, buddy.
What is the yellow? All right, so give me all the flags.
Flags.
The checker means you
win. Yellow flag is caution.
Caution, stop.
Red flag means stop. Black flag means get off the damn track. Checkered flag means you win. And they have a blue flag with a yellow stripe means get out of the way. White flag means last lap.
Did you get that, Brett?
Well, Vic, you just see a bunch of gray flags, right?
I'd
What do they do for the colorblind? Are the colorblind allowed to ride?
Yeah, you know what you say? Screw them.
I'd be on the track going, I don't know what the hell that means.
That's awesome.
All these cars are stopped, and Vic's just... All I see is green. All right. Let's give away first these pair of season passes to Elitch's. A couple of finalists here, and we'll decide. Go ahead now, Lane.
Oh my God, I'm gonna piss my pants. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I like that one. I do. All right, what's next?
All right, here we go. Let's ride this roller coaster, huh? What's the name of this thing? Mind Eraser? Ha! More like mild nap chaser. Let's go, huh? Oh, here we go. We're climbing. Wow, we're getting pretty high. You look nervous, sweetheart. What's your name? Oh, that's a beautiful name. I like that tank top. That's a good color on you. Wow, we're getting really high. Hey, look over there, Coors Field. Yeah, the Rockies, they're actually winning. Okay, here we go. Oh, God! Oh, God! Mommy! I want my mommy! Oh, God! Oh, my lap belt, it's coming undone! Oh, God!
You know what I love about that one? I have a guy in my head. I know what that guy looks like. I know what he looks like. All right, do we have any more, or is that it?
This is Jake. I'm on a roller coaster. I'm on a roller coaster. It's going up, 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 and then we're going to go down. Come on, down. Yeah, touchdown. Roller coaster. Come on. Get it. Come on. Roller coaster. Touchdown. Come on.
I mean, that's such an inside reference.
That's inside dope. I forgot what it was all about.
That.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're all in agreement. New York guy wins.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
I'll give it to New York guy. Although you guys didn't play a finalist, the dude who played the recording of All Guts, that was pretty good too. But yeah, having a conversation with somebody you don't know is perfect on a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what's your name, sweetheart? Oh, that's a beautiful name.
I mean,
that nice
This
tank
is
top.
me and my boys on a roller coaster.
Pure guts. They got nothing but guts.
I like it. But congratulations, New York guy. What's his name, Nelly? Who is it?
Paul.
Paul. Congratulations to Paul.
Paulie.
Yeah, Paulie. All right, so there you go. There's the pair of season passes to Elitch's, which includes like everything. You get parking, you get the fun little one-day stuff, the drive-in movies, all the different stuff.
Hey, Paulie, you take care of your own corn dogs, huh?
That's right.
And funnel cakes. We don't do the rest.
And now to our favorite part of the week, please, Drunk Takes. Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
You know what? I'm thinking about I have cousins in Woodbridge, Ontario. I'm thinking about getting Canadian citizenship based on this series.
Go ahead.
I want citizenship and then a championship.
If Edmonton wins a championship, you can get citizenship. I can't. I couldn't even speak your made-up language.
I want citizenship.
All right, what's next?
I have a very long hose. I have like a 50-foot hose. And if it gets wrapped up wrong...
Dave Parker?
Oh, spam! High five. Bam! On! Yeah!
If that hose gets raveled poorly, and then you have to unravel it, and there's knots everywhere.
Get a kinky hose? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Get a kinky hose?
Dude, that's trouble.
50-footer, huh, Vic?
The fact that you and I went straight to Dave Parker, though, was great.
What's next?
Yep.
I've actually sat outside and talked to my hose. Hey! Hey!
Well,
you stop going there!
We all know if talking to your hose doesn't work, just call the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic. They have things that can actually help you. And what's next?
Now, you've got to figure out your back end here a little bit, too.
I've been trying to figure mine out for a while.
Okay.
I'm doing squats.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing squats and lunges. I've always worried about that back end. Tried everything I possibly can.
Back ends and hoses. That's what Vic was doing all week.
I reckon.
What's next?
I don't know. These guys love to step up to the plate and jack. That's the whole idea. Is a 3-run shot. You're not trying to move runners around.
I agree with you.
You're trying to just step up there and jack it as hard as you can. Dude, I proved my point with Ellie De La Cruz and Tony Gwynn. Brown,
I agree with you.
You're trying to just step up there and jack it as hard as you can.
All right. What's next?
Where were we, Nelly, when you brought your girl and you went to town? Where was that?
God,
Phrasing?
all right, everybody. Yeah.
No, I mean sorry. At the dinner.
Moser, I don't like to kiss and tell personally.
Yeah, okay, Coffee. All right. Yeah, all right.
Nelly, where were you when you brought your girl and you guys just went to town?
Yeah, you and your jalapeno poppers.
Nelly, you do come off as a person that would go to town in public.
Hey, man, if the shoe fits.
Remember, it was so funny. I'm sorry.
Yes, Moser, you were talking about when Vic brought me to the National Jewish Fundraiser at
Yes,
Shanahan's, and
yes.
I was eating like someone who lives on a radio budget and plays in a jazz band. That's what you were.
100%, yes.
That's what you were referring to.
Correct. So was I. Same exact thing.
And you and your lady went to town right there in Shanahan. That's what you guys did.
There's a reason you weren't invited back.
All right, you guys.
Pick a worse spot.
Have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy Memorial Day. As Moser said, remember what the day's about.
Please.
And we'll talk to you guys on Tuesday. Have a great weekend. Love you. Bye.
Hi, this is the microphone. This is the voice of the people. I'm going to send this to Nelly to test it. This is the voice of the people.
But one of the things that I am very comfortable with, and hopefully our fan base has seen, was how the players came together and really rallied around our coaches and our coaching staff. And so we're going to be moving forward with David Adelman as our head coach, moving forward for next season and beyond. I think that the way the group really rallied around him, and not only a different voice but a different style of communication, was fantastic to see. And so we're really excited about him, both what he's shown over the last 6 weeks, and then having a full summer, a full training camp, and a full year to get things under his belt before we go back at it again this time next year.
Tell him, Josh Kroenke. Tell him. Welcome to the Morning Sprint on this Friday. That's right. It's May 27th. We're almost in June. The weekend is here. It's time to get riggedy Rexon. Welcome to the Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford is in the building. Kevin Shockey's in the building as well. What's up?
And that's about it.
Yeah, and nobody else.
And that is the extent of us that are working here today.
Getting an email from Josh Kroenke saying, "Yo, y'all worked really hard this season. You've got tomorrow off." And then immediately after Josh telling all of us we have the day off, we get an email from our boss saying, "Not you idiots. You chuckleheads are showing up tomorrow."
Berto. Hey, Berto, let's be real. Would we want to miss this day?
No,
to
you
be able
talk about
to
it.
spew some.
Got to talk about it. But that's
some
got to
hot
be the worst
fire.
email to send, right? That's got to be the worst email to send.
Hey,
after.
What if I wanted to work today?
Well, then you suck, obviously. Who wants to work when you can have the day off, brother?
Maybe department heads could get a little heads up. Just saying.
It was supposed to be a surprise, though, right? It's like, surprise, y'all worked hard, day off. And then you had to send an email to everybody, be like, "Not you idiots."
You'll get a bonus day, I promise.
You know what? The morning sprint has turned into the morning comment box. HR comment box.
If you got to stay, if you want Kevin to know, just matter of fact, text in too. Everybody, text in. Let Kevin know.
I'll tell you what, man. Hey, David Adelman's your new head coach, and he was able to get something done that I wish I could have gotten done, but I didn't, which is the interim head coach turned into the head coach.
Did you, when that happened up at CU, did you have a feeling one way or the other, where you're just like, man, I gotta put in work and try to make this team as good?
Win.
Yeah,
we had to win. Man, it's a bottom line industry, and you know what David Adelman did? He won. He won a Game 7 as an interim head coach.
Results-oriented business.
The problem with me is that if I can make the case that I won, but only once out of the 7 chances I had. So I did win.
Yeah, and David Adelman's still undefeated in the regular season, right?
So
he's
3-0.
yet to lose in the regular season.
So
in the
really,
NBA.
David Adelman ended up a 7-7 postseason head coach. Is that right?
Yeah.
1-4, lost 1-4, then 1-3 in 7-game series.
Yeah.
So he's a 10-7 head coach, and obviously a high majority of that sample size is postseason basketball against 2 really good teams. Clippers were for real when you played them.
Yeah, and the Thunder looks like they're for real. Like Minnesota can't handle them.
They're going to win the title.
They cannot handle, which makes it even worse if you're a Nugget fan. If you're a Nugget fan, you look at this being like, man, if we would have won that, if we would have got past OKC.
Dude, games 4 and games 5.
You would have been.
Did you hear yesterday Josh Kroenke talking about it? It was a little bit.
He was like, it wasn't game 7.
It wasn't game 7. It was games 4 and 5. And you had the opportunity. You had your foot placed, I would say, loosely against the neck of OKC, and you just took it off their neck.
Yeah.
And part of it's because you lack depth. And there are a lot of things that we're going to talk about today. The first thing is I am really, really excited for David Adelman to be the head coach.
Yeah.
I love the person of David Adelman just from watching how he leads, watching the authenticity in which he speaks. Nothing seems like shade when he's talking. It just seems like it is
right. He's
a real answer to a question.
Yeah, he's not sending messages through the media.
No,
like he'll just tell you how he feels.
It gets old, man. I get irritated that I've worked for head coaches that were just constantly sending messages through the media.
You want a name drop? What head coach that you can think of is like, man, he's always sending messages through the media. He's always trying to get
Brian Kelly did. Brian Kelly did. Now, I will say Brian Kelly did it really well when I was at Notre Dame. He did it effectively. It wasn't petty.
Okay. Yeah, and sometimes it does feel petty.
Feels a little petty. But in general, it's just it adds up over time when you just see through the actual answers to questions. You're like, are you actually answering the question, or are you throwing some type of wrench into what you want to get across? And the word narrator kept coming up for Michael Malone. It worked. He's a great head coach. He won a title here. But over time, when you're narrating everything for the basketball franchise, for the players, it gets old.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about David Adelman. I think it's a day to be celebrated for those people that have bided their time. They've served well. They made it about the right things. It's a day to celebrate.
I mean, it was easy. It was an easy decision, at least for me, because of how he handled the job when he took over.
I don't think so.
You think it was a tough one?
I think it was. I was rooting for this outcome. Okay, so just full transparency, me personally rooting for this outcome. The hard part on all of this now is you just fired Michael Malone and Calvin Booth because head coach and general manager did not get along.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying that?
No, that's exactly why they got.
So now you hire a head coach. What's the other half of that relationship?
Yeah. Yeah, and who's that going to be? How long is it going to take?
Well, what's that relationship going to look like?
Yeah. Well, I tell you
that's
right
where
now,
I'm not good.
It's not going to look good.
I'm not good right now.
Oh, really?
I'm not. You did this out of turn, out of order.
Right, I get it, but I'm also of the opinion at this point in the sports calendar where you just do whatever feels right, I guess.
Okay, cool. Then whatever
Don't do
feels
it like
right.
just because everybody hires a GM and then gets a coach. The GM who comes in, whether they do like what Josh was suggesting yesterday, because he both said that they'd like to promote from within, but he also said he's done that for a couple of cycles and maybe they'd look outside the organization. So how long is it going to – are we going to be looking for a GM all summer long? Is that what this search is going to look like?
You're saying don't do what everybody else does. Okay, well, you did it your way before.
You think they're going to hire a GM who's going to walk in and be like, I don't like David Adelman as the head coach. We got to think about somebody else.
Michael Malone was in place as the head coach. Calvin Booth was promoted from within, but made the general manager. What ultimately led to the demise of the two of them?
Well, yeah, they didn't agree on anything, it sounded like.
Yeah, so...
Or Calvin Booth kept trying to... It sounds like Calvin Booth was trying to do what Josh Kroenke was asking him to do, which is look farther into the future. That's his job. That's his job, to look farther in the future. And Coach Malone was concerned about the right now. Like, it's January, and we're down by 15 to the Washington Wizards. I'm playing Joker 48 minutes tonight because we're not losing this, you know what I mean?
Right,
and at the same time, Calvin Booth is sitting there like, yo, you got to play Julian. You put Julian Strawther in this game.
Put Peyton
Watson in this game.
We got to see what we have with Pickett.
It's going to be tough for David Adelman. Like, I also agree that I think that's probably a good hire. That's probably where I was leaning, too.
I'm great with the hire, dude. Like, I don't want anybody to misread what I'm talking about right here. I love David Adelman. I don't want 2 years from now for there to be another big-time butting of heads between general manager and head coach, because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different outcome.
Yeah. I get it. Because I was assuming, and I thought we were all on the same page. You tell me if I'm wrong. KJ, you tell me if I'm wrong. You tell me if I'm wrong. I thought we were all on the same page. That last year, this year that was just completed, was going to be the come to Jesus year. Like the year that, hey, man, this is your shot. This is your chance, man. I know the year before, it didn't work out. Jamal was hurt. You guys were exhausted in the playoffs. You lost Game 7 to Minnesota. Well, here's your chance to redeem yourself. Here's your chance to redeem yourself. We've gone through this entire season, and now they're like, well, we're going to give them one more chance. One more chance. And it's because you can't make there is no changes that you can make, right? There is no trade that you can make. There is no free agent you can bring in. Like when Josh Kroenke was talking yesterday about, it's going to have to be internal. The improvement of this team has to be internal. Matter of fact, KJ, do you have that cut? Matter of fact, what's the next cut on the list that you wanted to play for us? Let's hear a little bit more from Josh Kroenke.
Oh, I gotta pick one.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Go ahead. My bad.
You know what? You know what? KJ's brain. Yeah. It took that day off. So, KJ's brain's like, I got that email. I'm not coming in.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So KJ, give me a cut from Josh. If you can find the one where he's talking about the internal development, because I'm assuming that means, and it's going to be tough, because you're going to have to say, hey, David Adelman, guess what you have to do this season? You have to make sure at the end of this regular season, Julian Strother is a better player than when he started, that Peyton Watson is better than when he started, that Deron Holmes is better than when he started, that Jamal Murray is better than when he's, you know what I mean? It's like, it's basically saying, hey, you know what our improvement has to be? It has to be all these guys. You have to get all these guys, and you have to be better than you were last season, and you have to be better than you were the season before that. And I think that's a tough ask, right? Like, how much better, in your opinion, how much better of a basketball player can Jamal Murray be? How much better of a basketball player can Michael Porter Jr. be?
Significantly better.
Oh, really? You think so? You think so? They have not reached their ceiling. You still think there's room for improvement?
You know what the two of them have to have? And this is accountability in a franchise.
Yeah.
And I don't know what types of, I guess, measures of accountability that the franchise can put in place for these two players. They need to have their best offseason of their career. The best, the best recovery offseason.
Right. Like,
the best.
Jamal, when October hits, you're going to be in the best shape you've
dude,
ever
listen,
been in your
Hey,
life.
Jamal, I get it that you're not team hard body.
Yeah.
Right? This team is not made up of many guys that are team hard
Right.
body.
There's only Aaron Gordon's rocking like a
the only
six-pack
one
abs.
that the wife looks at and she's like, yeah, I'd take that dude over you. Yeah, definitely. Everybody else, they're like, they kind of look like a bag of milk like I do.
Yeah.
Right? Let's just be Jamal Murray for his athletic, explosive, dynamic
Jamal
as
and
he is.
Joker, right, yeah.
But you know what? Hey, Jamal Murray, when you come back.
What's that?
Hey, let's see if a tricep can pop out of your arm. Do you think is that doable?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Can we see maybe like ab up a little bit, you know? And be healthy and be fit so that you're not required to take stretches of a season where you're not
3 months of the season to get in shape.
Yes,
basically.
I don't like that. Can't happen. Michael Porter Jr. Dude, I get it, man. We unfortunately we all are very well aware of all of your injury history, man. To the point where it's starting to get to, all right, you've told us so much. Should you even be on this team?
Yeah.
So address your deficiencies, and if you can't, you're not an NBA basketball player anymore.
Yeah, but at that point, there's still nothing you can do because you can't make any trades. But you know what I mean? Like, you're like, the Nuggets find themselves in the position where you're like, hey, everybody, I need all of you to play better. And then if you don't, there's no alternative to that. Either you play good and we contend for a title, or you play mediocre and we get bounced in the playoffs. And there is no in between. There is no other answer. It feels like that's the only answer we can get right now. Because there is no massive trade. You have no draft picks. You can't bring in anybody. You know what I mean?
The Nuggets core, when they're at their best and healthiest, and when a head coach, which I do believe David Adelman will do, when he develops and plays and creates some form of at least set of data of which you know what you have in Pickett, Strother, Deron Holmes next year, play those guys. Because you can't play Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray upwards of 40.
But you're a head coach. Coach, if you're in a game, like, we had this same conversation, like, this is the only thing that pisses me off. We're having the same conversations right now that we were having 365 days ago when the Nuggets got bounced.
You're exactly right.
So, and it's like, you got to do something different. You got to do something different. But as a head coach, if David Adelman is sitting there in the middle of the season and it's a tight game against a division or whoever it's going to be, it goes against your very instinct to be like, I don't care if we win this game. I got to get this is a teaching opportunity for these young players.
So what are we doing right now as a franchise that's any different than what we did 365 days ago?
I don't know, nothing right now. Well,
I mean, you could say
brand new head coach,
brand new head coach,
manager, right?
Right. Those two pieces. But Josh Kroenke addressed it. You're not going to go outside and find your Luka Doncic to just show up miraculously and
you don't
save
want to
this
change
franchise.
The culture, do you? Like the culture of the team as it is right now?
I'd like to see a more. I didn't love the signs going into this season, namely from Jamal Murray.
Okay.
And Team Canada and the Olympics. And I understand everybody's got their choice to do what they want to do with their off seasons. But guess what? Those choices, they end up leading to what happens in the regular season. And that's what you have to make your bed and you sleep in it.
Yeah.
And Jamal Murray's got to have his best offseason. Michael Porter Jr.'s got to have his best offseason. Heck, I'll be honest. After how much Nikola Jokic was grinding this year and how beat up his body looked, he's got to have his best offseason.
Yeah.
I mean, he can have his 3 to 9 days of just one beers. But after that, man, he's got to get at least in his version of being the best that he can be, the most recovered he can be because you're going to rely on the big fella because he's the best in the world. But you gotta be better around him, and I think that's a choice. That's an individual athlete's choice, and it's a choice that can't be made. And hopefully, David Adelman is the coach to have those real conversations, genuine conversations, and talk about where this franchise needs to go and what you, Jamal Murray, what you, Michael Porter Jr., what the two of you have to do this offseason in order to have the best possible chance to do that.
All right. I like it. I like it. We got to take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll continue the discussion. We'll continue to hear from Josh Kroenke. We got some NFL news and notes and some NHL as well. That is next right here on A Morning Sprint.
No, I think to answer your question maybe a little more pointed, I think a lot of our answers are internal right now. Yeah. With where we are from a roster standpoint, we have guys locked into contracts. We're going into a coaching transition, and to be frank, that's a huge change. Huge change. I know that we've already had DA as our coach for 6 weeks or so, but he didn't really get a chance to really implement any of his own ideas because of the time frame and then the time crunch with the playoffs fast approaching. So DA's philosophy, how he might use these guys slightly differently. There's going to be a lot of big changes throughout our organization already, and I think that these players are already going to be excited about what they experienced the last few weeks and what that might hold for them individually going forward.
More from Josh Kroenke's press conference yesterday, talking about the end of the Denver Nuggets season and what improvements they can and will make. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford. Alex Ryan-Emmy's still in Hawaii. What time is it in Hawaii? Can we call Raj and just be like, yo, bro, is it like 2 a.m. in Hawaii? I have no idea.
No, I think it's
no idea.
I think it's a 3-hour time change.
Oh, is that it? That's
from
nothing.
California, maybe.
That's
So 4 from here.
Oh,
so it might be 6:24 a.m. right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I apparently it's 5 hours.
Oh, is it?
5:25 a.m.
I don't know, man. That's a lot.
You think Raj had 1 beers last night?
Oh, I think he had more than that.
No,
But
one beers is it's a good catch-all.
Is it really?
Because it's one and it's plural.
Okay, I get
It's
what you're
great.
saying. Right.
Hey, real quick before we go on a rant here.
Do your thing.
You know what today is, man? For a lot of us, especially us that have children. Yeah. By the way, these things right here, Berto, they're called children.
Right.
These are my kids.
When do you sell them as for profit? You know what I mean? When
Right.
can you get your money back?
Market's
on all of it
down. Market's
it?
down right now. And yeah, it's not a great market right now to sell children. But what I will tell you this is today is the first day for a lot of us as parents and all the kids. It's the greatest day of the year for the kids and the worst day of the year for the parents.
What is it?
First day of summer. And so I brought these boys in, okay?
Yeah. And they got nowhere else to be?
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, man. I think that our generation, current generation, raising children, includes me.
Yeah.
Dumbest generation in the history of the world.
Oh, why you say that?
All right, so we now have a party for everything.
Yeah.
We have a celebration for everything.
Yeah.
So last night, slightly unbeknownst to me, I was just at the ballpark with my daughter. She was doing some softball. They have these things called welcome to summer parties for the kids.
No.
Oh, and it's just chaos.
Well, I was supposed to say,
I mean, you're talking, parents are all getting after it, and the kids it's pop rocks throwing, and they got all the different, they get these little, grab bag, treat bags of all these things. And so you know what you set the precedent for? That your kids are running. They're running the show this summer.
Okay.
So this morning I wake up, I'm like, what is wrong with these boys? They are out of control. And I realized it's our fault.
Yeah, it's
the
start of
parents'
summer
fault.
party. Yeah.
It's the welcome to summer party.
Yeah.
So the kids think that the whole summer you're there to entertain them.
Right. No. They should be working. I'll tell you what I did when I was a kid. I had a job, baby. I had a JOB. You need to find a job, homie. You too, brother. You too. Not only that, how much Valor swag do you got, bro?
You got to keep it coming, man.
Over under 20 Valor polos.
Oh, I'm
in your
well
closet.
Under that. I'm well under that.
Okay.
Now, hoodie game, I'm getting up there. Hoodie game's pretty
I
on
was gonna
point.
say, brother, I don't think I've seen you without Valor swag since you took the job, bro.
Man, you got to represent. But hey, real quick, Berto. So
Yeah.
the reason I got the boys today in studio is
what's up?
because the best birthday gift that I could give to their mother is getting these two boys out of her hair for about 10
is it
hours.
your wife's birthday
So
today?
you say
Happy
a quick
birthday.
happy birthday to mom.
Happy birthday, Mom. And this dude threw poppets all everywhere.
Oh, snitching. All right.
Say happy birthday to your mom.
Happy birthday, Mom.
All right, you guys can get missing. That's enough. We got some sports to talk about. We got some sports to talk about right there.
Listen, man, listen. One of your homies went straight snitching, brother. Straight snitching on his homie. I do want to say this. We got something to give away. Morning Sprint wants to give you a chance to win season passes to Elitch Gardens on behalf of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What all comes with the passes? Season passes include free parking, free shows, fireworks, drive-in movies, and Fright Fest. Here's how you can win a pair of Elitch Garden passes. KJ's going to take caller 925. Just kidding. Put KJ to work on a Friday. Here's how we're going to do it.
All you got to do is text in these two little words. Text turkey leg. Text turkey leg and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's turkey leg and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner during our last segment at 11:45, so stay tuned. Each show has a pair of season passes. The Elitch's season passes are $80 and include free parking, free shows, fireworks, movies, and Fright Fest. And we're giving that away, so text in turkey leg with your first and last name to the text line. Are you a turkey leg fan, Coach? Are you a roller coaster fan? Are you a dude who's like, yeah, I like to get my kicks?
I love theme parks.
Oh, do you?
And roller coasters.
Oh, yes.
All the things. In fact, it's become a little bit of a tradition for me and my daughter, my oldest, she's 15, to go just road trip. Like, we'll just road trip. And we used to go when I was coaching at Notre Dame. We would go to Ohio. You want to talk about a place that has theme parks.
Ohio's got a bunch of theme parks?
Oh, my gosh.
They just, Middle America
They got
just
the best
loves
one.
them some funnel cakes.
Cedar Point, the best roller coaster theme park on planet Earth.
Really?
And that is not hyperbole. There's like 20 bangers of roller coaster. I'm talking like, woo! Almost threw up. Woo! So my daughter at 5 years old was tasked with, wearing some lifted shoes so she could be tall enough to fit on the. Oh yeah, we were competing to make sure she could get on rides before every other kid did.
Nice.
I love roller coasters. Now I will say this: our keyword is turkey leg. Was it season passes? For Elitch Gardens?
Yeah. Season for the whole summer.
Family we love going to Elitch's.
Yeah.
There's two type of people in this world. There's those that are at a theme park or a state fair, and they just got a massive bone in their hand, just gnawing on a turkey leg, and there's turkey grease juice all over their face. And it's hot. It's 99 degrees, and you got sizzling hot turkey juice running all over your face. And then there's the other part of the population that looks at those people and say those people are disgusting.
Yeah.
Which one are you, Berto?
Nah, I don't think they're disgusting. Matter of fact, that's my
entire
family.
Have you ever had a turkey leg at a theme park yourself, where you're walking around?
No, but
with
I've
your
had
dirty
some
hands.
dumb stuff.
You got your dirty hands that have been touching all the things,
I've been
and you're just
walking
gnawing
around
on
like
turkey
Six
legs.
Flags over Texas, like a 3-foot-long chili cheese dog, just like walking around. Or you know what I mean? Those margaritas, they're so big they come with a necklace. You know what I'm talking about? You got to put the necklace on because the margarita's 2 feet big, and it's just hanging around your neck, and you're just like sipping that margarita. Yeah, today is a good day for one of those, man. Yeah, just a massive margarita.
So your family, you come from a long line of turkey leg consumers.
Yeah.
But you yourself are a margarita necklace guy.
Yeah. More so than just double fisting turkey legs. Yeah, that's exactly right.
My wife always jokes it.
Whoa.
Every time she sees somebody, she's like, that is just, can you imagine just sitting there?
Because they're massive, too. The size of your head, those
turkey
legs.
You know what you look like? You look like a velociraptor from Jurassic Park.
No, man. That's what I mean. It looks
not
like
on flesh.
Yeah.
And the flesh is red, which also makes it a little bit weird. I know it's like dark meat, if you will.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying. You know what? I do want to continue the conversation about the Denver Nuggets. KJ just played the internal development cut. What do you think that means? Like, does that mean that Jamal Murray is an all-star player next year? Because once again, when we're talking about the regular season in the NBA, I just don't care. I don't care what you do in the regular season. I don't care. It matters what happens in the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So how can the Nuggets be better with this exact same roster when they get to the playoffs next season? Because that's basically what they're saying. We can't make a lot of moves when it comes to the personnel department. We just can't, not in this NBA. The NBA is now in a position where it's the old school, where you can have two great players. Basically, that's it. You can have a Batman and a Robin, and that's it. You cannot do what the Nuggets have, where you have 4 core players getting paid what they're getting paid, and none of that. They're going to have to pay Joker even some more money, you know what I mean, to extend him. So in the NBA, you just can't do it anymore. So what does it even look like to you? Okay, at this time next season, the Denver Nuggets are now in the Western Conference Finals versus whoever else, I guess OKC again or something like that when they come out. What does that mean to you? What does this Nugget team a year from now look different than the one right this moment? How do you think it's going to look different?
The best case scenario is this. Nikola Jokic is healthier and playing fewer minutes because you have a deeper roster, deeper bench, and you have better non-Jokic minutes. That's the best case scenario. And the way you get there is that Deron Holmes is a very, very good, I won't call him a center, but he's a big that is an alternative to give you some really, really good minutes as an athletic big off the bench. Julian Strawther takes that next step of development. For me, it's Julian Strawther not just staying healthy for an entire season. I heard that earlier, that the take on Julian Strawther is he's an NBA player. I heard Nate Kreckman talking about it this morning on the morning show. Julian Strawther can take the next step physically in terms of his development as an NBA body type. Right now he's slender, but he has been for 2 years. You can change that, Berto. I've watched it. Weight training is a thing where you can take a long, linear, sinewy athlete and turn them into something that looks like it's more in line with a future Aaron Gordon. And I know they're not the same genetically, but at least it's like the next step towards being a guy that physically looks like a dude that can hold up defensively and not get just banged outside into the post.
Yeah.
I think it's Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. making a decision. Where do you want to go in your career? I think it's a crossroads for the both of them.
I think you're right. I think you're exactly right.
I think you can go with, hey, contentment. We won our title. I am Nikola Jokic's Batman. I'm his Robin to his Batman in the case of Jamal Murray. And I'll show up when I need to show up. That ain't good enough.
No, that ain't good enough.
I don't want to see I'll show up when I show up because we all were waiting for it. Berto, you said it.
Yeah.
I listened to your take and I loved your take.
Yeah, it's the most
we were
disappointing
waiting
thing
for
in
that
the post.
one
Yeah.
game.
Just
the
like-
Jamal Murray flurry.
Yeah, yeah.
And we only got it 1 out of 14 games.
Yeah, go full playoff Jamal.
We
full
never got it.
Blue
We
Arrow.
never got in the series that ultimately you were eliminated in.
You know what? This is a crazy, stupid, idiotic thing to say. Just dumb. Just dumb. I hate myself for thinking of it, but I'm saying it anyway. I would almost prefer, like, if I'm David Adelman, and this is no way to be a head coach, but I'd go to Nikola Jokic and be like, yo, brother, my man, how you doing? You looking good? All right. You know what? Stay in Serbia. I don't want you here in Denver until the end of December. Once Christmas is done, you can come back and play for this team. But for the first 2.5 months of the season, I want Jamal Murray to be the man. I'm going to be like, Jamal, it's your team now, man. It's your team now until 2026, until we hit Christmas and Joker comes back. It's your team. Show me what you got. Show me what you're made of. Now you're not the man's man. You are the man. You are the guy. You're the guy. So go ahead. Show me. Grow. Show me what you got. I mean, it's stupid, and you can never do it. But it almost makes me wish, just for a couple of months, that they're like, all right, Jamal, you are the primary man. You are number one. You are number one on the call sheet. You're the number one option, brother. What you got? Show me. And I'd like to see it. It's crazy talk. You don't tell Joker to miss the first 2 months of the NBA season.
Funny that this segment started out with all the parenting conversations, which I know made you feel very uncomfortable.
No, man, I think I'd be a great parent.
You would. Absolutely would. But I'll say this. There's something in parenting, there's something in education called learned helplessness.
Oh.
Which is where you put people in scenarios where they gotta fight or flight. They gotta sink or swim.
Interesting.
They've got to, and that is a good way at times. Not all the time, but it is a good way at times. And I value that take that you need this core to realize what it is without Nikola Jokic.
I wouldn't even want him on the bench. I don't want him giving advice to Jamal. I want him nowhere. I want to see what happens if Joker's out.
He needs to be with horse.
Yeah,
Just be with horse.
Yeah. Just buy him a new horse and be like, hang out with your new horse for 2 months, brother. We'll see you at that Christmas Day game. And then we'll get serious about this. But I want 2 months to see what Jamal would be like if he was the man, if he was the number one option, and if there wasn't that pick and roll with Joker.
If you were able to tell Jamal Murray that exact thing today, what would Jamal Murray do with his entire offseason?
Yeah.
That's the key.
Go
That's
hard.
the key, man. It really is the key. That's the things that we as fans, sometimes all we look at is what we can see from the beginning of the season till the end of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
These players are really made from essentially right now, which is a week post-mortem, to when you report for your training camp. And there is no Olympic distraction. There is no big FIBA deal going on. Man, it's time to go. Denver Nuggets, it is time to go. Christian Brown, you should come back a very confident mid-range shooter. You've got to develop that mid-range jumper. That when you use your athleticism and you have space and you're a great slasher, when you pull up from 6 to 12 feet, it is automatic because it's not a confident shot today. Right. This team has the pieces and it has the clay. It's already shown that it has championship metal. You got to add to it. But more importantly than adding to it is the players that are inside that locker room right now. Do you want to have 3 years of exiting the postseason in the first 2 rounds? Yeah. Is that what you want?
No.
Is that the best way to follow up a championship? Is that what you want with the best player that we've ever seen here in Denver and we've ever seen with a big man in the NBA? Do you want him to have 3 consecutive years of that?
No.
So it's on you. Choice is theirs.
Yeah. I guess we're going to find out a lot about this roster at the start of next season and how they look and how they're going to come together. And we'll learn a little bit about David Adelman as well. All right, we got to take a quick time out. When we come back, we want to talk on a little bit, touch on the NFL, but I also have something to say about the Colorado Rockies, and we'll get to that next right here on the Morning Spread.
Hey, Colorado, you hear Moser right there talking about Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals of the NHL with the Edmonton Oilers going to Dallas to face the Stars. And right now on Circus Sports Colorado, the money line is set for the Stars to be victorious at -115 and still yet another 1.5-point puck spread on the puck line for the Dallas Stars. So make sure that you download the Circus Sports Colorado app because even though our hometown teams aren't still alive and still competing in the NBA and NHL postseason, it's a great way to stay engaged in these games. So sports betting is the way that it truly should be at Circus Sports Colorado. So whether you're looking for continued playoff odds or props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports, well, it's got you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app today or visit circusports.com. Reminder, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. The coach, Mike Sanford, along with Mark Bertnolli, Alex Ranemy, is out. He will be back midway through next week as he spends some time in lovely. He's going to come back tan. Although
I don't
he's
know,
a little
man.
pasty, man.
I saw his Instagram. His Instagram, he had a post of he and his lovely wife. They're expecting their first here in several months.
Yeah,
which congratulations to
Did they already announce
Alexander.
whether it's a boy or girl?
They did, yeah. KJ, what was it again?
It was a.
I think it's a girl. It was a girl.
A girl. It is girl.
Yeah, it's
girl.
a girl.
Okay. Girl. If
Did they-
anybody asks, it's a girl.
Yeah.
Until he says otherwise.
Wait. What?
We'll figure it out, I guess.
Okay.
We'll find out. But you know what? They posted a picture on the beach.
Oh, really?
You know, Raj is one of these guys that I think he chooses to manscape, but he leaves a patch just right on his chest.
Oh, no.
Does he
really?
keeps the taco meat going right there on the chest.
That's a weird. I don't know, man.
So I of course I slid into the DMs. I see the picture of Raj that he posted, and I said, taco meat is rocking. I go, hey man, you get still a little pasty. I don't know if he gets a tan.
No, I don't think so. You're right. He might be one of those. He might be like Brett Kane-esque, where
He's
it's
Finnish.
just like
he's got Finnish blood.
He just burns.
He's a Finlandia guy.
There is no tanning. There's just burns. That's exactly what may be going on. In the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, you can hear the Oilers Stars game number 2 tonight here on the station. Dallas leads that series 1-9. Last night, the Panthers absolutely destroyed the Hurricanes 5-0. Florida is rolling right now. They're up 2-0 in this series. It looks like they're not looking back. Dallas looks really good. It might very well be Stars and Panthers for the Stanley Cup, which is interesting. But in Major League Baseball, and I keep saying this is worst case scenario for the Colorado Rockies. Not the fact that they're the worst team in baseball, or that they could be the worst team in the history of baseball. The fact that it's a story. Like, I don't feel like the Rockies care whether or not they're this bad. They care about the national attention, though, with everybody looking at it.
Today's a big day at Coors Field.
Well,
today is the
Yanks are showing
Well,
up.
also, do you know today is the actual 30-year anniversary of baseball in Coors Field?
Is it really?
The 30-year anniversary. Is that not wild?
Yeah, no, that is wild. That is wild because it feels like they just showed up. You know what I mean?
It also happens to be a good, fine partner of Altitude Sports Radio and Altitude TV. Tegna's 9 News is going to be broadcasting their first Rockies game as part of the package.
I know they
just
did.
signed.
They're doing 10 games, 20 games this season or
Yeah, I think
something?
it's 2025 right there.
Because I saw Bill Schmidt was when Schmidt came. So like a week ago, Bill Schmidt came out and spoke for the first time. I was like, hey, man.
What the heck was he complaining about?
He was complaining about, well, he was basically blaming the injuries on just on the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball.
Stop it.
But he did point out a couple of, well, I don't know if they're legitimate excuses or something.
What did it have to do with 9 News and carrying their game? Was that one of them or no?
Yeah, that was one of them. He mentioned how they were like, look at the Dodgers and what they make from their regional sports network.
Yeah.
And our regional sports network is gone. All we've got is 9 News carrying like 10 games, basically. Is what.
Well, I mean, they have that package through MLB.TV, which
but it doesn't pay them anything. And
much.
You know what I mean? They get money.
Keeps you afloat. The Major League Baseball keeps you afloat.
Yeah. So let me tell you something. Like, once again, I do believe this is worst case scenario for the Rockies, not because they are going to have the worst record since 1895, but because they're now a story. They are national attention, like their front page on ESPN. Matter of fact, I'm looking at it right now. Top headlines on ESPN. Rockies off to the worst 50-game start since 1895. And you know what I did this morning? I sat here and looked at all the things that happened in 1985 through 1990. It is crazy. Like, the Rockies, the last time a team was as bad as the Colorado Rockies, radio didn't exist. They hadn't invented radio yet. That's how long it's been, man. They hadn't even come up with radio yet. Like, the Spanish-American War was going on the last time a team was this bad as the Rockies. It's insane.
So what would Mark Bertnolli be without the radio? Would you have been an auctioneer?
No, man, I don't know. I have no marketable. Me and Kreckman had this conversation a little while ago where I was like, I don't know. I don't have any other
What
skills.
year was it? The 1899? Was that
1895.
1895.
This is
And
the worst
Mark
record since
Bertinoli-
1895.
Mark Bertinoli in 1895 would be doing what?
I don't know, dirt farmer? I don't know. What did people do in 1895? What's the best job to have in 1895?
So you would have been the Russell Westbrook of dirt farming.
I'm going to listen, man. I wonder what comes up when I Google best job in 1895 would be, a doctor, lawyer, or teacher. These are the professions, along with priest, who were associated with the upper middle class and were viewed with greater social standing. Well, I can't be a doctor, and I hate lawyers, and I certainly can't teach anybody, and there's no way I'm going into the clergy or the priest. Nah, brother, I don't know what I'm doing. I will tell you this. I can't believe. Let's see. What was a doctor getting paid in 1895? Let me ask you that, bro. It's insane to me that the Rockies are this bad. Like, historically bad, like all-time bad, like worst time, like, and I don't even, how long is it going to take for them to get out of this? This is going to be the third, like, the Colorado Rockies are on pace to win less than 30 games. That's drunk, brother. That's drunk. Like, I don't even think you could do that if you tried. You know what I mean? Like, just pick a team. Like, if you went to the Arizona Diamondbacks and you told the owner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, I'll give you $1 billion if you lose 135 games this season. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you can do it if you try.
Takes abilities.
So how long
talent.
do you think it's going to take from being the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball back to being a contender? Give me that. When can I have hope again as a Colorado Rockies fan? Give me a date, my man. A date. How many years? How many months? How many days? How long is it going to take, man?
It's a minimum 7-year build. But you're going to have to hit the reset button here after this year.
Yeah, but what does that look like?
General manager.
Yeah.
There needs to be a fresh approach. There has to be.
You can't continue to pay your general manager when he went 100-loss season, 100-loss season, 100-loss season, and the worst record in the history of the game, right? Like that. At that point, it seems like you might need to move on, even if that dude is your homie. And you know what I mean? Like, even like if I hired you and you lost me 300 games over 3 years, I'd be like, bro, I love you, man. We have to move on.
We can't do this, man.
We can't keep doing
We can't do this.
But then again, like, you could bring in the greatest GM in the history of baseball, and I don't know how long it would take to go from worst team ever to playoff contender, to World Series contender. You know what I mean? How long was that? I mean, it doesn't take just one player. It's Major League Baseball. You can't just like, hey man, let's just trade for Shohei, and then we'll win 102 games or what. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to take forever. I don't think we're going to get winning baseball in the city for a decade and a half at least. Or do you think I'm overplaying it?
I think the 7-year date is because you have to reorganize and recalibrate your entire farm system. Because right now the farm system has little to no excitement. There are currently 0 players on ESPN's top 50 at Major League Baseball prospects that are actively playing in the minors right now. The only player that is even a prospect on that list is Chase Dolander, as we talked about, who is number 26, and guess where he finds himself now?
Yeah, he's injured right now.
Injured reserve list with the big club.
Oh, and he was one of the things I enjoyed about this season of the Rockies, because I was always like, I enjoy watching dude through 102 or whatever. Especially when he's a little loose with it. Like, yeah, somebody's going to get popped today. But, yeah, it's just no fun. It's no fun, man. Baseball should be fun, and I don't understand. When's the next time you're going to find joy in your life because of what the Rockies are doing? Either the trade or play or whatever.
The elephant in the room is the ownership group, as we all know, right? That's a question. Is the ownership group going to stay the ownership group? And the question I've heard and from poking around and listening here, and it's just the question is going to be, does Dick Monfort's son want to be the guy?
Yeah.
And we had that conversation off air with regards to, say, Josh Kroenke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was put into situations as a 20-something.
Yeah.
But he also went and served, like you said, and you were telling me, he went in the ticket sales.
Yeah, he did everything.
Concession sales.
Do everything.
Yeah,
it wasn't just like, hey, run the team. It was like, hey, man, you got to learn how the tickets work. You got to learn how the conversion works.
And I have heard the same thing about Monfort's son. He's done the exact same
thing. He's like, I want to learn how to do this. Because if my dad was a billionaire, I'd be like, Dad, catch me outside on the boat.
And I can respect that if it's real. right? Sometimes it's a little bit of it's for show.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of like, oh, hey, here's my son. He's gonna be helping you guys out with the the maintenance crew. And he shows up with his he's got his Fendi shoes on. And
he's
he
like,
brushes them off when there's a little
cheer
dirt
you guys
on him.
while you're.
Tell you what, hey, it was a great day of work. About 52 minutes in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a tough. I don't even know. I don't know how to fix it. I don't even know how to start fixing it. If you're like, if you're like, here's a bunch of money, Berto. Figure out the Rockies. I wouldn't even know where to start. Where were you? Where would you start? If all of a sudden Dick Marford was like, yo, Coach Sanford, I love what you've done at Valor. Come be the GM of the Colorado Rockies.
I'm in. First of all, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, I would take the GM job at the Rockies. I would love that challenge. Hey, I'm telling you, Berto, they wouldn't be ready for all that.
The changes you'd bring?
Well, first off,
the heat?
I would be
the football energy you'd bring to the baseball team?
I'd be the baseball Ted Lasso. I would. I'd show up with a whistle on my neck.
That's exactly what you do, brother. That's exactly what you do.
I'd be the baseball Ted Lasso. First thing I would do, though, embrace modern technology, modern analytics.
Okay, yeah.
And how we evaluate players. Yeah. Evaluation would be king.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I would think outside the box, the big thing I would get back to is this. Keep the ball down. Pitchers. This is one thing I've been saying for years. Why would this franchise, because of the thin air, the altitude, all this stuff, why not go out and build this thing around sinker ball pitchers that keep the ball down in the zone just repeatedly?
Yeah.
Instead of, I don't understand having these 98 mile an hour plus dudes at this, because you throw that, if that thing has no movement on it, it leaves the park pretty quickly as well. I want guys that have some movement. And then, man, I'm going out there and I'm looking for dudes that just mash.
Yeah.
You got to bring back, you got to play to the identity of what the Rockies are.
Bring back the Blake Street Bombers.
Just get some mashers.
Yeah.
And play that space, that type of style of baseball. Who cares?
It's got to be better than what you're doing now. But then anything's better than what you're doing right now. All right, we got to take a quick time out. When we come back, we got to talk some NFL football. That's next right here on the Morning Sprint. Morning Sprint rolls on this Friday. Welcome back. The Morning Sprint wants to give you a chance to win season passes to Elitch Gardens on behalf of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What all comes with those passes? Season passes including free parking, free shows, fireworks, drive-in movies, and Fright Fest. Here's how you can win a pair of Elitch Garden passes.
Elitch also has a little holiday thing, too, like a little seasonal, like December-ish type thing.
The concerts they have over there.
They got Hanukkah and Christmas and all the things, man.
Yeah, they do Halloween really well over there. Some of those concerts, like there was a famous one, like they brought in like, what was the name of that? I'm an all-star. But you
Smash Mouth.
Smash Mouth. They had Smash Mouth there live. And I was like, that's Smash Mouth, Smash Mouth? Like 90s chart topper Smash Mouth live there at yeah, good call. Good call. So
big Elitch guys.
Yeah, I like.
When's the last time you went?
It's been 5 years, if not more, since I've been there. I did. You know that big swing they have, that whoosh, where you put on the harness and then they pull you all the way back.
The one you paid extra for.
Yeah, and you I love that thing. But I came home and I had like bruises on my back from the harness, and my woman thought something freaky was happening. She's like, where did you get these scratches from? What is this? Yeah, it almost cost me a relationship, bro.
We've all been there. We've all blamed it.
Like, right?
We've all blamed some of our escapades on
Elitch Gardens.
On Elitch Gardens.
Sorry, honey.
on their whoosh.
I wasn't with my side piece. I was wooing, weeing.
He was
and
getting the
wee. So, yeah. Text in turkey leg with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's turkey leg and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner during our last segment at 11:45. So stay tuned. We've had a conversation about the Denver Nuggets, obviously, in hearing from Josh Kroenke yesterday with the conference finals going on. The Thunder housed the Timberwolves last night. Pacers and Knicks game 2 tonight. We'll see if New York bounces back there at Madison Square Garden. In the NFL.
Before we get to the NFL, you're looking at the Western Conference Finals and the Eastern Conference Finals in both the NBA and NHL. Is the Pacers-Knicks the only series that you feel like is going to go more than 6 or more?
Yes.
Seems like Florida is going to.
Yeah, unless Edmonton figures something out, Dallas is going to roll them.
It seems like Dallas is going to roll.
There's already been 2 games in the Panthers-Hurricane season, and Florida's rolled in both of them.
Smoking.
So, I mean, I tell you what, a Panthers-Abs Stanley Cup final would be pretty awesome.
Would have been nice.
But yeah, that's not the situation.
I think the Knicks Pacers series might end up being one of those
all-timers,
legendary.
You think
all-time viewed series?
Is it gonna? Because I feel like when you get a series like that, I know it's only been one game, but it either renews the rivalry or builds hate in the heart, and that's what I love about professional sports. When you truly hate the other team, like if you're a Knicks fan, you've got to hate Tyrese Halliburton's face, man, and
big
that entire
big choke guy.
Yeah,
big choke guy.
So I'm assuming, and Knicks fans are already insane. They're already crazy. That team's been they've been bad for 30 years.
Strangely, I root for the Knicks. I don't know why.
I kind of prefer the Knicks over the Pacers, but it's hard to cheer for a James Dolan team, brother.
I think back to my childhood and thinking about the Knicks of the Patrick Ewing era, is like John Starks. That was a good basketball franchise. And I think the NBA, I know it's a major market team, but the NBA is better when the Knicks are a good basketball team.
Yeah, that was a good era, but they kept running into the Bulls. And then Jordan kept going.
But at least they were in there, though.
So,
they haven't been in there.
Yeah, but at the same time,
I think a Knicks championship would be really cool. I just don't think it could happen.
I think it'd be cool too, but I don't think the Knicks have what it takes to beat OKC. But I could be wrong, man. I could be wrong about that. But then again, I don't think once again, I prefer the Knicks to beat the Pacers, but the way things are looking right now.
How old were you in 1973?
Oh, I wasn't born yet, brother.
That's the last time the Knicks won a championship. How about that?
It's a long time,
Is that not
man.
Crazy.
It's a long time. For that city, and like the New York Knicks should be like the LA Lakers. Like players should want to go and play there. But that's James Dolan, man. That's organizational ineptitude. when you go that long without winning. You know what I mean? Like, you almost have to try to be that bad.
They play in the most famous building in sport.
Yep.
Building wise, like where it's an inside, that is
NBA players should just like they're always talking about, man, I'd love to go play in LA. I'd love to go play in LA. They should be saying, I want to go play in New York, but nobody says that. Nobody's
You spend
like,
much time in New York City?
outside of Mello. Well, my sister used to live there.
What I think is really neat about going to a game at Madison Square Garden is, I used to live in the East Coast just for a short time, Connecticut, just an hour, 20-minute train ride into Manhattan, but I loved all the different venues, the public transportation options, like Penn Station being right there next to Madison Square Garden, comes in from the path from New Jersey, the Metro North from Connecticut, all the way up to Massachusetts, and then all the trains, they all converge right there in Madison Square Garden. It is such an incredible place to go watch a sporting event.
Then why have they been bad for 30 years, man?
You named it, man. You called it. It's organizational ineptitude. That's it.
Tough. It is tough when you got teams like that. And like the NFL tries to make it where, like the NBA is trying to copy what the NFL has done, right? Like if the NFL had their way, they would never have a repeat champion, right? They always want competitive balance or whatever it is. They don't want any great teams. They don't want any really bad teams. They just want everybody to be mediocre. And the NBA is kind of leaning that way. I think it's because the owners ran the okey doke on the NBA Players Association.
Right.
Because I mean, I can't believe they bought into this whole second apron, let's go, let's get that. Nah, it's dumb decision. You're taking money out of the players of the pocket or the pockets of the players, and that's who you're supposed to represent, man. Get it done. But either way, it doesn't matter. But the NBA is actually trying to copy that format where you don't have any truly great teams, you don't have any bad teams, you just have mediocrity throughout the middle. And I don't like that as a sports fan. You know what I mean? I don't care if a team has a 10-year dynasty. If they're better than you, they're better than you. I don't want you to make rules, just like with the banning of the tush push when we're talking about, whether or not, like, I don't want you making rules because of my great. If I'm great, but then you make rules to take away from my greatness, that's an issue with you, not the way I'm playing the sport, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like, I want greatness. I cheer for greatness. I want to see greatness, and it feels like both the NFL and the NBA are trying to steal that from me.
Now that the monkey is off the backs of the Denver Nuggets winning their first title, similarly, right, would have been roughly in that 50-plus year.
Yeah, it's been
territory.
never won it. They never been to an NBA Finals.
It was a big fat zero. And ABA, was there even an ABA title? I don't believe
so. No.
There were divisional titles, 12 divisional titles, 2 ABA divisional titles, 12 total, but no titles to show for it.
Right, nothing.
Now that monkey is off your back, you don't have a franchise in Colorado that has 50 years. Without a title. Now, you do have the one looming that you're going to hit 50, it feels like.
Yeah.
With,
it's going to fit.
With what's happening over
the way it feels like.
The way what's going down at Blake Street.
Yeah. Man, I don't want to, because if we hop back in on the Rockies, I'll just rail again for no good. There's nothing you can do about it. How many people, hey, KJ, how many people can fit in Coors Field? Because I'm assuming tonight is a sellout. The Yankees are in town, man. The Yankees are 30-19. The Yankees have more road wins than you have wins. And they're going to come in here and stop you. Let's see. It's
50,000.
50,000. There's going to be 50,000 in that joint tonight, right?
The get-in price, the lowest right now, is $41.
See?
$41 for a team that has seven.
Crazy.
Are we at 7 or 8 wins now?
8 wins.
Oh,
8
man.
wins.
They're 8-42. Worst start through 50 games in MLB.
In the history of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, you know what's nice of the Rockies, though? 8-42, getting to 50. That's nice, clean math. Like, that's nice of them. I made it easy on us. That's unbelievable. 8-42.
It feels like if I was part of an organization that was on pace to be the worst team in the history of the sport, that's been around for 200 years. The last time a team was this bad, radio didn't exist. We hadn't even invented radio yet. You know what I mean? Hawaii wasn't even a state yet the last time a team was this bad in Major League Baseball. That's how long it has been. And it feels like if you were part of that organization, like, how do you feel as a player to walk into that locker room and put on that uniform every day? Like, as a coach, if Valor lost 300 straight games as you as the head coach. How do you feel about that, bro?
First off, I wouldn't. I mean, Valor's
Right.
more serious about it. That head
Then
coach
the
wouldn't be
Rockies
there.
are. That's right. Valor's
The
more
head coach
seriously.
wouldn't be there after 1 year.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Valor takes it more seriously than the Colorado Rockies.
And I'm not saying that's serious, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
In competitive sports.
Right. But I mean, I don't even know. Like, what do you say to your players, man? How do you have a conversation with the
You know what
team?
it turns into? You're just out there you're just playing. You're playing Major League Baseball. You're cosplaying. I mean, you're not even really competing. You're just showing up and hey, let's just play. Let's put on our baseball uniforms. Let's put on our costumes today, and we're just gonna show up. Everybody's going through the motions.
If you're Bill Schmidt,
Everybody's
what do
going
you
through
even say to an agent if you're like, we need to get this player, we need to sign this player? What do you even say to an agent like, hey, here's why you should come and play for the Colorado Rockies. Let me tell you what we can do for you. What's number one on that list? I don't know, man. With money, we can pay you. We can pay you to come play here, but that's about all you.
But even then, are they willing to do that? Are they willing to spend at that level? And hopefully the next time that they spend on a player that should be, it's not a guy that's washed up like Chris Bryant was.
Yeah, it does make me nervous that they're like, well, why would we spend Chris Bryant money when we spent Chris Bryant money and it didn't work out?
Because you chose the wrong guy at the wrong phase of his career. All you had to do is do what I did as somebody who's a San Francisco Giants fan that watched nearly every baseball game that Chris Bryant played for the Giants franchise and say, I would not sign that guy to a big contract.
Yeah.
Watch the tape.
Yeah.
See the production. It's not that hard.
I don't mind mistakes. I don't mind a team making mistakes. It's just making the same mistake again and again and again and again and again that's upsetting. That freaks me out. But once again, we just can't just jump up and down on the Rockies because that's way too easy. We got some NFL news and notes courtesy of KJ next right here on the Morning Sprint.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
This is how KJ spends his days and nights, focused on one thing and one thing only, one segment. This segment right here, NFL Notes. So why don't you kick it off, man?
I got you, Berto.
Your favorite story, the one that you've been working hardest on, which one would that be?
It's actually my first story. Aqib Talib was on with DNVR's Benny Fowler to talk all things Broncos, and one thing they got into was Broncos 2025 first-round pick Jahdae Barron and how he'll fit into the Broncos' defensive backfield. And Aqib Talib, as a former first-round pick, one of the biggest things he wanted to do is just kind of give him some advice on things you got to think about coming into the league and how your mindset should be. So here's Aqib kind of really laying out as a DB coming in as a first-round pick how you have to start thinking now.
I tell my guy, just reset. That's what I did, man. I got to the league, and it was like, all right, this is what I dreamed of, right? Now I got to set a new goal. I'm here now. What I want to do now? So I think I reset, and I was like, man, what I'm gonna do now? I want to be the best now. I want to see. I got here. I went through a rookie mini camp. I kind of seen the flow of things. I felt like I could be the best. So now I set a new goal. I want to be an all-pro, man. I'm trying to be a first-team all-pro bowler. I'm trying to be one of the guys. So reset first, man. Take that first-round jacket off, and now you ain't did nothing in this league. So prove yourself all over again. And, bro, you got the cheat code, bro. Follow Sertan around, ask him questions, get his number, and see how to be a pro, bro, because it's totally different. Now it's your job. We don't got school no more. All them hours need to go towards you being a pro. You know what I'm saying? So you got the cheat code right in front of you, man. He a good dude. He's not going to stiff arm you and mislead you on information. So get up under that dude wing and learn how to be a pro, man. Reset, get up under Sertan wing and learn how to be a pro. It don't matter how agitating you think you might be, or I don't want to just be calling. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it anyway, fam. I'm telling you.
Aqib Talib, man.
Telling it like it is.
It's a good dude right there.
Yeah, I get it. I like Aqib too, but there's a little bit of differences coming out of Kansas when Aqib did and learning to play the position, and then coming from the University of Texas like Barron did to learn. Like I'm assuming he was getting a little more.
I mean, what's
coaching at Texas
but
than
really,
Aqib
man,
was at Kansas, brother.
It's the Big 12 either way.
It's the Big 12,
the old
brother.
school, the old school Big 12.
It ain't intramurals, brother. It's the Big 12. What is he doing anymore?
That was my college head coach.
That dude was
Dan Hawkins. We call him Thunder Dan Hawkins.
How did that go, man?
Yeah.
What coaching techniques did you steal from him to bring to
I
this?
learned that you got to pull out your samurai sword and swing it.
Is that what he was
doing?
doing?
Big. We were a big samurai sword outfit. He loved talking about samurai swords. You bring your samurai sword and you pull it out of its sheath and you swing it.
All right, Dan. Listen, man, it didn't work out well.
We won a lot of games at Boise, but who hasn't? What head coach hasn't won games at Boise?
It felt like Dan was still stoked about Boise when he was here at CU.
You can't make the Buffs into Boise.
My man Sean Payton's always talking about New Orleans and the good old days and stuff like that.
Yeah, sometimes
Dan was up at CU talking about Boise.
Slow down a little bit. Slow down. We've won a natty. Is Boise? I don't think so. But yeah, here's the thing on what I think about Jahdae Barron is not just that he comes from a program, now an SEC program, where football is really important. Jahdae Barron himself, super committed type of an athlete. Mm-hmm. That was the very first thing that I did when Jahdae Barron was surprisingly drafted by the Denver Broncos. And everybody's like, who?
What?
What was that? Yeah, we didn't hear Tyler Warren's name?
What's going on here?
We didn't get Ashton Jetty. We spent the entire offseason talking about Marion Hampton.
I was doing the same thing. I was like, offense, corner, what?
So, of course, all I do, which is sitting there, and I just start scrolling through Texas's coaching staff. And I'm like, his defensive coordinator is a guy that coached at Boise State. Not with Thunder Dan Hawkins. It was after Dan Hawkins. So we had Pete Kwiatkowski here on the morning sprint.
Yeah.
And he talked about that the guy is next level in terms of living in the football facility. Mm-hmm. That extra time, that the time that's not accounted for, That's what Jahdae Barron's been doing for the last 3 years in his college career. He said we had to kick the dude out. That's how much he loves it. So you can already see that not only is he going to be in the hip pocket of Pat Surtain II, I think he's going to be an example for other players because he just is so mature and has such a high care factor and a high football intelligence quotient that he can bring to the table on day one.
You think the Broncos' defense is going to be their number one strength again, right? You don't think Peyton is going to turn that offense to, like, leading the defense?
It's going to be improved. I think the offense is going to be improved.
Okay.
I think the defense is going to be top 2 in the league.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something I could see as well. I mean, obviously they were talking to Aqib because is this the new no-fly with Barron? And
is this potentially more talented than no-fly?
Ooh, maybe. Ooh. Probably with just draft position, yeah. Like who you got.
You have 2 first-round corners right now.
Right. And the no-fly, Aqib was a first-round pick.
I mean, and you have a dude that's been a star in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
In Talanoa Hufanga.
Ooh, yeah, they're kind of leaning offenses. I want to see more offense this season. All right, KJ, what's next?
Young and hungry can sometimes be pretty dangerous.
Well, the last quarterback to complete what we would call the Rocky Mountain Circuit was Peyton Manning. And today, Bo Nix will complete the circuit as he will throw out the first pitch.
Hey, don't get him
tonight.
Why do you want to get the Colorado Rockies voodoo germs on Bo Nix, bro?
No, get Bo Nix's commitment and love of sports around the Rockies, and maybe that rubs off on them.
I didn't think that. I was like, keep him the hell away. Like he might catch that losing disease that the Rocks have. Maybe
Chris Bryant bumps into him in the hallway, and he's like, oh, he gets hit by him. He's like, oh, I love baseball all of a sudden again. Oh my gosh, I love
MVP
sports.
Yeah,
We need a full season of KB.
You're right. Maybe I was thinking it the wrong way.
Yeah,
I was like, no, don't let that man throw at the first pitch. How's because there's going to be more Yankee fans than Rockies fans there. How do you think Yankee fan receives Bo Nix in the first pitch?
That'd be cool with it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's Yankee fan. There might be some boos for Bo, bro. There's 50,000 people in that joint. There's 40,000 going to be Yankees fans.
No,
tonight,
I'd say that the transplants from the East Coast that are Yankee fans that live here in Colorado, a lot of them are probably Yankees fans still, but also Broncos fans.
You're right. Yeah.
Because hey, they're two options. Too good.
Mm-hmm.
They're two native options in the Giants and the Jets. Those two franchises feel a little bit like the Rockies right now. Especially the Jets.
All right, my bad, KJ. I didn't mean to interrupt, but when I found out that Bo was going, you can't have him. Well, I don't know, man. That's a whole lot of losing. You're going to have Bo just hanging around there for a couple hours. But go ahead, man.
I mean, maybe, but my question to you guys is what type of pitch do you guys want to see from Bo? Like just a little,
No, I want to try. I want him to blow that arm out. Throw it as hard as humanly possible, man.
Try to get a TJ, a little Tommy John action. What, man? What are we doing here, Berto? What are we doing here? You know what I want to see? I want to see that he throws the pitch that the Rockies should be throwing as a staff, which is sinker ball in the black, low and outside, about 91 mile an hour. Now, I want to make sure that Bo Nix, that he gets up there and he gets there and he puts his foot right there on the rubber.
So he can't throw from the front of the mound like some people.
He's got to be up there.
You got to be on the rubber.
And I want him to go from the windup to just prove that he's a guy that isn't even going to give up base runners.
All right.
Go straight windup.
All right, man. Okay.
Although he's from Alabama, Charleston, South Carolina, before he was in Alabama. Baseball that big a deal out there? Or is it just pure football?
I don't know. I think it's probably pure football. But I swear, if he shows up and he's a fan of the Yankees, man, I guess I gotta respect it. Like, but just like I was like, I don't know, Bo. I don't know if you want to be hanging around with the Rocks, but I guess it's fun to throw out the first. Has anybody ever asked you to throw out the first pitch, man?
I did. Western Kentucky. I threw out the first pitch for the Bowling Green Hot Rods.
Oh,
which was pretty cool. Double. I think they were high single A affiliate of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Did you groove one? How'd it feel?
So I had 2 opportunities that year. Throw out the first pitch. So I did it at the Western Kentucky home season opener at NCAA baseball. I went up and on the mound, towed the rubber, whole deal, dirted it. But minor league baseball, threw a strike.
Nice.
And I ripped it.
You were like, maybe I'll get an offer?
And I'll be honest, my dimensions, 6'4", 220.
Yeah.
decent lower half.
Right.
There was some of the scouting departments looking over me from that Bowling Green hot rods. Be like, I'll tell you what, this guy might have a shot, man. He got long levers, good haunches.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. All right, KJ, what's next?
Young and hungry can sometimes be pretty dangerous.
You know, one of the most talked about things this offseason has been the Cleveland Browns quarterback room. Everybody knows they have 5 quarterbacks, but obviously Deshaun Watson will be out this season with an Achilles injury. Kevin Stefanski stopped by ESPN Cleveland this morning and discussed how the Browns will indeed try to split up the reps this offseason with their other 4 quarterbacks.
I tell the players, don't pay attention to where you are in line, because where you are on Tuesday, it may be different Wednesday. So, no, we don't pay close attention to that. Certainly you have to decide what order the guys are going to go out, and sometimes it may be player X, player Y, whatever it is. The big thing for us is making sure we give the guys enough reps that they need. So making sure that they have enough where both it's twofold. Both they're learning the system, they're developing, and we're evaluating them. We're finding out more about them. So that's where I said before, it's not going to be everybody gets 25% of these reps. That's not how it's going to be. We want to give everybody enough reps where we can learn more about them and prepare them to get ready to play.
This is a dumpster fire waiting to happen. Yeah. I remember last year being at training camp on a daily basis for the Denver Broncos, doing our beautiful show. At the time it was Dempsey and Company, live from practice. We watched every practice rep for 5 weeks? Every practice rep. And every day I was left saying, Bo didn't get enough reps. Zach Wilson didn't get enough reps, and he was the third option. That was with 3 quarterbacks.
And now you got 5, brother.
This is so dumb.
5.
And
I mean, one of them won't be there in Deshaun,
which
but
is
come
why
on.
even this furthers the rationale and the logic that Kevin Stefanski and general manager Andrew Berry had zero desire to draft Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't just flat out make sense.
Right. Well, he's coaching for his job, right?
But you know who did want Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
Ownership group.
Yeah. Yeah. The situation in Cleveland is so
You know
weird.
what the problem is, though? Is the ownership group, there's the old man up there that's a Tennessee Volunteer donor, huge donor, guy that owns the Cleveland Browns.
I always say Mike Brown, but it's, Cleveland Brown owner is
Jimmy Haslam. So big Tennessee Volunteer
Jimmy
guy.
and D. Haslam, right?
Yeah, Jimmy and D. Haslam. The problem is that Jimmy Haslam, in all of his glory, at 71 years old, he's not going to be out there exerting his energy to make sure that Shedeur Sanders, the player that he drafted, is going to get proper reps. And then it's going to fall on the coaching staff. And this very dichotomy that we're seeing, ownership being on a different page than general manager and head coach, is why franchises like the Cleveland Browns just continue to do nothing but suck.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think Shedeur's in a bad spot,
It's a bad spot, man.
I would not want to be
And
in
anybody
that
who
position.
says otherwise is looking through rose-colored glasses.
Yeah.
Because the reality of it is that Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry drafted Dylan Gabriel before you. And then you were drafted by the ownership group. Now, you could say the ownership group's like, hey, they can do whatever they want. They mandate Shedeur Sanders plays and gets more reps at training camp. They can do that. You own the team, right?
Yeah.
You can do it. Problem is you're most likely not going to have the same head coach and general manager.
Right. And I don't know if they're going to have the same coach and general manager no matter what happens this season. Well, whatever, man. It's just a bad spot. Bad spot. All right, KJ, what you got?
Young and hungry can sometimes be pretty dangerous.
Detroit Lions star DN Aiden Hutchinson announced yesterday that he is cleared for full contact.
Wow, that's good news.
That is really great news. Just kind of seeing how things have been transpiring. And then also, if you think about it, he said that he's ready to jump back into the Lions offseason plans, but there's been a lot of questions and speculations about what should we expect from him in 2025. But here's Aiden kind of breaking down exactly, him being cleared, and now he can begin the process of moving forward in his 2025 offseason plans with the Lions.
I got cleared a while back, and now I'm just I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again. And I'm really looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to. I think this is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life. This is the biggest hiatus I've had without playing ball, so I'm pumped.
Awesome football player, awesome human being. The Detroit Lions are a better football team with him as a pass rushing Jesse. I coached against this player when he was at University of Michigan. That was not a fun day.
No, I can imagine.
He is the type of player that makes you as an offensive play caller have a plan for him every pass play and every run play, because he is a game-wrecking son of a gun. He plays the game with such incredible high energy, high care factor. His football IQ is off the charts, and he just destructs blocks. He's a block destruction machine.
20 sacks? That's a lot. I mean, the most he's ever had in his career. Last year, obviously, he was hurt. He had 7.5 sacks. I think the year before that, he had 11.5 during the season. But that dude, I agree. He's a bad man.
He's a bad man.
Love Hutchinson.
And a good dude, too. Like, good dude.
But
good
is he one of those dudes who could get to one of those marks where you're like, man, he could break the sack record in a season. He could get to, I don't even know what the sack record is. Is it 23? 23 sacks in a season, something like that? Is that what the record is? I mean, Hutchinson, he's 20, man, he's only 24 too. Oh, he's so young. 6'7", 270, 24 years old, and is going to just make your offensive line just,
Michael Strahan and TJ Watt in 2001 and 2021 respectively 22 and a half.
22 and a half.
So 23 would break the record.
Okay. Could Aiden get to 23? Is the Detroit Lion defense, that's Lawrence Taylor, best defensive player on the planet.
Isn't it wild to think that you would just have to average just a little bit more than one sack a game?
Yeah, that's crazy though, right? Like, I mean, that's still
1.2 sacks a game gets you to the number.
Yeah, man. I do love Aiden. That's a bad man. All right, that was KJ's NFL news and notes on this Friday. We will roll on with the morning sprint after a quick timeout on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Mike Sanford here, and I am so excited to tell you about my guy, my own personal real estate agent when I bought my home here in Colorado 3 years ago, and that is CU Buff legend, also Fairview High School legend, Barry Remington, the all-time tackle leader in the history of Colorado football. And right now, it's a buyer's market, which is great news if you're looking for a home. So don't underestimate what a seller will do to get a deal done. Barry's got more inventory than he's had in 10 plus years, which is absolutely huge for buyers. Sellers can even help buy down the buyer's interest rate to make the monthly payment much more affordable. It's a great opportunity for you if you're out there and you might be looking to buy a home. But if you need someone who knows how to take advantage of it, you got to make sure that you find the perfect team. And that's Barry Remington and his daughter, Cassie Remington, at the WK Real Estate Team. So you make sure you don't lose out on the home that you want. Because at the end of the day, it's all about finding the right home for you, the buyer, and getting the best deal possible. There's 2 listings that you need to check out, one being in Louisville at 567 Manorwood Lane in Louisville, right on Coal Creek Golf Course, and the other one, 1356 Golden Eagle Way, another property in Louisville, Colorado. Beautiful community. So check out BarryRemingtonTeam.com today.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Final segment of the Morning Sprint on this Friday here in the Mile High City. It is May 23rd, not May 27th like the clock says right here.
My lovely wife's birthday today.
Happy birthday!
It's also
to Coach Sanford's
a lot of a lot of people out there.
You want to tell us how old she is today?
She
Coach?
is
29.
She is celebrating the anniversary of her 23rd birthday, and it's a beautiful thing. Man.
Let me
You know what else is happening today?
What?
A lot of our listeners right now are driving around, and for the first time in a long time, they got kids in their back seats.
Yeah,
because school is out and summer's here. And you know what? You know what I'm going to choose? I'm going to choose to enjoy being around my children this summer.
Okay, man,
it's
you
fun.
do you.
This is fun. I'm having a great time around my kids.
You don't like what my sister does with her kid is just send her to camp for like 3 weeks. She's like, enjoy camp. Be a better person. Expand your horizons.
I'm gonna be coaching some of those camps.
That's true.
Hey, you come out. Hey, I'll tell you what. You will get a good ball camp. Might not be as good as the Bo Nix camp because he was out there for 3 hours slanging that pill.
Was he really?
He was out there at his Bo Nix youth football camp last weekend.
Just tossing
getting it in.
All right, we were giving away.
You had a question there. You had a question.
Oh yeah, what did you get the wife for her birthday? Like, I mean, 20 years in, that's a lot of birthday presents, brother. So what do you got?
I got her some good stuff, man.
Okay.
It wasn't like any. It was kind of some attire that she's been wanting to rock. More clothing this year.
Oh, okay.
Is that boring?
Yeah, no, that's
really
boring.
boring.
That's super boring.
Yeah, it sucks. It really
but
sucks.
I guess 20 years into the
thanks for doing that. It makes me realize that I suck at being a husband.
No, man, you don't have to buy her like diamond tennis bracelets every birthday or something like that.
There's been a few of those over the years.
Yeah. You're doing all right. All right,
It's a little
KJ.
different on the radio budget than it was on the old Division I college football budget.
We gave away, or we are giving away, a couple of season passes to Elitch Gardens on behalf of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And the winner is, KJ is selecting the winner, and it is
Sean Olson.
All right, Sean.
Congratulations,
Sean. Enjoy yourself. Free parking, free shows, fireworks, drive-in movies, Fright Fest. Thanks for tuning in, and now you got yourself some season passes. I do believe in the last segment here, is there something we haven't touched on yet, KJ? Is there something that we've missed? We talked about the Nuggets and Josh Kroenke and his conversation with the media. Yesterday, we talked about the Rockies and their season of ineptitude and being the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball. Talked about a little bit about the Avs and what's going on in the NHL. What do we miss? What would you like to cover here in the final couple of minutes of the program?
What would you like to cover, Coach? Listen, if I had to pick one, I'm going to go non-sports. So I'm going to lean on Coach because we need to get back to sports here.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
What you got, baby? All right.
You know what we haven't talked about yet?
What?
It broke after our show yesterday. College football playoffs.
Oh,
yes,
the expansion.
The college football no, not expansion, right?
Well, aren't they going to expand? Are we
Eventually,
getting more teams?
but in 2020, the 2026 college football playoffs after the 2025 regular season, they're doing away with the automatic conference champion first round bye top 4 seeding.
Oh,
so they're going straight seeding. So if you are
no more games with the seeding.
Arizona,
it's just like
Arizona
where you
State
are is where you at.
Arizona State, Boise State are no longer going to have a first round bye.
Interesting. Okay. No, I did not see that. I had no idea that was going down. I know people. If
you know who got this done,
the SEC
and
the Big Ten.
Amen. That's it.
Well, it always feels like the SEC and the Big Ten are looking at every other conference in America and be like, don't make us join forces. We will join forces, and then we'll be the only conference in college football, and the rest of you can go play whatever reindeer games you want to play. But if we join forces and join teams, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you just make a super conference with every SEC and Big Ten team, and bam, that's it.
So in the current structure, the top 4 seeds in the playoff were designated to the highest ranked conference champions. In the straight seeding format, teams are seated in the same slot in which they are ranked. So last year they had those college football playoff rankings that came out starting, I believe it was like week 10, week 8, right in there, somewhere later in the season where you start rolling out these and everybody's looking at those numbers. And then a lot of times the numbers that were in the top 4, they weren't granted first round buys because Boise State was one of the highest rated conference champions.
Yeah.
As was Arizona State, I believe. Therefore, the two of those two teams were able to get a first round bye, and the college football playoff this year just felt a little bit backwards.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. They were like, here's what the 2024 playoffs would have looked like if we'd used this format. And it is kind of interesting. I mean, what did you think about the college football playoff? Like,
I went to a game. I went to support my alma mater, Boise State.
Yeah, how did that work out?
Not good. They got the brakes beaten off them by Abdul Carter and Tyler Warren of Penn State. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like a contest. The reality of the college football landscape, man. There's no such thing as a Cinderella team, brother.
Yeah, you don't think so?
There's just too much of
even
the
if
haves.
we put it at 24, it'd still be like, yo, man, Texas is making it through.
It'd be cool.
Or Oregon.
It'd be cool. Like, they can show up to the party. Like, Indiana showed up to the party, or Boise State showed up to the party, or Arizona State showed up to the party. But guess what? They were turned into a pumpkin immediately when they got to the party.
Yeah, and those are some bad games. Some of those games are not fun to watch. How big is the field? How big would the field have to be for me to get CU into the college football playoff?
Last year?
If there was a field of 24 last year, CU would have made it, right? Would CU have made the
24,
playoff?
yes. 24, yes.
I just want more teams, and I'd be fine if we did it with 64. That's probably too much.
So last year, if you would have taken this new format, this actually would have been way better.
Yeah, you think so? When you look at it,
the first round buys, one seed was Oregon, they fizzled out in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
And they looked like the best team in the regular season. Number 2 seed would be Georgia. Number 3 seed would have been Texas. Number 4 seed would have been Penn State.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you would have had first round matchups, Clemson at Notre Dame. I think that would have been a good game. And then guess who Notre Dame would have had to play the next week?
Penn State.
Penn State.
Yeah.
Okay. Then Boise State, Indiana.
Oh, that would have been it. Yeah.
At least there's kind of two air quote Cinderella teams that have a chance to square off.
Yeah. Look at this turkey, man. He quit football and now he's lifting again, bro. What is up with
Polumbus,
Tyler?
He's getting yacked.
Yeah, well, I don't understand.
I think
There's no need.
Yeah, but you know what?
Do you think Tyler Polumbus is fighting crime during the night at nighttime or something?
You know what Tyler Polumbus is? He's got to be. Somebody's got to check that man's urine sample.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
I think he is.
Like, I think he's, now that he doesn't get drug tested by the NFL anymore, there ain't no way he should be that big this soon. He's out here looking like Bane, bro.
I'll tell you what, he's got
to
that cut off.
Batman.
He's got the short shorts rocking.
Yeah, he does have the short. What the hell? He's showing way too much skin at work, bro.
I think I need to complain to my HR department.
That's right. That's an HR violation, man.
The problem is the HR department got the day off.
They're right. They're not even here.
I'll tell you who didn't get the day off.
There's nobody for you to complain to. You can complain to Dan. Right, you can complain to Dan, maybe, and that's
all
it.
Right, we would have had Arizona State, Ohio State.
Ooh, although
and then the winner would have
caught a beating.
The winner would have been playing Texas.
See, that would have been great. Second round matchup, Texas Ohio State,
and then SMU would have played at Tennessee. Probably a better matchup. Tennessee fizzled out. Looked like dog
it had
crap.
to be better than what we got last year. Okay, you know what? I had no idea this was going down, but I like it.
When you see Darren McKee walk in after Tyler
see, that's
Polumbus,
the problem because DMac is standing right next to Tyler, and Tyler looks like
a grade A
human specimen.
He looks like an Adonis.
And DMac, you know what they are? They're twins. Remember that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Did you ever see the Arnold
Danny DeVito?
Yeah, DMac is Danny DeVito, and Tyler Polumbus is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
100%.
That's exactly right. Also, there is no reason for Tyler to be that swole, bro. No reason to get that swole. Like, can he play a Valor? Does he still have like some eligibility left? Could you put him on the offensive line?
I'll be honest, he'd have a hard time winning a job right now. we got a pretty good group up front now. I'm not gonna lie.
Valor's big up front, bro.
We have 4 dudes with Division I offense in the offensive line.
Tyler wishes he could make that offensive line. He wishes he could get in there.
I don't think he can move like he once did.
I would like to see, like, if we would just like, hey, Tyler, DMac, here's what's going to happen. DMac, you get to hit Tyler as hard as you humanly can, and then Tyler gets to hit you as hard as he humanly can, and I'd like to see which one falls first.
Yeah. Tyler looks like He didn't look like this 6 months ago.
No, what the hell? That's what
You know
I'm
what
saying.
he looked like? He looked like he was Tom Hanks on Castaway Island
Yeah,
hanging
he
out
was
with Wilson.
skinny, scrawny.
You know
and
what?
now he can't. The NFL's done something to his brain, man. He can't stop lifting weights.
Tyler clearly isn't popping tops, but you know who is?
Who?
Mark Bertinoli and Coach Mike Sanford here.
Yeah,
The
let's-
Friday
let's-
tradition,
let's
man.
pop
We
some
pop
tops,
some tops,
baby. Let's pop some tops.
And I'm going to start out by popping a top to Bo Nix, throwing out the first pitch and bringing about some good vibes as the Colorado Rockies, the 8-42 Colorado Rockies host the New York Yankees at Coors Field
I'll
tonight.
pop a top to that too. I'm gonna watch some Yankees Rockies, man, just to catch that beating live and in person. I want to see how it goes.
One last that I think is worth popping your top.
Yeah, what? Go ahead.
Get your East Coast IPA from New York, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the Knicks Pacers because I think it's the only series remaining in NHL or NBA that is really worthwhile.
I'm with you on that one. Pop a top too. The Indianapolis 500. You watch the Indy 500, Coach?
Yeah,
it's coming out on Monday.
The
Memorial Day.
bricks are going to be ready to go.
Yeah, give me some milk. Yeah, pop a top of that. Other than that, I ain't got nothing else, man. Oh, the Rapids play tomorrow. Rapids in St. Louis City tomorrow. Pop a top.
Let's go. They're home.
Yeah. They got it. St. Louis is bad.
Fresh
well, I mean, they're not
fresh
great.
off a Rocky Mountain leg one win.
Yeah. Catch two wins in a row.
Up the Pids and pop a top, baby.
All right, I like where your head's at. For KJ Grandison and Coach Sanford, I'm Mark Bertinoli. Alex Ryanemi back next week. We got PhD next.
Whoa. Wow. Damn, you see what they got going on here? So I guess Nate Kreckman broke the microphone stand, and
the soft aluminum, the second soft aluminum stand is broke off.
it's it's just a cheap piece of plastic on a otherwise pretty sturdy stand, but Nate destroyed it. But what's pretty funny is it has this red light that like the microphone is on, and you turn the microphone on, it's like laser beams are in your eyes.
Yeah.
Golly, I don't want to. Has Berto been dealing with this all day? Has he been staring into these red lights?
Well, it only take a year and a half to
Golly,
get that
man.
one fixed. This one's been broken for
Damn.
about 8 months.
Holy cow!
Slide it over to the middle.
Put
a napkin on it.
I got a cord issue with this thing. I don't want to
put
blind
something
you
over
guys.
it. Just put something over it.
Yeah. I'll just that'll work fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to get distracted. Right
Aim
off
the
the
laser
bat.
beams at me.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Is that pointing at you?
That's perfect.
All right, I don't want that. Here, I'll just stick a bunch of. Can I do that? Just I don't know.
We could ask somebody to come fix it, but then again, everybody's taking their 5-day weekend.
That's true. I got my first ever email from Josh Kroenke last night. That was fun.
Oh, really? Let's see if I got one.
Yeah.
Oh, you got one.
We all got one. It said to take the day off.
Yeah.
And then our boss said, no, you don't get to take the day off. But I'm like, well, who do I listen to here? Is Josh Kroenke my boss? Or is Dave Fleck my boss? Or is Kevin Shockey who's my boss?
Everybody else told you not to, did.
Yeah, okay. I mean, when Josh Kroenke says take the day off, I feel like that means take the day off.
Hey, take the day off. There's laser beams in my eyes. All right, sorry. Again, getting distracted. By the way, Tyler.
Yes.
You don't need to wear sleeves the rest of the summer. And we're going to Memorial Day weekend. You should just be sleeveless summer.
It's Bro Tank Friday. It might be Bro Tank Mondays, Tuesdays. Might turn into Bro Tank Wednesdays.
And I
but today is Bro Tank Friday.
I actually went home from continuation.
Oh, nice!
To find my Bro Tank.
Yeah.
Searched through 3 different drawers. Couldn't find my Bro Tank.
Yeah.
So I brought a T-shirt in. If I need to, I could cut the sleeves off because I knew you and Dan would wear your Bro Tanks.
Dan didn't do it.
I forgot.
Of course Dan didn't
Dan
do
wore
it.
his long sleeve like flannel.
We made a plan. It was supposed to be Bro Tank Friday. Everybody but you was going to do Bro Tank Fridays.
I was not let in on this. So
nobody wanted to see you in a Bro Tank.
Oh, all right. But that plan did not work.
Well, we got
it worked great.
Well, if I get some scissors,
No.
I'm going to join. I'll join him.
All right. Well, yeah, bro, tank it up. Yeah, the bros can be
Bro,
bros.
it's officially got a summer in it.
Well, hey, here we are. Yeah, I'm gonna buy my splash pass tomorrow for the pool.
So I just got out of an MRI machine about 25 minutes ago.
How's that going?
Well, I just got the fastest results of all time.
Okay.
You
told me it was going to be next week.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but
And?
they got an app. Let me just read this to you, Scott. Tell me how this is sounding. Moderate to severe AC joint osteoarthritis, severe cartilage thinning of central aspect of the humeral head, measuring approximately 2 centimeters, severe cartilage thinning of central and posterior aspect of the glenoid, degenerative tear and fraying of posterior superior, posterior inferior, and inferior labrum. Thin linear tear at the base of the superior labrum. Rotator cuff severe tendinitis. Moderate joint infusion with synovitis. How's that sounding?
Not good.
That doesn't sound great.
Take an Advil, you'll be all right.
Jeez.
Take an Advil or
I got
Rub some dirt on it.
I got a labrum
Yeah, rub some
tear.
dirt on it, you whip. What, Bro Tank? What are we complaining about? We're crying already, Bro Tank?
So you know what I've got? I've got a grade 2 AC joint, which is what Michael Porter Jr. had.
Yeah.
Well, I've been dealing with that the whole
Haven't
time.
missed a show.
God,
haven't missed a show.
No wonder your jump shot sucks, though.
Did you not have him do your back also?
No, I haven't done my back. I haven't done an MRI on my back in a while. Yeah.
That's the one.
Well, the shoulders current emergency. Yeah.
So that's a
Yikes.
that just yells surgery, right?
Sounds like it.
I don't know. It sounds like a lot to me.
You'll be all right.
Be okay.
Or rub some dirt on it. Yeah. Rub a little dirt on it.
Yeah, okay. Whatever.
Wow.
Sounds pretty messed up.
I got a labrum tear, rotator cuff tear, bicep. Oh my God.
I don't know, bro. His
Yeah,
shoulder
that's
looks pretty good
that's
to me,
surgery.
man. You look kind of
That's
yoked
surgery.
up.
Yeah.
What can't you do?
I'm doing everything because I'm an idiot,
There you
and
go,
I'm
so-
still in the gym, and I'm still benching and doing everything.
So?
and I'm just playing through the pain because that's what we do, Scott.
That's what you do.
I got goals here. I got abs in 60. I got to get the abs in the next 60 days. I'm working on the pecs.
Why do you even bother with the MRI?
Because he knows it hurts like hell, and he knows he probably needs a surgery.
I know there's something seriously wrong.
Well,
I'm
now
just-
you know exactly what it is.
I was just hoping they'd be like, yeah, we can do a shot.
And is that what that
Well,
screams?
they could
That
probably
doesn't
do a
scream
shot, and it would help
yeah.
for a little bit, but it ain't fixing it.
Maybe.
All right. Well,
Any doctors out there want to break down my MRI report for me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
We should do that.
Yeah, any
No, seriously. We got any surgeons out there?
Well,
I mean, Dr.
probably got a couple,
Dr.
right?
Public's my guy.
I got a
I just saw
retired
Shelby
surgeon,
Harris,
buddy.
by
I
the way.
could call my retired.
Shelby Harris. How's Shelby Harris
was
doing?
over at Stedman getting some. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
I dumped it.
Why would you dump Stedman's?
No.
Well, I was kind of like there was like health code violations, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Shelby's still playing the NFL, isn't he?
Easy. Yeah. No,
Oh,
I already dumped it.
Oh, no. I got you. Okay. All right. That was kind of funny.
I don't get the funny.
Certain people may be doing certain things where they don't want other people who are doing their
Right.
things to know certain things about them.
Yeah.
How's that? Is that
Yeah.
vague enough?
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
certain organizations may want not to know
That's every coach or player we've ever talked about.
So there you go. So there you go. It's a generalization. Tim Kurkjian is going to join us in 10 minutes.
Oh, baseball guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. I like him.
He said there's a very specific reason. He literally said what's happening with the Rockies is bad for baseball. So it's beyond just like, hey, what a terrible year or whatever. One of the most esteemed baseball muggles out there is saying this is bad for the entire sport. And we'll get him on and we'll ask him, oh, wow, what exactly do you mean by that? And the question is, if it is bad for the entire sport, should the sport do something about it?
Can the sport do anything about it?
We'll ask Tim in about 10 minutes. So we'll get to that in a second.
We had also a walk back of a statement by Michael Malone.
I got it right here.
Yep.
You're getting right to it. You want to hear it?
Sure.
You guys ready? Here we go.
Yeah, I agree with that. When Nikola won the first of his 3 MVPs, and I did vote for him again this year. If I had a vote, want to make sure the people in Denver know that because right now I'm getting a lot of heat back home.
Welcome to TV, Michael.
Yeah, no doubt, but it does legitimize the performance that you had. But he was such a business mindset, mental approach.
Yep.
It meant nothing to him. He was solely focused on the team goal of winning a championship, not the individual accolade.
All right, so there you go. Now, he misspoke there, obviously. What he meant to say is if I had a vote,
He
I
corrected
would
himself.
have voted for
Yeah,
Jokic.
yeah.
He just kind of mixed his words
Goofed
up.
it, but he did clean it up.
We understand what he
He's
meant.
getting nervous with the microphone in front of him.
A little bit. So,
I think every coach ought to spend some time on live television and then understand what us who cover live sports, when you hear a bad shot and you go, oh, gee, just out of emotion, you go, well, that just happens, because you're on live sports.
yeah, he kind of screwed it up again there, too.
Yeah. So, be interesting to see.
So, do you think it really wasn't a shot and he just really kind of misspoke?
Oh my gosh! Now it's not a shot. Now
No,
it's not a shot.
I'm just
not
asking
only
a
did
question.
the judge decide it wasn't a shot yesterday after he already decided it was a shot. Now you're deciding it's not a shot.
I just asked- I just asked a
You want it
question.
on
Hey,
appeal.
good news though, I got my Uber refunded.
Oh, did you really?
Well, which means, in
Oh,
essence,
it's a push.
Which
Yeah.
it means, in
Yeah.
essence, we got to enjoy a half a cup of coffee yesterday.
Yeah.
That being said, since you won on appeal, when you won on appeal, DMac owes you.
I agree.
No,
Yeah.
I think it's thrown
Thank
out. Thrown out.
Is he
of
the judge or
court.
not? Is he the
now.
judge or not?
That was yesterday. He's nothing now. He's just sitting here.
No.
He ain't nothing now. We're not doing the whole.
Vente cinnamon dolce.
That bit has come and gone. If you want something, go get it.
Dude, listen.
We do have another.
We're like the morning show. We let bits go for weeks.
We do have another fun little bit though, an idea for a bit, and it could be tweaked. We'll see what it is. But we got these Elich passes to give away, like season passes or something. What is it, Dan? What is the exact prize? Do you have the exact listing of the prize?
It's on my rundown. So look at it, DMac, you idiot. Don't.
So you could say it on the air. It's on your rundown. You don't have to just whisper in ears. It's radio.
We have a pair of season passes to Elitch's. Oh, that's kind of cool, right? A pair of season passes. Passes are only $79.99. Include free parking, free shows, fireworks, dive-in movies. Is that
they have movies at the pool.
Okay,
which is cool. My
Fright Fest.
The warden and the junior warden did that once last year.
All right, here's the idea, and it's completely tweakable. Who knows? It's just an idea. But the idea is on the Voice of the People on the app. And the app is, I know we got sponsorships for everything. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. Willhitewins.com. The idea is you become a play-by-play announcer. And you give us a play-by-play moment that you don't think ever will happen in the history of Denver sports.
Yeah.
So you
Joker hits a shot to win the NBA championship. We're hoping that's going to happen in Denver sports.
Well, exactly. But if Michael Porter Jr. goes for 40 and hits the winner, well, perhaps that stretch. Well, okay, all right,
or Michael
fine.
Porter Jr. in a
Fine.
guest appearance hits a grand slam walk-off home run for the Rockies.
Well, there you go. That'd be kind of, or the Rockies win a game. See, you can be snarky like that too.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're those. So you get to be.
And if you're a judge on this, snarky usually wins.
Usually. So you got the whole show till about 2:45 or so. You got the Voice of the People. We'll see what people come up with. And if they come up with a giant pile of nothing, then there's
we'll
that.
keep the passes.
That's right. So there you go.
They'll be used one way or the other.
That's right.
Perfect.
It's not like you guys don't have kids.
Well,
I mean,
the governor and the junior governor or warden and junior warden always get a pass.
All right, so that's what we got going on. So get the app, play-by-play of a moment you don't think will ever happen in Denver sports. And we'll see how creative people are bumping around here today on a day where we know people are barely working. We know. We know what today's all about in offices.
And snarky is good.
Yeah, the service.
All of Denver got that email from Josh Kroenke?
It's just offices. Service people, waitresses, drivers, whatever. They're the real working folk. They're still doing their thing, and we appreciate everybody out there. But if you just work in some sort of freaking office, you know it's closed. You know you ain't doing crap, or you are seriously looking at your watch like, I put in 3 hours and 15 minutes. I'm done, right?
Yeah.
I mean, do you think we're going to see one light turn on here in this building?
No.
Well, that started yesterday.
So
Parking lot was looking a little thin out there.
Let's have some fun while we're at it today. Be creative. Win those Elitch's pass. And Dan, as they come, we'll just play them as they come. Tim Kurkjian will tell us why the Rockies, what they're doing is bad for baseball next. All right, CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic holiday weekend. You want to be spectacular. You want to have a fun summer, not a downer of a summer. And if you're dealing with ED, well, we have the place to go to get you back in the game. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Hey, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, with 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. They're there to serve you. So call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We're joined by Tim Kurkjian of ESPN. And I know time is a little bit tight. Tim, we really appreciate your time. You caught our attention because not only were you commenting about the Rockies in terms of being a bad team, but you actually said they're bad for baseball. Thank you for being on the show. And I'm curious what you meant by that they're bad for baseball. We know they're bad, but why are they bad for baseball?
Well, I think they're unhealthy for baseball, much like the White Sox were unhealthy for baseball, much like the Rays and the A's are unhealthy for baseball, that they're playing in minor league ballparks. We want everything to be really good in baseball, and it's just not healthy when a team is 8-42. And for what it's worth, I get no joy out of this stuff. I would never pile on here with the Rockies. I covered the 88 Orioles who lost their first 21 games. So I know a little bit about terrible teams and what it does to fan bases, organizations, players, everything. I'm just saying the beauty of baseball is that every team, any team can win any night. The worst team can beat the best team, which couldn't happen in Scott Hastings' sport. Bad teams did not go into Chicago Stadium in Jordan's prime and beat him. It just couldn't happen. There were upsets in basketball. There are upsets in football. There should be no such thing as an upset in baseball. And yet with the White Sox last year and the Rockies this year, when they win a game, sometimes it feels like an upset. And that's what I mean. It's not good for the game when one team is this bad, much like the White Sox were last year when they finished 80 games under 500.
Tim, Scott Hastings here. Thank you for the reference. Is there anything when you look at the White Sox last year, the Rockies this year, other bad teams historically, that you can pinpoint a area or two that they've really let slip that has led to the demise of where they are?
Scott, it's way more than one. That's the problem. Yeah. I mean, the Rockies are 29th in the major leagues in runs scored. They're last in ERA, and they've made the most errors of any team. That's all three major categories. They're either last or second to last. But I will say, and again, I'm not saying anything great's going to happen next year, but that 88 Oriole team that I covered that started out 0-21, they lost 107 games that year and then came back and almost made the playoffs the next year. So baseball is so beautiful in that one little thing or two little things can turn a team from good to bad, bad to good, like in the matter of one season. So it's not time to completely lose hope in the Rockies. They just got to get things together here because this has been, a failure in defense, offense, and pitching.
Ted, the problem here locally is that fans just show up. We got the Yankees coming to town. It's going to be a sold out stadium, and whether the Rockies win or lose, it's going to continue to have good attendance all year long. So, from Major League Baseball's perspective, if this is bad for baseball, what, if anything, is there to be done?
By the league, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, there's not much we can do except the Rockies have to get better. And what also has to happen eventually is we're going to have to try to find a way to bridge the gap in payroll, especially between the really good teams and the really bad teams. Because right now, the gap between the really bad teams and the really good teams is wider than I have seen in the 45 years that I've covered. And that's, again, my point. It's not healthy that the Orioles a few years ago finished 39 games out of fourth place in their division. I mean, the last time that had happened was in the early 1900s. That wasn't good for baseball, that there was a team that struggled that badly. So, yes, if there's a way to fix this, and it is not an easy fix, we got to find a way to improve the bad teams and bring the good teams maybe down just a little bit so it's a more even playing field. But the only way we could do that is, with luxury taxes and looking at payrolls and things like that, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Is there a team, unless I grew up, Tim, as a Kansas City Royals fan, will be a Royals fan for the rest of my life, and listen, we went 29 years in between winning a World Series, but we've won two. Are they a model or teams like that? What Houston did after losing 2 seasons of 107 or 100 plus games. I know they cheated a little bit, but are there models that teams like the Rockies can look at?
Yeah, the Astros are a good model. The Astros were indescribably bad and not good for baseball, of course, for about 3 or 4 years. And the Cubs were in a similar spot, and they had to rebuild those teams. And the only way to do it was to tear them down, get as many great draft choices as you could, draft and develop the right people, and then your team turns around. So, yes, to me, that's kind of the only way to do it when you don't have all the money and all the resources to go do whatever you want, as, say, the Yankees, Mets, and Dodgers have. So that's the only way to do it. You have to tear it down, look at the Astros model, look at the Cubs model, and take it from there.
All right, real quick, because we know you got to go. Does that mean, is it possible for Major League Baseball to force an owner to sell?
I don't think I guess anything is possible in this day and age, but my guess is that's not going to happen because, we see what's happening with the Rays. Major League Baseball came out and said to Stuart Sternberg, things aren't going very well here, and kind of encouraged him to sell. And I'm not sure he's going to sell that team. So I don't know anything about business. I'm the first to tell you that, but I'm just not sure it's legal to tell somebody, hey, we don't like the way you're doing things. You have to sell your business. I don't think it works that way.
Tim, we really appreciate your time, and we'll let you go. Thank you, Tim.
All right, fellas. Thank you very much.
See you, buddy.
Okay.
Take care.
I'm glad he could make some time for us.
That was kind of cool.
Very cool.
Here's where baseball. Listen, the NBA got an owner out in the Clippers. The NFL got an owner out in Carolina.
Never for performance,
but not performance, but for social or exterior, rightful things, right? Here's what baseball's going to say. Boy, they're a bad team. But do you see the business they brought into downtown Denver?
Right.
Do you see the business that they're and you said this yesterday, Tyler. Their business, not business of baseball, just their business of money, they've been good at.
Yeah, and what caught my attention with Kurkjian, what he said, wasn't that they're just bad. But like he said, they're unhealthy for baseball.
They're historically bad.
So if we're doing something that is historically bad, wouldn't it make sense if it truly is unhealthy for the sport itself, that there's historical consequence for being historically bad?
There hasn't been.
Let me ask you this.
Well, that's why I said historical.
If the Rockies had 17 wins right now, how different would the conversation be?
Massive. There would be no conversation.
Why?
They'd just be a stinky team.
Yeah, they'd be a lousy team like there's been a lot of lousy teams.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I ask is, you look at the NL East, you look at the Central, you got a team with 17, 19 wins, 16, 15.
Nobody's talking about those guys.
And everywhere's got 15 to 17 wins, at least one team, right? But the Rockies are different. And I don't think that can go unnoticed from the league office.
I found out when the modern era of baseball, when they say modern era, I know when the modern era starts now. You guys want to take a guess? It's pretty funny. Modern era.
Modern era baseball, I would say 52.
Turn of the century.
1901.
Oh, wow.
1901 is considered the modern era of baseball. But the Rockies are challenging beyond the modern era. We're referencing like the 1895 Louisville Colonels. Like we're in that territory right now. So if it's unhealthy for the sport, what a wild thing to say. Your team is so bad, you're unhealthy for the sport.
Well,
you're beyond just bad.
Listen, nothing's going to change, and I'm not a guy. Listen, the guy's making money, and he's doing the right thing, and he wants to give it to his kids. Great. But Tim just said it, and listen, you can like Tim Kurkjian or not. Guy loves baseball.
45 years ago.
The guy has put a lot of his life in baseball, seen good and bad, as he said.
Sure.
Until Dick Monfort says and gets embarrassed and stop looking at the bottom line and look at what people are nationally now. I mean, they're a national story now.
Yeah.
Here's the difference, Tyler. At 16 wins are not a national story.
Right.
They're just never talked about.
There's no
now they're a
news.
national story for the wrong reason.
Yeah, like 8-42 is a 50-game mark, and there'll be a 60-game mark, and there'll be an 81 game. You know what I mean? There'll be other historic moments that a 17-win team will, whatever. They just stink. I saw something, though, watching the game, and yes, I'm sick. I went back and watched it.
They had a good game. Marquez pitched
He
well.
really did pitch well. Here's what kills me about the Rockies, amongst a lot of things. Their fielding is so bad.
They're last, he said.
And this is what blows me away, because fielding in general at the major league level is something that even bad teams have pretty good fielding. Usually you get beat just because of pitching and hitting. On the major league level, to be beat because of fielding is really preposterous. Because most of these guys, to get to this level, you understand how good of fielders they have to be on any level of professional baseball.
Think about this: when they had teams that were 500 type teams, 75 to 85 wins, somewhere in there, they always had a Gold Glover or two.
Well, technically, they have two: Brenton Doyle and Ezekiel Tovar. Technically, they're defending Gold Glovers, center field and shortstop. It's crazy.
Yeah, let's see.
But everybody's making mistakes. It is like it's contagious. I mean, a throw from a catcher down to third base is an accomplished catcher who's going to be a professional can make that throw when he's 15 years old. Hunter Goodman threw one into left field the other day to let a run in. Like, they're making mistakes none of them have really made in their lives until now. That's fielding. Marquez actually pitched great yesterday.
Listen, I saw the California Angels and the Minnesota Twins turn things around because of a little boy.
Okay. I'll tell you this.
All you got to do is believe, Scott.
All you got to do is believe.
Do you realize they out-hit the Phillies yesterday? They out-hit the Phillies. They left 10 guys on base. This guy, Tyler Freeman, is playing right field. He came up 4 times with runners on base, and mostly in scoring position, and just went 0 for 4. He was terrible. I couldn't believe how bad he was trying to hit a baseball at the major league level with runners in scoring position. Multiple times. Hitting like 6th in the lineup. And I did see something I haven't seen before. There was one protester who sat, if they're shooting like a righty at the plate, so they're shooting over, beyond his shoulder. You can see some of the fans kind of near the dugout of the opposing team. One guy had a box. It wasn't even a bag. It was a box with eyes and mouth cut out, and it said "Sell the Team" on the box. And he was sitting there watching the game with the "Sell the Team" box on his head for the entire game. And they were kind of weird how they were doing the
it's
camera.
good to see a little passion.
Box heads.
Tyler, it's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah.
I loved it. I was like, oh, look at this. Somebody with good seats who knows he's going to be on TV is protesting. Finally. And if you were just to watch the game, which I don't blame you guys not, if you just looked at the fans, it was like, oh, yeah, a photo of them? All right, yeah, there you go. Sell the Team box head guy. I don't think that's a bag. I think it's a box.
Surrounded by Phillies fans.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Count how many Phillies. These
That's
people
freaking
are,
amazing. We got Eagles jerseys.
jerseys.
There is not a single. That is unbelievable.
That's a hell of a
In
picture,
that
isn't it?
entire photo, I see 3 Rockies fans.
Where do you see the 3?
Look at the 2 ladies on the right, like 4 rows up.
Yeah, and box head.
She has a purple hat, purple thing.
Yeah, and then box head.
Box head.
That's one hell of a picture right there.
You know who that guy looks just at a quick glance, if you don't stare at the guy beside him with the glasses? Is that Peyton Manning? That's the first thing I looked at. I said, is that Peyton Manning?
Now, this guy is doing it on purpose. He knows he's going to be on TV with it, and he was a bunch of times. It's the first time I've seen any form of protest down at the ballpark. But yes, Tyler, you're right. Look how many Phillies fans, and it was like that in the entire ball. What do you think it's going to be like starting tonight for the Yankees?
Oh, my gosh. It'll be 90-10.
Hey, Bo Nix should protest throwing the first pitch.
If Bo Nix had a brain in his head, he'd wear a Yankees hat when he throws out the first pitch. I wouldn't even hate on him if he did that.
Or a Giants jersey.
I don't know if he's going to go that far. Anyways, our local team, unhealthy for MLB, according to Tim Kurkjian of ESPN, who does not have a dog in the fight or an axe to grind. That is objective analysis from somebody who's in the know.
He's just an old-time baseball guy that loves the sport. I mean, that's where I look at Tim, right?
This walk of shame thing, I'm going to lose this by 10,000 miles. I'll be doing this walk of shame in August because they won't be able to get 42 wins.
Oh, that's when you can do it. Right
That
now,
would
you
be
won't miss
pretty
any
funny.
training camp.
Man,
you might be able.
if you literally hit the point of no return with the month left of baseball.
Can you?
Hey, that's what we should do with fans and win a prize. We do an over and under, and everybody picks a date when it becomes impossible for them to win. What do they got to win? 41.
42.
They got to win
technically.
42 games.
41 just ties the White Sox. My whole thing was, by the way, have you guys listened to Warren Schaefer at all? Do you know his story, the interim coach?
Yeah, he's a good guy. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
But by the way, I would say this about Warren Schaefer.
He's saying the right things at least.
Well, because he knows he's interim. He's not.
He's saying you shouldn't feel sorry for us. We're accountable for it. If there's any guys in here, if you're a real man, you'll step up to this moment.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he's saying it.
And Bud Black was saying the same stuff.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Bud was.
Well, I will say this.
Bud was. That's baseball.
Are we able to say now at least this wasn't Bud's fault?
Not DMac.
Not me. Bud had a lot to do with it, but it might be to the point of no return right now. And Schaefer's trying to do some things like yesterday, for example, with a runner on, or 2 games ago rather, they're down 2-0. He had Tovar bunt to move a runner from first to second just to get a run, trying to do something. But there's a significant lack of talent. There is. But Marquez,
it's great.
You know the problem with being a protester is
frustrating.
In order to be effective, you got to be a rich protester. That's
because those are good seats right there.
That's the only way to really make a statement. You got to be a rich protester that can buy seats in the first 3 rows.
I'll tell you what, if anybody knows who that dude is and can get us in contact with him somehow, or if that dude can somehow hear the sound of our voices, that's a guy I would love to have on the phone and say, way to go, dude. Good for you.
Yeah,
good for you.
Yeah, if everybody knows that guy, give us a call.
If you at least somebody freaking cares. It's instead of just being like, oh, it's a sunny day, isn't this wonderful? Good for Boxhead guy. One dude. One dude. All right. Anyways, Dan, any voice of the people? Are we rolling on that? Any entrance yet?
Yeah, we got a couple.
All right. Well, we'll check in on that coming up next. It's PhD on 92.5. I want to thank Tim Kurkjian for being with us. That was pretty cool. We have passes for Elitch's. Season passes are $79.99, include free parking, free shows, fireworks, dive-in movies, and Fright Fest. So here's the concept. You get the voice of the people. It's a little microphone on the app, the Altitude app, powered by the Will Hyde Law Firm. And you do a play-by-play call of something that you don't think would ever happen in Denver sports.
Can I give an example?
Sure.
So
what name the sport? Because we have music for
baseball.
Baseball? Okay.
Ding, 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 ding. Hey, this is my chance to win Elitch's tickets. This is Scott from Littleton. Ready? Rockies win! Rockies win! Rockies win!
Just like win a game?
Yeah.
Just win one game.
Yeah. Makes a point.
That's it?
Makes a point kind of snarky.
That was pretty good.
All right.
It sounds like a winner to me.
Dan, do we have any entries?
Oh, I could do one more.
I might be going to Elitch's this weekend, by the way. Might see the folks there.
Okay, that's awesome. What sport?
Same thing. I'm going to embellish some more.
Give me a Garrett Bowles one.
Scott Hastings here trying to win the Elitch tickets. Here's my play-by-play call for the Rockies.
Okay.
Rockies win! Rockies win! The Rockies win!
So you're putting a Yankee spin on it.
Little John Sterling.
You put a little spin on it.
Yeah,
I see what you're doing.
Little my buddy John Sterling.
Dan, what do you got? What sport?
Well, this starts with baseball, but it's kind of all of the sports. So we can just do the baseball bed.
All right, okay. Here we go.
Oh my God, they have done it. The most amazing thing in sports history. The Rockies have just won the World Series. Yes, that's right, they won the World Series. And just 4 months ago, the Avs and the Nuggets also celebrated their championship. So that's 3 sports in one city in 1 year. But don't wait for that. Wait. 10 months ago, the Broncos won the championship.
Super Bowl.
They won the Super Bowl. 4 teams, 1 year, 1 city, and 4 championships.
That was an A for effort.
A for effort.
Well, it's in the lead.
It's a leader in the clubhouse. First horse in the barn.
Yeah.
Better than the
Sometimes all
Yankees win.
Sometimes all you got to do is try.
He tried.
Wow.
Got anybody else there,
why
Dan?
You know what? He hates
gotta be so
callers. Why do
mean?
you hate callers so
Like, this was your bit.
Oh, I didn't
did
see
you talk
guys-
about this bit, Scott?
Yeah, no, this is a great.
It's his bit. He's
great-
getting mad
Great
at it.
idea, bid.
That looked great. Great idea is mediocre
But
execution.
You hate people that call
Can I
in.
just ask a question?
No, I don't hate him at all.
Did the
It was
morning show
okay.
do the same bit?
They did not. But they did use Voice of the People.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Voice of the People is an effective tool for prizes in the summer.
Yeah.
You're looking at the calendar, right?
Yeah.
We realize what's going. Do you want to go over the Minnesota Oklahoma City game last night in detail? We can.
Pretty good game.
Preview that Stars big game against the Oil. Or Dan, what's the next sport?
We got a baseball one here.
Wow, a lot of baseball. Okay.
A slow murmur is building around the crowd.
Oh.
He's stepping up to the podium now, folks.
I can feel
He's
it.
ruffling the papers. He's putting pen to paper. He's dotting the I. He's crossed the T. Denver sports fans, our municipal nightmare is over. Dick Monfort has sold the Rockies.
There you go.
Our municipal nightmare.
Do you see why
when I heard the dotting the I and crossing the T, I was like, yes, he's going
So
there.
you see why that one was better than the first one.
That
I
was
thought he was
good.
going to go. The Rockies have signed Shohei Ohtani. That's what I thought it was going to go.
That was really good.
That was really good.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
We got any more, Dan, or is that
Yeah,
it?
we got one more. It's basketball.
Basketball. All right, hang on a second. All right, basketball.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our presentation of this Denver YMCA Old Man 3-on-3 Basketball Championship. It's been a rough one today with the score 9-8. Our Altitude boys are down 1, and they're looking to pull off a comeback miracle with 10 seconds left on the clock. We're fresh off the timeout, and DMac's looking to inbound the ball. He gets it in to Scott Hastings, who takes it to the top of the arc and passes it over to Polumbus, who's open in the corner for the 3. He shoots, and with that bum shoulder, he doesn't get it anywhere, but DMac does get the rebound with 1 second left. He puts it up and in, and believe it or not, the Altitude boys are going to pull this one off and win 10-9. The YMCA Denver 3-on-3 Old Man Basketball Championship belongs to Scott Hastings, DMac, and Tyler One Shoulder Polumbus.
Me and MPJ, baby.
Great job. Great job.
That guy actually had some pretty good play-by-play ability.
There's a certain degree of sucking up by him, which
Yeah,
is,
that
appreciated.
which, the voice of the people never hurts.
That's
He didn't
good.
suck up to me at all.
No, it just described you
but-
accurately.
yeah, he was just
no
being
doubt about
truthful,
it.
yeah.
All right, that was good. The only thing that would have made that better is if we had actually beat Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in that particular game. But
Who'd we beat?
we just won the YMCA championship.
Well, it might have been.
The old guy.
They
The
could
old
have
guys.
beaten them.
What do you think? They wouldn't qualify for the old guy thing?
Well, they would.
Yeah. Now that Tyler's down with the bum shoulder, I would liked our chances against them.
Well, I think
And now with the shoulder, who knows?
That way he doesn't shoot as much.
We just really need Tyler for rebounding, anyways.
He's setting screens.
Yeah. Oh, can you? The screens Tyler could set right now.
I'm really only setting with the right arm, though.
Okay,
That's all I need.
Well, what do you need for
That's
Vic
all I
Lombardi?
need.
No dumb question. You got to set a big hard screen on somebody in the morning show.
Oh,
Who-
good
Vic
question.
Moser or bald guy from Nebraska.
Well, DMac's got a little personal thing with Vic, right? So that's kind of his rivalry. I like Brett. I do. Moj, yeah, I think I'm just going to go after all that Taco Bell.
Yeah, that would be the guy that would be laid out the most.
Yeah.
Vic would kind of try to power through it.
Vic would fall over.
Yeah,
he tries to power
but
through
Moser
me. Yeah.
might explode.
Yeah, that's true. He might poop
like
on
become
me.
like
a puddle of goo.
Yeah, I mean, actually, one big hit, all that Taco Bell's got to come out, right?
It's like just Taco Bell sauce everywhere.
That might be a bad idea.
Just like In-N-Out burger explosion.
7-Eleven hot dog.
Just barbecue sauce everywhere.
Where's Moser? We're rolling him down to the rolling room. Was it Veruca? What was her name?
Veruca Salt.
Veruca Salt, yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Veruca Moj.
Hey, man, we're doing good. So we encourage you. We got a
Got
couple
more rolling in.
Oh, we do? You got another one?
Yeah, I got
Let's
a
for it.
basketball one here.
Hello, this is Carter here. People are having a hard time believing this, but it's true. The Lakers have beaten the Nuggets. I repeat, the Lakers have beaten the Nuggets.
What a spoiled little brat.
Yeah,
you guys missed
this
it.
kid.
I know what the joke is. It's just not funny. I get the joke, and his dad's obviously a Lakers fan.
No, I took it completely
I
different.
don't get the joke, I guess.
Your instruction was
What's never
something
gonna
will
happen.
never going to happen.
Yeah, I know. I
So
get the joke.
I thought he was pretty good on that. He hates little kids too.
I mean, school doesn't get out. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah.
Hates little kids and callers.
Yeah, but that was a double twisty there. Like, I know what he's saying here, but it's like watching Celtics Pride the movie when we're supposed to think like the Utah Jazz being the Celtics is like a great story. Like, it's still a shot. It's a subtle shot. It's actually a very clever call from a Lakers fan.
I don't think he's a Lakers fan.
No, I don't think I think he's brainwashed by his dad. I think this is a dad
I took
sort of
it
deal
completely of him following your instructions because little kids listen to you, Mr. Pied Piper of the radio. And I think he was saying doing something that will never happen.
That was the instruction.
That was the instruction.
That is the instruction.
But I forgot about that instruction real quick when I heard Lakers win.
Yeah,
That's
he
all
was
I heard.
Being a little snarky there, too. But it's okay. Listen, you can vote for him if that's your favorite guy. If that's your favorite one, that's your favorite one.
Oh,
Good idea on the text line.
What's that?
We do need a play-by-play of DMac playing softball. It gets our college pitcher.
Against BK.
BK's the female college pitcher.
DMac steps into the box. Susie fast pitch. Looks in for the side. She's not wearing a hat because they don't wear hats in softball. They just have ponytails. She winds up. Her arms circle like Wile E. Coyote like 9 times. And here comes the riser. Oh, look at it go. 201 feet. A home run. That's what that would be.
You're right. It would never happen.
Oh, that's true. Good boy.
Done it by Milo J. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, guys and gals out there, if you're struggling with hair loss, I got good news for you. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their advanced FUE. You're going to get your hair back. It's as simple as that. Just commit to making the phone call today. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. You deserve to be the next one. So call today, guys. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. You will love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You will love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're the best of the best at what they do. Matter of fact, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. Don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. But that is a limited time offer. So check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Well, welcome to the summer with Memorial Day. Boulder on Monday. I think the weather is supposed to be kind of
Sun
lousy.
running that? So it's rain Saturday, Sunday, right?
I'm not even sure if he's doing that one. He just did the Colfax Marathon. That'd be a quick turnaround for the Boulder. He's done it several years in a row, though.
Well, the Boulder's not as long as the marathon.
Oh, God, no. Boulder's a sprint, 6.2 miles. I've been lucky enough to do it more than a dozen times. It's a great race. It's fun. But I did it last year, and it's great. It's a great event. There's a lot going on with the Boulder. That's all. A lot of people. I'm just not feeling people this year. So I'm feeling like a whole lot of... Actually, my wife surprised me the other night. Last night. There's a yacht rock concert at Fiddler's. It's just a band, like a 12-piece band, that all they do is yacht rock. It's like sold out or close to it.
Like Jimmy Buffett type stuff?
I don't know if Jimmy Buffett's yacht rock. It's like Michael McDonald and Steely Dan and, Christopher Cross and, that sort of stuff.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. If you know every single song. And
are you going to go?
Yeah. It's at Fiddler's right down the street from
what
the
day?
house. Saturday night.
So the rain night.
Is it supposed to rain Saturday night? Is it really? Seriously?
I thought so.
That would kind of suck. Well, I don't know. Well, we bought tickets, so we'll bring a poncho. We'll bring some slickers.
I think Sunday. You might be okay Saturday.
Saturday night, yeah. I mean, isn't summertime,
it's supposed
Red
to be
Rocks?
82 today.
Isn't that crazy?
Sun's out, guns out, baby.
Dude. Dan, we'll get to more of the calls for the Elitch's tickets here in a little bit. There's SGA getting his MVP last night. Man, they're just better than Minnesota. You got anything to say about the game? You had any 2 cents? I got a bunch of ideas that... Actually, Dan Tanner has a bunch of ideas I can roll past you guys about new Nuggets players. But
I think that Ant came back and played, but then what's his name just disappeared. I think they go one-on-one. They kind of take turns kind of going one-on-one. I'm not sure they play great off each other, and it goes back to Tyler reminded me last week that I've said before, they're built to beat Denver, but are they built to beat anybody else?
Yeah.
I think they'll be lucky to win a game.
I think this is going the exact way I thought it was going to go, which is unfortunate. I thought they were going to get smoked. This feels worse than I thought it was going to be.
Better though for if you're a Nuggets fan, like, hey man, we competed a lot harder against these guys.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know that it looks the same way for the Nuggets versus Minnesota. But I think that the Nuggets can get by Minnesota.
Although, the Nuggets did get blown out twice by Oklahoma City. It's not like
Same
it was...
refereeing crew.
Scott Foster, did you see him catch like a bloody nose in the first minute or
No,
so?
he got his tooth knocked out.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Good for him.
I think it was an Ant. Who did it?
It was a jump ball. I don't remember who was jumping. They might have been Randolph, but I'm not sure.
You see what McDaniel said about the foul? The SGA? Well, they're playing it right now. At least it was a real foul. Because he shoved SGA to the floor. They don't have much hope against Minnesota here.
I think they'll split in Minnesota
Can
and
you
then
put that on the
OKC
HD channel.
wins.
Why do you crazy people watch it on standard? How do you
I don't
do
touch
that?
anything. I have nothing to do with the TVs in here.
Yeah.
Those are Scott Hastings specials up there.
That's just whatever they got on there.
All right.
I don't know why I care. It's behind me.
Are we feeling better that Oklahoma City is clearly better than Minnesota and is about to blow their doors off?
I hope they do. Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Okay.
The idea of running it back for the Nuggets, which it feels pretty clear that's the vision from Josh Kroenke, at least with the starters, right? It makes me nervous. It does. I agree with everything that the Nuggets are saying. Our starting five is damn good, and they're capable of winning a championship. I just don't know how you improve the depth of this team by holding on to your starters.
What do you think they should do then?
Well,
I
think there's one really painful one, and I think it's the only logical one. I think you got to trade Christian Brown.
Oh, wow.
Well, he ain't going to bring you enough to change the team.
I think he's the only one that can give you anything of significance off the bench.
He's not going to.
What other starter is going to give you anything of significance?
You're going to get somebody significant for the bench, but now you've lost a starter.
Add back Bruce Brown, put him in the starting lineup.
Well, there's your significance off the bench, and you don't have to lose Christian Brown.
Maybe. I don't know what other starter you could trade for reasonable value.
You'd rather have Bruce Brown as the starter than Christian Brown?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said it's painful, and I don't like it. I'm just saying he's the only one I think you can look at.
If Christian Brown gets traded, he's going to get traded in a package with another starter, and you'll bring back a starter and maybe a pick and some depth, you hope. We talked yesterday. You got 4 guys that shouldn't be back, at least on the bench. And then can you package the other guys or 1 or 2 guys also? So
Josh,
you'll have spots. Can you get people to get here?
Josh also said yesterday that they're well aware of the fact that they don't have a pick in the draft. And he said they're working to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that look like?
I honestly don't know. I don't know what you're going to do to get a pick in the draft.
Who on the bench can you get a pick for?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody.
You probably could finagle a 2nd-round pick.
For who? Jalen Pickett?
Maybe a Pickett, maybe a
who?
Watson, maybe somebody else like that.
Okay. All right. Sure. You probably could get – okay, fine. You could probably get a second round.
But are you going to finagle a 2nd-round pick for a Watson and get a better player than Watson?
But unlikely. You'll have a 2nd-round pick, but you wouldn't have Peyton Watson. Hey, listen. To me, you're going to have 4 slots that are open. It's got to be in free agency. Bruce Brown's a free agent. You want him back?
Possibly.
Okay.
Been hurt a lot the last 2 years, including the surgery.
Yeah, I mean, is he still the same guy? Is he the answer for you?
Well,
or did he just
Toronto and Indianapolis didn't think so.
Wasn't he also in New Orleans? Wasn't he somewhere else too? Right. So 3
New
teams.
Orleans.
Yeah. So 3 teams that he ain't their cup of tea. I mean, could it have been that Bruce Brown was just the perfect fit at the perfect time, and that was it?
Yep. And he got to play with Nikola Jokic.
There's that possibility too.
I mean, him and Jokic had a combination, didn't they?
Dan's listed a bunch of different guys here. I can go through this list here. Andre Drummond.
No.
Taurean Prince.
Taurean Prince. Maybe. I mean, he's an older guy, shooter. I mean, he's long in the tooth.
Dion Wright.
Don't know anything about him.
Dan, where'd you get this list from?
I just kind of researched some veteran free agents that the Nuggets could afford with their cap situation.
Is it DeLon Wright, right? That played in Memphis?
DeLon Wright, sorry, my bad. My bad eyes. DeLon Wright, my bad. So this is just like the market out there right now. These are the names
that the Nuggets could potentially afford to bring in.
Oh boy. What, did you put Bruce Brown on your list?
Yeah, he's on there. What about Luke Kennard, Scott?
Good shooter. Kind of a one-dimensional player, but he's a shooter.
Almost 44% career three-point shooter.
Yeah, he's a shooter. I mean, he'd be a guy that's going to, make shots on the thing.
You better off with one of these guys or develop than the guys that you got.
You don't have a shooter on this team on the bench, though. You ain't going. The only guy you have a chance to become a 40%, make 2 or 3 a night three is Strother. That's the only guy that's on your bench with that possibility.
Let's talk a little bit of structure for what they're going to do, because it was interesting hearing. Now, we were able to hear this news. We were the first ones. We were lucky at this time. We got the news, and we were talking all about it, good for us. But as I've listened to the station over the past 24 hours, it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the hiring of Adelman. It's not like that big of a slam dunk. There's questions about, well, what's the point of a general manager if you've already hired your head coach? Well, what are you doing here? What structure are you setting up? And I wonder if the best way to set up the Nuggets would be what the Avalanche have already done, meaning bringing in a Joe Sakic-like guy, hiring a Chris McFarland-like guy to go with David Adelman.
Well, it feels like that's the direction they're headed in. Whether that guy is named Josh Kroenke or whether he hires somebody else to do that, Kroenke's already told us what the vision of this team is. And so the next GM, he's going to be hired to put that vision into place. And that vision is to bring back everybody. That's the vision that we've been told. So I agree. I think Mike was probably the most vocal in terms of this is a weird setup, hiring the head coach without the GM. And I tend to agree with that. The next GM.
But I think you and Mike are both thinking football type stuff too. You never do that. What the old adage in college football, and I would assume this is in pro football too, when you hire an AD or a GM, they're eventually always going to pick their coach. I mean, you'll see ADs added, and you have a coach there, and isn't it funny? In a year or so, that coach is out of there, and the AD gets to add. You see it all the time in college football. I think probably GM. I think it's different. I think it's a little bit different basketball. I think basketball ain't so much about picking your coach, is that you got to get a guy that formulates a plan. He's got to work with his coach. Now, if you hire some guy and it turns out the same thing and they just hate each other, but that's – I think that's also personality. The one thing that, if you remember, Josh talked a lot about was personal relationships and about having relationships. And it's about the people, and it's about the character of the person. If you get the right person in there, you got a guy that's a good people person, that's a good basketball, the first thing they're going to do, and even if Adelman wasn't his necessary hire, the guy that hired you hired him. So guess what? You might want to try to like the guy, that this guy's going to sit down and he and Dave will say, what do you envision? And they do a weekend away or whatever. They talk about here's what I want us to become.
All right. So is Josh Kroenke about to be more, I don't know, present or around more so? Are they going to change the way they operate, or is he doing 10 million things and really somebody else has to take over that?
I think he's going to be around more in the sense that he will not let it get to as bad as it got. So I think he'll be a presence from that.
He'll be around more if needed to be around more.
Yeah, but I think they're going to hire a guy that can be around here 90% of the time, that probably, as Tyler just said, has a GM working underneath him and is always in the mix, whether he's in this town or this town, this GM is always checking in here.
So you do think they're going to do like a Sakic, McFarland,
I think
Bednar
they'll do
situation?
a Sakic, McFarland type situation.
All right.
I mean, that could be the same guy
played,
too, right?
I play. Oh,
well, I
don't know that it has to be two human beings.
Well, one could be a bot.
AI, baby, taking over the world.
I've been
going down the wormhole.
I got a name for you. Well, we've talked about our pal Kevin Demoff would maybe be some guy like that, and I think Kevin would be amazing.
He's got a lot of irons in the fire, but
he does. He's a busy guy too.
Organizationally, he could make. He's going to make a. He's made a difference everywhere he's been around in this company. He's made a difference here.
Can I throw out another name?
Yeah.
And well, you're throwing your hat into the ring. It's not the wildest or craziest thing. There are certainly people from broadcasting that have gone on to managerial roles. It's not insane. Brad Stevens with the Celtics was a pretty successful coach. Now he's elevated himself to president and GM, but he probably has a staff under him. Probably has an assistant GM that does all that stuff, and he's probably more of a president of basketball.
Right.
What about a guy like Chauncey Billups?
He just signed a 3-year extension.
Okay, we throw that in the trash can. We hire him as president of basketball.
He's stepping away from coaching for that? I don't think so.
$6-8 million, $1 million.
Why the heck would he step away from coaching for that?
He's probably making $5 to $8 million. And he just signed, I think, a new 3-year deal.
You think the next this next job is going to be a low-paying job?
No, I think Chauncey Billups would have been interesting. And if you want other eyes in it, listen, I think Joe Dumars, who was in the league office, just got hired back by, was it New Orleans?
I don't know, but Joe Dumars is an interesting name.
I mean, I think New Orleans just went and got Joe Dumars back into the game. I mean, he's been the guy handing out fines for the last 4 years, but he put a championship team together.
If it ain't Chauncey, maybe somebody like him. I don't know. Somebody along those lines. But I think they'd be well served to do the same model they do for the Avalanche. I think they'd be well served to do it with the Nuggets. That's my thought on it. That you would have another human being, not a bot, a third person that is there to just sort of make sure everything's going cool. And Josh is overseeing the Avs and the Nuggets and Arsenal and, 10 million
The key to
things.
that position, and I said this, and even though you don't like Elway, I think overall did a good job. Are there some things towards the end of his reign that we could question? I'll give that to you.
Okay.
But he did some good things at the beginning of his reign too. But the one thing, especially early, I think when he was having success, I thought he put time and effort and work in it. Dan Marino lasted a month as a general manager of Miami, and he got in there and realized, doesn't he? I don't get to play golf every afternoon. I mean, he lasted a month. Wasn't willing to put the work in it. So I think you could put a guy, whoever that guy is going to be in there, has got to be a guy that's willing to work. I think he's got to be a better people person. I'll say this. I don't know that Tim Connolly's basketball mind is better than Calvin Booth's, but when you put him in front of a camera, Tim
is that the answer to bring Tim back?
Tim captured the camera better and was a better face. Joe Sakic doesn't talk a lot, but when he talks, including in that last presser they just had, McFarland was doing a lot of talking. And then Joseph, listen, we think these guys, and also, okay, he just commanded the room.
Joe made a point to say he was around for all the decisions that were made.
And he commanded the room when he did that moment, right? Of
course, because he's got, yes.
I mean, and so whoever becomes the president, if there's a GM or the GM just runs there, has got to command the room when he speaks.
Would you say this is the biggest decision the Nuggets have to make in the offseason?
Until they start getting in the roster. And that guy, whoever it is, or gal, you know what? I heard a name. What's our gal that coached, that played up at CSU, coached at San Antonio?
Becky Hammond?
Becky Hammond. What about see if Becky Hammond could be in the front office?
Well, again, I think she's interested in coaching, but
you're coaching WNBA at probably $400,000 a year, and you can come back here and be the president of basketball operations for $1 million.
Well, I tell you, this is why they got to spend some time on this one. This is not an easy answer.
Becky Hammond would be an interesting name, though.
I'm not against it.
Well, there's not a huge rush. I mean, you really can take your time, and I think this could go on for a hot minute here.
Mm-hmm.
If you really need to, you can take your time because you've got people in the building that you, at the very least, respect their opinion that can carry you through.
Well,
and the vision is coming from the top anyways.
Your draft comes, and I know you don't have any draft, but as Josh said, that they're going to be active. That comes up in early June, I believe. Free agency starts 12 o'clock, June 30th. Or 30 days, half September, April, May, and November, 31. So June 31st, there is, at midnight, you can start signing. And I don't know if they got an NFL, you can, at least talk to guys the week before. I don't know if they put that in. I know it happens, but I don't know if they put it in. So it's got to be before then. So you really only got 2 or 3 weeks.
All right.
Unless you trust all the people who are still in place that were involved with getting all the people that are on your roster right now that you don't like, if you trust them to go forward for the next month.
All right, so let me ask you this for our sake and for the listeners too. Is this really even worth talking about here at this point? I'm not even joking about it, because it seems like we can go round and around, have theories and players, but until we know what the structure of the organization is, what are we doing here?
We don't have a whole lot else to talk about.
Well, and I think it's
or could we focus the conversation on, well, how compelling is this really, in all honesty? And do we trust the organization enough to just say, hey man, you guys got it, you'll be all right. We like the Adelman hire, we understand what's going on. Or am I Dan, which Dan did work. DeLon Wright, Andre Drummond. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
what are we doing here?
I mean, I'll give you the other angle of the David Adelman. If you want to focus on, do we like David Adelman? Yes, I do. And congratulations to David. He seems like a phenomenal dude, and I'm excited to see what that vision looks like. But if I'd give you my biggest concern, and I brought this up yesterday, it does feel like there's a lot of comfortable people in that building, in that locker room, right? And my only concern with hiring David Adelman is that's a lot of familiarity. And do you straighten up your back a little bit different, like when Peyton Manning walks by or when a new head coach walks by? Or does it just feel like we are continuing the past? And I don't know. And I'll be very specific. I'm talking about Jamal Murray, I guess. Does Jamal Murray feel just as comfortable as he ever did? Or does he feel like, okay, I got to be a little bit different in the early parts of the season?
I think when you start paying guys $50 million a year, they're feeling pretty comfortable. I don't think they're afraid of really anything. I
don't know any NBA players, especially when you get to that level you're talking about.
It's kind of ridiculous,
that
right?
are afraid of any coach in the league.
I mean, What are
Probably
they
a
afraid
fair
of?
point.
I mean, the amount of pay is, you can't ignore it. Who's going to tell Jamal Murray anything? What coach is going to tell Jamal Murray anything? Seriously. And Adelman just looked at it. I saw the way he was treating these guys. He was just like, hey, man, it's up to you guys here, man. That was a little bit more Adelman just stepping back. Hey, man, I'm proud of you guys. Here's the deal. Treating you like men, that sort of thing. I mean, what is he supposed to do with a guy making $50 million a year?
Well,
either that dude is motivated or he ain't, I guess. I mean,
well,
what are you supposed to do?
This is where you got to have now your front office on your page. And if this guy is going to be a real tool in the pain, the coach got to be able, because I had a coach, I've had multiple coaches tell me that Mike Dunlop said it first when he was coaching in the league. He said, the only power that NBA coaches have right now is the bench. That's the only power you have left in the league as a coach.
Yeah.
So, but guess what you got to have? Listen, I watched a blow up one time back when I go back in the locker rooms. I was in a coach's room eating a sandwich after a game, and I watched a head coach blow up with one of the front office guys.
Okay.
Blow up.
Are you, Nuggets?
Nuggets.
Okay.
Blow up. Talking about guys. Got to get him out of here. Got to get him out of here. Got to get him out of here. This guy don't do this. This guy don't do that. He don't care about this. Blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like shrinking in the corner because I'm like, this is above my pay grade. I'm it's what you get when you travel sometimes.
Trying to hide behind that turkey sandwich?
But it was a Philly cheesesteak. I was in Philly.
Sorry.
And I'm trying to hide in the corner because, I mean, it was the most brutal thing I've ever heard from a head coach to a front office guy. Played in Boston either the next night or the night after. Same front office guy. Going to one of the players that had been mentioned in that tirade.
Mm-hmm.
Don't listen to him, man. Dog, you're part of our plan. You're going to be a friend.
Oh, damn.
That ain't a front office and a coaching staff on the same page.
Good.
No, that's not good.
And that can't happen. Even if you believe that, you don't go to the player and tell him that. Don't listen to him.
No.
Don't listen to him. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's bad. Bad stuff. All right. Nuggets, we'll follow it as it comes. We'll have more Voice of the People entries for those Elitch Garden tickets. No dumb questions on the way. It's PhD kicking off the summer here on 92.5. Cha. Welcome to the summer, man. Memorial Day weekend. Hardly anybody's working.
Should we just take Tuesday since we were told to take today, but then we found out we're essential?
You can take whatever day you want. When I read that email, like you just, I think you can leave right now if you want to. I don't think anybody's going to.
Hey, I've already made it halfway.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well hang in there for the rest of it. Plus, you got to find out who's going to win the big contest.
True.
Dan, what are we looking at here? Do we have
Well,
more
tell me what
entries?
the big contest is.
Our leader was what was our leader?
The little boy, or
No. Well, I want it to go to him because if we're giving out Elich's passes, it might as well go to the little kid.
Yeah.
But we had a leader, but I can't remember what he did.
There's one right before the little boy.
Well, here's the deal. It's we're giving away season passes, include free parking, free shows, fireworks, dive-in movies, Fright Fest. This is incredible. And we have the voice of the people on the Altitude app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. You press that microphone, and we're looking for play-by-play of a Denver sport or sports that will never happen.
It was the guy that had Monfort dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
That was a good one.
That was the leader.
Dan, how many do we got here?
Should we replay that guy just to set the standard?
We can. Dan actually is the wheels of steel there, Dan.
Yeah, I'm working through some of these. We got a basketball one here. If you want to hit the old basketball thing.
Here we are, folks, the 2026 NBA Slam Dunk Contest. And our last contestant, DMac, on the 8-foot rim.
Oh.
Let's see if he can get a 5 out of 5 score.
Okay.
Here we go. This will be highlight news of the year if this happens.
He didn't finish it.
That was it?
That was it.
Jeez. Oh, that one.
Internet cut off. Got to pay the bill.
Something happened. There's no way I could dunk on an 8-foot rim.
You could dunk on an 8-foot rim?
No way.
Really?
No way.
Even if you throw it off the glass and catch it?
Whatever. There's no way. I don't have the hops. I don't have the hands. I'd be lucky to touch the rim on an 8-foot rim.
Oh, come on.
8-foot rim would be a mystery.
We got to find some 8-foot.
Nah. Whatever spring in this body has sprung. Spring has done sprung. There ain't nothing left. I just ride my bike. That's all I can do.
I'm like scared to really try to dunk anymore because I just don't want to find out that I can't.
Take care of that other shoulder.
I just like in my head, I'm like, if I warm up enough, I'm good. But if I actually do the warm up and I really try and I can't, that would be really demoralizing for me.
Well, you're only 40 and you're 6'8". I mean, and change. You should still be able to dunk.
I love when you always do that. I love when he tries to athlete shame me. Like, oh, how shameful that would be.
I mean, can't you touch the rim
how
when you
shameful would that be that you've had 3 back surgeries, you need a back fusion?
Well, why are you saying you can or you can't?
I don't know.
You're not going to do it 2 hands because that left hand ain't going up there.
Well, that's my problem is that I have to dunk 2-handed because I can't palm a ball. I've got small hands.
Just do the little gravity thing.
Well, I used to cradle it, but now I'm not. I definitely ain't doing that.
I started playing with my Achilles tendon the other day, and I've noticed the one that's never been ruptured is really thin compared to my other one. I went, why is that so thin?
Oh, boy.
Scar tissue?
Oh, boy.
No. Well, it could be scar tissue on the
Future
fixed
pulling.
one,
Another one.
but I'm thinking torn threads and it's gotten thinner.
Yeah, is that
I bet it's more just scar tissue from another one. Would be my guess.
I don't know. That elastic band may be willing to snap here any second.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't blame you. I'd be paranoid if I were you.
It's like this thin. I think I'm holding on by a string.
Well, aren't we all? All right.
Maybe I should add that. I'm into all these challenges. I did the hard 75. Now I'm doing abs at 60.
Yeah.
Maybe I should do dunk at 40 also.
You know who
Go
used to
for
do
it.
that? Dan Patrick. Used to talk to Dan all the time. And I don't know if it stopped yet. I thought it went up to his 50th birthday, but he dunked every day on his birthday.
Dan Patrick?
Dan Patrick.
Patrick.
Chad Brown
Dan
did
Patrick.
that also.
Chad Brown did do it all the way to 50. Chad did do it.
And he made it look pretty easy at 50. I was like, why are you stopping?
It took him a few efforts, and he had to modify the size of the ball, but he got it done.
If I modified the size, it'd be easy.
Yeah. Well, Chad's only 6'2", though. Chad ain't that tall.
But athlete.
See, and what's really demoralizing about that, I was looking up my vertical, like from when it was tested at the Combine and Pro Day, 33 inches. That's pretty respectable, right? That especially at 312 pounds is what I checked in at. 33 inches.
You didn't go to the combine.
I did go to the
No,
combine. I fell on my face at the
ran
combine.
the 37-yard dash.
That's right. That's
37.
right. Yeah.
You did go to the combine.
Yeah.
Famously.
Faceplant. Front page of Denver Post.
37-yard dash. Maybe 37.5-yard dash.
And didn't get drafted.
Did not.
Did you fall over the finish line, or did you come short of it?
I slid through it.
You did slide through
Yeah.
You slid through it?
Yeah. No. So true story. I mean, I got off to a phenomenal 10-yard start. It was good.
Which is what they want linemen to do, right?
Yeah. It was a really good 10-yard start. And then for the next probably 20 yards, I could see my death. It was just a long, slow death of my body getting further out in front of my legs. My legs couldn't catch up. And I'm like, just make it to the finish line. You got 10 more yards to go. I got about 33 yards. I'm like, just 7 more yards. That's it. About 37. That sounds about right.
About that.
Maybe 35.
I mean, you had to slide through.
I hit the point of no return.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, well, maybe I can gain a few seconds if I just dive. So maybe I'll just dive through this sucker.
You Pete Rose the finish line.
Slid right on through.
And the Denver Post put it on the front page.
Oh, when I got back to the airport, that's what was waiting for me on the newsstands.
We got to see if we can find that video.
There's photos of it.
I've seen photos.
photos.
I've never found the video. I've looked so hard. I would seriously love to have it because when I give speeches in high schools and stuff, it's actually a huge part of my story, like overcoming adversity, right? I would love to have that video.
Yeah.
Maybe there's somebody in the Broncos that could find it, out in the archives of the combine stuff.
Or see you.
Well, we should probably just call NFL Films, man. They probably have it. They probably have a copy of everything, right?
I don't know if they'd have the combine.
The NFL Films? You don't think so?
Because that's like team
stuff.
Yeah.
All right. We got a baseball one, Dan? Is that right?
Yep.
All right. Let's hear this baseball.
Welcome back to Coors Field for Game 4 of the 2025 World Series. The Rockies going for the sweep over the New York Yankees. Antonio Senzatella trying to complete his perfect game. Of course, the Rocks have won 86 straight games to get here, as yours truly predicted they would. And here's the pitch. Called third strike right down the middle. Judge didn't even offer, probably because the Yankees are down by 16 runs, which has been the story of the series. So once again, your Colorado Rockies 2025 World Series champions, the first of many with Dick Monfort at the helm.
That's pretty good. You know what's scary? If the Rockies were to win 86 games from this point on, it would only be 94 games for the season. And the Dodgers win 110 to 115 games a season. So if the Rockies literally won 86 in a row, because they only have 8 wins so far, it's still only 94 wins. It wouldn't even an 86 game win streak wouldn't win the Rockies the NL West.
No, but
it's pretty wild.
But you'd get in the wild card.
You would get in the wild card.
Look over your left shoulder.
94 wins will get you there. Oh, there you go.
There it is.
There you go.
Now here's my question. So they're looking at the photo of me falling on my 40. That you can see the finish line right there where my hands are. That's
you're
the
right
finish line.
You're looking at that finish line too.
I'm like, I just got to get there.
That's the finish line right there.
Here's my question.
Oh my God.
How do my biceps look in comparison to that?
Well, you were fat in that picture.
Nah, my arms look pretty good, but
no, you're fat.
That ain't fat.
Oh, you're fat.
You're a little fat. You're like.
That ain't offensive line fat.
Would you want to look like that right now?
No.
I just want to know how your left leg got that high.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing's extended.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like you're practicing for the water.
It's almost. Yeah, I was just gonna
water
say that.
ballet. Or
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
It's like you parkoured over the finish line.
See,
parkour.
I feel like they probably should have been impressed by that. I mean, look how far I got that leg up.
Real fast.
Yeah.
We we ought to do on our webpage. Put that picture and say, caption this.
Yeah.
What do you think's going through his mind at that moment?
I'll tell you exactly what was going through my mind.
Well, don't tell us yet.
I did it.
What were you thinking?
I did it.
I'm thinking he's going, wonder if anybody noticed.
Turns out they did. So
what were you thinking at that
Wait,
moment?
you think that's why?
True story.
You think that's why you didn't get drafted?
I think it played into it. Yeah.
Seriously?
I do.
Oh my
that
God.
and the short arms. So true story. I was the third offensive lineman to fall. The third. The other two guys, though, they came up with a hamstring injury. So what was going through my head, Scott?
Grab the hammy.
I'm laying on that ground. My life is flashing before my eyes. And if I'm being serious here, this was a big moment in my life. It really was. Like I was in front of every GM, every head coach, every scout in the NFL, and I just fell on my face. There's got to be a reason. Like, you couldn't have just athletically fallen, right? There's got to be a reason. The other two guys had a hamstring injury. Mm-hmm. So I'm laying on that ground, and the first thing that's going through my head is fake an injury. That's literally what's going through my head. I didn't. I popped up. I ran it again. I finished the day. But I had my life flash before my eyes, and all I could think about was, should I fake an injury?
Did you go a little slower on your second attempt so you wouldn't fall?
Oh, it was terrible. So I was trying to run a 4.940, which in my time was really fast. Like, nowadays, lots of guys are running 4.9s, but in my time, that was really, really fast. My second attempt, I ran like a 5.3. It was the worst I've ever run in my life.
Wow.
That's because you just make sure you didn't fall down.
Yeah.
Can you look back on it now and laugh, or is it still sting a little bit?
Oh, I'm laughing for sure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's me laughing.
It all worked out. That's really funny.
You got big shoulders in.
Yeah, you got big ass too back then. You're like a different person. It really is. Nobody would even recognize that. That's wild. Whoa. It's crazy. What? Big ass? Too descriptive?
Don't talk about my ass.
I know. It's cute now. It's now all, it's all,
whoa.
It's all dainty.
You dug a serious hole. I'm not helping you out at all. I'm not throwing a rope ladder or nothing.
We got more of your entries.
Here you go. Look at this. Caption this picture of Tyler falling.
Yeah.
Are we putting that on the X?
Do we really have to put it on Twitter? Really?
Still like to get the
video.
video.
And then follow at Tyler Polumbus 60-day challenge.
Caption this picture. All right, we'll see what we can find. See if we can get some fun. See how funny the folks are. We're testing your humor today on the old social media and on the Voice of the People. How funny are you? Because we're done.
You guys make fun of me 13 or 14 more times. I'm out of here, man.
No dumb questions next. Hey, it's DMac, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there when it comes to issues with ED. And this summer, man, make it a spectacular summer. If you've just been in a funk and the workouts stink and everything is just not going in your direction, well, all right. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for ED issues, for low T issues. They're there to help you out. What you need to do is just give them a holler. Contact them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. In terms of ED, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. The initial cost, $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So find them today. They've got 5 locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We'll get back to the voice of the people for the Elish's tickets. You guys are doing awesome doing that, by the way. We're a little light on no dumb questions here, although we do have a suggestion. The Jokic brothers should be the president of basketball and the GM. The whole team would be scared to not screw up.
Not bad.
And you bet the team would come into camp in better shape.
You got to get in the ring with them if you show up late for a meeting.
It'd be entertaining if the Jokic brothers ran the entire show officially. I think they may have some unintentional influence.
What do you mean you talk back to the coach?
Sorry. What did you say?
Shoop.
So we're open for business here with no
They
dumb
start
questions.
live tweeting from the Jokic brothers Twitter account every time somebody messes up.
Can you imagine? Yeah.
I still like my idea of Becky Hammond.
You want to flush that out a little bit?
No, I don't know. I think she is a brilliant basketball mind, a Hall of Fame basketball player. Has done a heck of a job coaching. You know, she was in the league for over a decade, so she knows the game and the players.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Okay. If she's the best candidate, hire her. No dumb question. Does Scotty know how many days are in June?
30 days, half September, April, May, and November. All the rest have 31, except for February has 28.
I never learned that.
I didn't either.
I never have any clue how many days are in the month.
I'm about to fact check you right now.
Say that again.
You are wrong.
30 days, half September, April, May, June, November.
That would probably be better.
Would that be better? Maybe that's what it is.
That would be more accurate.
30 days, half September, April, May, June, November. All the rest have 31, except for February is 28.
And sometimes 29.
Sometimes 29.
Depends.
Yep.
Every 4 years.
My dad was born on 29th.
Really?
Yeah. So June is 30. So no, I don't know how
I
many
guess
days
that answers the question.
So it's June 30th at midnight, I believe, is when the free agency.
No dumb question. Should DMac's walk of shame include passing out paper bag masks outside of Coors Field? I hadn't thought of that, but there could be all sorts of things added to the walk of shame. We're just in the
like losing an article of clothing every half mile.
We could brainstorm on what brings you shame.
The Paul Pierce, bathrobe.
There you go.
We could do the Game of Thrones thing.
Somebody could walk behind me just yelling shame.
Shame.
With like a big cowbell.
That means one of us would have to walk the entire. All right, Dan. So it's your idea.
I'll do it on a bike.
Yeah, Dan,
Sure.
you have to walk behind DMac yelling shame.
We could have like a relay of shame cowbell people, and just every mile or so, we just have somebody new come in and or just bring your own cowbell. Just join the.
Or
can they come with a whip?
You could come with a whip.
Can they whip you?
No.
Or we could do the entire Forrest Gump type thing, and we could have a cold group of people.
You could do that. Walk right behind me.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then when you walk, and when you get to Coors Field, everybody puts the bag on.
You can see. There you go. It starts as a small kernel, and it's a exploding bag of popcorn.
No dumb question.
So you meet here at the studio.
You're getting excited now.
And then especially if you get a volunteer group of 20 people.
Yeah, most of it you can do, by the way, on the Willow Creek Trail and down Logan Street, which is a pretty sidewalky area. You don't really have to be like, you can do it on some pretty out-of-the-way spots. Most of the way. Not all the way, though. And then at the end, it's a big thing. Now, technically, I'm saying they're not going to be the worst team ever.
Right.
But I'll tell you this. Because I really thought something better would happen. I think they've got like a 1-8 record since they fired Bud Black.
It's Bud Black's fault.
What is the Warren Schaefer story that you keep bringing up that it's like I'm supposed to feel amazing about?
He's kind of part of the Rockies' problem, but it's a good story anyways. He was a 38th round draft pick. He's only 40 years old. He was a great minor league infielder, but who couldn't hit. After 6 years in the minors.
Perfect for Rockies team.
Well, I guess. But he was a 38th round draft pick.
All right, get to the cool part.
He's just been what he has done and how players appreciate him has been noted as a coach with the Asheville Taurus and then with the Isotopes as well. He is beloved by basically everybody that runs across him. And if you listen to him talk and the way he goes about his business, he's a younger sort of guy who makes sense that he's given this opportunity.
Okay, not trying to be a jerk here. I'm really not. I respect the grind. We all had to grind to get where we were. I don't hear anything cool in that. Like, what's the cool story?
I think it's a cool story. He's just one of these.
What?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what else to say except for what I said, I guess. If you don't think it's cool, you don't think it's cool.
Well, I mean, I would call it a dime a dozen.
A dime a dozen. Well, maybe. Hey, you know what, dude? Maybe he is. And listen, this would be symbolic of what the Rockies have done. They like somebody. He starts with them. They're loyal. And they just rise up the ranks. I mean, that is just what they have done with everybody. And I think it kind of stinks when the guy's actually like a good dude and maybe deserves an opportunity.
I think
the next manager.
I think that's a great story and good on him. My problem with the rise of the ranks is we can go back to articles last year, and I think we had somebody on. Who was the guy we used to always have on for baseball, national guy, Bob something?
Oh, Nightingale.
Bob Nightingale, who basically told us, yeah, they're the worst minor league system in baseball. So you're promoting a guy that was involved in what outsiders considered one of the worst minor league systems in baseball.
Can I tell you something which will sound absolutely insane considering where they're at right now? But if you look at some of their games in the past 2 weeks, you know, they haven't all been blowouts. There have been so many.
Here we go, Scott.
I'm telling you, there have been so many games. Like, now, sometimes they've just fallen apart, but there are a lot of games where they're right there. We'll see, man. We'll see. Right now, this walk of shame thing seems insane, and I would never have made this thing right now. Seriously. I never thought they would be fielding-wise so bad.
No dumb question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You touched on it a while ago. We're watching Florida State baseball. The great story. The
baseball or softball?
Softball. The head coach is fighting breast cancer, blah, blah, blah. But you brought it up a while ago. They wear batting helmets. The coaches wear hats. Why don't any of the players ever wear a ball cap?
Optional in softball. It's the culture of the sport. It's optional. Wearing a hat is optional in softball. You don't have to do it.
Well,
wouldn't you want to for strategic reasons? For shielding the sun and stuff?
Yeah, I would think there would be something to it. And a lot of them do wear, they wear like a lot of visors, like a golf visor sort of deal.
Yeah, I've seen visors.
Yeah, they've all sorts of
so you get
women.
The ponytail involved.
Yeah, the ponytail's an issue. I mean, you gotta, the hair's a thing. But I mean, you gotta wear a batting helmet. I guess. I don't know what would hurt you. Softball comes in like 3 miles an hour and it dings you in the head.
Christmas. Dude, really?
How hard could it be?
Oh my gosh.
Here's the windup and here's the pitch. I mean, it's inside, but what? You couldn't put your bat on that? I mean, it's not that.
72 mile an hour?
72 mile an hour. You don't think you could hit a 72 mile an hour pitch on a big, huge ball that's yellow?
Yeah.
You really think that's that hard?
From 40 feet
God
away.
bless you. Can somebody just set this up already? I can't listen to you yap about this all summer long. Somebody's got to expose DMac. Does somebody have a college softball pitcher that that can pitch to DMac?
Yeah, the answer is going to be no, and it's never going to happen.
Or we can do a men's fast pitch.
Well, that's not the question. It wasn't about men's fast pitch. It was hitting D1, and it wasn't off Jenny Finch. It was just this. It was this. This is high level. This is the NCAA tournament. 72 miles an hour with a big yellow ball. You think that's hard to hit?
I would literally put anything on it. You couldn't get a base hit. I'd put anything on it.
All right. She just roped one into, that's
a hell of a rope.
Popped it up 30 feet.
Oh, and that girl's got a visor, second baseman.
I mean, it's a mixed bag. Oh, my buddy was playing men's league softball, and he's not a very athletic dude. He was the pitcher. Because I'm seeing the pitcher wearing like the full face mask there. That is smart. That is so smart. How many dudes in men's softball slow pitch have just had their heads almost ripped off by a line drive up the middle? Wearing facial protection is a smart deal. This my guy Rob. He just got blasted in the face, broke his jaw. She talked like this for like 3 months. Broke his jaw.
Bet he lost weight.
He was sipping through a straw. Yeah, he got a little slender. Big story of the day. I don't even know what it is, but we'll find out coming up next. The big question of the day.
I got a big suggestion of the day.
Oh, you want to just go in that direction? I'm happy to do that.
Let me go big suggestion.
Big suggestion of the day.
And then you guys bring the big question in. Here's a big suggestion
just go
today.
for it.
Have you guys noticed the new license plates in Colorado?
The black ones.
The black ones.
White lettering.
White trim.
Very simple.
Pretty cool.
When's the Rockies going to make their jerseys black and white trim?
See, hard to mess that one up. That's going to look good anywhere.
That probably would look pretty good. It would look better than what they got right now, that's for sure.
The all black with white trim would look pretty good, or all white with black trim even.
Look a little bit like the White Sox, I suppose.
Could be. Well, you're in their category now.
Right. They're in the same league, same historical reference. That is a good idea. You guys like the license plates?
Yeah.
I think they look cool if you got the right car with them. I saw.
I don't really get like what's Colorado about it, but sure, I like them.
Nothing, as far as I can tell.
They look clean. They look simple.
Clean and simple.
I don't know if you could get more simple than that.
Or morning for.
Yeah, I have no idea how they figure out what we're going to do for license plates or not.
You got to pay extra for those or no?
I don't know. That's a good question.
You didn't like the green mountains and the white?
Well, I've got one on my car, the green mountain one.
Yeah.
But I think with an all-white car like I have, I think the black license plate would look kind of sharp.
Yep. What you pulling up, Dan?
Well, there's the new. Oh, they're showing Rogers jerseys with the brand new jersey. So they had to make that a brand new jersey in their whatever their authentics is.
I thought we were looking at
City
the Bucky's
Connects.
shirt.
City Connects.
See, number 7, Rogers. He plays for Houston.
Yeah, they got rid of him before the season started.
That's
And
pretty
yet-
freaking funny.
And yet they've still got a Rogers jersey for sale. Now that should be discounted like for $10, right?
So instead of just taking those
And eating them, sending them to a third world country.
Exactly. They'd be there with the Utah Jazz World Championship T-shirts.
So who's in charge of that would allow that to happen?
It's embarrassing. I don't know. That's a good question. Somebody, I suppose, in their marketing department. That's like either just lazy or cheap.
Well, or is that endemic of what's going on with the entire
Well,
way?
it's a lack of attention to detail too. It's right up there with the Troy Tulowitzki misspelled jersey giveaway that they still gave away, even though they knew they were misspelled.
You don't know that it literally might be more along the lines of, "Hey, we already paid for these. We got to sell them."
Yeah, well, that would be cheap.
Well, I guarantee
I know,
that.
but that's what I'm saying. It's probably on that side.
Or if it's lazy, it's like they didn't even realize it.
Well, I listen. Would it surprise you if somebody in the marketing department of the Rockies didn't realize who was on the roster and who was?
It would not, unfortunately. But I think a lot of companies have some of those issues. You ever walk into a sports bar and you say, "Hey, can you put the Rockies game on?" They go, "What channel is it on?"
I've actually
all the
never
time.
done that.
I all the time I've had that happen.
What channels? I don't know.
We were in.
Am I supposed to know your cable?
Especially now.
We were in.
I don't know the channel name. It shows up when they've got a game.
The most insulting in my world of if I ran things, if I ever ran a sports bar, the first thing you would do every single day is know when the local teams are on and make sure those games are on.
We were in Minnesota. It happened once in Toronto also, but I give Toronto a pass. It happened in Minnesota this year. Went to a Tom's Watch Bar, which I didn't realize had changed till I realized there's a Tom's Watch Bar in Minnesota. Go there. We say, "Hey," it was the night an ESPN NBA game was on. "Hey, could you turn to ESPN?"
Mm-hmm.
We're from out of town. Hey, do you guys know what channel it is?
It's ridiculous. And it's a sports bar.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about going into like.
And we're talking ESPN at a sports bar.
I got you. You're not going to a fancy restaurant. And frankly, if you're going to put a TV in your place of business and you're going to put sports on it, understand what the hell's on and what channels things are on. It might be my biggest sports pet peeve that sports bars here in Denver and Colorado in general have no clue when the local teams are on. And this isn't just the Rockies. It's mostly the Rockies. But I'm into places where like, "Hey, can you put the Avs game on? Hey, can you put the Nuggets game on? Do you mind? I know we got like F1 auto racing that's really compelling.
Yeah.
I know this pickleball match from Australia is something else. Yeah. But would you mind putting on the Avs?" The Rockies are a whole nother, like, that is like mind blown. If I could control the world and change one thing, that would be it. I'm never gonna, but like.
Well, just buy a sports bar.
I'm not going to do that either. But damn it.
My no dumb question along that lines, though, is sports bar viewing of sports actually enjoyable?
Depends.
I don't enjoy it.
I do if you got a good group.
Like, okay, that's cool, but are you going for the group or are you going for the game?
Oh, well, when I drank, I was going for the social. Listen, I used to go.
It's just an excuse to get together with the boys, which is fine.
I know, but I used to go and watch Broncos game when I lived in the Tech Center to the Damn Grill every Sunday. And you had the same group of about 30 fans that were always there on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we tossed a few back. That's when I made the rule at halftime I'm putting away the phone because I had a couple bad tweets, just killing the Rockies. And I think one of them called me out on it. But anyway, yeah, and that was fun. We had a fun time. But I don't know if it was fun because I was with the group watching the games or, we were just having a bunch of cocktails.
It's so dependent. That is such a good question.
I can't really care about the game if I'm going to a sports bar.
Yeah. Are you drinking or are you not drinking? Does the game matter? What kind of TV are you watching it on? Like, what's the group around you? Are they into the game or are they doing something else? Like, it's like,
The only time I've really enjoyed it is like first day of March Madness, going and hanging out all day.
It sounds like it's just about drinking then.
Well, it is.
Well, and that's what it was. Even the Bronco thing, man, we'd go there, and it would be literally the bar by the time the game started. It was Bronco fans. I mean, packed. And so, everybody's cheering or booing or come on and all at the same time, and you're having a lot of booze.
I think being with a group of people and your team does. I'll tell you this. We were out at a bar watching the Nuggets with the Aaron Gordon tip-in dunk. It was awesome. It was awesome. We were downtown. Tony Tenderonis. I'll give it its proper mention. And the game was awesome. It was just like going back and forth, and the ending was incredible. And like it was better that we were with a group on that one. I'll give you credit.
And the whole group goes crazy, and that's what
you get something epic that happens. That's pretty cool.
It was, and it was close down the stretch. They're back and forth. It was more fun to be with people. I'll tell you this. I know Rocktober seems like a million years away, but I remember in 2007 being in Lodo for those playoffs leading up to the World Series. It was awesome being in the bars watching the Rockies back then. It was incredible. Yeah. But like you can go out to see a game and your whole experience can be completely ruined by like 10 million things.
I will say Rocktober may have been the only time when you could go to a sports bar and people were packing the sports bar to watch Rockies.
We have seen since Rocktober Nuggets, Avs, and Broncos win championships. And I've never seen Lodo like it was during Rocktober. And we have seen Avs, Nuggets, and Broncos win, and it was okay, but it did not match what was going on. Which again,
for some reason,
rock June.
I don't know why people were so much more attracted to being in downtown.
I think it's because baseball is more like a summer rite of passage. We're bar hopping. That's what it feels like to me.
Maybe, but Rocktober was in October. It was.
I know, but you associate baseball with it.
But it was also the whole lead up of September, and when they
it was
won
unbelievable.
19 to 20 or 20 to 21, whatever it was.
And you may be right. It might be just about the ballpark downtown, anyways. Is kind of the center point of Lodo. But like we would just go down. We didn't have tickets. You couldn't get tickets. It was unbelievable. And you could bar hop. You could go to 50 different bars.
And they were all packed.
All packed. And fire. It was so damn exciting. So, we're kind of dovetailing in here to the Rockies. Tim Kurkjian, who was on with us earlier, said it's unhealthy for baseball the way it is right now. Unhealthy for baseball. 8-42, which is a 50-game record. The modern era of baseball started in 1901.
Are the players protesting?
No. Yeah, I'll tell you why. They're lucky to even be in the majors, most of these guys.
Of course.
Right now. I'm not saying they don't have talent. Ezekiel Tovar could play
it's probably
shortstop
the one
for
chance
a lot of
they'll ever
teams.
get.
Yeah, Brenton Doyle could play center field for a lot of teams in baseball. And he probably will.
How about your
Ryan McMahon? Watch for trade deadline. Ryan McMahon will be gone. And he may end up on like the Yankees or somebody like that. You never know. He could end up on a really good team. So there's a handful.
Who's the old guy that's playing second base?
Well, they got like 9 guys playing.
Well,
Kyle Farmer's one of them.
Farmer.
But there's really seriously, like they also have Amador, who's like 21, who's playing second base. But they got like 6 different guys playing second base.
Is Doyle traded at the trade deadline?
Who?
Doyle.
I mean, you need somebody who's good, don't you?
We got told.
Is he traded? I hope not. I mean, he's a young guy who's a really good center fielder. I hope he's not traded. Maybe. I don't know. Ryan McMahon's probably gone. There's no need for Ryan McMahon. There's no need for anybody who's got a 3 in front of their age, period. If you got a 3 and then a number after it, you should not be on the field for the Colorado Rockies.
Probably true.
There's no point. So anybody who's got a 3 in terms of age, trade or get rid of them. Because what are we doing? We're wasting time with those guys, whoever they are. So yeah, Kyle Farmer. But there's guys like Mickey Moniak and Nick Martini. These guys are not that old. They're not that bad either, but boy, do they play bad together. When Marquez threw a beauty game yesterday, and they still lost.
Well, but you've had Freeland had a good game.
Freeland had a good game. Dolander, who's on the 15-day IL now.
His last 2 games.
I know, but now he's out for 2 weeks. But he did pitch well.
He got beat 2 games. I think gave up 3 runs.
Their relief pitching is just so freaking bad. But Bird and Kinley have both pitched well in relief, but they just lose it along the line other places, and they make dumbass mistakes that any major leaguer shouldn't make sometimes. Just basic fielding. Basic fielding. I can't stop watching it, guys. I'm addicted to it. It is really seriously like watching a train wreck. I went back after the show yesterday, last night, and I watched the entire game. I mean, fast forward through, I get it, this, that, the other thing. I watched the whole game. Couldn't help myself. I am addicted. I'm more addicted to watching the Rockies right now because I cannot believe what's happening. How sick is that?
It's a little interesting who you are.
I cannot help myself. Watching it live is painful, but after recording it, it's easier just to kind of go through it. I'm watching every pitch.
Do you find yourself actually having a vested rooting interest, though?
Yes, I'm rooting so hard for the Rockies right now. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know if I've ever rooted as hard for the Rockies as I am right now.
How about have you ever rooted as hard for any one other team?
I might be rooting for this team more than I've rooted for any damn team ever, aside from teams my kids have played on. Seriously.
But pro teams, not even close.
It's not even close how much I'm pulling for these guys. I'm pulling for these guys so damn hard.
You said something interesting, and I throw this out there, and I'll ask Tyler for another no dumb question. Give me a percentage of people, and we know there's one person, DMac, that actually sets a recording for the Rockies game to go and watch them. Yep. How many people in the state of Colorado do you think set a recording to watch the Rockies?
What? Probably nobody. And by the way, I'm not saying I'm doing this, you should do it too. I understand why you're not paying any attention. I feel guilty on a sports talk station wasting time talking about it sometimes. I get it. I so get it. And if you guys just said, not today, D-back, I'd be like, I get it. I'm fine. But it's just the door's open a crack right here, and I'll just let it go. But it was fascinating having Kurkjian on, who said it's unhealthy for baseball.
Who is a national guy.
And if it's unhealthy for baseball, shouldn't baseball do something about it?
Well, that's the deep question. What the hell can baseball, what the hell can NFL, NBA ever do about bad teams?
It's a great sports question, though. Should they?
Well, let me ask
any
this.
Sport.
Cleveland Browns, how many years in a row did they go around screwing up draft picks? Detroit Lions a decade ago, how long didn't run any of those ownerships out there?
The problem is you're never, ever going to see it in any sport outside of off-the-field controversy. That's it. That's it. Dick Monfort would have to do something that would not be appropriate for Major League Baseball to step in. And that hasn't been the case. Nobody accuses him of being a bad dude. Nobody accuses him of not caring. Nobody will ever lose a team for not being successful.
All right, we'll get to Let's Football Go. We'll get to the Eliches. We've got some great entries in terms of play-by-play. That'll never happen. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you need a new vehicle this weekend, just go to the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory. They've got the best prices. They've got the best customer experience. You're going to walk away happy with a vehicle that you love. At Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, and you're going to find the best prices in Colorado. You're going to save a lot of money over at Phil Long Ford because they lock those vehicles in at incredible rates so that you, the customer, get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. Relationships matter in life, and that's why I've been a customer since I bought my first car, my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them, they respect me, they get me in, they get me out. I find the vehicle of my dreams, and I find it at the best price. Same thing's going to happen to you. Guys, they've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love that ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Yeah, that's it. That would be it. That's what it would sound like. It's a weird bet. It's another weird bet. It's like I'm betting against myself. I'm betting against nobody.
You're doing it to yourself.
I am totally doing it to myself. At least it's not a tattoo this time. All right. Yeah, I don't know if the Rockies get to 42 wins. It'd take a freaking miracle at this point. It's not looking good. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, no. Let's football go.
All right. Lakey has an article up on ESPN.com that's really interesting. I did not realize this about the Broncos draft class, fellas, but only one of their draft picks was a transfer. And that was their final pick, Caleb Lohner, who transferred out of BYU and Baylor because he played college basketball. So when asked about that, Sean Payton said it's not by accident. There might be some coincidence in there, but in the overview, it's not by accident, not at all. So the Broncos value players, guys, who don't enter the transfer portal. Do you think we'll start to see this as more of a theme when it comes to the NFL draft?
I think that's stupid, and it's not true, and Sean Payton's just making crap up on that. I think that's dumb. What, it counts against you if you want to do better for yourself? Huh?
Well, they value guys that are loyal to their program.
I think Sean says crap sometimes that he's not even thinking about.
I mean, if you wanted to read into it and assume he's being truthful there for a second, I don't think it's about being like honoring the program. I think it's just about we want guys that aren't afraid of competition. We want guys that aren't going to run away. Good luck. I mean, it's going to become nearly impossible to find those guys. How many picks did we have this year?
7.
Actually, it's pretty freaking amazing that we got 6 dudes, I guess, that did not transfer.
I guess.
I don't even know how you find that many guys.
But who cares? Travis Hunter transferred.
Well,
you want to go through the list? Jalen Hurts transferred. Baker Mayfield transferred. Troy Aikman transferred. What are we doing here? Who cares? I don't think it means anything if you transfer or you don't transfer.
Well,
frankly, I think kids should look out for them. Listen, there's a lot of older guys that are really against these younger guys making money as college students playing sports, and I think it's ridiculous. I'm so glad these college kids. I wish you made money doing it.
I'm not against them making it. Here's what I'm against. They did it, and I knew this was going to happen. I said on this show, it's now out of control, and you because you didn't control it from the start, you've lost complete control of it, and some will have to come back and happen. And I don't think there'll be a draft pick, a top 15 draft pick over the next 10 years in any of the sports that wouldn't have transferred.
Okay,
I don't. If basketball, and
I'll put it this
basketball
way.
will be different because you'll get freshmen.
I don't
right,
think that
win
there's
one place.
I don't think there's nothing to it, like DMac is saying. I understand your perspective on it completely, but in terms of like, look, if it's a first rounder, it's a first rounder. Whether he transferred 3 times or not, he's got first round talent. But when you're looking at the back half of the draft and you're evaluating guys, well, does this guy look good because he transferred to the right circumstance, or do we like this other guy who stuck it out for 5 years at the same situation and rose to the top? I could see how that would influence the back half of the draft.
Okay. RJ Harvey transferred from Virginia Tech to UCF. Bo Nix transferred from Auburn to Oregon. What are we doing here?
And some guys have transferred to get an extra year of eligibility.
Guys will transfer financially or to give them an advantage as a pro all the time, and I say go for it. Look out for yourself, because for years and years and years, these athletes have been put through the mill. They haven't got any financial benefits. You got Johnny Manziel hawking shirts to make like 15.
And then get in trouble.
How ridiculous is that, by the way? Like what he got in trouble for compared to what the athletes make now. And he was what? The worst guy in the world? A&M built a new stadium basically on the back of his popularity? A new stadium.
Yeah.
Well, Reggie Bush. I mean,
Reggie Bush.
Nowadays it'd be
house
easy.
for his mom. So good. What, he didn't do good things for his school? And he's supposed to feel bad about stuff? It's stupid. It's dumb. I mean, John Wooden was cheating from the get-go with Sam the car guy.
You hate John Wooden. Why do you hate John Wooden?
Next story,
Greatest
Dan.
coach ever lived.
All right, fellas, let's hear from Aqib Talib. He was on with the fellas over at DNVR. Here's his advice to Broncos rookie cornerback Jahdae Barron.
So reset first, man. Take that first round jacket off, and now you ain't did nothing in this league. So prove yourself all over again. And, bro, you got the cheat code, bro. Follow Sertan around, ask him questions, get his number, and see how to be a pro, bro, because it's totally different. Now it's your job. We don't got school no more. All them hours need to go towards you being a pro. You know what I'm saying? So you got the cheat code right in front of you, man. He a good dude. He's not going to stiff arm you and mislead you on information. So get up under that dude wing and learn how to be a pro, man. Reset. Get up under Sertan wing and learn how to be a pro. It don't matter how agitating you think you might be, or I don't want to just be calling. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it anyway, fam. I'm telling you.
All right, thoughts
I
on
love
Akeem's
that.
advice there. And I have a question for you guys in regards to the Broncos defense. What do you think the likelihood is that the Broncos finish the season with the top defense in the NFL? Can they do it? Are
Well,
they
were
good
they
enough?
top 5 like most of the year last year in a couple
Well,
categories?
in the month of December, they were like number 32. So they went from top 5 to like number 32, or whatever that period was when Riley Moss went out. They were literally
and
the
never
worst
really
team.
gave it back to what they had before when it first started. Yeah.
I mean, the amount of talent that's in that secondary, I would say it's fair to say you damn sure better have a top 3 secondary. Go ahead.
I just thought of this. And maybe I'm stupid. Didn't they lose a safety or wasn't the safety a spot they were going to? Did they do anything from that position?
Yeah, they added Talanoa
That's right.
Hufanga.
Free agent. That's right. Yeah, I think they'd be real good. But I that advice right there. Listen, Aqib Talib's one of them cats that you probably wouldn't have him teach your English grammar class. But I would have him as far as a motivating a pro and putting you on the right path. And I know he's done crazy things. We all have. But dude, that advice right there, if I'm that rookie, if he's ever meets him, he ought to listen to what and you know what? And if you don't know who Aqib Talib is, go look him up and how he played, especially when they won a Super Bowl here.
God, are we getting that old already? They don't know who Aqib is?
Dude, one of the greatest lines I ever heard.
Wait a second.
And I was in the league. It was what year did Bird step out? It was like
92,
something like that.
After the Olympics, I think.
And I was running camps. I still played another year. And somebody was talking to McHale and said, "Oh, isn't this crazy?" And go, "Hey, listen. Someday down the road, people won't even remember who Larry Bird was." And all the sports talk, well, guess what? You're at the point now, people don't know who Larry Bird was. I don't know how many videos I've watched this year going back and go, dang, I didn't know this guy could do that. Well, it's almost close with Talib. What year did you win it? 10 years ago.
Yep.
10 years ago, when he really had a name as far as a cornerback and no-fly zone. It's getting to the point, there's going to be guys coming out that had no idea. Had no idea who Aqib Talib is.
I think Shade Barron's going to be great. I think I think that's good advice.
I think
there's a lot of pressure on him to be phenomenal out the gates because of what Pat Surtain did.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, hey, the Broncos gave up certain things to get him. Yeah, there's pressure on him to be great. I'd agree with that. Yeah, right away. I don't know how they're going to rotate certain things with Riley Moss and McMillan, but
you know what?
The only thing that makes sense to me,
problem to have.
And I know everybody forecasts Jaquan as a nickel, but you don't draft a nickel in the first round. The value of that just doesn't scream nickel. That screams starting outside corner.
I would tend to agree.
So the only thing that I can make sense out of the rotation would be Jadeze starting outside corner with Pat Surtain. And then when you go to nickel, Riley Moss goes outside and Barron goes inside.
Okay.
Well,
sounds
let
okay.
me
That's
tell you
what Chris Harris did.
What you're talking about, and you kind of said that you're talking about at least one position we're hoping on paper an abundance of talent. And that is never a problem with NFL teams or NBA teams. Dude, we got too many small forwards that can play. Good.
It's a little bit old school by the Broncos, though. I don't hate it. I think corner is a very valuable position. But nowadays, corner is not as valued as it once was, and the Broncos are saying, no, we think it is.
The Broncos start their OTAs that will be open to the media starting next week. They didn't Sean extended the training, so it's not
what you did last year.
So it's a little bit less than from the Broncos. And
well, from a coverage point, they don't have to let us out there for training.
They have to let the media out there, I think, one day. I think they're required one day. They could let the media out there for everything if they wanted to.
Some teams do, yeah.
Well, that's why you're seeing some teams with a lot of highlights and sort of stuff, because they're saying, like, come on out, whatever. Who cares? I would be stunned if the Broncos do that. I don't know what's going to impact it with the construction they're doing over there, too, if that's going to impact how everything's going to go. Well, it's definitely going to be different for training camp for the fans. It's going to be really limited this year for...
I wouldn't even have
Is that thing supposed to be open for the season?
No.
I
But
wouldn't even have it open for training camp.
They're going to construct some sort of stands for like 700-800 people, something like that.
No, I just meant the facility for the team.
This training camp, they'll still be in that main building where it normally has been. But that'll be it. And they are building the other where the locker room and all that. They'll be in that building the whole year. And as soon as the year's over, they're going to be knocking down the building, that the Pat Bullen Training Center or whatever it's being called. That's all going to be gone.
It's going to be insane.
That'll be the hill. So not this training camp, but the 2026 training camp, the fans will be over where the building is. There'll be a hill.
Yeah, on the east side.
Yeah, kind of crazy, right? Imagining that.
Where are you parking?
I don't know. It's going to be different.
Well, if they're ripping down that whole facility, you could put it in a giant parking lot right there.
There's not that much room.
Yeah. It's small. I'm amazed they built the building like that in the first place. They really kind of narrowed themselves in the very, very beginning, but it was what it was. I have some potpourri sports stuff.
Dan done?
Dan's done, yeah. Nathan McKinnon joined Team Canada. You already know the story.
Ooh, keep going. This is funny.
Nathan McKinnon is the greatest hockey player on earth.
Nathan McKinnon had a tough spring. I'll just say that.
He has had a tough spring.
He goes from losing Game 7 with a 2-0 lead to go. I mean, he didn't take like 2 days off and join Team Canada for the World Championship, whatever it is. They lost to Denmark 2-1 in a quarter final matchup. Denmark lost to Canada. It's being hailed as one of the biggest upsets in the history of hockey.
Well, they beat him like 0-400 or something, wasn't it? It was some Denmark
ridiculous.
had never beaten Team Canada.
Denmark? Can you name one Denmarkian hockey player ever? Seriously, do we know any hockey players from Denmark?
Joe Fansen.
I'm sorry, who?
Joe Fansen.
I don't know. Dan, help me out here, bro.
Lars Eller, former Av.
Oh, my God.
Who?
You're kidding
Lars
me.
Eller.
Fourth liner. Is he on the team?
Oh, he used
Is
to be.
Lars Eller on the team?
Oh, I don't know.
Lars.
Nick Olesen scored with 49 seconds left. Denmark.
I watched it.
You did not.
I watched into that game, yeah.
Where?
Oh, it was a highlight.
Okay, Scott. That's different than watching the game. You saw a highlight. It's different than I
But
watched the
they
game.
were like tagging, and then all of a sudden it just broke loose in front of him. I thought the goalie made a save. Who was the goalie, by the way?
I don't even know. Was it not Binnington?
I don't know.
I hope so.
I don't know. UC Saros. Outside pass, beat goalie UC Saros. I don't know if I'm reading the right score here. Anyway, I know I'm not. That's a different game.
But what was their all-time record against Denmark? It was
I have no idea.
Stupid, right? I thought I read Denmark had never beaten Canada in a world championship.
Unbelievable.
By the way, aren't we cheering for Denmark for the whole thing?
Hell yeah.
Denmark had pulled their goaltender. I'm going to spell the last name. I'll let you pronounce it.
Okay.
Dichow.
Dichow.
Go for that one, Scott.
Dichow. Like that one guy, the basketball player from a few years ago, played at Gonzaga.
There you go. Him. Anyways, I just want to say his name. Or have you say his name. Yeah. No, I'll go with what you said. Anyways, congratulations to Denmark. And Nathan McKinnon is just like, Really? Can I just go and just not do this for a little bit?
Maybe he's the bad.
Well, now
one.
he can.
Now we can.
Nate, we're glad you're not still playing the NHL this season right now. Have fun in Denmark.
All right, we'll get to the final of the for the Elich's tickets. We got some more, Dan? We got a few more we can play?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll get to that coming up next. All right, we want to thank everybody for listening and reaching out on the Champ Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Thank you, Champ. One price, one person, 1 hour. Also, thanks to Revitalized Health. I got all my papers. Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. They're the best. Way to go, Revitalized Health. We appreciate it. Thank
it's
you.
Just over there.
Or are you really? Okay. Can they help out your shoulder, or you? Is that a different world?
Actually, they can. They got PRP.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
Well, good.
What's PRP?
Where they take the blood out, spin it around.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you do that?
Not yet.
And then Tour de France.
Yeah.
Do all that stuff.
What is that?
What was the magic drug Lance was on? Endomorphin or something.
He was on a lot of stuff, but oh my gosh, what was it specifically?
Horse tranquilizers?
Horse tranquilizers. No. Oh, I think that'd be the opposite.
He was on a bunch of
stuff. He was on that magic oxygen red blood cell one.
But they were spinning the blood and putting it back into him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of the secret trick. Everybody was doing it, though. Tour de France starts in a couple weeks. Oh, not a couple weeks, in July, right? 4th of July or so. Then I watched that like a moron.
How long does it go?
You watch that too?
I
no dumb question.
love the Tour de France.
Which is hard? Which is longer and harder to watch, a Rockies game or the Tour de France?
Ooh, I mean, if you watch Tour de France at the right moments, I bet it's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're right.
I did watch the bike ride. The bike ride
right.
in the Olympics was fantastic.
Yeah. The Tour de France is fantastic too, but Tyler's right. You got to know when to watch it, because it could be a complete snooze fest if you don't know what to watch. But if you know what to watch and when to watch it, it's pretty damn
I always
interesting.
like the speed trials and then the mountain courses.
I'll give you something, a great podcast too. Lance Armstrong and George Kincappy from Aspen do a great recap podcast after every single Tour de France, and it really sort of gets you in the mind of what they're doing and what they're going through. It's really good.
Is Lance Armstrong in the national spotlight forgiven?
He is. I forgive him.
I don't think so.
I think overall, yeah.
Maybe if you're paying close enough attention, you might have. But I mean, the question would be, are people paying close enough attention to his kind of redemption tour he's been on?
He's been on like a 20-year redemption tour and has apologized 10 million times for it. So I don't know what a human being could possibly do. But he did throw a lot of people under the bus, and he
got people fired.
It wasn't that. Yeah, it wasn't that he just cheated. A lot of people cheated. He really did some bad things to other people.
He did some bad things to cover up his cheating.
Yeah, but all right. I mean, again,
but the Lance Armstrong Live Strong bracelets literally raised millions and millions of dollars for cancer research.
Yeah, I watch his podcast. I dig him. There's a big Colorado guy. His kids went to see
I catch him on
and
TikTok every now and then, and he's got some compelling stuff.
It's really good. And his podcast, if you're into cycling, is freaking awesome. And he's a cool dude. I like him. I know
he was at one of our games talking to Malone this year.
Yep. He's a big sports fan. He's a big Colorado
Utah,
guy.
I think.
Saw him at my golf club last summer.
That doesn't surprise me.
Random.
He pops up in a lot of Colorado spots because he's into Colorado sports. I think he addressed CU's football. I don't know. He spends a lot of time here in Colorado. But I mean, if you want to talk Tour de France, there's some cool stuff going on.
See what you did, Scott.
See how bored we really get this summer.
Way to go, Scott.
All right, let's find out a winner or at least a finalist here, Dan. The challenge was do play-by-play of a sport or a moment you don't think will ever happen in Colorado. What's the sport here, Dan?
Basketball.
Basketball, all right.
Welcome back to NBA on TNT, and I'll tell you what, we've got a great one for you here tonight. It's the hometown Denver Nuggets versus the Philadelphia 76ers. The crowd is electric. We are packed in here tighter than Dick Montfort's deck, and believe it or not, Joel Embiid is in the starting lineup. I know he's been ducking the Joker for years, but he's ready to stand toe-to-toe against the Sombor Savage. And here's the tip. Embiid flops. Oh, no, he's on the ground. Yes, he's hurt. He's hurt.
Pretty good. That was pretty good. That kind of hit. If you know the Nuggets, and Embiid hadn't played in Denver in like 6 years.
Yeah, he integrated everything. It was supposed to be something that's never going to happen.
That was right up the snarky.
The Sombor Savage. I haven't heard that one before.
Sombor Savage.
That was good.
Oh, I hope Marlo's listening.
All right,
you want use that next year?
You want to do a hockey one? Here we go.
Welcome back to the 2026 Western Conference Finals here in the 7-Eleven Arena in Dallas, where Slurpees are made 42 games a year. Nathan McKinnon takes the face-off draw right against old friend Mikko Rantanen. 3-3 game, 24 seconds on the clock. Puck is down, one back to Makar. Makar tosses it to Taves, tosses it back to Makar. Makar down the wall to Landeskog, who throws it to McKinnon in the middle of the ice, who throws it across the goal mouth. It's Sidney Crosby. Crosby shoots, he scores! 4-3. It's gonna happen. Pete DeBoer and the defending champions Dallas Stars have been dethroned.
Man, so we're never going to beat him.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
Right. See that? Right.
He's saying
Crosby
will never be here.
Correct.
Is Crosby ever going to be here?
No.
Will we ever beat Dallas?
No.
And will Dallas ever win a championship?
That's what this guy's saying.
None of that stuff happens.
Yeah, that's kind of a jerkwad sort of play-by-play one there. I mean, I get it. But his interpretation is those things aren't going to happen.
Yep.
It's like what's never going to happen. That was the assignment.
I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to beat Dallas, to be honest.
Wow. Any more, Dan?
You notice we've not gotten a football one.
Is that it? We're good? All right, so who's the winner?
Not a single football one.
Yeah.
We got to pick a winner now.
Oh, it's got to be the dot and I's crossing the T's. But I want it to go to the little kid with the Lakers because he's a kid and it's Elich's passes.
Yeah, but the dot and
All
I's.
these people have kids. They're not doing this.
Might
They
have
don't
kids.
Yeah,
kids.
but he
They all
actually,
have
but
kids.
the kid actually did it.
Don't be a sucker here. They all have kids. All these people have kids.
I got it. Did all their kids actually put the effort in?
They're all looking to churn up 4 hours of the summer where they just can let the kids go and they don't have to be real parents. See you, kids.
Here we go.
See you back in 4 hours.
Ugh.
I'll do cross T's.I's. I mean, if you want to vote for 12-year-old Laker boy, you can.
What was the
I'm
one
voting
right
for
after
Laker Boy.
Laker Boy?
You're voting for Laker boy. Who you vote for, Scott?
Well, what was the one right after Laker Boy?
Oh, you're really making this complicated.
No, I'm just trying to remember. I mean, we got 3 minutes to play.
I'll do cross T's.I's.
Replay that one.
Well, I don't know what Dan has handy. Can you do that, Dan? Are you skilled like that? You ready to go? Which one? Cross T's.I's or Laker boy? That
Cross
would be
T's.
baseball then.
A slow murmur is building around the crowd.
Okay, that's.
He's stepping up to the podium now, folks. He's ruffling the papers. He's putting pen to paper. He's dotting the I. He's crossed the T. Denver sports fans, our municipal nightmare is over. Dick Monfort has sold the Rockies.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
That is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be mad if he wins.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I'm okay if he wins.
All right,
I wanted the little kid to win.
Well, then vote for the little kid.
I mean, I'm still voting for the kid, so if you want to vote for the kid, jump in.
Hey, Scott, it's your choice. You're voting for the kid?
Well, what about Dan?
But you realize the guy has a kid, right?
You hope. Maybe just.
By the way, his dad texted in and said that was all his idea, the kid's idea.
That's quality.
All right, the kid's a genius.
That's quality.
You want to hear Carter?
What was his? Again, I don't even know like what he was saying because he's insinuating. All right. Anyways, here we go.
Hello, this is Carter here. People are having a hard time believing this, but it's true. The Lakers have beaten the Nuggets. I repeat, the Lakers have beaten the Nuggets.
No. Why do you not like that?
Yeah, I think
he's saying that the Lakers can't beat the Nuggets. That's exactly what he's saying.
That is a kid that respects the hell out of DMac and listened to what DMac said. He said, a sporting event that will never happen here in Denver. And this kid went, the Lakers beat the Nuggets. That is a pure Nugget fan right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the opposite of saying the Avalanche beat the Stars.
The other guy, a little more creative, but the little kid, I mean, did it on his own. You like ingenuity? Gumption?
Yeah. Want to make these kids work for these Elich's passes or what?
Yeah, who's going to have more fun at Elich's?
I'm voting cross the T's and dot the I's. Nothing against Carter. That kid seemed really cool. Thank you for listening. Cross T's dot I's. Monfort was you're. How soft are you, by the way? Tyler says he's voting for Carter. He's a good kid. Thank you for listening, Carter. You're awesome. I'm voting for cross T dot I's because I think it was the best one.
Well, is Dad not part of our team?
No, it's.
Oh, wow.
Well, he is.
All the brown nosing your ass has done over the last 6 months.
Where did that get me, Scott?
Where does that got you?
Nowhere.
You ain't part of this team. That's where it's got you.
Andy walked in. You want to ask Andy what he thinks? Is he part of the team? Is he going to vote?
What team?
All right. Scott, what's the decision?
It's up to Scott.
Do I break a little kid's heart?
Wow. You going DMac?
You won't break his heart. His dad will just buy him Elich passes
Why don't you
later
just
on.
call yourself DMac?
Cross T's, dot I's probably needs it a lot more than the little kid.
Do you need a tiebreaker?
Yeah, what do you think?
I don't know. Well, let me put on. I haven't heard anything yet.
Well, why don't you listen to the dang show?
Yeah, appreciate you listening on the way in.
We got to do it all over again for Andy because you can't make your mind up, Scott?
All I heard was let's football go. How about you doing this sooner? You realize what I hear every day is let's football go because that's how long my drive is.
Well,
and I get in the car.
You realize
every time.
We literally have 10,000 ways for you to listen on every device imaginable at any point of your day.
So you want me
to turn your phone
Ken
on?
Podcast to listen to you the entire time.
I'm sorry.
That ain't happening.
We're stretching the bounds of reality with you that you are constrained by your vehicle to consume your place of work.
No, I listen.
No.
Did you not hear what I told you? Every day I hear the same thing.
No, I get it because the only time you listen to the station is when you're constrained by the bounds of a vehicle.
Well, I got an idea. Let's do a podcast in the middle of our show and then see how that goes.
Ooh.
Wow. Inside baseball.
You know what I think is funny?
I was in my head. I was going to see how long until it ticked you off. As soon as I saw the message, I knew that it was going to tick you off.
I asked him like a father, son, let's talk this out.
Son.
Let me lay out your plan. Is this the best plan?
You could have sent him the private text.
Nobody knows
but you
what you're
did shame
talking
him
about.
on
I
the
did want
group
everybody
text.
to see it, yes.
Yeah.
Scott, what's your decision
Captain
on the
Ted,
vote?
too?
What are you voting for?
I didn't know you had that.
You voting for the kid? You voting for T's and
Just
I's?
vote for the kid. What's the matter?
Oh my.
All right, Carter wins.
All right, Carter wins.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
What, did you
Carter.
not want the kid to win?
No,
I have no idea what's going on.
I wanted the best one to win. I wanted the best one to win.
Okay.
That's it. I'm not anti-kid. I
But
want the best one to win.
who's going to go more and get the most enjoyment out of the
Thank you, Andy.
The guy, because he drives a car, and he'll drive his kids to Elich's. The 12-year-old kid ain't driving the car.
You don't know that. I grew up in the neighborhood of Elich's. You know how often we were going? All the time. Hey,
you know what? Never mind.
Little baseball reference? Little second base on the rainbow, huh? What? You don't remember the rainbow ride?
Congratulations.
Oh, I do remember the rainbow ride.
Whoops.
Didn't mean to do that.
I'm very sorry.
What was the rainbow
just
ride?
admit to
The
never
one that
mind.
went around. Oh, no, it was. We made it after it was done. There was a bubblegum tree. Do you remember the bubblegum tree? See, this is like the original Elich's. This isn't the one downtown.
As two Colorado Denver guys, the two of you.
Yeah.
What age were you when your parents
When you first get
would drop you off?
Yeah, it's like, where are you going?
Say, see you later in 4 hours.
Well, how old did you have to be to your parents?
You're looking at the wrong guy. You grew up in my era, bro. We were latchkey. Well, maybe you weren't. I was a latchkey. You have no idea how much of my life I've spent looking out of myself. From first grade on, I walked my little brother home, and they were like, "Hey, don't burn the house down.
So at age
turn on the TV."
At age
what do you
7,
think a latchkey
at age
is?
7.
Yeah, we lived in the neighborhood. I
Okay.
lived 3 blocks from home.
All right.
So of course, in the summer, like, do you please have something to do? Go to Elich's.
You could just walk there. Tyler had to be dropped
Well,
off.
I did grow up in
Tyler
Creek.
had a
I did
limo.
grow up in Creek, so usually my butler came with me to Elich's.
He lived in a much different part of town.
My
Benson
butler.
showed up with him.
Yeah, I didn't
Who
have
was
to
the
go by
butler? Was
myself.
Benson the
Benson,
butler?
yeah.
Benson was the butler. Yes.
Benson took him to Elich's, and they rode the rainbow together.
Mr. Belvedere.
Oh, yeah.
Nanny. The nanny.
Now we're gonna do
Franny the
We're
nanny.
gonna try to think of every butler we can. Lurch.
Mr.
Lurch
French.
showed up with him. I think Lurch was the butler, wasn't he?
I was Lurch.
Yeah.
He fucking lost it. I like that he's got a whole. It's like he's doing a stand-up routine. What's with the airport?
Hey,
this thing
waitresses.
broke yesterday.
Mr. French.
There you go.
Mr. French.
Hey, there you go.
Family affair.
By the way, to answer your Jade Barron question, to bring one piece of sense to this, apparently he played every position in rookie camp. So I don't think you worry about how he's going to be out there. But you are right. He's pulling the Chris Harris.
Based off the value of where you selected him,
yeah, you got to be good.
You do not select a nickel in the
You got to
first
be
round.
good.
Yeah.
Got to be good. But again, I also think it's interesting because Sean Payton talking about how he's got his guys. You know who else did that? Josh McDaniels. You know, that's how Josh
well,
ended up.
But every coach does that to some degree.
Yeah, but Josh, I don't think, and I'm not saying Peyton was as bad as Josh. I'm just surprised anybody like Peyton that's had success would do anything that Josh McDaniels has done. But you remember, that's how they got stuck with Alfonso Smith. Josh's board was getting
hell of a
clean.
Carlton, though. You remember the Carlton? Alfonso Smith's Carlton after he scored?
Oh, did he? No, I don't remember.
It was pretty good.
You know what I'll always remember from that draft is when we got Richard Quinn, the tight end, on, and we were like, hey, man, usual media group around the phone. Hey, man, are you excited to get drafted? He's like, yeah, my agent told me I wouldn't, so this is great. And we picked him in like the 3rd round or something. We were like, wait a minute, what? Say that
it's
again?
Like, wait. You thought you were going to go like the 4th round,
His agent told him he was not going to get drafted.
I didn't think I was going to get drafted at all.
And our guy just took you with a primo pick.
Didn't he have some sort of injury, too, that was like...
He wasn't a good football player. That was the injury.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
What is playing?
Scott's tuned out. You can just leave, man. It's done.
No, I'm
what is playing?
Scott's.
No, that ain't
something.
me. That's
wait, what is that? That's not me.
It is you.
I don't think it is.
Who's your phone?
I got nothing going.
The phone was ringing.
Do you have a video up?
No, I swear to God, I got nothing.
I'm
by the way, my wife.
Your show started 5 minutes ago.
So check this out real quick. My wife was convinced.
He's right there.
He's just taking his time.
Andy's standing in his spot.
That's all right.
You real quick, and I want to hear the story from
I was going to talk to rag on my wife for a second.
But real quick.
Yeah.
You do know, germaphobe. He doesn't want.
Well, but I
know.
Like every day.
I know.
You're
but
swirling
now I'm
things.
sullied.
I know you
That's
are.
Why I'm saying.
Go.
You know what I need to do? We need to go NW or whatever it is. I just need to walk in, tag team Scotty, and out somebody goes. I don't know. Because he ain't coming in until now we've done this again.
All right,
Here, show it to him. Hey, we got Lysol, mate.
By the way, there is a ridiculous solution that's so simple, but it's
bring another mic in.
No,
it's an easy solution. It's
but
a long
then
cord.
It kills the bit. Don't kill the bit.
All right, but it's a 50-foot cord.
An easy solution. Never yell Norm. Don't kill the bit.
All right.
Okay, what's up with your wife?
She said we were going to go to a concert. She thinks it's Saturday. It's a week from Saturday.
So are you feeling like you just got out of jail?
Like I don't know
what can I do.
What can I do with that information? Like she thought it was tomorrow. It's a week. My guy Hayden is like, "Hey, I'm going to the Yacht Rock thing and blah 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 blah."
Wait, let her get in the car and then throw a fence, and I ain't going no matter what.
Should I go? Should I go? Should I pretend that it is happening tomorrow, even though I know it's not?
But then it's like a Slipknot concert. And now you have to buy tickets or something.
How far do I take that?
Where is it?
It's at Fiddler's.
Well, Fiddler's ain't that far.
No,
from
I
you.
know. I could play it.
Actually, I think we should all just stay and see how long we can go without Nate doing his own show. Because we are officially about 8 minutes into his show.
You know what's wild is you can't hear out there, so
there's no
nobody
radio
knows.
There. Yeah. Andy doesn't listen to the radio at home, nor do we 10 feet away.
I use our app quite often.
It is funny that in our bullpen we don't have the radio on in there.
All right, Scott's tapping out.
Yeah,
first.
I am too. Goodbye.
Okay. All right, well, I'll just hang here with Andy.
Ready?
Yeah, clean it up.
You can tell him.
Clean it up.
It's all clean.
That's all.
Every time I talk into it, then it's not clean.
Yeah, I got you. We'll see if. So how you doing, Andy? It's just me and you for a second.
Remember that time when you did that show? That
By the way,
awesome.
do you see that our Facebook page still gets hits all the time for Fatty's Big Chance? When do
I'm
we
trying
get
to
the
figure
band
out
back
who
together?
it is.
So it happens all the time. We're hitting like some 10-year reunion moments of
Our guy's coming back. I told you the first realistic chance of this thing actually happening again is July.
I'm down for it. I told you I got nothing going on. Obviously, I prove it every day. Hey, by the way, we had Tim Kurkjian on just to set you guys up for success.
You had Tim Kurkjian on?
Kurkjian, yeah. Are you having him on too?
No, I thought there was a rule that they couldn't do that.
Who's they?
ESPN guys. Is he not ESPN anymore? Did I miss that?
No, he is.
Did you not know? Yeah, guys used to get real big in trouble.
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah.
No, he said yesterday. I did not know that.
If you're not an ESPN affiliate, they don't want you talking to people.
Well, the magic powers of Dan Tanner. I don't know how he made that happen.
Look at Dan Tanner.
I had no idea. Dan, were there any issues there? Oh, Dan's got his headphones off. He's not listening.
Wait, we talked to Jeff Legwald
yeah, Jeff is
multiple
kind of,
times a week.
Jeff is kind of slipped through. He's like grandfather.
Nah, he's grandfathered.
No, you know what that one is?
That's what Schefter was like that at KOA for a while.
So that is actually a thing where they tell the ESPN personalities, like, please only go on local ESPN affiliates. But, like, that's only, like, basically, if you're Tim Kirkjian and you've been at ESPN 1,000 years, he doesn't care.
No,
you're like, really what are you going to do?
Right, exactly.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's, if you try and get, like,
if you're Jason Williams, you might care a little bit.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Marcus Morris.
Wait, isn't Jay Williams? That was the poll there?
Jay Williams. Yeah.
Jay?
What'd
Okay.
I say, Jason?
It's close enough.
Anyways,
It was Jason when he was at Duke.
Kurkjian, he goes, the Rockies are unhealthy for Major League Baseball.
I don't mind that take.
And our question to him is, if they're unhealthy, which is beyond just bad, if you're unhealthy for the league, shouldn't the league do something about it? And he goes, well, if it's some sort of historical thing that's never happened, maybe. We may be entering kind of crazy territory when every comparable is in the 1800s to how bad this team is.
That's what I was about to say. Everything is related to, you and I joke about it all the time. I have no idea what baseball even looked like at the time they are now breaking records from.
You know what's crazy, though? I am bizarrely drawn to it.
Why are you rooting for them, though?
Because
I'm rooting for them to be the biggest disaster ever, so maybe it wakes some things up over there.
I think that's already
And I got
happened.
nothing against any of the players. This is not a beef with any of the players, but I feel like it has to be so seismic.
Yeah, I don't
that
want to
we
get
some
I don't
change.
I don't want to get it twisted that I'm rooting for Dick Monfort. That's not what I'm doing. I'm pulling
Understand
for
you
Bill
have some
Schmidt.
empathy for the poor guys.
I do.
Bill Schmidt. Why are you pulling for Bill
I'm not.
Schmidt?
I'm not
okay.
pulling for Bill
Okay. All right.
Schmidt. It was comical. Mike listed an article at 9 News, and Bill Schmidt's like, well, this, that, the other thing. Like, the only question to Bill Schmidt is, how do you still have a job? I mean, how do you put a collection of players together? And here's what kills me about the Rockies more than anything, is their fielding is so terrible, which is really remarkable to me. I can understand bad pitching and perhaps not clutch hitting on a major league level, but you realize a ground ball is just a ground ball, that these guys have been fielding since they were probably 16, 17 years old really, really well to get to the level they are.
Not even just that. Dick Monfort coming into the season said this has a chance to be the greatest defensive team of all time.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
There's something.
That's what makes it
That
worse.
was what he was hanging his hat on, being a good defensive team, and they're awful.
Do you know the easiest thing to be is a really solid major league defensive team?
I mean, even just league average, yeah.
Yeah, because you have to be so good defensively to even be a professional player at the first point. But what people don't understand is you don't have to be extraordinary once you get there. You just have to hit a certain level. And most of these guys hit this level when they're in college.
Honestly, look at the St. Louis Cardinals right now. Like they had a lot of questions coming into this year. Like they're staying in it in the NL Central right now because of what they're doing with the leather. Like that is a really, really elite defensive team, and it's winning them ball games right now. And that makes a massive difference for you. Like, and you think of some of the best teams in Rockies history, like when you go back and look at the, fielding percentage or any of the defensive metrics, those numbers are great on those teams.
I don't understand how a team collectively, except for the psychology of how bad we are, could be so bad defensively.
Right.
Because they're not bad defensive players. But even Tovar is making mistakes that I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. Jordan Beck, who's a pretty good player, is making bad throws from left field.
Do you think that, to your point right there, do you think that there's like a lack of that the losing, the offensive struggles and everything else that this club has going on, that it's just like it's poisoned everything? That
Maybe.
there ends up being almost like a lack of focus out on the field.
Maybe. Seth Smith kind of famously said years and years and years ago when the Rockies were bad, I would stand out there in the outfield and just wonder, even when things were going well, when things were how we were going to lose the game.
Yeah. The bullpen
Remember
was
that
going
quote?
to crush it at times.
And and maybe that's just collectively what's going on. Because like Marquez, you'll take that performance from Marquez yesterday 99 out of 100 times.
And they got shut out for the 8th time this year.
But you realize they out-hit the Phillies, but they left 10 guys on base because some dude named Tyler Freeman playing right field came up 4 times with runner on base and did nothing.
Well, here's the biggest. They don't hit home runs. They have the 5th fewest home runs in Major League Baseball. Like, again, like what is the antidote for clutch? Just hit the ball out of the park.
Yeah, but sometimes
and they can't even do it at altitude.
Dude, if there's a runner on third, hit the ball to second base and it's a run.
Yeah.
Hit a fly ball to center field and it's a run.
No.
And they can't deliver on that.
They don't do that because they have an astronomical strikeout rate. They strike out more than anybody. We went over this the other day. Like, they chase pitches more than anybody. They swing and miss more than anybody in baseball. Like, they're just awful.
But if they're close in some of these games, and they're clearly going to be the worst team in baseball this year by a freaking mile, can they possibly win some of the closer games if they can?
No, because the hitting is not there.
Yeah.
They don't have good at bats.
They don't
But it's a
walk.
2-0 game where they have 10 men on base yesterday. That we're not looking for extraordinary things here.
But where's the timely hitting? This
Well,
club has not had timely hitting in a decade.
Well, that's
or
right.
Since 2018.
They don't.
When they
don't
last went to
walk.
the playoffs.
They don't hit home runs and they strike out a ton. Like the 3 true outcomes, right? They're the worst I've ever seen at that.
Who in the lineup is the pitcher going, uh-oh? How are you at Coors Field and you don't have enough hitters to actually stress
They don't have
a
an
lineup?
guy.
You don't have a Charlie
No.
Blackman.
Well,
you don't have
their
it's
guy
supposed
should
to be Chris Bryant, but let's stop. He's never
not there.
coming back again.
It should be Ryan McMahon, but it's not.
Yeah.
And
Ryan McMahon's
How is
a league
Ryan
average
not a
player.
broken man right now?
He's a
Ryan's
league
been around here when it was better.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's a
If I'm Ryan,
shell
I'm
of
like,
himself.
can you please? We just
Well,
just
they probably
please.
are going to trade him. Actually,
It's a good
Okay,
paycheck.
maybe. Are you sure?
That's just it. Are they, though?
Yeah.
Because they need if they're really going to do
You say
it.
confidently.
McMahon,
What choice do
Marquez,
they
and
have?
Freeland should all be moved.
What choice
course.
did they have with Trevor Story? What choice did they have with John Gray? They had no choice with any of these guys.
Anybody whose age starts with a 3 should be dealt or dumped.
And they did not move them.
No,
It's
I
unbelievable.
remember it was just a few years ago. Nate and I sat at Blake Street Tavern enjoying our usual food. The Rocks game was getting ready to go. It was near the deadline, and we were begging them,
me too.
please trade Freeland and Marquez. And instead of trade, or at least I think that year it was Story and Gray. It was Story and Gray because both were about to be in the last year of their deals. We weren't sure what was
Expiring
going
contracts.
on. And Story kind of let it know, you just dumped Arenado. I'm probably not hanging around. You got the notion. They kept them both, and what did they do? They extended Daniel Bard.
Do you remember, by the
most
way,
valuable commodity at the trade deadline, a closer, and instead of trading him, you re-signed the mid-30-year-old guy, and what happened? Oh, he blew his arm out a year later. I couldn't see that coming.
I got you.
Not even just that. Do you remember Bill Schmidt came out and said, well, we were the only one that extended anybody at the deadline, and was completely not true. There were 3 other extensions handed out that year. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but he was like, we're the only ones doing
We're the
this
only
right
one that
now.
extended a player.
Do you remember they didn't move Trevor Story at the deadline, and then he took a personal day the day after
He was
the trade
so
deadline?
upset about it.
Right. He basically took a mental health day because he was just like, I was waiting to get traded.
And what happened? And see, this is why the Bill Schmidt quote yesterday nearly sent me through the wall like Bugs Bunny in a Looney Tunes cartoon, because all I hear about is, remember his reasoning for not trading Story? Well, we might be able to make a run. We might be able to this. No mights, no ifs, none. It's not happening. You suck. You're the worst ever. Everybody just, how do you keep putting your name on this every day?
To me, my favorite was still Jake Cave when he got signed by the Rockies. It was like, well,
It is what it is.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Gave us the Todd for
Actually, and Jake Cave turned out to be kind of a fun player to watch last year.
Wasn't it?
Oh yeah, he was the one that had a little red reader
And
to
who was
him.
the pitcher who was kind of had a red ass that
that decided to let Bryce Harper tell him and everybody else in the organization how pathetic they were.
Well, that was Jake Bird. There's another guy.
Who was the catcher? Was it McHenry? Who was the catcher that was right in front of Harper? And when Harper said that, he just dropped his head.
I don't think
I
McHenry
forget
was
who it
here. I
is.
think it was the guy that's the tall guy that's still doing it.
Stallings.
Jacob
Stallings.
Just like,
got no. Hey,
I got
come
nothing
back
on
there.
you.
No
That's
comeback
like
for that
the
one.
law going. Hey, I
Got
got
nothing
two
for you.
Stanley Cup rings in my ears. By the way, shout out to Josh remembering that I like the queso. Before we let you go, I got to tell you my quick Bertuzzi story because I was there covering it that night.
Which Bertuzzi?
The
bad
Todd.
Bertuzzi? Oh, okay.
The first time he played back at Ball Arena, then Pepsi Center after the incident.
The Is What It Is day?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I was like, where's he going to be? I couldn't figure out where the locker was. I'm walking around, and I finally find it. And I mean, it is a Super Bowl media pile, right? It looks like, if anybody could imagine an NFL huddle, now make 5 layers to that huddle, okay? That's what this media scrum was going to look like. And I was like, I'm not getting in there. And all you want in radio is your mic near the guy's mouth, okay?
You just need audio quality.
Yeah, and we have a little handshake deal with the TV guys. I'm not going to get right in front and screw up your shot.
Mhm.
You know, I got to try to get in from the side, and it wasn't going to happen. And I turn around, and there's a guy behind me in his whatever, and it was Bertuzzi.
Wow.
And I was like, oh. And I just literally shoved my mic in his face right away. He goes, let's just do it here. And everybody that was
Had to turn around.
Turned around,
good
and all
mo-
of a sudden,
good moment for Andy.
I was
Hey!
right. Yeah,
Good moment
I
for
was
Andy.
right next to him.
There you go.
That's solid defensive positioning is
Yeah.
what that is.
You know what I thought too? I was like, you are not that big.
Oh,
Because he
really?
looks so big on skates.
I wish you had said that to him.
Hey, you're not that big.
Hey,
Hey, you're not that big.
this is
What's
years
the next? What's the next sentence?
I had a little
Please don't
anger.
break
I had
my
a little
neck.
anger management problem back then. Don't think I didn't think about it.
Back then?
Him and Hawkins were the two where I was like, all right.
All right.
Now would have gone my way.
I'm glad you
Probably
can
not, but I'm telling you this: he was not as big as I thought.
Hey,
he wasn't Scott Parker. I can tell you that.
Andy, you look like you could size guys up. I give you credit for that one, my friend.
That is DMac,
dude.
everybody.
I've seen it go
PhD
bad.
every day, noon to 3 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, DMac, I will repeat the line that I gave the morning guys.
Yes.
I did not break the microphone.
Oh.
The microphone broke.
All Nate did, like you're right
Everybody's blaming you, Nate.
It's a key
Nate
difference.
went
I'm
to-
aware.
Okay.
But
I'm
I
aware.
watched it. Nate,
I'm aware.
Nate went to move it a bit.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, and then he thought he could just screw it back in because it was the white part. It's right. Where is it? It's right over here.
It was snapped.
He kept trying to, and I'll show Twitch and YouTube.
plastic
he kept trying to
snapped.
screw this white part.
I was like trying to like put
into
it
the
back
thing,
on.
and I was like, no, that
Well,
looks broken.
there's
and
somebody-
then there was like the red lightsaber light coming out into his head.
I had to put
Yeah,
tissue
it's
paper.
right there.
I got blinded today.
That's a good move.
I put it behind the
That's a
computer.
good move.
Didn't you think it was just a light bulb in this thing?
I turned it on. I was like, it was like Kramer with the
I wish it would make the
Kenny
sound.
Rogers roasters.
Yeah, that's right. You had the Kenny Rogers roaster face going on.
Andy, did I do anything to that microphone that
No.
was not typical use?
It happens 90,000 times a day.
Yes. So here's my
and then
argument.
he's trying to keep it on. I wanted him to just hold it like this. My dude is like trying to keep it where it was, as if it's going to just magically meld.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're driving your car and it breaks down,
Yeah.
okay,
Yes.
what would you say? My car broke down.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. You would not say
Nate broke the car.
I broke my car.
Depends how.
You would not take me to the shop and say I broke my car.
It
You would say the car broke
It
down.
depends how.
You weren't even in the middle of a passionate rant or anything.
I was literally moving
He
the
just
thing closer to my face so I could host the radio show.
Obviously, there's somebody who's an aggressive jerker who sits over on.
Drop of the year, right there.
So who's the most?
Somebody that's cranking it a little too hard. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, don't break that.
We've got an aggressive jerker over here, and it's not me. I treat such items with care.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Jeffrey Lurie could figure
About to
it out.
say, hey, Lurie. Again, Lurie, calm down.
Darren McKee, everybody.
Oh,
Noon to
God.
3, the Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac show. Make sure you tune in every single day here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. DMac, beautiful work. Have a lovely holiday weekend. We got K&L, Kreckman and Lindahl for 3 hours
And
today.
you're probably stuck in traffic if you're hearing our voices.
If you are on C470 westbound
Good
headed
luck.
towards I-70,
Maybe wait till the morning.
saddle up. You're going to be there a minute.
I guess we'll have to pay close attention to the traffic report now. Hey, you know what I'd tell you to do? Stay away from Wadsworth as you're trying to get to.
I would avoid it. Mm-hmm. Oh, this spring have the drop.
Some stop and go from Wadsworth.
Yeah.
Stay away.
Yeah. Maybe avoid Wadsworth.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Stay away from Wadsworth and don't get beat by Lou Dort. Okay.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Okay, and I know the Thunder are kicking the ever-living crap out of the Timberwolves right now, but I did enjoy Rudy Gobert's screen on Lou Dort in the first half. That was my one moment of fun that I got to have watching that basketball game last night.
Kendrick Perkins came out with a hot take. saying they need to just bench him. Your boy Gobert.
He's not good in this series.
He's saying I wouldn't even bother playing him anymore. That was his NBA Today take.
Dude, France did that in the Olympics. They were just like, you suck. We can't put you out here right now. And it's kind of happening against the Thunder again. It wouldn't be the first time that it ever occurred. Kreckman and Lindahl, when we come back, I read a descriptor of the Denver Nuggets roster today that I had to look into, and I disagree with it wholly. This Nuggets roster is a lot of things, but it is not this word. I'll tell you what that word is next. Happy Ska Friday, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, and we're thrilled to be with you here this afternoon. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Those of you that have served, thank you for your service. We are with you today until 6, and we have much to do today on this show. So, Andy, today, crack open my Denver Post, all right? I need to get the reactions here, and I'll tell you this. I very much respect this columnist, and I do think that there was a lot of things that he wrote in this piece today that are an accurate characterization of the Nuggets and their roster. But there was also a line in there that struck me a little bit, and I don't know if we should view it this way, but tell me if you disagree. Troy Renck in his column today, and his column being, next year's Nuggets could look a lot like this year's, and that's wasting Nikola Jokic's prime. Okay?
Okay.
We had that very discussion yesterday here on this show. We bounced around that very idea yesterday on the program, but also, we are charged with, and Troy, to be fair, to be sure, in his column, pointed out that there are limitations on what this team can do this upcoming offseason because of the collective bargaining agreement. But one of the things that he wrote kind of struck me a little bit. He says, as it happened with former coach Michael Malone, the hope of another title rests on a now aging starting five and the ability of new coach David Adelman. The interim tag is officially gone to form a reliable bench with Peyton Watson, Julian Strother, Jalen Pickett, and Deron Holmes, and a random veteran or two. Okay? The word that jumped out at me was aging. Okay, I guess in the very technical assessment of it, we're all aging.
We're all a year older.
Every moment of our life. But the Nuggets starting five, Jamal's going to be 28 to start this season. He turns 29 in February. CB's 24, turning 25 in April. MPJ is 27. And by the way, missed 6 games the last 2 years. AG is 30. Jokic is 30. Still smacking the meaty part of the curve of a basketball player's prime. The average age of your starting five is 28. That's not old? There's nothing old in there. There's nothing old about that.
Well,
when I see aging, I think old, yes, they're another year older, but every one of these dudes, they're not running somebody, they're not starting Westbrook.
Fair enough. I would say this. I'm a little more worried about AG's 30 than I am about Jokic's 30.
Mm-hmm.
Just because AG has that athletic, explosive game, power dunks, getting up, grabbing the rebounds, playing fit. And
when he was healthy this year, his body did all those things.
Sure, but I'm a little concerned. Is this the start of the body not loving to do all those things for the full season the way they do when they're young?
Yeah.
But look, is it overall an aging roster? No, but it's funny because it does feel like this group has been together forever, because in sports, 5 years is a long time.
It is.
So
it really is.
Peyton Manning did not play here 5 years, if you think about it.
But CB's going into year 4.
No, yeah, which is crazy by itself.
Aaron Gordon didn't show up until 2021.
Sure.
And in many ways, that consistency year over year, I get when you don't win, it gets viewed as instantly we got to replace something.
Yeah, but I would also say, again, Jamal's interesting to me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Jamal, you're right. Jamal's 27. That feels crazy to me because it feels like sometimes a little of the shake of his game is gone, a little of the, and maybe it's just because the shooting feels inconsistent at times. Maybe it's because of the calf injury he dealt with at times. Jamal doesn't feel like the Jamal of the championship run.
Yeah.
And I'm not all, and look, is that an athleticism or an age thing? Not necessarily. He just doesn't seem to be able to get the shot to go the way he wants. It just felt like, you'll probably pull up some stat and tell me that, well, actually by stats, he's hitting just as much this year as he did the championship year. But it just doesn't feel like we get the Jamal, nuclear Jamal game quite as often as we used to. And I don't know why that is. I'm not blaming that on age. I don't know if it's confidence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's, like we've talked about in the past, the conditioning. But how many true,
shooting splits this year? Jamal Murray, 47, 39, 89. Basically right in line with his career numbers. Scoring average this year, 21.4 points per game, highest of his career. Assists this year, 6 assists per game, right in line with what he's been the last 3 seasons.
Now,
rebounds, 4 rebounds, right in line with what he has been this season.
How many times was he like Game 5 of the Clippers series, Jamal, though?
He had a 55-point game this year.
Did they win it? Well, I hate to ask it, but I mean, how many Joker's high games did they not win?
That was the Blazers game. They did win it, didn't they? I thought they did.
Did they blow them out, or was that another one of those weird ones where the Blazers scored a lot too? I don't remember.
Well, they had a lot of those games. They did win that game, 132-121.
Okay,
they did win that game.
We gave up 121 to the Blazers.
They did win that game, yes.
So, but look, I'm just telling you, it just doesn't feel like a lot of the times when you really. I kept waiting, frankly, for him to take over one of the games in the Oklahoma City series, and he just didn't.
He didn't.
He was a contributor. Don't mishear me.
Uh-huh.
But I'm talking about the one where Nikola gets to stand. Like Nikola, Game 5 versus the Clippers, Nikola kind of got to just sit back and watch Jamal do his thing. You remember that?
Yeah.
I don't feel like we had necessarily one of those. The closest we got to that would have been Game 3 where Jamal, MPJ, didn't Gordon have his last 20-point game of the playoffs, I think, that night?
I would also say
Christian Brown got in there.
Defended in this series by an NBA first-team all-defender in Lou Dort, and then they brought Alex Caruso off the bench onto him a whole bunch in this series.
Okay. But you're making $200 million. I need you to not let that bother you so much.
You want to not be bothered by all NBA defenders?
Well,
you want to not be bothered by the best defensive team in the NBA?
Contract on the team, you're going to have to be something. You're going to have to be a guy that plays through that and gets yours too.
You're going to have to be transcendent every night, no matter the quality of defense that you go up against.
Okay, what night was he the dude when was he that dude that was worth the big contract extension he just got? Let me ask you this. Is this contract
a 43-point game in the playoffs?
Oh, okay, but what about the Oklahoma City game? What about the Oklahoma City game? When did he tell Lou Dort, now it's my turn? What night was that?
I would say he did not have a transcendent game in that series.
Okay. Well, again,
you still look up at the end of the series, and he averaged 21 points a game.
Yeah, that's great. You didn't win the series.
It wasn't the most.
You got blown out twice.
It wasn't the most efficient shooting in the world, but he still averaged 21 a game in the series.
Okay. What was the night where he took 28 shots to get there or whatever?
He had 28 on 27 shots in the Game 5 loss. The Game 5 loss where everybody disappeared in the fourth quarter and Lou Dort took over. Yeah.
Look, man, I'm just telling you.
You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
The reason why you can't have this is if they're going to keep the core together, and that's been the report of this week, then everyone's got to play. If you're not going to have a bench, then it's going to be on your starting 5 to do things you're not expected to do some nights.
And the starting 5 was elite the entire series.
They did not win the series.
Yeah,
they weren't elite enough to get past Oklahoma City.
But again, why did they get beat? They got beat because Oklahoma City had better depth than the Nuggets did. Again, I get piling on Jamal Murray is convenient, but
how did MPJ
if you look at it, he was awful in the series. He had one arm and he was terrible.
Wasn't elite.
Again, but look at the numbers.
But I don't care about the numbers. You didn't win the games. You didn't win the damn games, man. You didn't score enough. You didn't get the shots when you needed
But there's nuance in the discussion. Why did they lose the games? Because when Oklahoma City went to their bench, it was a net positive, and when the Nuggets went to their bench, they got destroyed. You're asking a starting 5 that was already playing at an elite level. We're going to need you to be elite times 7 if you're going to go ahead and win this series. Again, I would argue that series came down to the Thunder's depth versus the Nuggets' depth. The starting 5 was not the problem in that series.
Okay, let's go back to what did we get I'm trying to find the box score. What did we get in the Game 7 where they got blown out? What about Game 2?
Yeah, Jamal wasn't good enough in Game 7. Nobody was good in Game 7 or Game 2,
neither was MPJ.
Right.
And frankly, and I can't say anything about Gordon Game 7 because Gordon was playing on one leg, and let's be honest, Gordon shouldn't have been playing.
Jokic stunk in Game 2.
But here's my point. Mm-hmm. If we're going to continue we're going to pay this core, well, then they got no choice but to this is the unfair standard they're going to be held to if we're going to take advantage of the Nikola Jokic years. I don't disagree with you that I'm not saying the guy sucks, but I'm saying if you're not going to trade MPJ or anybody else, then you're not going to get a better bench by all that much.
Nope.
You don't have any money to do it.
I agree with all these points.
So then we're asking an unfair task as you laid out, because guess what? In the playoffs, chances are you're going to see some all NBA defenders again.
We're talking.
It just feels like this is an unrealistic expectation to keep these guys together and think it's going to go any differently. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And Josh Kroenke basically said yesterday that's the plan. I want to hear it from Josh Kroenke right now. Roll it, Spring.
But I also think that they're, whether it's Oklahoma City, you look at some of the guys on the Pacers roster, these guys have been developed over a period of years. They understand their roles, they understand their responsibilities, and they're accountable to that. And those are the teams that I see having a lot of success. So there's a lot of ways to improve it, and we're going to be looking at all of them.
Yeah. Those teams are deeper. The Nuggets are going to have to improve internally.
But how do you do that? Again...
But here's the flip side to it, Andy. It's an easy thing to say on May 27th in two ways. It's an easy thing to say of like, we need to internally develop. Which
sure.
I would agree. But here's the other thing. Have you gone into the trade market yet? Have you explored anything? That's just it. You can look at your cap situation and say, hey, it doesn't look like there's a lot of moves to be made. Who cares? He can still make moves. He didn't declare anything. He didn't write it in blood.
Fair enough. But here's my thing. When I hear about...
Like, if he stood up there and he said, I got to blow this team up, like, what quality of offers are you going to get? And I understand everybody wants you to, like, be able to, like, trade Josh Giddey for Alex Caruso.
Yeah, I know.
It's tough to do.
You don't even have a Josh Giddey, do you? I mean,
that's
I don't know.
Just it.
You know?
Like, what is Peyton Watson's trade value?
Right.
I don't know.
I get it.
I don't know.
But see, this is why I say for me.
Yeah.
I have doubts about keeping the core together and thinking you're somehow going to get deeper and get a different result.
You should.
If you're not going to trade a dude.
I would agree.
And
you should.
And again, we're all picking on MPJ. Doesn't have to be MPJ. The only guy I'm not trading is Jokic.
Yeah.
That's the only dude.
Yeah.
Right?
You would have to.
You want to call me about anybody else at the right?
That's just it. They're going to get calls. They're going to make calls. They're going to do all of that. Again, and I think Josh Kroenke is a very intelligent team owner. I don't think he's going to sit there and say, well, fire sale time.
No.
Here we go.
Nor am I asking for a fire sale.
You shouldn't do that.
But you and I talked about it all this week, where you got to get rid of at least one of these starters in order to pick up a couple of useful parts off the bench.
I would agree.
And here's why I say that. Because draft and develop, like you said, develop is fine. I love talking about develop. Let's just go out there and coach the hell out of them, right? That's why you got coaches. But let's take the case of Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson has been a fun enough player. He's been a role player, but clearly this year showed you the role needs to expand. Clearly I need to be able to rely on you to get a little more offensive consistency than what you have. How can it be a sound plan if we're really stressed about not wasting the Nikola Jokic years to say we're going to develop the hell out of Peyton Watson next year? He's had 3 years of this.
Here's what we have to bank on Peyton Watson. This is specifically to him. Okay? This is a contract year. This is for Peyton Watson. This is just him, the dude, has to make a decision. Do I want to make yacht money? Or do I want to,
I'd like to make yacht money.
There's a good living. There is a good living to be had as an off the bench defensive stopper role player, right?
Just jet ski boat money is what you're telling me?
Exactly. Yes. He could have a really
one we could take out to Chatfield Reservoir.
You know what? He might even be able to get two, a his and hers. Okay.
Maybe a jet ski alongside.
Jet ski money is pretty good. All right.
Yes, I know.
Christian Brown's going to get yacht money.
Yeah.
Peyton Watson right now looks like he's going to get jet ski money.
How big a yacht are you talking?
Maybe pontoon boat money, okay?
No,
but you want
to go, John.
You want to up the watercraft a little bit.
A sensible houseboat is okay for Watson. Now I got to see how much a yacht costs.
I think if you want a good one, like I don't think he's getting a Jerry Jones yacht,
right?
But I think he can do okay for himself.
Will Christian Brown allow Peyton Watson on his yacht?
Onto his yacht. He's going to dock that thing somewhere in the Mediterranean and not tell any of his teammates where it is. The internal development thing, Andy, like that, my answer to you on that one is I don't know. But I also know one thing is the trade is going to be tough to pull off. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be tough to do. And number two is you got to hope the development thing kind of works.
I tip my cap to you.
Yeah.
It looks like by the 30 million projection,
yeah,
your boy Christian Brown and ours, my best friend, could even go super yacht around 10 million.
That's a good yacht.
That's a good super yacht.
That's a good yacht.
That's over 90 feet.
Yeah.
Now mega yachts, mega yachts are like the steak at Shanahan's, or they ain't even putting the price.
Wait,
on there.
is mega above super?
Oh yeah, over 165 feet is a mega yacht. They go for hundreds of millions.
What's the biggest yacht you can get?
Mega yacht.
Mega is the
yacht.
biggest?
Yeah. And again, like I told you, like that fine bourbon at the steakhouse, ain't no price. If you got to ask, you can't afford it. They're comfortable, at least on Google AI, telling me that a super yacht is 10 million and up. But the mega yacht, that your boy Snyder's still running from everybody in whatever ocean he's taking his yacht to. Jerry Jones drafting his next guy at that. Those are the mega yachts.
Okay.
Hundreds of millions.
So that's a Jason. Yeah, that's like a Jason Tatum yacht right there is what you're talking about. That's a Giannis yacht.
Extremely expensive.
That's a Joker yacht.
Yeah, Joker can afford that yacht.
By the way, if Nikola Jokic, because he always got to name a boat, if he got a yacht, would he just call it yacht? JACHT?
What about Sir Yacht? Wasn't he in our life for a minute?
Sir Yacht was our friend.
When he a Cleveland dude or
Cleveland,
something? Or was
Sir
he
Yacht.
Cincy? I can't
No,
remember.
he was from Cleveland. He drove to Cincinnati.
I feel bad we didn't check in with him last Browns game.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, did we get a story that maybe he was up to bad shenanigans?
You know what we were on Sir Yacht? We were one of his 15 minutes of fame. He spent one of those 15 minutes with us. That was it.
How the hell did we find Sir Yacht?
He was on Twitter.
I know, but why? What did he do? Do you remember what he did that we had to talk to him?
He went to Cincinnati
and hated the chili.
He chugged Skyline chili directly out of the can at like 4 a.m.
That's why you don't have even little yacht money. By the way, the small yacht is under 50 feet, and they can be gotten into for $500,000.
That's not bad. It's not
now,
bad.
It could go up to 2.5 if you really want some stuff.
Okay.
You know.
You got to outfit your yacht.
If you don't want to row your yacht.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We have no yacht money. Keep it here.
Hey, speaking of the size of your yacht, let me tell you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Huh? Yeah. All right. You want to feel like you've got that mega yacht money? Well, you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You go ahead and you have a chat with the folks over there. Look, at the end of the day, if you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. If you find yourself avoiding romance, not going out on date nights, maybe even pulling away from your partner, then it's time for you to go and have a consultation over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they have options for you. And again, it's about finding that right solution for you so that things get back to the way that you want them to be. It's real easy to get set up at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can go and make an appointment either by calling them at 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Find a location nearest you. Go in for your consultation. They will, the first visit's $99. They're going to pull your You'll have a blood test, I should say, TPSA test, and if you're medically advised by a Colorado licensed medical provider, you get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then your appointment is free, so nothing to lose. And again, they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. So go see what they can do for you, see what they have that maybe fits your situation. 5 locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Again, that number, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yes, it is Scott Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We've got a pair of season passes to Elitch's that we're going to give away. Season passes, typically $79.99. We're getting them to you for free, a pair of them, including free parking, free shows, fireworks, Dive-In Movies, and Fright Fest. All of it happening at Elitch's. So we have a pair of season tickets, 2 Elitch's, season passes, 2 Elitch's, that we will give away coming up at 4 o'clock. So be listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl show and find out how you can win.
And opening day is tomorrow. Go have big fun tomorrow.
Go to Elitch's.
Go to Elitch's.
It's a lovely weekend to be out there. Jalen Pickett, Julian Strother, Peyton Watson, Zeke Najee, Deron Holmes. Right now, that's your second unit as we sit here at this moment.
Where do you put the confidence ranking or the percentage chance that Russell Westbrook opts back into the option?
50-50. I'm 50-50 as I sit here right now. Right now, that bench unit, that 5 right there. Andy, power rank your confidence. Let's do a little confidence meter right here. Of those 5, okay? And I'm talking about your confidence in these guys being solid 1 through 82 rotation guys. Because in the regular season, you got to be 9 deep. You got to be 9 deep, preferably.
And we're just talking regular season.
Deeper than that. But I'm
rotation
just saying
guys.
Regular season right now. Because if you're in the rotation in the regular season, you will have earned your way into the postseason rotation. Now, if you make it to the conference finals or perhaps even the NBA finals, it may get shrunken down a little bit because that's just the nature of playoff basketball, although the Thunder don't really seem to be playing anybody fewer right now. They trust everyone on that team.
Yeah, but a pretty good life.
Of these 5 names, Pickett, Strother, P-Watt, Zeke, and Deron Holmes.
Strother, top of the list.
Okay.
Right? Don't you have to go there?
Right now,
they seemed interested in getting it developed, and then he had the injury.
Yeah.
It was a weird end of the year, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna look, if anybody's given me a game to bet high on, it would be his game 6 performance where he actually hit a few threes and looked like the player you're hoping to draft to give you some scoring off the bench.
The player that I will put at number 1, and only because he has shown us that he possesses at least one elite skill set, is Peyton Watson. And that elite skill set is on the defensive side of the ball. And that's extremely important. Because Julian Strother, who I would probably put at number 2, I really like his offensive game. I think he's an NBA player. He needs to become even like a sort of average defender.
I really hope Deron Holmes is high on this list, but I can't responsibly say anything not watching the guy play a single minute of NBA basketball.
Yep.
I enjoyed the summer league, but guess what? Hunter Tyson has been a summer league superstar, and it never seems to translate to actual minutes when we get to the regular season.
Yeah, Tyson's a big unknown. Who knows?
So
I don't want to count out any basketball.
But you know what? I would say this right now. I would put Deron Holmes at 3 just based off of the scouting reports because Jalen Pickett's been a nice player. And look, he had tremendous improvement. He did. You had a great point yesterday talking about the fact that this was a guy that you and I watched in the summer league and were like, man, this guy's never going to play in the NBA looking at this.
Yeah.
And luckily he did. And he was a fun story there for a minute. Maybe that expands. But I do think with the kind of point guard what I would ultimately I'd like to see a Jalen Pickett who sets up an MPJ for those great shots. MPJ doesn't have to do any ball handling. He finds a spot, takes the pass, pops a shot, and we all live luxuriously.
The biggest thing that the second unit has to figure out is how to not play through a big, which Adelman has said out loud, thankfully.
And look, maybe maybe Pickett can give you that. But because he was more of a traditional point guard coming out of college, right? Didn't we have his coach on and he told us that?
It's exactly what he is in the NBA, too. I mean, he's as traditional point guard as they get. So your list is Strother, P-Watt, Holmes, Pickett, Zeke?
Dude, I'm done with Zeke. I told you yesterday. Yeah. I already did the Zeke fan club thing. I tried to wave the flag for the guy. And like I told you, I got rewarded with about 5 games of good production there. And wasn't that pre-All-Star break? Like, when did we get that fun little couple of minutes? Because I know this, Adelman wasn't playing, and that was still Coach Malone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'm done. I'm sorry. He's been at it the longest of all the guys you mentioned, right? He's been on this Nuggets roster the longest of everyone you mentioned, has he not?
Oh, the game when Jamal dropped 55 on the Blazers?
That was when Zeke went off too?
Zeke dropped 16 that night on 6 of 9 shooting. 16
Maybe that's
points
why
on 9
I don't
shots.
remember the Jamal 55. I was blown away by 16 from Zeke.
In back-to-back nights, Zeke went 10 of 14 from the field and scored in double figures in 2 straight games. By the way, both of those games against the Blazers.
Well, and you know what else? Remember, I think what we started talking, hey, did he do enough to maybe just find a little trade partner?
Yeah, it was like late February. But yeah, it didn't tickle anybody's buying bone. Yeah, my list is I would go P. Watt, then Strawther, then Jalen Pickett, then Holmes, and then Zeke.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, we're
I'm
a
not gonna,
little different here on the list.
My big thing is we've got coaches on this coaching staff and they still haven't developed. So how do you change that?
Yeah.
How does this staff do more to develop them?
That's going to be on Adelman because he's the one that's got to hire this coaching staff now. Mm-hmm. Kreckman and Lindahl. Okay, so when we come back, we'll tell you how you can win season passes to Elitch's. Plus, the Rockies, they play tonight. First of 3 against the New York Yankees tonight over there at Coors Field. Cue the Chris Farley drop. But are the Rockies currently a bigger headache for somebody than even you, the air quotes Rockies fan? We'll tell you about that next.
The Yankees.
is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is a Ska Friday, and we have a pair of season passes to Elitch's to give away to you right now. We're going to ask a question. You have to answer it correctly. It is a two-part question, and the winner is going to be the first respondent to get it correct on the Shop Mazda text line at 303-504-0925. So, guys, you're going to have to be quick. Get your text and thumbs ready. 303-504-0925. All right. Is everybody ready? Good. Here is the question. We need name of song and artist. Hit it, Spring. Name of song and artist.
I see that damn old man dancing now.
You got to go 2 for 2.
Well played, Kreckman.
Trevor Story just homered.
Yeah, do you not? But you associate this with the Elitch's commercial, don't
with
you?
With Elitch's and Coors Field.
Okay.
Those are the
all
two.
Right.
303-504-0925. First texter that gets name of song and artist correct, and you will win a pair of season passes to Elitch's.
See, it's so funny that this is what you think of. Oh, my God. This damn thing's going to be in my head.
It's going to earworm.
I was so impressed with you, and now I think I'm angry. See, I think of that Hey Baby song they play around the 7th inning, I think, after the stretch.
This is after home runs.
This one is?
It used to be. They don't homer anymore.
Well, listen, I've not been there since I think I worked at the old place.
By the way, the band group, I don't know, whatever you call them, Euro
Artist.
dance group.
Yeah.
They were Dutch.
This isn't Aqua, I assume. Remember when Aqua and
not
the
Aqua.
Barbie song came out?
It's not Aqua. It's
the
not.
First time I heard about the Dutch dance scene or
It's
whatever
not
they
I'm
were.
blue, dabu dee dabu die. It's not that. Has anyone gotten it right yet, Spring?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
There are a
We
lot
got
of
a
people
winner.
guessing. Someone guessed Lou Bega and Mambo number 5. God bless you. That is so not it, but good for you. I like it. If we were going one-hit wonders, you would have something to win.
Adam K. Nolan has the best joke about Mambo number 5.
We got to get your guy on. When are we going to get your guy on?
I think the punchline is something like doing an impression of a hipster in the 2000s. Yeah, but have you heard Mambo number 4? It's a good joke. It's a good joke. We should get Adam on the show. He's got Rocky's rage.
Oh yeah, let's let him vent.
Let me tell you else who has Rocky's rage. The sports books.
Yeah, how about this?
Okay. Doug Greenberg has a great piece today in ESPN about this. Why the 2025 Rockies are every bookmaker's nightmare. Okay. So right now the Rockies 8-42. It is the worst 50-game record. It worst since the 1895 Louisville Colonels. Excuse me, Colonels, not the Louisville Cardinals. The Louisville Colonels.
Colonels.
Why do they spell it like that? It's a 160 winning percentage, puts them on pace to win 26 and lose 136. By the way, if they lose 136, that would break the all-time loss record belonging to the 1899 Cleveland Spiders, who went 20 and 134 in a 154-game season. But listen to this. ESPN bet reports Colorado has attracted the least money line bets of any MLB team this season. Just straight up picking winners. They have invited the least. While the team playing against the Rockies are a top 3 most bet team on almost any given day. For the Rockies' most recent series with the Phillies, the visiting Phillies were the sportsbook's most backed MLB team of the day in 3 of those 4 games and the second most backed in the other. Phillies ended up handing the Rockies yet another series sweep, and things may not be getting better for the Denver-based team as they'll face a gauntlet of the Yankees, Cubs, and Mets over their next 3 series. Caesar Sportsbook lead MLB trader Eric Biggio telling ESPN, quote, "We need the Rockies on a daily basis, especially if they're in a standalone spot where there's not much or other stuff going on. We have to really push the price out to get a good level to get any kind of money on Colorado." Since reaching a Major League long odds of -400 on May 4th on the road against the Giants, bookmakers have routinely handicapped the Rockies' opponent in the -300 range, but to absolutely no avail. For example, I did look it up today and I just opened BetMGM for instance. The Yankees are a -300 favorite tonight, meaning you would have to bet 300 to win. There's very little money to be made. But this is just it. It really is worth it because if you just fade the Rockies every single day, you're profiting. The fades on Colorado keep flowing, and for good reason. Even as the team draws big plus odds each night, a $100 bettor would still be down $2,700 according to Covers.com. Thus, betting against them each night becomes a viable strategy for bettors and a terror for sports books. DraftKings head of sportsbook Johnny Avello saying, quote, "This becomes a bookmaker's nightmare if this continues to go on for a complete year because there's nothing we can do about it. We can raise the price, but that's not going to stop anyone if the teams are that bad." This is incredible. Even on the road, the Yankees are laying -300 on the money line and even a very rare -3.5 run line tonight. Meaning, again, like the Yankees will have to win by 4 in order for you to be able to win a run line bet. Which is nuts. Run lines are normally a 1.5. That's it. 3.5 is what we're talking about right now.
Who thought a team could break gambling?
Seriously. Given the long money lines, bettors are starting to get creative with how they fade the Rockies. Coors Field has long been a notorious hitter's park due to Denver's altitude, making it a clear target for overs on the total. However, with the 2025 Rockies being very lackluster on both sides of the ball, bettors are looking at lots of runs for only the visiting team. Quote, "The people recognize, hey, the Rockies aren't scoring much, the opposing team is, so they're betting the Rockies team total under and the opponent over," adding it's not rocket science, but it is turning into a kind of big decision on top of the normal markets for baseball. This goes in line with something we talked about earlier this year. A long-standing fantasy baseball truism is you don't play road pitchers at Coors Field. However, this year, you can really take a look at it because the Rockies don't score any runs. Their home OPS is 14th in baseball. You're not scared of that offense, even at Coors Field.
Yeah, what was their top output against the Phillies? 5? I think,
yeah.
And they lost that game.
And it was like they got 2 in the 9th. Yeah. They lost 9-5.
Yeah.
This came to a head on May the 10th when the Padres came to town and defeated Colorado 21-0. Anybody remember that? Biggio says the next day, bettors flooded the market, backing the Padres on the money line, run line, and team total. But what happened that day, the Rockies won 9-3, which was their 7th win of the season. It was Bud Black's last day as the manager of the club. And this dude from Caesar says it was a huge win for the book, equivalent to an NFL Sunday kind of decision.
Wow, really?
They cleaned up that day.
Because everyone just decided...
Exactly.
This team sucks.
So everybody just piled on the Padres, and the Rockies got a victory, and it was a huge win for the books. But generally, they're killing them most days. ESPN Director of North American Sports Trading, Adrian Horton, said over email, quote, "Teams playing the Rockies are regularly among the most bet MLB teams of the day on both the money line and run line, so the rare Rockies win is something of a bright spot. However, those wins don't outweigh the good days for bettors, taking whoever is playing against Colorado." So again, just a viable betting strategy through 50 games would be just bet against the Rockies every single day. Again, you'll only make small profits on a daily basis, but those add up. You'd be doing quite well for yourself right now.
You never go bankrupt taking a gain.
You really don't.
What's the dumb saying? Never taking a...
Books have been dropping the win total throughout the season. It currently stands at 39.5 heading into this weekend against the Yankees. It is the lowest in-season win total, basically, that anybody that runs a sports book has ever seen.
39.5.
39.5.
What, 8? They're to 8?
8-42. So they're on pace
They need to win 31 games.
Yeah, they're on pace to go 26-136 right now.
Seriously.
They're breaking sports betting.
Would you even bet the over at this point? At 39.5,
No.
would you even bet the over with, what do we got, 4 months of baseball left?
No, this is just it, Andy.
That's
because
insane.
We talked about it the other day. Like, I've tried to look into the underlying numbers to be like, is bad luck hitting the Rockies right now? And there are a couple of metrics that would suggest that they are, but those are buried under just a library of other statistics that will tell you, no, they're not unlucky. They really are this bad. And the biggest one being is that they strike out more than anybody else in baseball, and the Angels are right up there with them. They don't hit home runs, fifth lowest in baseball, despite playing half of your games at Coors Field, and they
don't
never
hit home runs,
and they don't walk. They don't get base runners.
And even when they get a 2-0 effort, or what they lose the other day?
2-0 yesterday.
2-0?
2-0.
Was that just yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Where Marquez was brilliant?
He was very good.
Yeah.
He was very good. They lost.
They've
been shut out 8 times this season. They have scored 3 runs or fewer in 34 of their 50 games thus far.
Nobody has ever accused me of being the biggest baseball fan in this station, but I've never paid less attention to this team. Who doesn't enjoy a good Tuesday night baseball game when there's nothing else on?
You know what?
And they're not even worth tuning to half the time.
You know what's funny though, Andy? Is I'm paying more attention to them right now than I probably have in the last 4 seasons. And you know, I'm a baseball guy anyway, but like right now, I'm in on the Rockies every single day because they're making history. Like they have pulled me back with how atrocious they are. There's content everywhere. Kirkjian was doing a hit on ESPN. He came on with the midday guys today. People are paying attention to what's happening in Colorado
They
right
just
now.
talked about him on Pardon the Interruption.
Pardon the Interruption. They were doing a
I
topic
don't
on
think
it.
they've been a topic on Pardon the Interruption in 4 years.
I mean, they just got swept by the Phillies, which is a major market first-place team. They're about to play the Yankees, which is the biggest market team. It's the most valuable franchise in North America. People are paying attention right now for every one of the wrong reasons, but people are paying attention.
Because we've never seen this. You're about to see something you've never seen.
I'm legitimately kind of glued to what's happening over there right now. Yeah, it's messed up. It's not good. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwold coming up here on the other side. We're going to do a fun little exercise here with Jeff Legwold. It's 2025. We're going to discuss who would be on the Broncos all-quarter century team since 2000.
How many candidates come from the last 5 years?
I know, right?
When it comes to the Broncos and the Rockies, how many of recent vintage?
Not many. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Sign up to bid at Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude. And by the way, when you sign up there, it's nice because they put you on their email list. They'll send you all of the auctions that they have available to bid directly into your email inbox. You don't got to go back and check the site every single day, and they're going to tell you when these auctions become available to bid, when they're going to close, and the big one is coming up, opening up next week, Wednesday, to be precise, the June 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Guys, for almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find Colorado city, county, and fleet vehicles and equipment. Get some great deals on well-maintained stuff, SUVs, sedans, pickups, utility trucks, dump trucks, vans, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. Go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up to bid the June 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Well-maintained used vehicles and equipment coming up next week. So go to roller.bid right now. Jeff Legwold time here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job, and you wrap it up with a career. All right, Leggy. It is the year of our Lord, 2025, okay? Meaning, and I'm sure you can do this this exercise yourself at ESPN.com, it's time to start naming the quarter-century team. We've got a 25-year sample size to now work off of, which is quite substantial. And so I just, today started scribbling down what an all quarter-century Broncos offense would look like. And these are the names that I wrote down. And again, I'm using Pro Football Reference and just looking up numbers. And again, longevity and, what did you compile? Obviously, there were individual seasons of brilliance in there. How do you weigh that against career accomplishments and all of that? Starting at quarterback, it's Peyton Manning, and it's over. There's
nobody else.
There's not even, to me, a number
Ryan
two.
Greasy, Jay Cutler, Jake Plummer.
Yeah.
Jake Driscoll.
Jake Driscoll, yeah. Let me keep going. Okay, so then we had Orton Wright Leggy. We had a year at Tebow.
Yeah.
Brady Quinn never got his shot. Manning shows up. Then we went to the Trevor Siemian thing for
It'd
a year.
It'd be Plummer as the backup with Peyton as the starter.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
There it is.
Basically it. And it's all in 4 years, but it's honestly like you put up that 4-year stretch next to 95 to 98, and those are the two greatest 4-year stretches in Bronco history. All right. Let's go to the backfield, okay? What's funny about this is like in this quarter century, there has not been a Terrell Davis like figure.
I got a name, but
it's honestly the two names that I came up with are underwhelming.
All right, give them to me.
No Sean Moreno and Mike Anderson.
No, I'd go Clinton Portis.
It was a very short tenure.
I don't care.
It's a high peak, but
Dude,
a very short tenure.
That dude, when he got going, was so fun.
Mhm.
So fun.
Yeah.
Am I wrong, Jeff? Is that unfair? Let's talk to the scribe.
What do you got? You got back-to-back 1,500-yard seasons, basically, right?
And that's it.
But, his Bronco tenure didn't end, by injury or voluntary. I mean, he was traded for Champ Bailey, so...
And he wanted a little bit of money that I think Mike was annoyed by.
Yeah,
but And then Mike went and coached him in Washington. It all is weird, but I mean,
I think,
you can't...
Is he still in the clink right now, by the way? Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not saying that, by the way, I'm not saying that disqualifies him, okay?
Right.
O.J. Simpson is still in the Hall of Fame. I think.
I'd say C.J. Anderson was an undervalued player.
He had a good run, and they won a Super Bowl with him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say he's right there in the conversation. You get into your then you start getting into your Javantes, your Melvin Gordons.
There's a lot of one and done in there.
Yeah.
A lot of years where there's or one or two and done, and at that position.
They didn't get like any continuity out of it. Like I think Andy's right about like Portis's peak is the highest. It just burned bright, and then. But maybe to your point, Leggy, like maybe that's it. He should get points for having helped you acquire Champ Bailey.
Yeah, no, it's. I think that's a pretty good thing too. That would be my quirky. If I was writing that story, that would be my.
Okay.
Hey, let's don't forget that he brought Champ Bailey, a Hall of Famer.
Would Tatum Bell get any mention? I only remember Tatum mainly because he was the guy that came in the trade. Not only did the Broncos get Bailey, they got Tatum, and Tatum for a couple seasons looked like maybe he'd be the Portis replacement because he had the same speed, right, Jeff? But not nearly as electric as Portis was.
No, again, I think the position, you could probably pick 5 guys who have the same sort of resume over those years.
Yeah, so I think so I'll go Portis, Mike Anderson.
Sure. I got no problem with that. Mike Anderson won Rookie of the Year, right? Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jeff. He was really good. Here's where I'll say something I never said on the air before. And Stink told me this. And so naturally I kind of tend to listen to the guy that blocked for these dudes. My problem sometimes with Mike Anderson, and it's probably not fair, but Jeff, you tell me if you remember this too. Stink said here's my thing with Mike Anderson. If we'd have given TDs the holes that Mike Anderson got, TD'd had 3,000 yards.
Yeah, but is that a diss to be like, this guy's not as good as Terrell Davis?
I know. But,
Yeah.
I don't think. I'll just.
You're
put it to
talking
you
about
this
an
way.
all-timer.
I'm not sure Portis was getting those kind of holes. How about that?
I would probably agree with that. Wide receiver. And I only wrote down 2.
Ashley Lilly.
We could extend it to 3, but it's DT and Rod.
No
that'd be my 2 and the conversation.
Yeah.
And I don't care how many years there are, whatever.
If you went slot guy, Jeff, who would you go? Welker, Stokely? Who do we be talking about?
I mean, Welker, it's a short tenure. Stokely too, but Welker was in the brightest of the bright, period.
That's a 2013 Bronco right there.
Yeah, anybody on the 2013 Broncos is in the conversation because that record is undervalued locally, I think, as to what it took, and I think it will stand. I think it will stand a little bit of test of time. It's already shown how tough it is.
Okay, so let's for the sake of discussion, let's not worry about where you're lining up. If we were going to extend this to a third receiver, I'll give you candidates. I'll give you Cortland Sutton. I'll give you Emmanuel Sanders.
Ooh, yeah.
I will give you Brandon Marshall.
I got to go Emmanuel Sanders, I think.
Okay.
Marshall was pretty good here. Gosh, Nate, you're bringing up some good names.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that position a lot better over that period than running back. I mean, Brandon Marshall had a 100-catch season and for a bad team, and a single game. Didn't he have a 22-catch game?
He did.
For one of the worst
against Indianapolis.
In football.
I think Eric Decker would like a spot in this conversation.
I think if Cortland played in the environment Emmanuel did, the numbers would have been pretty good, but that's just me.
All right. Well, boy, that one would probably be your most hotly debated one.
Yeah.
303-504-0925 if you want to weigh in. Go ahead.
Cortland, absolutely the red zone stud.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, but I don't want to underestimate what Emmanuel did too, because I just remember Emmanuel making so many big catches. Now, Jeff, I always remember your line as soon as DT got traded. We'll see how it goes with Emmanuel having to deal with the number 1 corner now, and it did not go as well after DT left. But Emmanuel was absolute poison for the second corner when he was playing with DT.
Yeah, no, and Andy, I think it was more a revelation of how good DT was.
Right.
Yeah.
Frankly,
yeah.
To me. Yeah.
Tight end.
Julius Thomas. Well, Sharp played a little bit, though. Sharp played into the 2000s, right?
Back-to-back 12 TD seasons. That's pretty good over that period.
Yeah, I would say that the productivity, I'd probably go with Julius Thomas right there. And, I mean, you start getting into the, no disrespect, the Tony Schefflers, the Noah Fants of the world.
There's no disrespect.
Also
You're okay.
Not a good run.
No.
Really,
thank you.
Yeah, they've really struggled on that. Okay.
Ooh, wait, a Brandon Lloyd entry. Brandon Lloyd was a pretty good receiver. Dude, that dude can catch the football. You got a nice grin. The Illinois grad.
Yeah, it's my dude.
No, I'll always remember I think he made the Pro Bowl or something happened. We had a teleconference with him. Comeback player of the year.
I think that's what it was. Yeah.
What's funny is
epic.
He was here for both years of McDaniels. The second year was the Pro Bowl year. The first year, he was inactive.
Yeah.
Like for 12 games. Like Josh didn't play him. Josh hated the guy.
Yeah.
And
also,
I gotta say too, Brandon Lloyd, not a big fan of Josh.
No. You let that be known. By the way,
that's a very long list. You could do it.
The all-quarter century.
Yeah. Where they rank and hate.
And hating McDaniels the most.
Hey, Peyton Hillis wants a word. I one time saw, we played, your boy BK found a way to get Brandon Lloyd to come play Media League softball with us.
He was awesome.
Homeboy was, dude, Lloyd was by the outfield fence and ran inside that little minimum stand line to make a catch one time, and I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And I mean, caught it
Elite.
As it was going to hit the blade of grass.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
Elite.
I was like, yeah, none of us are like that.
No.
That's why we're covering sports and you're playing it.
They're built different. Okay. All right. So we're going with Julius at tight end. All right. Offensive line. Center is Nayland, no brainer. Guards. I wrote down Chris Cooper and Ben Hamilton.
That'd be my 2 picks.
Okay.
Over Luis Vasquez?
Yeah, I just over the long haul. Vasquez had a really good 2-year run, and then his back really started acting up.
Miners I think he'll be in the
He's
next
on his
quarter
way.
century
Right.
conversation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, those are the two names I wrote down.
Cooper, another vastly underrated player.
Oh, Chris Cooper was so tough.
In his time. He was so good.
Phenomenal
And
player.
if,
He was
you
like
know,
a 6th rounder too, wasn't he?
If they don't screw up his surgery, his career's even better. But anyway.
We discussed that, by the way, Jeff. It was the 7-3 Orton-led Chiefs over the Tebow-led Broncos game when Cooper had his ankle basically ripped in half. I mean, like his foot was screwed on the wrong way.
Yeah, I learned quickly on the sidelines that if players scatter, like someone just dropped a firecracker, you know something bad just happened.
It's not good.
When the pile clears after a tackle like that. Who you got for tackles?
Okay,
speaking of
so
that?
I wrote down 3 names, and you
Clady.
guys,
Clady.
So I wrote down Clady, Bowles, and Lepsis. I wrote down Matt Lepsis as well.
Those are 3 left.
I mean, just let's not worry about side.
They're all better than right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do Clady Bowles, and then George Foster at right tackle if we're doing left-right.
Okay. If you're going left-right, you'd put him over there.
I'd go Clady Bowles. Clady hands down, man. I'm telling you, I've never heard Mike Shanahan the day they drafted. Jeff, tell me how rare this was. Mike came to the podium after drafting the guy, the king of competition, and he declared, "We just drafted our starting left tackle." Like, I've never heard him say that about a player after a draft pick like that.
They wanted Clady so bad, they sent a contingent to see the running back so everyone would think they were going to take the running back. And Carolina took the back eventually in the first round. Jonathan Stewart.
One of my favorite highlights
They wanted
ever.
They wanted Clady so bad and didn't want to show their hand. They sent a contingent to see Stewart, and but a couple days before the draft, it was buzzing around the league at how interested the Broncos were in Stewart. And really, Mike had no intention. They spent all that money sending people to evaluate him when they were going to take Clady the whole time.
The Ian Johnson Statue of Liberty touchdown. Go back and watch what Clady does on that play.
Did he like cave in the whole line or something?
It was 3 dudes that he just erased directly out of there.
He was so good. I wish.
I think he's Ring of Fame worthy, but I don't know how the committee will vote on that ever.
He was on his way to Hall of Fame, right, Jeff? What was it? 1 sack his rookie year, something like that?
He was such a good player, and just such a good player.
By the way, Eddie Royals
Another
in
guy
the
hurt,
receiver chat.
in a weird training practice accident or whatever. But
the Liz Frank?
No, it was I think it was a knee, some patella. I can't remember.
I remember he did it playing basketball. We walked out of the damn draft. Remember, it was like a year or 2 later, we walked out of the draft and he'd hurt his knee playing basketball.
Yeah. It was, and it messed up an entire season.
Now, wait a
for
minute.
him.
Are you talking about the Super Bowl season, 2015, where then they had to get Harrison here?
No, I mean, just the injuries overall were just derailed him.
Yeah. But his peak was absolutely elite. He could have been, he was like Hall of Fame talent.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah.
We're talking Gary Zimmerman level.
He really was that good. All right, there's your all quarter century Broncos offense. Peyton Manning, DT and Rod, Clinton Portis, Mike Anderson, Julius Thomas. That's your skill position group. And we're going Bowles, Clady at tackle, Hamilton, Cooper at guard, Tom Nalen at center. There you are, everybody. That's the one right there.
Now I'm trying to. Who was the Chiefs center that replaced Nalen? I wanted to make
Casey
a joke.
Wigman.
Yeah, there we go. No Casey Wigman love.
Casey Wigman. Mm-hmm.
Casey Wigman.
Yeah, he was good too. He showed up here and he was good.
Yeah,
he was like 38 too.
Yeah, he was really good. But I mean, come on now, Nalen's nailing.
Sorry, J.D. Walton. With all due respect, Jeff Legwold. By the way, is there any Broncos news we need to know now?
As promised, fellas.
Oh, there's his Washington Generals jersey.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes.
Show us the number. Turn it around.
Yeah, what number did they give you?
Did you get? Oh, why did they put 91? Wow.
Jeff, that'd have made a
year.
great hockey number.
No, that was the year.
They didn't give you a leg walt on the back of that thing?
No, baby. They handed me that baby. Actually,
Hey.
it's the greatest athletic thing you can hear. The coach before the game, we're all in the huddle, and they're explaining to me when I'm going to play and all this and how the gags go with the Globetrotters. And he looks at me and he says, "Every time you touch the ball, shoot." So I did, baby.
All right, here's what we need you to do. Send me a picture of that so we can tweet it out for people to see it.
There you go.
Just text me a picture.
Jeff Legwold was the original Swaggy P. Just shoot every time you touch the ball.
Yeah, well, you know
Every
what?
time you touch it, I score a 3-point play, baby.
Also,
I had an and one.
A couple of thoughts on the jersey. First off, there's no name on the back, Andy, because when you play for the Washington Generals, it's all about the name on the front.
Well, the classic Clint Hurdle
And
line.
secondly, Jeff Legwold will go down as the second greatest basketball 91 ever. Do you know who is number one on the list?
Dennis Rodman.
That's right. The Worm in his Bulls tenure.
Yeah.
Number 91, because he could not wear 10 because it was retired. Leggy, do you know who wore number 10 for the Bulls that they retired the jersey? Going way back.
Is that Van Leer? Norman Van Leer?
It was Bob Love.
Oh, it's Bob Love. You're right.
Bob
Not
Love.
bad.
There you are. Mm-hmm.
No, that's it. That's my era. Chet the Jet.
Johnny Red Kerr coaching the team.
Johnny Red Kerr, coach of
Chet
the club.
the Jet? Who was that?
Chet Walker.
Yeah, Norm Van Leer used to be on TV. He was awesome too. Loved Norm Van Leer.
Hey, real quick, what do you think of our guy Kaz calling Chet? Who was our guy?
Chet Holmgren.
Chet Holmgren. Weird Science.
Good nickname.
I thought it was.
That ain't
That's
bad.
great, spicy out of town radio right there.
Pretty strong.
That ain't bad.
Jeff Legwold, everybody. Leggy, beautiful work, man.
All right.
All right.
Washington
Give me
Generals
the
alum.
picture. We got to tweet that
Yeah,
thing.
we got to tweet this thing. By the way, so this is how you know our list has credibility because we had Legwold weigh in on it. So that's how you know. Okay.
Dude, the Eddie Royal one's strong. We probably shouldn't forget Eddie, man. By the way, happy birthday. He had a birthday, I think, 2 days ago, yesterday, something like that.
All
Happy
right.
birthday, Eddie.
Head down to Taco Bell, get the royal
Love.
treatment, man. Friend of the program.
Hold on. Well, used to be.
Yeah.
I think he's wanted to be friendly lately. he's been noticeably scarce despite a couple efforts. What did he get? What did he have a taco? What was his thing at Taco Bell?
It was the royal treatment. It was like if the Broncos won, you could go to Taco Bell and get the royal treatment.
the 4 taco thing?
I don't remember. Yeah, it was something like I remember I did the live reads for it back in the day. It still doesn't top the Rockies taco special, the commercial with Carlos Gonzalez.
I got your tacos right here.
It's an all-time local TV ad read right there. Got your tacos
Robin
right
Carlin randomly showing up in the stands. What?
I got your tacos right here. We'll take a break. When we come back, who is on the Avalanche's all-quarter century team? This could be a fun one. There's a couple of interesting debates in there.
Because the last Cup team was 0-1.
That's right. Until 22. We'll talk about that coming up next. Oh, we hope you're having a lovely Ska Friday. We are Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. They call us the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mark Springer is our wonderful producer, and we do this festival of grab ass for 3 hours every single afternoon. We have a winner. We had a contest earlier this hour, and we have a winner. So the question that was asked in order to be able to win a pair of season passes to Elitch's was this song that everybody remembers from the Elitch's commercial, as well as they would play it at Coors Field after home runs. We asked for the first listener to text in to the Shop Mazda text line. We needed title of song and artist. Title of song and artist is what we required.
Everybody seemed to know the artist.
Really?
People were having trouble with the title, and someone told me the first person that texted in said they basically got screwed by Spotify because Spotify put it in parentheses title, and that's what they went with.
Well, that's on you.
That's how it goes.
Got to know these things off the top of your head. Andy, this was the seminal 1998 hit from the Dutch Eurodance group Venga Boys. Venga Boys.
Yeah, I don't hear boys
You
singing.
don't hear the boy?
I don't hear them singing.
And the name of the song, We Like to Party. We like to party.
I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah!
Yeah.
Also, the subtitle of the song for its release as a single was The Venga Bus.
And that's what our very first texter texted in.
Yeah, the Venga Bus is coming, so everybody, whatever. Uh-huh. We like to party.
No, they were the boys. The boys just got their line in,
You got to hear those guys?
Did the young lady that's doing this part get their due?
I don't see her name.
She's not in the credits. Is she in the liner notes?
Let's scroll down a little bit. Let's see if we can find the personnel on this one. I can't find it.
And you're not gonna.
Who cares?
She probably does. But who knows?
All right.
Oh, there it is. She just said it. The Venga bus is coming.
Yeah,
I've literally not listened to the words. I didn't know there was more than the dun, 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 dun. I didn't know there was like a full version of this song.
Yeah,
I just thought it was that hook with the bald cap guy dancing for Elitch's.
Yeah, it's not exactly, a Bob Dylan composition. All right, there you go. The Venga Bus is coming. Who was our winner, Spring?
Mark Brito.
Mark Brito. Congratulations, Mark Brito. You'll enjoy some Elitch's season passes, Mark Brito.
Speaking of the Brito, the royal treatment, I found it. You like that, huh? That got you. Nobody loves a dad joke as good as Nate.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I like that one. Uh-huh.
The royal treatment at Taco Bell.
Because
you and I were trying to remember what the heck it was.
Yeah.
It turns out it was during the 2008 season. He had a great season. That was his rookie year. So in 2009, there were free tacos. Free tacos, Nate.
Okay.
If the Broncos scored 2 or more touchdowns.
Back then, it wasn't that big of an issue, but if they would have tried to have done that in, the last, 7, 8 years.
Bridgewater,
prior to last year.
Flacco.
During the 16-point era.
Yeah. You still might have got a couple. Well, you had to buy a large drink.
You would have gotten a couple, but there weren't a ton of 2-touchdown games.
Remember the overtime indie game during the Russ era where nobody would have got anything?
3 field goals.
Yeah.
12-9 they lost that night.
Were even the owners left early that night?
It's 2025. Okay, so we're having a little bit of fun here on a Memorial Day Friday afternoon. We're doing all quarter century teams. All right, so we did the Broncos offense with Leggy. I very much enjoyed that. But it is time for the Avalanche all-quarter century team. Now, again, we're doing this like we're doing 1 center, 2 wings, 2 defensemen, 1 goalie. Okay? All-quarter century first team for the Avalanche. Andy, your center is?
Oof.
No, it's not even hard. It's Nathan MacKinnon.
Over Joe Sakic?
Yes. Yeah. No, quarter century. Remember, basically.
They won the Cup in 01, though.
Bisects Sakic's prime. But in this quarter century, Nathan MacKinnon, 367 goals to Joe Sakic's 222. It's Nathan MacKinnon. Wings. I've got two for you.
I sense one may be controversial. Just say the name.
One of them is the no-brainer, Milan Hajduk.
Sure.
And the other one
is Mikko Rantanen.
Mm-hmm.
That hurts.
Shouldn't be controversial. He's a great av. He's an all-time great av.
I agree. But, stars and...
Hey, in pro sports, you're not going to be on the team forever. I'm going to go with Mikko over Gabriel Landeskog.
Yeah.
Landeskog is, I would say, the next honorable mention in there. Alex Tanguay, I think, deserves a mention in the conversation. Valentin Shushkin deserves a mention in the conversation. But I think it's Hajduk and Mikko. All right? Let's go to defensemen. Obviously, one is Kale. No-brainer. The second one...
It's really tough because what do you want? You want a stay-at-home guy? Like Adam Foote's got to get a heavy, heavy consideration for this thing. That guy was the toughness of the Cup teams. Rob Blake has got to be in consideration. Devon Tays has got to be in consideration. Blake, not a full-time Av, so I would take him out for that if we're just doing their team. But and Adam Foote's not going to have the goal numbers, but I'm telling you, Adam Foote was Patrick Waugh's right-hand man.
And again, we're going 2000 to modern day. This is the quarter-century team, so anything you did in the 90s is not in the conversation.
But again, Foote was on the team that won the 01 Cup.
Mm-hmm. The answer is Devon Taves.
Nah. Look, we can have different teams. You and I don't have to have the same team.
In 357 games played, Devon Taves, in the last 25 years, is a Avalanche best plus 178, ahead of Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar, Alex Tanguay, Peter Forsberg.
And to be honest, and again, we're talking about different eras where those guys had to play with the two-line pass. Taves plays in an era where you can actually break out and don't worry about the two-line pass. Look, again, his stats aren't going to show up. Adam Foote defines toughness for this organization. An all-time tough, stay-at-home defenseman that I can tell you this, he didn't have a problem moving guys off the crease. He and Brendan Shanahan had legendary battles. I don't think Jamie Benn would be such a problem if Foote was still around. So,
is Eric Johnson in the conversation?
That's a good one, Nate. That's a good one. They both won the same amount of cups. Yeah. I did. I don't got that from Adam Foote. I'll give you that.
He is a drop of the year winner.
I'll give you that.
He does have that going for himself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, does that put him over the top?
Yeah. You want to go Footer over Taves?
Bro, we don't have to have the same one. I'm not kicking Taves out of bed. Don't get me wrong. That'd be a hell of a second line.
I can hand you the tie break.
That'd be a hell of I feel like you do have to have some representation from what you did earlier. Look, the goalie's Wah for me.
Yeah. That's interesting as well, okay? Because again,
he had a rough finish to the ride here.
In terms of games played,
you're gonna tell me Varlamov?
In this century, Varlamov 389, 378 starts, Wah 188. So over 200 games more between the pipes for Varley than Wah in this century. In fact, by games played, Wah is third to Varlamov and Peter Budaj. By save percentage and goals against, Wah has it and has it considerably, especially in goals against. 2.1 from 2000 to 2003. But again, Varlamov, far more games played. His goals against was 2.7.
Look, I'm going with the Hall of Famer.
Okay.
He's also one of my all-time favorite Avs, but I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shock, right? Wah also did not have to deal. Wah played in the two-line era, which means it was harder to get a breakaway against him.
Yes.
So he was not facing probably the one-on-one breakaways that Varlamov faced playing in the non-two-line pass era.
I mean, it's not really a wrong answer to go with the the guy that's a top 5 goaltender of all time across any franchise.
Yeah, but see, listen, to your point,
it's a smaller sample size.
If we were to do minimum number of games in the century, then this would take a lot of the debate out. To be quite honest with you, what I'd love to see is somehow a true, give me the best simulation you can find and have the 01 team play the 22 team and just see what we get.
Varlamov's peak season was the 13-14 year. That was the year that he finished second in the Vezina Trophy. He was fourth in the Hart that year. Wow.
Gosh, what did they do that year? I feel like that was pre-good times.
The 13-14
Did they go to the
Avalanche. Wasn't that
playoffs?
the one where they lost to Minnesota?
I think that was Wah's rookie year as coach, wasn't it?
Yes. Wah coached the team, and yes, they lost in 7 to Minnesota. Yeah. Who was the defenseman? Wasn't it Matt Cook that had the cheap shot on Tyson Berry?
Yes.
Okay. It scraped the cobwebs. We got there.
Yeah, but there's, that's the crazy part about this Avs franchise, man, is that you've got like really good times and then a lot of just poo post-lockout,
Yeah.
and now we're back to really good times.
Okay, McKinnon, Hayduke, Mikko, McCarr, Adam Foote, Patrick Waugh. That's your quarter-century team.
God, could you imagine the depth you could build out if you were naming a full roster?
It's not bad.
Could you imagine your 3D pairs?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Then you could add in you could go Taze.
Mm-hmm.
You could go Taze with Blake on the second pairing.
It also should be noted in here, and this is just one of those things not to take for granted. Devon Taves is so freaking good.
No, he really is, and
so
I'm not
freaking
sliding
good.
him that way.
Yeah.
But again, like Taze and Foot, they're completely different games.
Very much so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Taves is a modern day defenseman. Adam Foote
Exactly.
was a defenseman for his time. But yeah, again, you're talking about a Hall of Famer right there. By the way, isn't he the head coach of the Vancouver Canucks?
Yeah. How about that?
Pretty good
Taka
gig.
took off. He's like, well, I'll take that job.
Yeah, not bad at all. All right, congratulations, Adam Foote. You get to be the head coach of the Vancouver Canucks, and you get to be the second defenseman on the Kreckman and Lindahl All Avalanche Quarter Century team, which I know is one of the great honors of your life. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Yes, it is a Scott Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Thunder get the victory last night. By the way, Michael Malone clarifying some comments. We'll get to that coming up at 20 minutes.
Poor guy.
After 5 o'clock.
He's like, yeah, I still live in Denver and my life sucks right now. Sorry, coach.
Yeah. Yes, I stated a fact and people were weird about it.
Well, it also went back to that's a guy doing his first night of television and just trying to get through it.
We'll get to it coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We're doing football news today on a Memorial Day Friday. Go ahead, Spring.
Let's do that, Scott Friday. High five. Javonte Williams, former Broncos running back, he is signed with the Dallas Cowboys, and he talked to the Cowboys website, and he tore his ACL back in 2022, telling the team website in Dallas, quote, I feel completely like myself. I probably can get more flexible and things like that, but as far as healing up, that I feel like is done.
I hope that's the case for Javonte Williams. This is a dude, Andy, that went from averaging on a per carry basis over 4 yards in his first 2 years in the league. And that's 21 games right there because he got injured a few games into the 2022 season. Came back in 2023, was not the same player. 3.6 yards per carry last year. At 3.7 yards per carry, he had a grand total of 4 rushing touchdowns last year. 3 the year before that. This is a dude that we saw early on in his career, and you could definitely see the kind of burst, the kind of explosiveness, and how violent a runner that he could be. He just wasn't the same player. I think 2 things can be true. I think the Broncos were absolutely right to move on from Javonte Williams, and I think also that Javonte Williams, hopefully with enough recovery, does actually feel like himself and can be a quality NFL player again.
Yeah, I don't know that he's ever going to have the speed back. Not that he has ever had great speed, but I remember his rookie year, it felt like once he broke contact, he had a little more giddy up to kind of keep people from catching up to him than what he's had the last couple of years. But I'm with you. They made the right move, and I hope it goes well for him. I think he was a really fun player. He's going to be one of those guys, like so many running backs, you're going to ask what could have been if not for a knee injury.
His rookie year was awesome. He was one of the bright spots.
Start to his second year was awesome.
What was otherwise a pretty lame season.
And, of course, it happens at a Raider.
Yeah. 903 yards in his rookie year on 200 carries, which is pretty good. Had 52 first down runs that season. So best of luck, Javonte Williams, and the Broncos are right to move on.
High five. All right, we got to get a Shedeur Sanders update. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski went on ESPN Cleveland today. He said that he's told Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, Joe Flacco, and Kenny Pickett not to pay attention where they're at in line because the order is not going to be a static one from one practice to another. Stefanski also said that the 4 quarterbacks should not expect equal time in drills because their reps are going to be determined by what the team thinks each player needs and what they want to see from the players. Let's hear Kevin Stefanski talk about Shedeur Sanders specifically.
Shedeur is a great kid, and whether it's a following that he's earned, I mean, that's something that he's done a great job of interacting with fans. And but he is a great kid. You guys will get to know him more. He's working like crazy, just like all the guys. He's another young man. These rookies, my office is downstairs. As they got to walk by my office as they come in. They come in early. And Shedeur, just like all those guys, he's in there early. He's getting his work done. So he's working really, really hard. I like everything there is about Shedeur.
They have so many quarterbacks.
Yeah, you're going to – what are you going to do? You're not going to carry this really into training camp, are you?
So you got your Flacco. You got your Kenny Pickett. You got your Dylan Gabriel, who they took in the 3rd round.
Yep.
And then you got your Shedeur Sanders they took in the 5th round. And then you just have the specter of Deshaun Watson creeping everybody out.
He's hurt.
There's so many quarterbacks on this roster right now.
Meanwhile, Pittsburgh, I think, only has Mason Rudolph. I don't know if that's true, but...
Okay, so I'm assuming Flacco's your week 1 starter.
Yes.
After that, are you gonna take the risk on carrying 2 rookies that have never taken a single NFL snap? Like typically, in a backup quarterback, They want a guy that's actually, set foot on an NFL field before. So, like, is it going to come down to, like, Gabriel and Shedeur are competing for the last roster spot? Because I'm assuming Kenny Pickett's the backup quarterback.
But he has small hands.
He does have small hands.
Did you see where the Browns around minicamp or whatever they were doing showed the picture of Pickett and Flacco both holding the football, and like people zoomed in and got tiny Kenny Pickett,
poor Kenny Pickett,
looking like your son trying to hold a regular football. I don't know, Nate. I really don't know. I think ultimately, I would ask you this. Is there a possibility that Shedeur ends up on the practice squad? People passed on him for 5 rounds.
Seriously, it's
5 rounds.
You don't have to take a huge risk.
Yeah.
Anybody that wanted Shedeur Sanders could have
had him.
Yeah.
And, I guess we'll see how camp goes. I guess we'll see if he dials it back. But, look, Dylan Gabriel's just so small.
Well, it's also like already Stefanski's got to stand up there and be like, no, he comes in the same time as everybody else.
Well, and how long before they do what Sean Payton did last year, where you cut it down to just 2 guys?
Yeah.
We're not giving everybody. Remember how we would go there and Zach Wilson would get our rep?
So many quarterbacks. It's too many quarterbacks.
You can't do this with 5 dudes.
No, it's way too many quarterbacks. And also, like, the way that you guys just paid Myles Garrett, like, presumably you want to win right now, right? Presumably. You took Mason Graham in the first. Like, you're beefing up your defensive line. Like, there's a ton of talent on that defense, man. They're good all over the place. I would think that you're trying to win games immediately. I would think.
Yeah, that's why you signed Flacco.
Yeah.
If you were going full rebuild, you would have traded away Myles Garrett. You wouldn't have signed Joe Flacco, and you'd have just taken the 2. You'd take, frankly, just Gabriel and Shedeur into the regular season.
Weird team. Weird team. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. According to David Purdom of ESPN, the most popular bet since the 2025 NFL schedule came out is for the Patriots to win over 8.5 games.
Wow.
Mike Vrabel has only won fewer than 9 twice in his coaching career. It was those last 2 years there in Tennessee. Other than that, his seasons were 9, 11, and 12 victories in his time there as the head coach of the time. He had 2 9-win seasons, so he basically had 4 winning seasons out of the 6 that he was there in Tennessee, banking on Vrabel being able to get that thing back together and a heavily bet over. My advice to everybody would be take a look at the totals that the public is hammering and fade those. That usually goes your way.
Yeah, I think if it was 7.5, I'd feel better about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel good about 9
Yeah,
wins
if that's
for
a
the
9-win
Patriots.
team.
You still got the Bills in that division.
They're currently favored in 11 of their 17 games.
Currently.
Yeah, obviously injuries and attrition will always lock up with that. But that to me it's heavily on Vrabel the same way Sean Payton's first year. Do you remember Denver was one of the most heavily bet overs in the NFL, and it was just everybody was riding the Sean Payton train.
They were, but they got to 8, right?
Yeah, they got to 8.
They couldn't get to 9, but they got to 8.
Couldn't get to 9. They fell short on the 8.5. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. I love a natural transition. Let's talk about former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick. So there was a report in the New York Times earlier this week that Jordan Hudson had told at least one person that she and Bill Belichick are engaged to be married, and now we have photos via TMZ of a revision to the name of Belichick's boat. It had been dubbed 8 Rings, VIII, Roman numerals, rings for the 6 Super Bowl rings. Belichick won with the Patriots and 2 with the Giants. The name has now been changed to 1 + 8 rings. Ho, ho, ho. Whoa. Okay, so looks like they are, in fact, engaged. Bill Belichick went on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark last week. And according to one of the co-hosts of that show, Channing Crowder, Jordan Hudson choreographed the entire interview. The whole thing was scripted. Here's a little chunk of that interview.
Coach, in a lot of what you do, and I'm sure, in part of this book, it's maybe spoken about, it's don't be a distraction, right? And there are former players of yours and media members who are saying because of your current relationship, you may be or may have become that? How are you staying focused on football as the main thing to make sure that that's not something that's happening?
Yeah, that's what I do, as I stay focused on football. And some of the other opportunities that come along, Jordan looks at those and can dig into them a little bit deeper. But really, what she does helps me spend my time on football, and that's what's important to me.
Okay, so
wow, that was like, are you reading a ransom note there, Ryan Clark? Holy cow! And by the way, when he said pivot, how about pivot? He needs to play that at the start of every one. Are you not a Friends fan?
No. So
Yeah,
Bill,
what a shack. what a shack.
No.
So Pablo Torre, he's got a new podcast on Belichick and Jordan Hudson today. So do you remember did you ever watch the Brady roast on Netflix?
I didn't watch all of it, but obviously I saw the clips everybody else did.
So the ring video of from the Airbnb of a shirtless Belichick
on the porch.
Yes. So Pablo Torre went and found the people that own the Airbnb.
Yeah.
Okay. And he found out how the original video leaked. Apparently, as a result of the owners attempting to verify whether it was Belichick who was staying at their rental, the female owner of the Airbnb told Pablo Torre, quote, "We saw the ring video in the morning, not knowing who this was, but it was an older gentleman with a very young woman who checked in the night before." Who was the older gentleman? The Airbnb owners had some initial theories, telling Pablo Torre, quote, "She's with this creepy old guy who's either her relative or a drug dealer," was the first thing we thought.
Wow.
Because of the age discrepancy, you go, "He must be a freaking coke dealer," the male owner of the Airbnb told Torre. And then I started looking, I'm like, that does look like Bill Belichick. The owners, admitted sports fans, also noted Belichick's walk as well as his tan, which made sense because the Patriots were in the middle of the OTAs. The owners also found it odd that Hudson and Belichick only stayed at the property for one night, despite having rented it for 4. The male owner telling Jordan Hudson, quote, "At first said of Jordan Hudson, quote, "At first we thought she was like a dancer or an escort. She said she was a dancer. Something was off. It just didn't make sense." So how did the ring video get out? Well, apparently, in an attempt to make sense of the situation, the owner sent the video to a friend, and once it was out of their custody, it was out of their control, with the video making its way to the tabloids and the roast of Tom Brady, saying, quote, "I don't think we ever really thought of it in that way until we probably saw when someone other than us released the video, and then it was on the Netflix special, and then it came out a few more times. They said it's crazy to think about, and more than anything, they're just bummed that they didn't profit off of it."
Well, the good call there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That is, you don't know who Belichick is, and you just, theories.
Like, hey, is this Bill Belichick?
Yeah.
Is this a shirtless
Well, first,
Bill Belichick?
they go, first, he's the drug dealer.
Right.
Or then she's an escort, but none of it's adding up. No, it's just a couple, and the guys won the most Super Bowls of anybody.
Yes, they're just a normal, run-of-the-mill couple.
Well,
nothing to see here.
Sure.
Just your standard, just like any other couple that you would. But yeah, it did. The ring video did not leak as a result of a blackmail or a hack or anything else, but simply because the people that own the Airbnb sent it to a friend, and they were just like, "Hey, is this Bill Belichick?"
Who is this guy?
So that's some good journalism there from Pablo Torre. Again, as I've stated over and over again, Andy, this is my favorite thing. This and the Rockies losing are my two favorite things. Just some good old-fashioned, low-stakes sports scandals. I love it. Kreckman and Lindahl, when we come back, Michael Malone has cleared the record or the air on who he believes should have been the MVP. Are we buying it? We'll hear from the former coach of the Nuggets next. The NBA announced today Denver Nuggets center Nikola Jokic has been named to the Kia All-NBA First Team. Jokic, the only Nuggets player to earn All-NBA First Team honors 5 times and has now made an All-NBA team in 7 consecutive seasons. That is the longest streak in franchise history. Your All-NBA First Team, Joker, Shea, Giannis, Donovan Mitchell, and Jason Tatum. Your All-NBA Second Team, Jalen Brunson, Steph Curry, Ant, LeBron, and Evan Mobley. And your All-NBA Third Team, Cade Cunningham, Tyrese Halliburton, James Harden, Karl Anthony Towns, and Jalen Williams. So right there, there's a Thunder and a Clipper on the third team right there, and yet another Thunder there on that first team in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a couple of opponents that the Nuggets have. Also, and I don't have the information in front of me, but I have to assume LeBron's the oldest player ever to be voted All-NBA, I'm thinking. It's got to be, right?
How old's LeBron?
41? Has to be.
Did Kareem make it that long as a player?
He did. I don't know if he was still making All-NBA teams by then, but it's a good question. Okay. Anyway, I'll make that assumption with the possibility that I could be wrong. All right. Michael Malone. Last night back on ESPN. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. Thunder were up 2-0. Basically, it was close for, I don't know, like a quarter and a half or so, and then the Thunder did the thing they do, blew the Timberwolves' doors off.
All right, real quick.
Yep.
This kind of doesn't count.
Okay.
Good old Nat Hickey has LeBron beat. He played for the Providence Steamrollers at 45. Oh, no, he was ever just play a game. I put All-NBA.
That's what AI gave you?
That's what AI gave me.
A guy
I'm glad I learned about Nat Hickey.
From the Cleveland Steamrollers?
I guess, holy cow, he was almost 46. He was 45 years and 363 days in 1948.
But he didn't make an All-NBA team.
I don't think so.
He didn't make the...
Despite that being the question, it doesn't look that way.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah.
He wasn't on the 1948...
It is LeBron James.
Kia All-NBA team. It is LeBron.
Matter of fact, you know what? He became the oldest at 39.
So like 2 years ago.
So yeah.
Wow.
So now he just keeps upping that mark.
Guys,
according to StatMuse. We good with that?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Yeah.
But Nat Hickey shows up a bunch in this AI shirt. So, get you a Nat Hickey jersey.
Speaking of Nat Hickey, by the way.
He was yeah.
So the Rockies are 8-42. Okay. I looked this up today, all right? So
okay.
So worst 50-game start in the modern era. The 1895 Louisville Colonels were 7-43. I looked up. Here's your best names on the 1895 Louisville Colonels. This is your all name team. Ducky Holmes, Tub Welch, Ambrose McGann.
Okay.
And Jack Glasscock.
Yeah.
Glasscock.
Gotcha.
The Rockies are on pace to go 26-136. 136 losses would break the all-time loss record belonging to the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. Here's your 1899 Cleveland Spiders all-name team. Harry Lockhead. Don't try that at home. Suter Sullivan. Sport McAllister. Ossie Schreckengost.
Yeah.
Crazy Schmidt.
Just crazy
Schmidt.
Not crazy Tom Schmidt.
Nope, just crazy Schmidt. Kid Carsey.
Okay.
And Harry Cauliflower.
Come on.
Kid you not.
Come on.
Harry Cauliflower.
So in 150 years, and they look back on this all-time bad Rockies team, who's going to be the all-time name team from that?
People are going to be like, Tolia, what the hell is that? Exactly.
Toglia?
Ezekiel?
Toglia? Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You got a Zeke on that team? All right, Michael Malone last night on ESPN, and he's clarifying his MVP comments.
Yeah, I agree with that. When Nikola won the first of his 3 MVPs, and I did vote for him again this year if I had a vote. Want to make sure the people in Denver know that because right now I'm getting a lot of heat back home.
Welcome to TV, Michael.
No doubt, but it does legitimize the performance that you had, but he was such a business mindset, mental approach. It meant nothing to him. He was solely focused on the team goal of winning a championship, not the individual accolade.
Yeah. Nikola Jokic got his MVP trophy and then went out and played, just like Shea got his MVP trophy last night and then went out and beat the snot out of the Timberwolves. He seemed perfectly happy.
That was likely your champion.
And
who said that? Who'd gotten the text about the NBA champions playing in this Game 5? Remember that?
It was Zach Lowe. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that text is going to prove
Thunder
prophetic.
They're going to win a title. Yeah, and unless Shea pulls a Jason Tatum, they're going to win a title. Yeah. So Malone clarifying. Does that make everybody feel better? Is everybody better now? Is everybody okay?
I hope.
I never had a problem with it because the thing that he said was, true.
And again, we legislated this out. We went through it.
I think people were digging too hard for something to get their feelings hurt with.
Well, and again, when you read stuff, let's say that he did mean the shot. Now he's just walking it back to have a more peaceful existence at home. I don't care because he had to read about all the people that were sick of him and the stories that broke. So sure, let him have his time.
And also, he did not say Shai Gilgeous-Alexander deserves to be the MVP over Nikola Jokic or is better than Nikola Jokic. He merely said Shai is the MVP, which the very next day, something that we knew was going to happen, Shai got the MVP, and then last night he got the trophy. Okay.
Did he say anything about best fans? What do you think people were more upset about, the Jokic or the best fans? If I'm the fans, I think the fans are probably more upset about the best fans.
The best fans thing? Yeah. As I said, he doesn't have to pander to you anymore. He doesn't work here. So I want to hear from Adam Silver, okay? So
all right.
Let's listen to the pregame trophy presentation. Here is Adam Silver saying why Shai was getting the MVP. This is Adam Silver as he's presenting it.
For you, it's always been team first. But you led this team to the best record in the NBA, the most wins in franchise history. Congratulations. You are the NBA Kia MVP.
It's always been about team first, Andy. Last time I checked, it's an individual award. It's most valuable player.
You usually led them in scoring, too.
Player. It's for one player.
You didn't lead them in assists.
Player. Team first. And it's about wins. It's not most valuable team. It's not the award for the winningest team. It's most valuable player.
Well, you can't come out and say you had an historical season because the other guy did.
Because the other guy actually had the historical season, and
so that's tough.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when you're just like, hey, you know how the best player in the world just had his best statistical season. You're the most valuable player over that guy.
I find it funny again with the reporting of Tim McMahon that they didn't want to get basically Joker all fired up when they handed the trophy to SGA.
Yeah.
But man, you really botched this thing. You're just gonna have to live with that risk next year. This has been so weird. The video, he made everybody come down to the facility so they could do the interview again or whatever. And then now we're gonna hand you the trophy the next night because TNT has the rights to the presentation and oh well. Well,
so the other guy's the best player in the world and just had his best offensive season, but you're the MVP.
Your team first.
Yeah, but your team first. Absolutely. Your team
what
won 68
games. What were his average
games.
assists for the year?
I think he was like 6, I want to say.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not a triple-double? How many?
No. Last time I checked, he did not average a triple-double this season. No, I don't believe so.
Would suggest team first.
6 assists. I mean, you don't kick it out of bed, but I mean, again, like Jokic between his scoring average and his assists was actually responsible for more points for the team, Adam Silver. The team, but it's a team award, I guess. You're all about team.
Is there any chance anybody but Shai on that team can win finals MVP if this goes down the way you think it might?
Like if Jalen Williams has like some really good offensive games with what he does defensively.
But SGA is going to lead him in scoring every night, right?
Yeah, he will. Like, for example, This is the weird one you always go back to, is the first Warriors title when Iguodala won Finals MVP. Steph led the team in scoring in that series, but Iguodala had some iconic defensive moments and things like that. And he had a very good series, don't get me wrong. Like, I suppose they could do that.
Maybe if Halliburton outduels SGA in scoring somehow.
Yeah.
That's where you get one of those moments that you're talking about where you have to go to another,
something like that. Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, but Shea would probably, like, if you were going to name an MVP of the Nuggets Thunder series, I'd give it to Shea.
Sure.
Yeah, like because you always give it to a guy from the winning team, and Shea the last 3 games of the series was
sure
brilliant.
You wouldn't do Lou Dort? He had the 3 most critical threes of the stretch of the series.
He really did. Mm-hmm.
That thing was a Nuggets win, and then Lou Dort showed up and rained 3 threes on you.
I mean, honestly, like, if I'm having a conversation about, like, who I would, like, rate, like, who was the second best Thunder in that series, it was Caruso.
No, there's no doubt.
You know?
God, that guy is a pain.
And Jalen Williams played really good defense throughout that series. Like, Hartenstein had his moments. Chet had his moments. Chet was pretty good last night, by the way. He had himself a good game. This is a better matchup for Chet. He's having a better offensive series against the Timberwolves right now, certainly, than he did against the Nuggets. So, yeah, Michael Malone is just wants to clarify he thinks Jokic should have won the award. I hope everyone's all right now.
Is everyone cool that he still lives here then? Is that all right?
It's the moment that he is
the
fired.
Man has not sold his house yet.
He should just be exported immediately.
Yeah. You're out!
Sorry, we're kicking you out of the country.
You cannot play cornhole and go to microbreweries here.
I don't want to hear about you riding your mountain bike and going to volleyball games, okay?
Yeah. There will be no kayaking for you this summer.
Yes, so Michael Malone he's really sorry, everybody.
You pack up your Subaru and you get out. If there was an official car of Colorado, would it be the Outback?
It's the Outback. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Should we try to?
Yeah. Go down to a Whole Foods and just say, hey, there's an Outback with the lights on outside. Watch the place empty out. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
It's a nice little joke.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got a few things to hit before we get out of here. All right, Andy, first thing, a tweet that I saw just a little bit ago. And naturally, I closed it and can't find it. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Let me pull
That
this
happens
up.
to me all the time.
I know. Okay. Kevin Henry tweeting this. He covers the Rockies for the Denver Gazette. Tweets this. He said, had to ask DJ LeMahieu about leaving the Rockies after the 2018 season and the success that had been built in Denver. With a smile, he said, quote, I feel like I made a pretty good choice, close quote.
Ooh, boy, when some of the guys, and I don't know how you say anything else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's got to sting.
Yeah.
If you're the people that care there. If you're in ownership or management or.
It's actually way better that I'm not on this team anymore. So, yes, DJ LeMahieu and the Yankees in this weekend. DJ, by the way, has been banged up most of this season, has only very recently got back into the lineup. So we'll see if DJ's even going this weekend. Okay. They are now selling the new City Connect jerseys.
Oh, this is unbelievable. When Spring sent us this.
Yeah, so we saw this photo, and it sure looks like it's the Rockies team store, the dugout store over at Coors Field, and they're selling the new City Connects, and the jersey that is hanging on the wall for sale, and the new Rockies, Taco Bell uniforms.
Prime display real estate behind the cashier.
Yeah.
Over the shoulder.
It appears to be a Brendan Rodgers. Now, I'm confused. He's not on the team. He plays for the Houston Astros. He never was on a team that would have worn this jersey. Like the Rockies had the license plate City Connects last year, and they would have sold an old Brendan Rodgers, but now they're selling a Brendan Rodgers 2025 City Connect, even though he's on the Astros. Like, he didn't play for the Rockies this year.
No, he never was a Rocky. They were he was a Rocky. He was one of our favorite guys, frankly, to talk to. We had a lot of good interviews with him, but no, he was never a Rocky that wore that specific interview, that uniform, as you said.
Right.
So that's brutal. Did you read the comments, by the way? I had to go to that tweet. I'm like, what the heck's going on?
Yeah.
In the comments, the guy said he went up to the cashier and said, you realize that guy's not on the team anymore? And the cashier just laughed. He's like, no, I'm serious. That guy doesn't play here, nor did he ever wear that jersey. And I didn't remember what the cashier's retort was. Something like, well, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
This is your team store. How does someone in the team store? This is like you got the Tulowitzki jerseys that Mark Springer owns, and you hand them out anyway.
Yeah.
Even though your star player's name is spelled wrong on your official item.
Mm-hmm. Like, and somebody pointed out in the comments, by the way, like I saw a Helton City Connect. Okay, that's not an uncommon thing for a franchise legend to, still have, like, people will still get his jersey of the modern jerseys.
You could get a Dennis Smith this era Bronco jersey right now.
Sure.
He's a Ring of Famer. Not a big deal.
Yes, exactly. Like, but this is Brendan Rodgers.
This is a prospect that never was everything that you wanted, and so you just let him move on.
He was fine. He's not a franchise legend.
No.
He is not in the same neighborhood as Preston Wilson.
I was going to say. By the way, you want a little breaking news?
You got breaking news? Break it for me. Let's have it.
Breaking news.
Here we
Spring,
go.
please. Got to give a shout out to my old producer, James Gomez, who likes the show. We've got a Mark Messier winner. They awarded it today.
Oh!
The Messier has been handed out.
Oh, man. Hold on. Don't tell me. I need a drum roll. Okay. By the way, for those of you that don't remember, the Mark Messier Award is handed out annually as determined by Mark Messier, the player that possesses the characteristics that are most like Mark Messier. And 100% of Mark Messiers agree that the following player has won the Mark Messier Award for the 24-25 season. Spring, can I get a drum roll here? So Mark Messier, he is of the belief that this player has the characteristics most like Mark Messier, and a committee of Mark Messiers has voted the following player the Mark Messier Award winner, and it is?
Yes.
Sebastian Aho.
Alex Ovechkin.
Oh.
Get to the mirror and go, oh, Mark.
Who shall it be?
Who was the Mark Messier most in the NHL this year? You know what? That guy, Alex Ovechkin.
Who was the Mark Messier-iest most?
Yeah. Who Messier-iest most Messiered it up this year?
We're happy with Mark.
Yeah. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Congratulations.
So the Mark Messier goes to Alex Ovechkin. I wonder if Alex Ovechkin is getting handed a couple of ultras by his lovely bride so he can shotgun them right now.
Can I play a piece of audio for you?
Please do.
Okay, so this is one of those things that clearly, like, one of those Twitter accounts that I start following, like, during the event, and then I forget about it. And then
you don't know why. You don't remember why you're following it.
And then it reappears on my timeline.
Yeah.
So apparently I follow at NBC Olympics.
Okay.
I clearly started following it during the Olympics.
Sure, useful.
So you may be wondering to yourself, like, in a non-Olympic year, in an odd-numbered year, what is at NBC Olympics tweeting? Well, they wanted to capture a legendary Olympic moment, okay? And so they tweet this. They tweet this caption: Filipino weightlifter Heidelin Diaz showed pure heart to secure her country's first ever Olympic gold medal at Tokyo 2020. Why we love the Olympics. Heart. Okay? That's the caption. And then they tweeted out the highlight of the lift that got Heidelin Diaz the Philippines' first ever Olympic gold medal. Again, this is why we love the Olympics, and it has the broadcast audio on it. Spring, roll it for us.
4 gold. Silver in Rio. Will it be gold in Tokyo?
Get up, get up.
Halfway through. For gold.
Hang on.
Did she jerk it?
She did.
All right. It's been a hell of a week of sports talk. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to phrase
anything.
Some commentary.
Yeah.
On weightlifting. What was that line again, Spring?
Did she jerk it?
She did.
She did. Mm-hmm.
And I love how he's just high in the drama of the moment, and the commentator's like, yeah.
Level-headed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm here to provide some straight color analysis on this. Mm-hmm.
Did she jerk it?
Don't know.
Thanks, Betsy. Good to hear from you. So this is the text message that I received this morning at 8:54 a.m. All right? And it doesn't have anything to do with the
unnamed texter?
Filipino weightlifter. No, this is the text I got from Steve.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Here's the story.
This is from Steve Nelson.
Yes.
Our buddy Steve Nelson.
Produces the morning show.
Producer of the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane show. And at 8:54 a.m., I get a text from Steve Nelson that says, Cracker, which I love that he called me Cracker.
Yeah, that's a Moserism.
Cracker. Can you come on the air and explain how you broke the microphone? Vic wants you to answer for your crimes.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because as you'll tell the story, Vic and Moj very big mad about it. The guy that sits there, Brett Kane, unfazed.
Not their microphone.
Yeah.
I should add.
Not their problem.
Okay. And again, if Andy and I were on the air yesterday when the microphone broke.
I was looking right at you, right in this position.
In segment.
Yeah.
We very quickly, we got through it, we repaired it, and we continued the show. Okay? Just because we, again, are competent broadcast professionals. So I responded to Steve Nelson via text. I sent him 3 texts, okay? First off, this was the first text I sent back. I wrote, I didn't break the microphone. The microphone broke.
Yeah.
There is a difference.
Yeah.
Yes.
You driving my car didn't break the car.
Right. The car broke down. I didn't break the car. The car broke down. I didn't break the microphone. The microphone broke. Andy, and you are my eyewitness. You are my key witness in my testimony. Was I doing anything untoward to the microphone when it broke in my hand?
No, to give a little inside baseball for people, I move around a lot. So sometimes I stand up, sometimes I sit back down. For the enjoyment of YouTube and Twitch, I've been sitting looking like the neighbor Wilson today.
You are doing a bit
Tool
of a
time.
Wilson
I've got
today.
just the forehead going, but I move around. So Nate must adjust the mic depending on if I'm standing up or not. I believe I had sat down. You simply tried to move the mic so you could get a better. We try to look at each other through this little. We got these monitors here, and there's a little alley you can look through.
Eye contact.
You simply moved it over. Not even aggressively. Just a simple push over, like you'd push your garage door opener button.
Literally the same thing I do prior to every